Chapter 1, Reincarnation Error, Time Travel Begins. Chapter 1, Reincarnation Error, Time Travel Begins. In the summer of 20XX, a system traveled through the D95 world and encountered space turbulence, and a otaku who was about to collect rent with the key was directly killed. In order to avoid leaving a bad record in the D95 world, the system that caused the accident reached a private settlement and compensation with the otaku who was killed. Azai has both parents, a car, and a house, but he is not happy. When he was young, his parents devoted themselves to work. When he grew up, all his parents left him was a cold house and the job of collecting rent once a month. He is quite lacking in love because all his parents' love is given to his younger brother. He is not very obsessed with this real world, but when the system helps him to be resurrected, he chooses to go to the lower dimensional world to look for the wall of figurines of his wives that he once placed his emotions on in reality. The system agreed, but when it came to choosing the way to reincarnate, in order to have the power to better adapt to the rules of different worlds, Otaku chose Broly, a numerical monster in the Dragon Ball world, who has terrifyingly high physical strength and energy growth. The soul reincarnation begins. The system brought Otaku's soul to the Dragon Ball world, but when it was put into Broly's mother's belly for reincarnation, the system forgot to protect Otaku's soul because it was too involved in the Crystal Palace system. Half a year later, when the Crystal Palace system was completed, Otaku's soul had already been absorbed and reconstructed by the powerful mutant Saiyan embryo. Although the soul is still that of the Otaku, its structure has changed greatly. It can be said to be a true reincarnation, not the original Otaku. After stuffing the finished Crystal Palace into the new soul, the system, knowing that it was in the wrong, left the Dragon Ball world in a hurry, saying that it would compensate him after it became rich. Time passed and it was the year 732 AD. This year, Broly, who was reincarnated by mistake, was born and his mother died. In the same year, Broly was sent to planet Wampa by King Vegeta because his aptitude was detected to be too strong. After Paragus discovered this, he rushed to the planet Vampa. But the spacecraft was destroyed, and the father and son were trapped on the planet Wampa. Time flies, and it is the year 737 AD. This year, the Saiyans who were scattered throughout the universe to carry out missions were suddenly summoned back to planet Vegeta. Just when Bardock felt something was wrong, he stole a spacecraft, put his youngest son, whose combat power was only 2, in it, and launched it to a remote planet called Earth. On the planet Wampa, an operation to obtain food was also underway at the same time. In the cloudless sky, a figure wearing a spider shell approached the cave above the Vampa spider's lair, and dropped from the sky with lightning speed, smashing the ceiling of the cave. Sensing movement, rustling sounds were heard, and the spiders guarding the nest crawled out from the cave, staring at the guy who broke into the cave where their tribe was hatching. "I'm here to trade food with you again. This is buy a blood in exchange for your 2 eggs. I'll leave the blood here, and as for the eggs, I'll take them myself." The child who had crashed into the cave said this. Then he picked up 2 spider eggs that were bigger than him and rushed out of the cave where the Vampa spider was hatched. Outside, a large number of spiders have crawled out from the ground. The combat power of these small spiders is about 2,000, while the combat power of the large ones can reach 3,000. As for the giant spider at the end, whose body is as big as a hill and whose shell is as black as ink, it is the boss of this spider group and its combat power is about 5,000. When the giant spider saw Broly, its eyes turned red, and its 8 legs started clicking as it chased after Broly in mid-air. Broly seemed to have long been accustomed to being chased by the Vampa spider boss. He raised his hand and fired 3 energy bombs in a V-shape onto the ground of the plane. After raising a large cloud of dust, the others also lowered their flying altitude and rushed into the dust. There was a rumbling sound overhead, and a giant Wampa spider ran over with a group of Wampa spiders. Since the Wampa spider's head could only twist to a limited angle, it could not see the area below that was close to itself. Therefore, Broly hid in an underground crack with 2 spider eggs. He waited until the rumbling noise above his head passed before flying out and flew towards the other side of the spider swarm. Calculating the time, he has lived on the planet Wampa for 5 years and has been eating those Wampa spiders for 5 years. Compared to the bitter taste of adult Wampa spiders, the bitter taste of Wampa spider eggs can be mostly removed, and the fresher the spider eggs, the more so. However, although the intelligence of the Wampa spider is not high, it attaches great importance to the spider eggs that carry offspring. Compared to luring a Wampa spider that collects baya blood to go out hunting, it is more difficult to take the spider eggs. It requires breaking into the nest guarded by a large number of Wampa spiders to conduct a very dangerous transaction. As his strength increases and he becomes more familiar with the habits of the Wampa spider, things like forced trading of spider eggs are no longer a big problem for Broly. Every time he uses the smoke bomb retreat method, it works, and it never fails. The only pity is that until now, Broly has not found a way to tame the Wampa spider. If he wants to get the freshest spider eggs directly from under the Wampa spider's butt, he can only take his chances. Sometimes, if he is lucky, he can get 1 or 2 newly laid spider eggs from the butt of the giant spider, but perhaps it is because Broly forced the producer to trade the eggs too many times, so the giant Wampa spider hates him. But this was not a big deal. The combat power of the giant Wampa spider was only a little over 5,000, and it also had the obvious disadvantage of not being able to fly. For Broly, whose normal combat power had exceeded not long ago and whose combat power detector could no longer measure the value, it would not be much more difficult to deal with the opponent than to deal with some ordinary Wampa spiders. The main reason why he didn't get rid of the giant Wampa spider was because the voice in his head kept reminding him to pay attention to protecting the planet's ecological environment. Wampa is a planet with a harsh environment, and not every monster that lives on this planet can be eaten. For example, the baya beasts with green fungal carpets have animal fur and the ability of plant photosynthesis, but they are inedible monsters. Their blood is highly corrosive, and their meat is like fur, without any nutrition. Broly's father, Paragus, once tried to eat baya's flesh and blood, and he almost died of diarrhea. If it weren't for the Saiyan's strong vitality, he would probably have gone directly to the 18th level of hell. Therefore, the Wampa spider, which has a relatively large population and is safe to eat, is a valuable edible monster. However, if they eat or kill without restraint, it will easily lead to the extinction of the Wampa spider colony, and then they will starve to death without food. This is why Broly brought a shell of baya's blood to trade when he came to get the spider eggs. The purpose was to simulate the natural process in which some individuals of the Wampa spider would be eaten by the baya when sucking baya's blood. Carrying 2 spider eggs, Broly quickly flew back to his nest on the top of the mountain. Inside the nest were a large number of containers made of the leftover shells of Wampa spiders. The containers were filled with precious rainwater that only falls on Wampa Star during rare heavy rain weather. Although the rainwater inside smells fishy, it is relatively easy to drink compared to the body fluids of the Wampa spider. Broly scooped up the yellow liquid from the clay pot and took 2 sips, then picked up a large flat stone slab next to him. There are almost no green plants on Wampa, and making a fire is just a fantasy. The only thing that can be used is the geothermal energy under the planet. As for the iron pan, Broly has not found the so-called iron ore yet. If he wants to fry something, he can only use a stone slab, which is a natural stone grill tool. His father had not returned from getting baya's blood, but he was already a little hungry. Broly did not intend to wait for his father. He planned to prepare his own spider eggs and fill his stomach first. Just as he lifted the stone slab and came outside, before he flew out of the cave, a new message emerged in his mind: the Crystal Palace has completed its energy storage. Do you want to travel through the world now? Broly. Since birth, various information has always appeared in his mind, and Broly cannot understand every piece of information. Crystal Palace, what is that? The Crystal Palace is a system module that the Z0186 system editor uses to pay compensation to the D95 origin world for the Aboriginals who were involved in an accident during the system crossing. The function is to allow the natives of the D95 origin world who have accepted compensation to settle privately to recapture their own wives in the secondary dimension world and collect their own wives. Clear information emerged in his consciousness, and the Crystal Palace gave Broly a precise reply and explanation. Who are the natives of D95 world? You are. Wife, what is it again? Companion. Can I eat it? This time, the Crystal Palace module paused for a while, and seemed to give a definite reply after a series of context analysis. You can eat it, and I will give it to you. After a series of conversations, Broly's straightforward mind gradually equated his wife with food. Host, do you want to travel through the world now? Reminder, the Crystal Palace module is in its early stages. When the space-time energy collection is full, it cannot accumulate additional space-time energy. If you do not travel through the world now, it will cause a waste of space-time energy. Broly wanted to ask what world traveling was, but after hearing the words about waste, even though he didn't know what space-time energy was, he still gave his own answer as a thrifty child reflexively: waste is not allowed. I want to travel through time, and I want to travel through time now. Received. D95's origin world anchor point has been dropped. Low-dimensional world search has started. The world has been matched. The crossing coordinate point has been established. Bang! As the stone slab fell to the ground with a muffled sound, Broly's figure disappeared from the spot. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, Plump and Juicy, Bugs are so delicious. Chapter 2, Plump and Juicy, Bugs are so delicious. The moment the transfer began, the surrounding scenery turned into lines and swept backwards at an extremely fast speed. In less than 2 seconds, it was like entering a dark tunnel. Everything around was plunged into darkness, but soon the colors returned, but it was still the appearance of countless lines. Just when Broly was curious and was about to reach out to touch the lines around him, the scenery suddenly froze and his figure appeared on the stairs of a basement. There was a rustling sound behind him, mixed with a faint sob. Okay. Broly turned around and saw a large group of wriggling insects crawling just below the stairs where he was. Among this group of fat and tender insects, there was a slightly bulging insect bulge, and the faint sobbing sound came from inside. Broly thought about it, then jumped into the center of the pile of insects and reached out to open the insect bag that was making the noise. After the pile of insects was pulled apart, a naked little girl was revealed underneath. There were traces of tears on her face and her eyes were red. It was unknown how long she had been crying. She kept whimpering from her mouth. After she saw the light again, she stopped in a daze. Do you sleep in the food pile? Broly asked curiously, his eyes fixed on a worm crawling on the girl's fair chest. These worms were white and tender, and although they had some sharp teeth, they looked much more delicious than the larvae of the wampa spider, which made Broly swallow his saliva. Hearing this, the young Sakura Mata didn't know how to respond for a moment. She was sent to the Mata family as an adopted daughter by her father half a month ago. On the day she became an adopted daughter, she was brought here by an old grandfather named Matazukan. Your magic attribute is hollow. You need to undergo some transformation to better inherit the magic seal of our Mata family. The dry and haggard-looking old man said this at the time, and then threw the adopted daughter of the Tusaka family, whom he had just obtained, into the underground insect warehouse. Completely ignoring the girl's crying and fear, he controlled the imprinted worms in the worm bin and made preliminary modifications to them, using the corrosive magic power carried by the imprinted worms to corrode the girl's virtual magic circuits. This process is not only horrifying in appearance, but is also an unspeakable torture for the individual being transformed, who will suffer pain all over their body, similar to that of being pricked by needles. It only took the girl a few days to go from crying and struggling to enduring with sobs, but she always hoped that her family would come to save her. It doesn't matter if it's an elegant and gentlemanly father, or a gentle and virtuous mother, or even worse, an older sister who occasionally bullies you. However, the relatives who were imagined to come and save him did not appear. Instead, an unfamiliar little boy who looked only slightly older than him appeared in front of him. In the desperate situation of being surrounded by insects, he peeled off the bad insects that were crawling on his body and biting him, and squatted down to look at himself with concerned eyes. Although she didn't understand the other person's question, she always said thank you when someone helped her. The etiquette education she received from the Tsaka family was not forgotten just because she became the adopted daughter of the Mata family. Enduring the remaining stinging pain in her body, young Sakura got up from the ground and tried to open her mouth to say thank you to the boy in front of her, but her throat was a little hoarse and she could only make a sound as thin as a mosquito. Broly couldn't hear what she said, but after the girl climbed up and revealed her full appearance, a piece of information emerged in his mind. Mata Sakura, one of your figurine wives, can be invited to become a member of the Crystal Palace. You are my wife? Broly asked this question in a questioning tone. Faced with this problem, young Sakura was a little confused. But she thought of her mother in the past, who had told her fairy tales when she was a child. After Prince Charming saved Kuroyuki him, the two became husband and wife. I'm not your wife, but I can be your wife. Compared with fairy tales, my own situation seems to be similar. After having this thought, young Sakura answered in a low voice. This time the sound was barely audible. If it's my wife, I'm hungry, is there anything to eat? Broly reached out his hand to young Sakura. Crystal Palace has said that a wife is someone who will give him food to eat. And the other party has so much food here, he should give me some, right? Broly thought so. Looking at the worms that were surrounding him again, there was a little more eagerness in his eyes. Suddenly I became someone else's wife, and suddenly my own husband asked me for food. This was something that young Sakura had never experienced before. However, she had experience playing house games and she knew what to do now. When your husband is hungry, as a wife, you should serve him food. But every time she was called into the insect pile for transformation, she was told to take off all her clothes, but now she had nothing on her body. Faced with the boy's hand asking for food, young Sakura was a little at a loss. At this moment, the door of the insect warehouse was pushed open, and a hunched figure walked in with a cane. Sakura, who is this? Matazukin looked down at the boy who appeared in the insect warehouse and looked like a homeless beggar, and frowned and asked his adopted daughter. Grandpa. When young Sakura saw Matazukin, her body began to tremble. To her, Matazukin was an extremely terrifying person. I don't know him. I will accept the reformation obediently. Please don't punish me. Having said this, the frightened girl lay back down on the cold ground. As expected, miracles don't exist. Facing Grandpa, this little brother who came to save me will definitely be killed. Tears flowed uncontrollably again, and she didn't know whether they were for the boy who was about to die next to her, or for herself who would soon continue to undergo transformation by the imprinting worm. I am really old. I actually let a kid break into the worm warehouse and discover something unusual. Boy, you are really unlucky. But since you broke in here, please become food for the worms. Go, eat him. Matazukin raised his hand and gave orders to the swarm of insects in the insect warehouse. The marked worms that received the orders became aggressive the next moment. But don't hurt Sakura. Her body is the precious placenta of the Mata family, which can produce offspring with better qualities. The crest worms avoided young Sakura and crawled all over Broly's body, tearing at the boy's flesh with their sharp teeth. There was a tearing sound, and the tattered combat uniform was torn into pieces by the sharp teeth of the engraved worm, making some noises. Whoa! The girl sobbed even louder. She could do nothing and ended up killing the person who came to save her. Your grandfather is such a good man. However, such a sound was heard from the humanoid pile covered with insects. Sug. Immediately afterwards, some sounds of swallowing were heard. Broly attacked left and right, caught the worms that crawled onto his body, and began to devour them. The worms taste neither bitter nor astringent, and are indeed much tastier than the larvae of the wampa spider. The shell is crispy, the meat tastes like chicken, and the protein content is 8 times higher than beef. As the worms were sucked into his mouth one by one, this information appeared in Broly's mind. The little hand grabbed and another worm was caught. With a slurp, he sucked the tail end of the worm in his hand into his mouth. With a slurp, the teeth bite down and the rich and delicious juice bursts in the mouth. With a casual throw, the worm's head with sharp teeth was thrown aside. And there, quickly, a small pile of worm heads appeared. The insect's head without a body and its mouth full of sharp teeth were still opening and closing. At this time, both the little girl Sakura and Matazuken felt a little buzzing in their heads. Are those things called imprinting worms actually edible? But no matter what they think, the facts are there. The Saiyan's diet is quite broad. As long as the food they eat does not cause harm to them, they can digest most of the food they eat. Compared to some indigestible foods, such as alien foods, the imprint worms of the type Moon World are obviously good nutrients and contain sufficient energy, magic, substances. Boy, you are not a normal person, who are you? Matazuken questioned. He had already discovered that the sharp teeth of his crest worm could not bite through the skin of the little devil below. My name is Broly, and I'm a Saiyan. Even though the other party gave him so many delicious foods, Broly was still very polite and answered Zuken Mata's question. Saiyan, who is that? Hearing this, Matazuken was a little confused. He searched his knowledgeable mind for a while, but could not find any information about the Saiyans. Forget it. No matter who you are, since you dare to eat my worms, you are ready to pay a sufficient price, right? Hey, isn't this the food you gave me? Another worm exploded in his mouth, and Broly asked in surprise. How could it be something I gave you to eat? Every worm here was carefully cultivated by me. They are precious engraved worms that can be used to change the attributes and qualifications of magicians. The cost of a single worm is more than 500 million. Moreover, I have invested a lot of time and energy in it. The secular finances of the Mata family have not been very good in the past 100 years, and this insect warehouse in the basement occupies a considerable amount of the Mata family's wealth. It can be regarded as a kind of real estate like a magic workshop. And looking at the number of insect heads left over there, if it wants to be restored, it will definitely require a large amount of money to be invested. It turns out it's not for me to eat. Broly felt a little disappointed, but he didn't stop moving his mouth and sucked the worm that crawled to his mouth into his mouth. It crawled in by itself. It's none of my business. As he argued like this, he chewed the worm in his mouth and swallowed it, looking like he wanted to take the opportunity to eat a few more mouthfuls of delicious food. You. Next to her, the girl finally couldn't bear it anymore and started retching on the ground. Are you provoking me? Matazuken's face looked very ugly, and he waved his hand to summon some flying carved insects. Kill him! These insects, which looked like enlarged versions of wasps, flapped their buzzing wings and attacked Broly. New food is here again. Broly's eyes lit up, and he grabbed one of the wasps in his hand, put it in his mouth and took a bite. Bang! Then, the giant hornet that was put into his mouth and bitten open exploded directly in his mouth. Idiot, this is a suicide bug that I modified. Looking at the smoke and dust caused by the explosion, Matazuken said with a smug look on his face. It turns out that it's inedible. But Broly's somewhat disappointed voice sounded in the smoke and dust. Nanny, are you okay? After the smoke and dust from the explosion settled, Broly was not injured at all except for the last piece of clothing that was blown off. Don't you know the law of smoke without injury? Broly asked back in surprise. Wait, my wife was frightened by the explosion and her happiness level is decreasing. Please increase her happiness level as soon as possible. The higher the happiness value, the easier it is to capture a wife, and after the other party agrees to the invitation to become a member of the Crystal Palace, the host's one-time conversion of happiness points will be higher. Broly read out the instructions of the Crystal Palace in his mind and turned around to see the girl shivering on the ground behind him. So, what is the use of this wife? Broly had such doubts, but his body acted faster than his thoughts. He grabbed the other hornet-like crested insects and came in front of Zukinmatu. Before the old man could react, he forced the insects in his hand into his mouth. Bang! It was the same explosion. Broly was fine, but Zukinmatu had his head blown off. Without a head, the skinny body slid straight down the stairs to the ground. In the insect warehouse, the worms had no one to drive them, and after sensing the extreme predator aura from Broly, they quickly shrank into the corner of the basement. Inheritance law. Broly muttered the new information that emerged in his mind, then floated down to the girl's side and spoke awkwardly to the girl on the ground. I killed your grandfather, and now his food is yours. I'm still a little hungry. Can you give me some more food? Broly showed off a lot of worms in the worm warehouse, but compared with the Saiyan's big appetite, these worms were obviously not enough. Hearing this, young Sakura looked up and saw her grandfather's headless body not far away. What? Rather than feeling frightened, she actually felt a sense of surprise in her heart. You still want to eat those bugs? She asked. Any questions? Broly tilted his head, not really understanding the question. That's not food. Young Sakura got up from the ground again, wiped the tears from her face and said, Broly. He felt seriously deceived, as Crystal Palace clearly said that his wife would give him food. As a result, this wife didn't give him any food at all, and was not as generous as her grandfather who was killed by her. Can I take you to eat something actually edible? But soon, another word from young Sakura calmed Broly's resentment. What is something that is actually edible? Broly was very curious. In his short life, insects were the most common food. Like cakes and puddings and stuff. Young Sakura thought about it and thought of some of the most delicious things she had ever eaten, and said to Broly. Cake? Pudding? Broly seemed to have some impression of these two terms in his mind, but he couldn't remember what they were. However, his anticipation was indeed full. Where are they? It's in the refrigerator. Uncle Korea bought it for me a few days ago. Young Sakura replied. The death of Matazukin dispelled a lot of the gloom in her heart. Even the hoarse voice regained some vitality. What is a refrigerator? The refrigerator is, well, come with me upstairs and take a look, and you'll know. Grabbing Broly's hand, young Sakura pulled the boy up the stairs. She didn't want to stay in this bug warehouse in the basement for even a moment. After taking Broly out of the basement, young Sakura went straight to the kitchen. This is the refrigerator. When they got to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, she showed Broly the real thing, and the cold air coming out of the refrigerator scared Broly. The little Saiyan quickly stepped back and jumped some distance away, somewhat wary of the thing emitting cold air in front of him. No information emerged in his mind, but he cast a questioning look at the girl next to him. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Young Master, you must stay alive. Chapter 3 Young Second Master, you must stay alive. The girl was a little stunned by his startled reaction, but she still introduced the refrigerator next to Broly. The refrigerator can cool and freeze the food. But she obviously couldn't say much, so she could only quickly take out the cake from the refrigerator and hand it to Broly. This is a cake with cream on it, it's chocolate flavored, you can try it. Broly stretched his head over and sniffed the things in the girl's hand from left to right. Perhaps he smelled some strange fragrance, his eyes lit up and he grabbed the cake still wrapped in plastic wrap and stuffed it into his mouth. This is inedible. Young Sakura was startled and quickly put down the plate, reaching out to grab the plastic wrap around Broly's mouth and trying to pull it out. She succeeded, but also failed. The plastic wrap was directly torn off, and she lost her balance and fell backwards. Fortunately, Broly grabbed her hand first and lifted her back up. "Be careful." Broly spoke the reminder awkwardly. "Plastic wrap." Young Sakura pointed at what was in his mouth and reminded him. Broly pulled the plastic wrap out of his mouth, the sweet taste of the cake making him linger. "Any more?" he asked while licking the cream off the plastic wrap. "No, there's only pudding left, and it's strawberry flavored." Young Sakura shook her head and took out some strawberry-flavored pudding from the refrigerator. This time she made it clear in advance that the outer packaging shell was not edible, so no one swallowed the packaging shell. "This is delicious too, do you have any more?" The 2 strawberry-flavored puddings were quickly finished, but Broly was still not satisfied, his eyes staring at the almost empty refrigerator. From this strange box, the wife next to her has taken out 2 delicious things that she has never eaten before. Gone. "What is that then?" "It's meat." "Well, it's still raw." Broly didn't care if the food was raw or not, he just picked it up and started biting it. Raw meat doesn't have the sweetness of cake or the chewiness of pudding, but it has the taste of normal flesh and blood. Although it doesn't taste very good, but again, compared to the Vampa spider, it's a delicacy. "What about this?" "This is an egg." "Wait, this needs to be cracked." Young Sakura wanted to stop her, but Broly had already put an egg in her mouth. When she was about to swallow it, the egg got stuck in her throat, but Broly hit his throat with his fist, and the egg broke into pieces. Broly smacked his lips twice. The liquid food that looked a bit like spider eggs was not very popular with him. He set his sights on some other colorful fruits. While asking the girl what is it, he quickly put everything that smelled good into his mouth. Among them was a box of lemon-flavored deodorant. Half of Broly's tiny body was lying in the refrigerator, rummaging through the drawers and picking up everything edible or inedible inside. His tail was swaying from side to side, showing his excitement. It was also at this time that young Sakura discovered that this boy was different. Looking at the long tail swaying left and right in front of her, she became curious and reached out to grab it. Broly's body trembled when his tail was grabbed. He quickly turned around and pulled his tail back before asking the girl about her behavior. "What are you doing? Is that a real tail? Otherwise it's still fake." The tail is a sensitive point for Saiyans. If they have not undergone desensitization training, if their tail is caught, they will lose their combat ability. Although Broly has more or less overcome the situation where he would completely lose his ability to fight if his tail was caught, his sensitive parts are still sensitive. On planet Vampa, no one except his father would help him with the desensitization training for his tail, and Broly was already accustomed to the way his father Paragus grabbed his tail. Now he was suddenly grabbed by the tail by someone else. Although the girl didn't hold him very hard, the different way of holding him still caused him to react. "Hey, why don't you have a tail?" While speaking, Broly also glanced at the girl's lower body. Young Sakura noticed his gaze and subconsciously turned sideways, raised her legs and stretched out her hands to cover her key parts. Therefore, the butt was exposed from the side. After seeing that the girl had no tail, Broly asked with some surprise. "How can a person have a tail? How can a person not have a tail? Ordinary people don't have tails, only Saiyans have tails." But soon, new information emerged in his consciousness, causing Broly to stop trying to grab the girl's butt and look for the non-existent tail. "So, you don't have a tail?" Broly looked at the girl with some pity. "What's that look in your eyes?" Young Sakura was looked at in an unnatural way. "You envy me for having a tail, don't you? Since you feed me a lot of delicious food, I'll let you touch my tail." As he said that, Broly handed his tail to the girl. Young Sakura was really moved by the furry tail that was still gently swaying, and she stretched out her hand to take the tail in Broly's hand. "What are you doing?" But the process was interrupted by a voice. Shinji, wearing pajamas, stood at the kitchen door, unable to understand the scene in front of him. My sister-in-law and a little boy I didn't know were standing naked in front of an open refrigerator, seemingly exchanging something. I'm patting her tail. Broly answered very seriously what he was doing now. He's hungry, I brought him here to eat. Young Sakura explained in a panic. Touching the tail, eating food, what the hell is this? Shinji was still very naive at this age. He didn't understand what his stepsister and the strange boy were doing, but he was clear about one thing. Ying, this is your friend, but even if he is hungry and wants to eat, you shouldn't bring him to the kitchen in this state, right? Also, my sister's friend, when you visit other people's homes, do you also not wear any clothes? The young second master questioned like an elder brother. My clothes are ruined. Broly immediately answered the question about his clothes. What about you, Sakura? Mad as Shinji looked at young Sakura. I haven't had time to wear mine yet. Her clothes were in the bug bin, but she wanted to escape from that nightmare place as quickly as possible, so she didn't have time to pay attention to it just now. At this moment, facing the gaze of her righteous brother, who was also one of the only two people in the Mativ family who was kind to her, the girl shrank her neck. I'll go back to my room and get dressed. She ran off, leaving Broly alone in the kitchen. After Sakura left, the young Yi turned his gaze to Broly. To be precise. Look at the tail swinging in Broly's hand. Is your tail real? He walked around behind Broly and asked with some surprise as he watched his tail sink into the tail vertebrae. Do you want to touch it, too? Seeing that the man was curious, Broly asked generously. I won't touch such weird things. The young second master raised his head and responded with some pride. Although the furry tail is also attractive to him. Are you my sister's former friend? He asks. Friend? No, she's my wife. Broly answered the question while chewing an apple. What, Sakura is already married at this age? The young second master was very shocked. Marriage, what is that? Broly asked back, no information about marriage coming to his mind. You don't even know about marriage. Why should I know? Then how did you make my sister your wife? In my mind, there was this message telling me this. Broly answered honestly. Young Shinji couldn't understand it, but was deeply shocked. Is there anything to eat here? Broly, who didn't know how to be polite, asked as he had already eaten all the food in the refrigerator. Young second master. At this time, he also saw the mess inside the refrigerator. Who the hell are you and how did you break into my house and deceive my sister? When young Sakura came back, she saw her righteous brother questioning her about Broly's situation. My name is Broly. Broly introduced himself again. The Crystal Palace appeared. There were a lot of linear things around me. Suddenly, I was here. Due to his limited vocabulary, Broly could only give such meaningless responses. I'm not kidding anyone, those bugs are delicious, but of course, the stuff in this box called a refrigerator is even more delicious. Broly licked his lips. He was not full yet. Low-energy food always required more intake. I know, you must be a thief. You tricked my sister into letting you in and deceived her into bringing you into my house to steal food. The young Yi made reasonable assumptions and felt that he had found the truth. Thief. Broly frowned, his mind reacting to the term. But the information that appeared reminded him that this was a bad and slanderous term. You don't give me food and you're still slandering me. Do you really want me to kill you? Young Broly developed murderous intentions towards young Yi. This murderous intent is extremely pure, and it is a desire to destroy things that are not beneficial to oneself. This is the wildness he developed on the planet Wampa. There is no malicious intent, just a simple desire to destroy something that is not beneficial to oneself, or even life. When the pure murderous intent came out, the young second master was a little frightened and sat down on the ground. When he met the indifferent gaze, negative emotions of fear and terror emerged in his heart. It's like a weak creature being targeted by a powerful predator, which then produces all kinds of nervous and fearful reactions. It was the instinct of life that reminded him of the danger of the person in front of him. My brother didn't mean that. Perhaps it was because the young second master was the only person in the Mata family who was kind to her, so the young Sakura stood up and spoke for Mata Shinji at this time. Seeing that it was a girl who gave him delicious food, Broly's hostility quickly dissipated, and he turned to ask for food again. Young Sakura was in a dilemma. There were only 5 people in the Mata family, even with her adopted daughter. The food in the refrigerator was all there was. There was no other food at all. But I can take you out to eat. Seeing Broly's loss, young Sakura thought of something and said. Then what are you waiting for? As long as there was food, Broly would be fine, he urged. But you have to put on some clothes. Young Sakura said again. But what if I don't have any clothes? Broly looked distressed. It's okay, you don't have clothes, but my brother does. Young Ying looked at the young second master lying on the ground. The young second master made a doubtful sound. He wanted to refuse. But when he saw Broly's look, he didn't have the courage to refuse. You're a good person too. Broly seemed very happy to have the clothes that allowed him to eat. He forgot about the unhappiness that the young Iryi beside him brought to him. Brother Shinji, I won't be back. Please tell Uncle Korea. The scary grandfather was dead, and there was no need for her to stay in the Mata family any longer. Young Sakura just wanted to leave this insect house that had left her with psychological trauma, but before leaving, she still didn't forget to say something to the people here who were good to her, through Mata Shinji. Ying, come here for a moment, I have something to ask you. The young Iryi didn't dare to speak in front of Broly. After calling his sister Giri aside, he asked the girl in a low voice. Are you threatened by that guy with a tail? If so, well, just follow him and keep him steady. I will notify Dad and Uncle to rescue you later. The second master is still the second master, and even though he is young, he dares not stand up. I don't know where Grandpa is. It would be nice if he were still here. Young Sakura. I'm not threatened. On the contrary, Broly is a good man. He saved me and I'm free. I won't come back. And Grandpa, don't tell me about him. He's a bad man. Why is Grandpa a bad guy? Shinji Mata was about to argue with his sister Giri when he heard Broly's anxious urging from the other side. I'm dressed, when can we go out to eat? I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving. And many more. What else, brother? Do you have money with you? You need money to eat out. Little girl Sakura. She is only 5 years old, where does she get the money? Here, this is the pocket money my dad gave me, take it. The young second master opened his piggy bank, took out all the coins from it, and handed them to his righteous sister. But this is your pocket money. I'm your brother. Although it's just a moral obligation, it's normal for a brother to protect his sister. Although I can't protect you now, giving you money is the only thing I can do. You must hold that dangerous guy steady. I will tell your uncle and grandfather about you being taken away, and ask them to save you. Young Sakura wanted to say something but hesitated, and finally said nothing and accepted the pocket money from her brother Ili. I really wasn't threatened. Brother, you really don't need to ask others to save me. Only when she left the Mata family did she reiterate her situation. I know, Ying, you must stay alive. The young second master looked as if he had figured out everything in his head, and he solemnly gave his response to his righteous sister, leaving the girl at a loss for words. Are you in any danger? After walking away, Broly asked the girl next to him curiously. No, it's just that my brother stubbornly believes that I'm being held hostage by you. Young Sakura replied. Hostage, what is that? Broly didn't understand. The memories of his past life as an otaku were very fragmented, but some information would occasionally pop out of his mind. If the content of the information cannot be understood, it will disappear quickly, so he often behaves like an ignorant child. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Standing Up is Your Lie, Quarreling is Your Purpose. Chapter 4, Standing Up is Your Lie, Quarreling is Your Purpose. After Broly left the Matta family, some insects gathered in the place of the head of the headless corpse in the insect warehouse, forming a new old man's head. What a dangerous brat! This kind of power cannot be possessed by a normal human. But I can't sense the magical aura on him. That guy should be a heroic spirit. This is the only explanation. Matazukin pretended to be dead after his head was blown off because he understood the gap between himself and the heroic spirit. After all, his real body was in this insect warehouse, and he was really afraid that his real body would be affected in a fight. It's no secret that the Matta family is involved in this Holy Grail war, but who is the guy behind the attacker? Why did they take Sakura's child away from the Matta family? Did they think they could use the child to threaten the Matta family, or did they plan to use the child to threaten the Tozaka family? Matazukin muttered to himself, walked out of the basement, paced in the corridor outside, and suddenly stopped at a window near the corner. Perhaps, this could also be the attacker sent by Tosaka Tokyomi. The reason is that Tosaka Tokyomi discovered that the magic of the Matta family had changed from water attribute to insect attribute. Because he did not want to break the alliance with the Matta family, he used this trick to take his daughter back from the Matta family. The old man's zombie-like appearance was reflected on the glass window, but his sharp eyes narrowed as he talked to himself. No, with the character of that brat Tsaka Tokyomi, who is obsessed with the rigid family precepts of the Tsaka family, he is not the kind of person who would secretly betray the covenant. And considering that he is an absolutely calm and competent magus, the so-called family affection may not be enough to make him do something that violates the principles. But it is hard to say. Humans are creatures with complex emotions. What if that brat Tsaka Tokyomi? Having said this, Matazukin stopped. I am also a little confused now. Things like this have to be tested. Why make random guesses when the truth can be revealed by testing? Matazukin shook his head and continued walking forward. Hey, Grandpa, you're home. As soon as I turned the corner, I ran into my so-called grandson. Ah, no, now is not the time to talk about this, Grandpa. Sakura has been kidnapped by a dangerous guy, you should go and save her. This foolish grandson has no talent as a magician, but has the innocence and kindness of a child. I wonder what this innocence will be twisted into when he grows up and realizes that he is a talentless waste. I am looking forward to it just thinking about it. Okay? I, the elder of the Matta family, actually look forward to the distortion and pain of my descendants. It seems that my soul is also a little broken. The Holy Grail, I must obtain it quickly before I completely forget my existence as a magus. But before that... Shinji, have you finished your holiday homework? It's not done yet, Grandpa, now's not the time to talk about this. The young second master was a little anxious, but he still answered his grandfather's question. You haven't finished your homework yet, so what nonsense are you talking to me about? The creepy smile on Matazukin's face disappeared, and he directly scolded the young second master. Go back to your room and do your holiday homework. But Sakura, she's just your adopted sister, so stay out of her business. The young second master felt aggrieved, but he did not dare to disobey his grandfather's will, so he could only go back to his room. In Fuyuki City, where the Fourth Holy Grail War has already begun, a conflict is taking place in a restaurant specializing in rice bowls. What happened was that Broly was enjoying his pork chop rice bowl, but the rice bowl restaurant suddenly stopped serving him food. Why don't you continue serving the meal? I would like to continue serving you food, but you two kids ordered so much food. Do you really have the money to pay the bill? The restaurant owner crossed his arms and expressed doubts. He said that the current social economy was not very prosperous, and a while ago someone came to his restaurant to eat and then ran away without paying. Today, 2 little kids, whose hair had not yet fully grown and whose height was no higher than his thighs, came into the restaurant and acted a little arrogant. When asked about adults, they said that the adults would be here soon. As a result, half of the ordered food was served, but the adults the 2 little kids mentioned were still nowhere to be seen. The restaurant owner couldn't help but suspect that they were again the guys who came to his restaurant to eat for free. Before most of the remaining food was served, he came out to inquire about the situation. Money. Broly was stunned for a moment, then the concept of money emerged in his mind, which was a common transaction item for purchasing food. Broly understood immediately that it should be the buy blood of this world, but he didn't have such a thing, so he couldn't help but look at the young Sakura. "Excuse me, how much does our order cost?" the girl asked politely. "Including the rice bowls that haven't been served yet, the total you have to pay is..." The restaurant owner said a number, and young Sakura took out the pocket money given by Mata Shinji and counted it carefully, and found that the coins in her hand were only enough to pay a small change. The restaurant owner also noticed the girl's embarrassment, so he added, "If you only count the food you've already eaten, you only need to give me another 2,000 yen. Young Sakura. This is the disadvantage of not even entering primary school. You can't even do the simplest addition and subtraction, and the meal expenses are obviously over your budget." Young Sakura looked at Broly, as if trying to seek help from the older boy, but Broly looked at her innocently. If young Sakura can be considered a child in a civilized society, then Broly is just a little savage from a desolate planet in the Dragon Ball world. His father Paragus only taught him knowledge of fighting, but not arithmetic, and he also did not teach him the information that popped up in his mind from time to time. Therefore, Broly is also a glutton who only cares about ordering food and eating without paying attention to calculations. At this moment, he did not have the blood, money, of this world, so he could not help the girl in front of him. The intersection of their eyes and Broly's innocent eyes made young Sakura realize one thing, that is, the little brother with a tail who saved her from the insect warehouse seemed to be a poor guy who couldn't even afford a normal meal. She could only look at the restaurant owner. "I don't have any more money. If you're short of money, you can ask an adult to pay the bill," the restaurant owner said. Young Sakura was a little silent. When she left the Mata family, she thought that she could finally return to her real home. "It was not until I followed Broly into this restaurant to eat that I suddenly remembered what my father said to me when he sent me out. Sakura, from today on, your last name will be changed to Matu, and you will no longer be a child of the Tusaka family. Neither I nor your mother will have anything to do with you. From now on, if you face Rin again, don't think of her as your sister. You will be fellow travelers on the path of magic, and also rivals. If one day you sisters have to face a fight with each other, please don't feel sad. Instead, you should be happy that your own magical talent has not been wasted. For a father who has already said he would cut off ties with his family, is there really any place for him in his current home?" Young Sakura didn't understand this clearly, but she knew that if the restaurant owner found her biological father, Saka Tokyomi, because she had no money to pay for the meal, it would definitely make the elegant and gentlemanly father feel ashamed and embarrassed. "I have no home. My parents don't want me anymore," young Sakura said with great disappointment. Restaurant owner: "So, you guys want to eat a free meal?" His expression was somewhat unhappy, and his tone became unfriendly. "I can help you with the debt." Young Sakura hastened to say that her aptitude for magic allowed her to receive a wider education, including magician's covenants and deals. This is also the reason why she was ignorant but did not make a fuss when she was sent to the Mata family. Overall, she is a sensible child. Her understanding also made her want to pay for the shortfall in the meal bill through labor, but she ignored the fact that she was too young. "Are you kidding me? What can a little brat like you do?" The restaurant owner obviously did not accept this suggestion. The two children's clothes did not look like those of poor children or homeless children. He just thought that they were children who had a fight with their families. He insisted that the girl call home and ask her parents to come over. Reminder: Mata Sakura's happiness value is decreasing, please pay attention to her condition. The reminder of the Crystal Palace resurfaced in his mind, and Broly realized the girl's reluctance. "Hey, don't embarrass her," he said it directly. Hearing this, the restaurant owner looked over and asked, "Do you have the money to pay the bill?" "I do not have." Broly shook his head decisively. If he had the Baya blood of this world, he would have given it long ago. "Then can you call home and ask your parents for money?" The restaurant owner asked again. "I don't know who my mother is, but my father is not in this world." Broly shook his head again in response. "You have no money, and you can't call home for money, so are you kidding me?" It looked more and more like a case of free dining, which made the restaurant owner even angrier. "Do you believe me? I'll call the police to arrest you two bad kids for eating without paying," the restaurant owner threatened, not noticing that the look in the child's eyes was gradually becoming more dangerous. Broly does not have the Baya blood of this world, but in the past he had no concept of using Baya blood to exchange for food. When he was younger, he and his father Paragus obtained food on the planet Vampa by the most primitive method of hunting Vampa spiders themselves. In other words, hunting down the restaurant owner who owns the food in front of him is the easiest way for Broly to solve the problem of not having enough Baya blood to trade for food. However, obtaining food without trading may lead to the destruction of the ecological balance. But before smelling the aroma and entering the restaurant, Broly saw many creatures without tails on the road. Considering that there was no transaction using Baya blood in the past, and that food was obtained by directly hunting Wampa spiders, the ecological balance of Wampa Star was not disrupted. So, it should not be a problem to just kill such a tailless creature. Besides, Broly looked towards the curtained kitchen. The aroma of food kept coming from that place. He thought that as long as he got rid of the owner of the food next to him, the food inside would also belong to him. The more Broly thought about it, the more excited he became. Just as he clenched his fists and was ready to hunt down the restaurant owner. Bang! At the next table, however, the sound of a table being smashed was heard earlier. This is really unbearable to listen to. "Boss, you are an adult after all, how can you have the nerve to embarrass two children?" "No, who is this Excellency? What does this have to do with you?" "My name is Fujimura Taiga. This really has nothing to do with me, but I cannot bear to see an adult like you bullying two little kids like this." The person who stood up and spoke was an orange-haired girl with a single ponytail tied at the back of her head. She slammed the table with one hand and pointed at the restaurant owner with the other, and said these words with a righteous look. "How can this be considered bullying? Is asking for money considered bullying? They don't have enough money to pay for the meal themselves," the restaurant owner argued. "Yes, these two children don't have enough money to pay for the meal, but don't they have their own difficulties? Didn't you hear that just now? One doesn't know that his mother and father have passed away, and the other has lost his home. He must have been abandoned by his biological parents. Who knows? Children love to lie. What if this is a lie they told and they want to deny it?" The restaurant owner looked a little unnatural. "I did not lie," Broly and young Sakura retorted immediately, saying it almost at the same time. Fujimura Taiga nodded. She was willing to believe what the two children said. What if they weren't lying? She asked the restaurant owner. "I run a restaurant, not a welfare institution. Do I deserve to lose money?" The restaurant owner asked back. "Orphans should go to the welfare home to beg for food, why are they eating for free in his restaurant? You shouldn't have lost money, but your behavior is annoying. Can't you just speak softly? Facing children of this age, you actually said you wanted the police to come and take them away. Didn't I just want to scare them?" The restaurant owner said with some grievance that in this day and age, it is almost impossible to put two obviously young children in jail for such a small matter as eating and dodging when it comes to the protection of minors. At most, the police would come and take the two children away for a lecture, and then call their parents to come and pick them up, if the two children really still have parents. Frightened. Fujimura Taiga raised his voice, walked over with his shoes stomping on him with great force, pointed at the restaurant owner's nose and started lecturing. Do you know how much psychological harm such threats will bring to children? What if they become afraid of the police and no longer willing to trust them? Can you afford such a social responsibility accident? Children are like beautiful flowers, but in this society, there are always some bad adults who want to destroy them. As it was getting close to dinner time, people came into the restaurant from time to time. After seeing the quarrel inside, they realized that this didn't seem to be a good place to eat, but it seemed okay to eat watermelons. As long as the guests who are not in a hurry come into the restaurant, they will all look at the restaurant entrance to see the fun happening inside. All right, it's my fault, okay? I'll apologize to them, please stop talking. The restaurant owner saw the customers crowding at the door to watch the show. If he continued to be pulled down by this extremely combative girl, his bad reputation of bullying lonely children would spread out, and he would also be labeled as a person with no sense of social responsibility and without the bearing of an adult. So he simply gave in. Humph, this is your fault in the first place. You are a smart guy. Fujimura Taiga let out a long breath, looking like a victorious general. The restaurant owner apologized to the two children next to him for scaring them, and chose to accept the cost of the meal that had not yet been served, leaving only the change in the girl's hand. Crack. However, Fujimura Taiga walked over and placed 2,000 yen bills in front of him. I am not a bully. I will make up for the meal expenses of these two children. She said so. Yes, sir, you are very kind. The restaurant owner changed his face and smiled, from looking unlucky and counting his bad luck to being enthusiastic about treating customers. By the way, if you had told me directly that you were willing to give these two children extra meal expenses, I wouldn't have argued with you. Ha, don't. I feel much better now after having a fight with you. Fujimura Taiga has been feeling depressed recently because of an unpleasant argument with his parents over hair dyeing. Through this quarrel in which I spoke up for justice, I was able to express my feelings in a very good way. Restaurant owner. So, you stood up to have a fight, that must be it. But considering that the other party pays the bill and we don't have to bear any losses, we won't charge for the extra emotional value. Welcome next time. End of this chapter. Chapter 5. Do you want to be my wife too? Chapter 5. Do you want to be my wife too? After leaving the restaurant, Fujimura Taiga found two little followers following him. No, why are you two following me? He turned around and asked the two children with some confusion. Ah, this. Young Sakura didn't know how to answer. She just saw Broly come out and followed him subconsciously. Now when the older sister in front of her asked her why she followed her, she was a little at a loss, but she soon thought of a reasonable and necessary reason. I just want to say thank you to you, big sister. Thank you for helping us. The way young Sakura spoke weakly made people want to protect her. Ha, what a polite little sister you are. But no need to thank me, I was just helping you on a whim. Fujimura Taiga leaned down, reached out and touched the girl's soft little head, then turned around and asked the little boy who was also following him. So, little brother, are you here to thank me, your big sister, too? Broly didn't quite understand the meaning of thanking, but he said directly to Fujimura Taiga, I'm not here to thank you, I'm here to find my wife. Looking for a wife? Fujimura Taiga was stunned. It still felt strange to hear such a young boy say such words in a serious manner. What does this have to do with you following me? She asked. You are the new wife I am looking for. Broly pointed at the girl's nose and said very seriously that this was one of the model wives confirmed by the Crystal Palace, and she was the one who could provide food for herself. Is this some new age way of hitting someone in the face? Fujimura Taiga was a little speechless, but seeing how cute the little boy was, he reached out and pinched his face. You are cute, but you are too young. If you want to be my boyfriend, you have to be at least 10 years older. Compared to Fujimura Taiga's attitude towards teasing children, the young Sakura next to him was shocked by Broly's words. Am I not your wife? The girl asked. You are. Broly nodded in acknowledgement that he had not forgotten some of the food he had just been fed. Then why are you looking for a wife again? Can you only have one wife? Broly asked back, and young Sakura remained silent, but it seemed that what the other party said was not wrong. Hey, are you so fickle at such a young age? After hearing this, Fujimura Taiga immediately increased the strength of his pinch on the little boy's face. Will you be my wife? Broly didn't feel anything. No matter how strong the girl's strength was, it was still within the range of a normal human being and it didn't hurt him at all. Of course I don't want to. Fujimura Taiga answered this question as a matter of course, but she had already let go of her hand. She was afraid of really hurting the child. Oh! Broly was a little disappointed. The new wife in front of him was obviously unwilling to continue providing food for him. Hey, where are you going? Seeing the boy turn and leave with a lost expression on his face, Fujimura Taiga was stunned and asked quickly. It's night time, we need to find a place to sleep. Broly gave an honest answer. On planet Wampa, he also lived a life of being active during the day and staying awake at night. Don't you have anywhere to sleep? No. There's a slope over there, and I'm going to dig a hole there. Broly was serious when he said this. As the big cave where they lived on planet Vampa was also dug out by him and his father Paragus. Of course, it's called digging, but if the mountain itself is hard enough, you can also use energy bombs to directly blast a gap, which will be more efficient. Fujimura Taiga rubbed his temples and said to the two children, if you are not afraid of getting close to some menacing-looking people, I can take you back to my old house to live. Hey, sister, you want to take us in? I'm just worried that you two little guys might get harmed by bad guys out there. Recently, a murderer appeared in Fuiuki City. He has killed many people in succession and has not yet been caught by the police. Among the victims are some children. Fujimura Taiga knew about this matter. Her grandfather Fujimura Lehua, who is currently living in the old house, was worried that it would be unsafe for her to go to and from school alone, and told her to be careful. Originally, Fujimura Lehua wanted to arrange for someone to take his granddaughter to and from school, but was directly rejected by Fujimura Taiga. One reason is that the girl is confident in her fighting ability, and another reason is that Fujimura Taiga does not want to expose her family background in school. The eldest lady is back. Congratulations to welcome the eldest lady home. Because her family is from the Fujimura group, the largest underworld group in Fuiuki City. Is it necessary to do this every day? Miss, isn't this the leader's order for us to be more enthusiastic towards you? Her grandfather is a good person, but a little too enthusiastic. Mainly because her father is unwilling to inherit the family business, her grandfather wants to train her to be the future successor of the Fujimura group. But the problem is that she is not willing to be the future gang boss. Miss, what is this? He had a scar on his face and was obviously a gangster. Seeing the two children following the eldest lady into the house, he couldn't help but ask them. I met two homeless children on the road. I was a little worried about them wandering around, so I brought them here. Fujimura Taiga explained. Ah, this, Missy is finally going to train a group of trusted people to control the Fujimura group in the future. The man with the scar on his face and a ferocious look was actually moved when he heard this, and he spoke loudly. Not a member of the team, asshole. Boss Fujimura, the eldest daughter has come to her senses. She is willing to be your successor. The scar-faced man ran into the mansion to announce the good news, while Fujimura Taiga chased after him. She now wished she could kick to death the idiot in front of her who had misinterpreted her behavior. How can you be so noisy? Fujimura Lehua, who was talking with guests in the main house, couldn't help but lower his face when he saw Scarface running in panic. But when Scarface told him that his granddaughter suddenly brought back 2 homeless orphans, the big brother of the Fuiuki city underworld was filled with smiles. When gangsters like them adopt orphans, it means they are training their confidants. Only children who are trained from a young age can develop loyalty to the organization. The scarred man in front of him is one of the orphans once adopted by Fujimura Lehua. Even though he has started a family and a career now, he and his children are still loyal to the Fujimura group. Don't over-explain my actions in front of grandfather. The sliding door of the main house was kicked away, and Fujimura Taiga kicked Scarface aside with a flying kick. Ahem, Daha, there are guests here. The girl in the sailor suit stepped on the scarred man's back like a tigress hunting prey. After hearing her grandfather's words and noticing the mature man sitting next to her glaring at the scarred man under her feet fiercely, Fujimura Taiga restrained her behavior like the tiger of Fuiuki City and began to become quiet. Mr. Emiya, I'm sorry, but my granddaughter's temper is more like mine. It's okay. For a gangster, a bit of a temper is an advantage. Emiya Kiritsugu showed no change of expression and praised in a calm tone. About the house. Let's go with the price you mentioned, Mr. Emiya. As for the goods you ordered, I'll have them delivered to the warehouse at the house next door tomorrow. Okay. Emiya Kiritsugu nodded and pushed the box he brought over. The box was full of banknotes, which were the money for buying a house and arms. As a once famous magician killer in the underground world, Kiritsugu Emiya still has some connections in the underground world. Before the Holy Grail War began, he contacted the largest underground mafia organization in Fuiuki City and ordered a batch of arms through the Fujimura group. Don't you need to take inventory? Seeing the old man directly asking his men to put away the boxes, Emiya Kiritsugu couldn't help but ask a question. I still trust Mr. Emiya's credibility. After Fujimura Lehua finished speaking, he asked his men beside him to see the guests off. Kiritsugu Emiya stood up and followed the Fujimura group out, and met 2 children who were brought in the corridor. Mr. Emiya. Emiya Kiritsugu suddenly stopped, leaving the Fujimura group members who were seeing him off somewhat puzzled. It's okay, I just suddenly thought of something. Emiya Kiritsugu said this perfunctorily, and only when they left the Fujimura mansion did he frown. He didn't know the boy he met in the corridor, but Emiya Kiritsugu, who had conducted a detailed investigation of the opponents in this Holy Grail War, knew that the girl was the youngest daughter of the Tsaka family. According to the latest information, the other party should have been adopted by the Mata family, and no one knows why he appeared in the Fujimura group's house. Could it be that I have been discovered? But if I have been discovered, wouldn't it be a bit ridiculous to send a child to approach me? Emiya Kiritsugu was preoccupied when he heard Kuonmya's questioning voice through his earphone. He said it was nothing, but decided in his heart to investigate the situation. You are the 2 orphans my granddaughter brought home. Looking at the 2 children who were brought into the room, Fujimura Lehua asked directly. Grandpa, I just saw that they were homeless and there was a murderer active outside recently, so I brought them home. Don't misunderstand and scare the children. Fujimura Taiga said from the side. Really? But I think this little guy is very courageous. The person that Fujimura Lehua was referring to was naturally Broly. When he was brought in for questioning, Broly just looked around at the living conditions in the civilized world's rooms, and was not at all scared by the old man in front of him who also had a scar on his face. On the other hand, young Sakura was actually a little scared of the old man who was asking questions in front of her, and she shrank behind Broly. Is there anything to eat? After Broly looked at the layout of the room, he quickly lost interest and asked the old man this question directly. The grandfather of his wife Sakuramata was very generous and treated him to insects as soon as they met. Although he later found out that it was a misunderstanding, Broly couldn't help but feel very much looking forward to the grandfather of his new wife Taiga Fujimura. "Boy, how dare you be rude to the team leader? Ah, you're not full yet." Scarface and Fujimura Taiga said these words at the same time. Broly touched his belly and only replied to Fujimura Taiga, "Not yet." Being ignored by Broly and feeling that his dignity was violated, Scarface wanted to step forward and teach this brat a lesson. "Go back." But he was stopped by Fujimura Lehua. "It's a good thing that children can eat and ask for food." Fujimura Reiwa turned around and looked at Broly. "However, if you want to beg for food in my Fujimura family, there are conditions." "What conditions?" "My Fujimura family doesn't support idlers. Only those who have made contributions to my Fujimura family are qualified to ask for food in our Fujimura family." "What do you need me to do?" Broly asked directly. "You have to work hard to get something. This is also the result of the harsh environment of Vampa. Only by working hard to hunt can you have food to eat." Broly agrees with this truth. "You are still too young. My Fujimura family doesn't need you to do anything yet. So, I just want you to remember when you eat that you are eating the Fujimura family's food and you should be loyal to the Fujimura family in the future. You have to regard yourself as a part of the Fujimura family, one of our own. Can you do it? Education must start from childhood." Compared with some small gangsters recruited halfway, the top leaders of the Fujimura group are all orphans who have been trained since childhood. The loyalty and cohesion cultivated from childhood have made the Fujimura group the only one in the underworld of Fuyuki City. "A member, one of us, what does that mean?" Broly frowned a little as he thought about this question. "Crystal Palace, do you know?" He even questioned the information in his mind, treating all the information that had appeared in his mind before as coming from the Crystal Palace. Search. According to context analysis, Yifanzi and Zibanran are nouns with similar relationships to wife. Crystal Palace actually gave Broly a reply. Broly was slightly stunned after receiving the explanation. He looked at Fujimura Lehua in front of him and asked in a shocking way, "So, do you want to be my wife too?" As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. Although it was just a child's words, it was still a bit shocking. "So, you're not only targeting me, but also my grandfather." Fujimura Taiga was also a little numbed by the thunder and muttered to himself. "What, he's still targeting you?" Upon hearing this, Fujimura Lehua was immediately furious. His granddaughter was only 15 years old this year and was a genuine junior high school student. He would break the legs of anyone who dared to hit on her. However, looking at the little boy who looked innocent and didn't seem to know what he said, he looked like he was only in kindergarten age. Well, these were words spoken by a kid who was much younger than his granddaughter. That was fine. A young girl eating a soda couldn't be considered a disadvantage to his granddaughter. Did I say something wrong? Broly was a little confused. "Host, please note that this Crystal Palace does not accept anyone other than the figurine wife to join." In the consciousness, Crystal Palace reminded. "It turns out that I can't be one of my own." Broly felt a little disappointed. If he couldn't become a close friend of the old man in front of him, wouldn't it mean that he couldn't eat here? "Grandpa, this child has some cognitive problems." "Don't bother with a child with cognitive problems." Fujimura Taiga spoke for Broly and pulled him and the girl out of the room. "Can't I eat here?" Broly asked after being pulled out. "Yes, of course you can. But you won't agree to be my wife, and your grandfather can't be my wife either." "Do you really want my grandpa to be your wife?" "You can only have food if you have a wife." Broly replied. "So, you just want to eat, and you don't really want to find a wife?" Broly nodded quickly. "Okay, if it's just this kind of wife, I can agree to be your wife." Fujimura Taiga understood what the child was thinking. so, I can eat here. Yes. Where to eat? That's all Broly cares about. I'll take you there. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Sweating Inhibition. Chapter 6, Sweating Inhibition. The Fujimura Mansion is also the headquarters of the Fujimura Group. There are special chefs here who are responsible for cooking big pot meals for the Fujimura Group members who also live here. In general, it doesn't matter if there's suddenly one more person eating. Do you need me to do something for you? Broly asked suddenly while eating. This was something he had learned on the spot. It seemed that this place could trade food for Byagzu by doing things. Ha ha ha, what can a half-grown kid like you do? Taiga Fujimura touched Broly's head with a smile. The boy's fluffy hair felt very good, and she couldn't let it go. What can I do? Broly thought about it, and some information emerged in his mind. I can destroy the earth. He said seriously that the Saiyans who are more powerful than Wan Zhan do have the ability to destroy the earth. Although the earth here refers to the earth in the Dragon Ball world, is the earth in the Type Moon world bigger and harder than the earth in the Dragon Ball world? Not necessarily. You are such a boaster, little guy. However, Fujimura Taiga did not take these words seriously, nor did he notice the two major restraining forces within the root vortex, and he felt sweating profusely after the words just now appeared. If you really don't want to eat for free at my house and you really want to help out, how about helping me clean the bamboo swords and protective gear in the dojo? In gang fights, firearms are rarely used, cold weapons are the mainstream. There is a private dojo for training in the Fujimura Mansion. Fujimura Taiga was not interested in inheriting his grandfather's black business, but kendo was a skill he learned through osmosis. Now the only work that can be done for the children at home is to clean up the utensils in the temple, which is a relatively simple job. Sister Fujimura, I don't want to eat for free either. At this time, young Sakura also raised her hand and said. Then Sakura will help too. Fujimura Taiga rubbed the girl's head evenly. One was fluffy like a puppy, and the other was soft like a cat, making her feel very satisfied just touching them. Only. Brother Broly, how long has it been since you washed your hair? Fujimura Taiga smelled the scent on his palm and couldn't help but ask. Shampoo, what is that? Water resources on Vampa are scarce, and it is difficult to even meet daily drinking needs, let alone use it for cleaning. If we must talk about cleaning behavior, rolling in a pile of fine sand would count, but Broly has never taken a bath. No way. Fujimura Taiga's expression became a little subtle. It certainly wasn't that smelly, but it did smell like a wild beast. After dinner, you should go take a shower first, and take Sakura with you. Broly did not object. As long as he was well fed, he would accept whatever others said. Just. Is that child a glutton? How many bowls of rice has he eaten? Broly stopped only after cooking more than a dozen pots of rice and frying a few more dishes in the kitchen. He patted his bulging belly and looked very satisfied. This child is definitely not normal. The members of the Fujimura group were talking about it, and Fujimura Taiga was a little shocked by the boy's extraordinary appetite. Are you okay? She asked a little worriedly. I've never been so full. Broly replied with a burp. In the past, the only food was Vampa spiders, and Vampa spiders were so unpalatable that as long as the goal of filling their stomachs was achieved and without wasting food, neither Broly nor his father Paragus would specifically hunt more spiders to the point of eating too much. It's incredible. How did you manage to fit so much food in your stomach? Only after he touched the boy's belly and confirmed that he would not die from eating too much, Fujimura Taiga felt relieved. It's like magic. Of course, this has nothing to do with magic. It's simply that the Saiyans' digestive system is horrible. Most of the food will be digested without leaving any residue after entering the stomach. Now, should I take that bath first, or should I wipe those things you mentioned? After eating, you have to work. Broly is now full of strength and feels great. It's not good for your health to take a shower right after eating so much. Get up and walk around first to let some of the food in your stomach be digested. Oh, by the way, I'm going to teach someone a lesson, you guys can follow me and be cheerleaders. Cheerleaders. Broly and young Sakura were taken to the dojo, and the Scarface man who was shouting nonsense just now was also called over. Miss, please don't. Scarface said with a bitter face. Stop talking nonsense, put on your protective gear, and let's have a fair kendo duel. It's called a duel, but this is just the young lady wanting to hit someone. Not only is her swordsmanship superb, but she's also very strong. Even with protective gear, it's inevitable that she'll be hit in some unprotected places. You guys better cheer me up. Fujimura Taiga, who was also wearing a kendo uniform, said this to the two children and walked forward, urging Scarface to come up. After Scarface went up, the sword fight began. All that could be heard in the kendo arena was the sound of bamboo swords clashing against each other. Broly was confused by the strange behavior of the two people in the center of the dojo, and didn't really understand what they were doing by hitting with sticks. Come on, Sister Fujimura. But at this time, young Sakura had already started to cheer for Fujimura Taiga. Hearing the voice, Broly came back to his senses and started repeating himself beside them. Every time the girl shouted a word, he followed suit, and he became more and more proficient. Cut him in the middle, Master Fujimura. Later on, he even started directing the attack, using the inexplicable information that emerged in his mind. Ouch, that hurts. I give up, miss. As Scarface was knocked over by a thrust, the opponent decisively fell to the ground and admitted defeat. It feels different when someone cheers you on. After fighting for a while, Fujimura Taiga sweated a little and decided to take a break and take a shower. Well, can you two bathe yourselves? After the two children cleaned up the used utensils with rags, Fujimura Taiga asked. Before the two of them could give an answer, she thought of Broly's rhetorical question about how he didn't even know what a bath was. Forget it, my bathhouse is pretty big, let's go take a bath together. Since both of them were children, Fujimura Taiga didn't care. She asked the servants to prepare 2 sets of clothes for the children, and then she took them into the changing room. Hey, what is this? While taking off Broly's clothes, she touched Broly's tail wrapped around his waist. Why do you still have a tail? Fujimura Taiga asked in surprise after being hit on the hand by the tail. It's normal for a Saiyan to have a tail. Broly explained. Saiyan, what is that? This time it was Fujimura Taiga's turn to ask back. Is it, a vegetable man? The pronunciation of Saiyan backwards is yase, and the pronunciation of yase in Japanese is the same as that of vegetable, but it is a pun. At this moment, this pun information emerged in Broly's mind and he said it subconsciously, but he actually couldn't quite understand what it was. Ah, vegetable man. Fujimura Taiga was confused. Forget it, can you let me touch your tail? But then she stopped thinking about it and asked. You give me plenty to eat, you're a good wife, and you can touch my tail. Hearing this, Broly nodded and obediently handed his tail to the girl. Fujimura Taiga caught the tail handed to her by the boy, and felt the slight vibrations coming from the furry tail. She found it very magical. Subconsciously, she pinched and rubbed the tail, and then she heard the boy's suppressed groan. Hey, 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 please don't make such ambiguous noises, okay? She quickly covered Broly's mouth and said. The tail is a sensitive spot for Saiyans. If it is pinched and rubbed like this, it will become very numb. Broly explained in a muffled voice, trying to endure the numbness for the sake of the abundant food. Fujimura Taiga. Only then did he quickly let go of the hand that was holding the boy's tail. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have pinched your tail like this. Fujimura Taiga didn't react at first when he saw the stick-like object, which felt like an expanded sponge. But after hearing Broly's words, he suddenly remembered the incomplete content he had seen in some incomplete books. Now Fujimura Takewa's whole face turned red, and her eyes subconsciously went to the boy's lower body, but soon she slapped herself. Oh, Dae-hee, you have to cheer up. Don't let a little kid's tale lead you astray. You are definitely not a shy girl. Without staying in the changing room any longer, Fujimura Takewa took the two children into the Fujimura family's big bathhouse, facing the confused looks of the two children who were looking at him as he slapped himself. First, you have to wash your body before taking a bath. The girl didn't need any help, as it was obvious that she could bathe herself, but the boy needed some attention. The other party looked around here and there, as if he was interested in the entire bathhouse. What's more important is that after his feet touched the water on the ground, they left behind a lot of black footprints on the ground, which were so dirty that you couldn't even tell from the outside. Broly was pressed on a stool, and Fujimura Taiga turned on the hot water tap to rinse him. His hair was wet and the dust was brought down. The water flow, which almost changed color, shocked both young Sakura and Fujimura Taiga. It seems that just flushing water won't work. Fujimura Taiga brought over the toiletries as she spoke, and she originally wanted Broly to use them himself, but after seeing Broly squeezing out the shampoo, smelling the shampoo, and then putting the stuff directly into his mouth and eating it, she gave up the idea of letting this wild boy wash his body by himself. Really? That's not food, spit it out now. After picking the shampoo out of Broly's mouth. Forget it, I'll help you wash it. Fujimura Taiga let Broly sit on the small stool in front, and he also moved a small stool and sat down at the back. The smooth thighs passed over the boy's left and right sides, and Fujimura Taiga poured a large amount of shampoo on the boy's dirty hair and began to rub it on the boy's head. Broly's hair was soon covered with foam. He grabbed some foam from his hair and smelled it. When he was about to taste it again, his little hand was hit by the girl. I told you, that's not something you can eat. If you want to eat it again, I won't be your wife anymore. I'll even kick you out of my house. When Broly heard this, he didn't dare to do anything wrong anymore. Hey, that really works. Come on, close your eyes. I'm going to flush you. As the water flow carried away all the foam, the pure black long hair was revealed. I thought it was grey-brown, but it turned out to be pure black. Fujimura Taiga was a little amused and helpless. Looking at the little boy's brown skin, she was worried that he would eat the soap, so she started to wash his body. On the side, young Sakura had already washed her body. Looking at Fujimura Taiga who was busy with the boy, she also expressed her desire to help. Fujimura Takewa originally wanted to refuse, but seeing that the girl seemed to want to demonstrate her own value, and not knowing what the child had experienced, she handed her a piece of soap and asked her to help scrub her body. The two girls, one big and one small, scrubbed the boy's body as if they were washing a big dog, until they could no longer scrub any dirt off the boy's body with the bath towel, and then they finally finished the cleaning project. This is more tiring than beating someone. Fujimura Taiga speaks the truth. But this gives me a greater sense of accomplishment than beating someone up. Watching the dirty boy being washed clean by my hands is a very fulfilling feeling. Ah! Young Sakura felt the same way, and at such a young age, she had already shown a talent for housekeeping and cleaning up messes. Okay, now that you're clean, you can go take a bath. Fujimura Taiga picked up Broly and threw him into the big bathtub. I thought it would be easier next time. Did not expect. While washing her body, she found the boy lying on the edge of the bathtub, looking at her. No, why are you staring at me? I want to learn how to take a bath. What a simple statement, but is bathing the same for girls and boys? Don't look, you little pervert. Before Fujimura Taiga could throw the basin at him, Broly turned around obediently. What's a little pervert? However, he asked too many questions and even asked what the little pervert meant. A pervert is someone who likes to stare at other people's bodies even though he is young. Fujimura Taiga explained. Then she's also a little pervert. Broly pointed at the girl next to him who was staring at him. At the young Sakura, whose nose was pointed at, had a confused expression on her face, and a look of bewilderment as if this is also okay. Fujimura Taiga. You can't say that. When a boy stares at a girl, he's called a pervert, but when a girl stares at a boy, it's not called a pervert. Why? Because boys and girls are different. What's the difference? It's a physiological difference. Physiological structure, what is that? Look. This is for girls. Wait, why am I talking to a little brat like you about this? You told me this because you wanted to prove that boys who stare at girls are called perverts, but girls who stare at boys are not called perverts. So, why is that? Fujimura Taiga originally wanted to argue with Broly, but as the boy continued to ask various simple but to the point questions, she found it difficult to answer. Nowadays, men and women should have an equal relationship, but it seems that the secular view is not so. This makes Fujimura Taiga, a 15-year-old girl, fall into a state of distressed thinking. After washing her body and soaking in hot water, when she was thinking about whether men and women are equal in the world, the sound of gurgling interrupted her thoughts. Looking in the direction of the sound, Fujimura Taiga saw Broly with the lower half of his face in the water, drinking the bath water in big gulps. No, what are you doing? He quickly lifted the boy out of the water and asked directly. I'm thirsty and drinking water. Broly answered honestly. This is bath water. Can't drink. Fujimura Taiga rubbed his temples. Obviously, you can't drink it. Why? There's no reason. You just need to know that you can only drink boiled water. What is boiled water? At this moment, Fujimura Taiga experienced many years in advance the troubles of raising a child who would ask many questions. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Who is sadder? Chapter 7 Who is sadder? Ho ho. The hair dryer blew hot air, and Broly could feel the warm wind blowing over his head, and his hair gradually became fluffy and dry. It's a little warpy, I guess I can't blow it too dry. Fujimura Taiga, wrapped in a bath towel, said this, then picked up a bottle of hair conditioner and sprayed it on Broly's head. The sweet smell made Broly raise his head and sniff the hair conditioner in her hand. This isn't something to eat. Fujimura Taiga quickly put the conditioner back, picked up the comb and let Broly turn it over his head, and started combing the boy's long and fluffy hair. Your hair is really nice. After washing his hair, Broly's hair felt very silky to the touch, which made Fujimura Taiga envious. Let me give you a hairstyle. Soon, a boy with twin ponytails appeared in the mirror. Haha, your hairstyle is so cute. You look like a little girl. Broly frowned. After Fujimura Taiga's introduction by example just now, he already knew the difference between himself and the girl. I'm not a little girl. I have a little brother. As he argued, he straightened his crotch, as if showing evidence to the girl behind him. You little brat, aren't you ashamed of yourself for throwing the elephant around? Fujimura Taiga spat and his face turned a little red. This little guy is developing quite well. No, it should be said that it exceeds the level that is expected for people of his age. Shame. Broly looked puzzled, but Fujimura Taiga untied his twin tails before he could turn into a problem baby. Okay, I'll change your hairstyle. She was somewhat frightened by the child's questions. Is a single ponytail okay? It's refreshing and capable. Broly actually didn't know whether the hairstyle was good or not. When he saw Fujimura Taiga's good expression, he just nodded and said, yeah. Stretch out your tail and I'll help you blow it, otherwise it'll get wet and your clothes will get soaked. Broly was very obedient. He did not refuse the girl's order and put his tail in the girl's hand behind him. The hair dryer started again, and the warm wind brought some coolness to Broly's tail. Soon, his tail became as fluffy as his hair. The furry feeling made Fujimura Taiga, who was holding it, couldn't help but make an obscene gesture of stroking it. As Broly's body trembled, she quickly let go of his hand. "Sorry, I can't help myself." "It's okay." Broly didn't mind. He just had his tail stroked and his body had some instinctive reactions because of this strange way of stroke. "Well, do you want to jerk off too?" Seeing the young Sakura, who was dressed next to him, staring at her tail, Broly thought for a moment and asked. "May I?" Having his tail stroked wouldn't cause any hair to be lost, so Broly said nothing. He just moved closer and put his tail in the girl's hand. Young Sakura held the tail in both hands and touched it carefully, not daring to use too much force. Instead, Broly felt his tail was a little itchy, so he shook his tail in the girl's hand. "Did I hurt you?" Young Sakura quickly stopped stroking her tail and asked. "No, but you can use a little more force. It will be a little itchy if it's too light." Under Broly's encouraging gaze, young Sakura tried the correct way to stroke the tail. "Do you think this strength is okay?" "It still itches a little." "What about this?" "It's a little numb." After several trials and errors, Broly's tail gradually became familiar with young Sakura's hands. He no longer felt strange about the grasp of young Sakura's hands and gradually entered a state of desensitization and adaptation. To use anthropomorphic description, a cat that was originally wary of people is now able to show its chin to people. "Hey, hey, hey, stop touching your tail there and come over here and put on your clothes, or you'll catch a cold." Fujimura Taikawa, who had already put on her clothes, shouted that she was also a little envious of the little guy who could stroke his tail. "Do you want me to cut a hole in your pants?" Taiga Fujimura asked. "No need. I always wrap my tail around my waist. My father said that this will reduce the chance of my tail getting hurt." Saiyan fighters basically place their tails like this. As for the Saiyans who cut off their tails, they are a minority because this is related to the Saiyan's trump card of transforming into a giant ape. Although if there is no need, almost no Saiyan would like to turn themselves into irrational giant apes. Broly said that his father taught him to place his tail like that, but to Fujimura Taiga, it was a different story. A child with a furry tail has always been discriminated against and bullied by others. In order to protect him from being discriminated against and bullied, his father taught the child to hide his unique tail since he was a child. Although the father is no longer in this world, his love for his child is reflected in the details. What a great fatherly love this is! "It's okay, sister will protect you in the future." Fujimura Taiga's maternal instinct suddenly took over and she hugged Broly in her arms. Her body had developed very well. Although she had not yet grown to the broad chest she would have in the future, her breasts were soft and fleshy, just enough to cover the boy's entire face. Broly was a little confused and had no idea what was going on. However, smelling the pleasant scent of soap, Broly did not resist much. He let Fujimura Taiga hug him and sniffed the fragrance on his body. Fortunately, Broly is not a cannibal and did not try to bite the soft flesh wrapped in cloth in front of him. At night, Broly and young Sakura were arranged to sleep in the guest room by Fujimura Taiga. Originally, Fujimura Taiga wanted to arrange the two little guys to sleep in his own room, but was rejected by his grandfather Fujimura Reika. The host should be reserved. If you get too close, there will be no hierarchy. It will be difficult to lead others in the future. "Grandpa, I've already told you that I'm not cultivating a confidant." No matter how Fujimura Taiga explained, it was useless. Fujimura Reika was still the head of the family. When you live under someone's roof, even if you are his or her granddaughter, you have to bow your head. "Well, you two should get some rest, then." After saying that, Fujimura Taiga left, leaving only Broly and young Sakura in the room. What do we do next? Young Sakura was a little nervous. After all, it was only the first day she and Broly met. Didn't she tell us to go to bed? Broly looked a little strange. He went to the corner, leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. "You're going to sleep like this? How else can I sleep? Don't spread out the quilt, lie in the quilt." Young Sakura pointed at the bedding and quilts that Fujimura Taiga had moved for them to use at their convenience and asked. But looking at the puzzled look on Broly's face, she quickly realized that he might not have slept on the floor before. This is how it's supposed to be used. Although young Sakura herself had never slept on the floor, she had eaten pork even though she had never seen a pig. She quickly pushed aside the rolled-up bedding and spread out the mat for sleeping on the tatami. She crawled in, stuck her head out and said to Broly, "Is this how you all sleep? My father and I used to sleep leaning against a rock." "Hey, why?" "Because there are many dangers on the planet Wampa. Some of the dangers come from monsters, and some of the dangers come from the natural environment of the planet Wampa itself. Sleeping against a rock can make you more alert than sleeping on it. This is what my father told me." The main reason was that Broly was grumpy when he woke up, and Paragus was once attacked by his own son after waking him up, so he taught Broly the light sleep method. Wampa. Young Sakura couldn't quite understand Broly's words, but one thing was certain, Broly had lived in a very dangerous place, probably just like herself in the Mata family. "It's okay, it should be safe here now, you don't have to sleep against the stone." Broly thought about it and felt that this was what he saw and heard in this world, with weak lives everywhere, so he walked over and crawled into the bed of young Sakura. Young Sakura looked at the unmade mat on the other side, then looked at Broly lying on her own mat, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. "Aren't you going to sleep?" Broly was lying in the bed prepared by his wife and asked young Sakura. "I'm sleeping. Here's the pillow. You can put your head on it." In the end, young Sakura didn't say anything, but just pushed the pillow over and let Broly sleep like a normal person. The lights were turned off and young Sakura crawled into the same bed. The room was quiet, but soon, a sobbing sound was heard. "What happened?" Broly turned his head and looked at the girl who made the sound and asked. "I'm homesick." Young Sakura whispered. "What is home?" "Home is where your family is, like the cave where you and your father live." Crystal Palace gave an explanation and Broly understood. "If you miss home, then go home." He said so. "But I don't have a home anymore. My parents don't want me anymore." A dark and silent environment can best trigger people's inner fragility. Before, little Sakura didn't cry, but when she was lying in the unfamiliar bed and looking at the unfamiliar room, this depressed emotion was brought out and directly broke down the little girl's defenses. Host, please note that Mata Sakura's mood continues to be low and her happiness value is decreasing. Broly. He didn't know what to say to the girl next to him. Please note that a happiness value that is too low will affect the invitation target and the conversion income of happiness points when you successfully become a Crystal Palace member. Note, happiness points can be used to redeem items that the host has experienced before, including but not limited to daily necessities, food, etc. Broly scratched his head. This didn't seem to have any effect on him. He had already learned how to survive in this strange world and could exchange food for doing things for others. Reminder, the host did not travel to this world permanently. He will return to his own world in 5 days. The countdown to return is 5 days, 6 hours, 38 minutes, and 33 seconds. Now it is 32, 31. Broly. I have to go back to Wampa, back to my own home. Of course, when the space-time energy is exhausted, you have to go back. Although he had been in this world for less than half a day, Broly had already fallen deeply in love with this world and the food there that was neither bitter nor astringent and was very delicious. However, this happiness did not last long, and Crystal Palace told him that he would have to go home soon. Thinking about the days of eating bitter spider eggs on the planet Wampa, Broly's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. How can I stay? Unlike young Sakura, Broly doesn't want to go home to planet Wampa at all. Please provide more space-time energy. Crystal Palace had the answer. What is space-time energy and how can I provide it to you? Broly asked. Space-time energy is the energy of time and space. After the host returns to his own world, he can accumulate space-time energy by the passage of his own time. Of course, he can also speed up the space he has moved through to increase the speed of collecting space-time energy. So, I can't stay in this world? If you want to stay in the different time and space world, please provide more time and space energy. If you want to collect space-time energy, you have to go back to your own world to collect it. If you want to stay in this world, you have to provide more space-time energy. It's a vicious circle. Hearing the crying of young Sakura, Broly inexplicably learned how to cry, imitating her cry and started crying too. Whoa! Hearing the noise behind her, young Sakura was a little stunned. When I turned around, I found that the boy in the same bed was also crying. No, why are you crying? I'm crying. I'll be going home in a few days. Well, isn't that a good thing? But I don't want to go back. If I go back, I won't be able to eat such delicious food in this world. We only have wampa spiders and their eggs to eat. They taste so bitter, astringent and unpalatable, compared to the cakes, puddings, fruits, happy water, and pork chop rice bowls you gave me. Broly named a bunch of food and then made a summary. There's absolutely no comparison. I don't want to go back. I want to stay here, but I can't stay here. Woo woo woo. Young Sakura. She has a home but cannot return, while the other party has a home and does not want to return. The stark contrast makes her feel even worse. Young Sakura wanted to cry along with Broly, but after crying for a few sentences, she found that Broly was crying more miserably, as if his parents had died, so she stopped. Please stop crying, please. Young Sakura trying to comfort Broly. Cake, pudding. But Broly cried even harder. He felt extremely sad when he thought that the food would be gone from him in a few days. No, you just ran out of delicious food. Compared to me, at least you still have a home to go back to. Young Sakura said. I could endure darkness if I had never seen the light, but how do you want me to endure darkness after I have seen the light? Broly asked the girl back the information that popped up in his mind. Young Sakura. She felt the same way. She was so carefree and happy in the Tosaka family. But after being sent to the Matu family as an adopted daughter and thrown into the insect warehouse for transformation, her life was so dark and desperate that she could not bear it at all. Again, I would like to remind the host that Matu Sakura's mood continues to be low, and her happiness value is further decreasing. Too low a happiness value will affect the goal. When she is successfully invited to become a member of the Crystal Palace, the conversion benefits of happiness points will increase. Note: happiness points can be used to redeem items that the host has experienced before, including but not limited to daily necessities, food, etc. After returning to Wampa Star, can I also exchange for food from this world? Can. Broly stopped crying. Woo. Young Sakura wanted to continue crying. Do not cry. The spell was interrupted by Broly. Young Sakura. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Recover Lost Territory by Force. Chapter 8, Recover Lost Territory by Force. Now, the question facing Broly is how to gain happiness points. There are two ways to obtain happiness points. The first is when your wife's unit is conquered and she agrees to become a formal member of Crystal Palace. Depending on her happiness value, it will be exchanged for corresponding happiness points at a ratio of 1 to 100. The second way is that after your wife becomes a member of the Crystal Palace, continuing to interact with her will generate happiness values, but they will only be exchanged for corresponding happiness points at a 1:1 ratio. Note: happiness has a limited freshness and will become dull as time goes by, but warmth will always exist. As long as there is love, happiness points will continue to be generated. Broly only half understood what was said, but he understood one thing: he had to make his wife happy in order to get happiness points that could be exchanged for food. But, how can I make my wife happy? Broly looked at the young Sakura beside him, who was crying but had temporarily stopped crying because of his words, and was looking at him in confusion. After analyzing the D95 world intelligence information collected by the Crystal Palace, the behavior of satisfying the needs of the object can provide motivation for the individual named wife to increase the happiness value. Satisfy. Broly was stunned for a moment, and then the Crystal Palace gave him a smarter interpretation in words he could understand. That is, the host is hungry, and his wife gives him food, so the host feels satisfied, which is the happiness brought by satisfying needs. Broly realized it, and he asked the crying girl directly, "Do you want to eat?" Young Sakura was confused by his question. Why did he ask her if she wanted to eat for no apparent reason? "No, I'm not hungry." But she still answered Broly's question honestly. Hearing this, Broly was a little stunned, and asked the Crystal Palace why his methods didn't work. The Crystal Palace that was being questioned also had some downtime at this moment. After a while, it finally answered the question. When one is hungry and is given food, one will feel satisfied and happy after eating. This is the personal condition for the host to feel happy, and it is not a condition for others to feel happy. In different situations, different people will have different personal conditions for being satisfied and happy. Please analyze the needs of the object yourself to meet the needs of the other party and increase the other party's happiness value. What should I do? Broly demanded. Reminder: this Crystal Palace only provides the basic conditions for conquering a wife, and has no obligation to conquer a wife on behalf of the host. According to Article 38 of the original system law, we will abide by the role of assisting the cheats, rather than replacing the host as a high-level proxy. The words from the Crystal Palace paused in my mind, and then continued to ring. In other words, please be self-reliant and try your best to satisfy your wife by yourself, so as to gain happiness points. Broly. How can I satisfy you? He looked at young Sakura and asked her directly. Young Sakura was very confused. What on earth did this little brother with a tail want to satisfy her? Was it his belly? But she had eaten a full meal at night. So she's not really hungry now. How can I make you happy? Broly asked again. This time he approached young Sakura, staring at young Sakura with a pair of inquiring eyes at a close distance. Young Sakura was a little overwhelmed by being looked at and had no idea how to answer. By the way, you said you wanted to go home. At this moment, Broly suddenly remembered what the other party had just said. I'll take you home tomorrow, okay? Broly asked. Young Ying made a sound of doubt and then said hesitantly, but my parents don't want me anymore. You want to go home, what does it have to do with your parents? Broly didn't quite understand. But that's their home. Young Sakura said weakly. But it's also your home. Broly lay down again, raised his little fist and showed it to the girl next to him. Don't worry. If your parents want to take your home away from you, I will use force to take it back for you and then drive them out. Broly's speech is very Saiyan-like, which is also part of the Saiyan education instilled in him by Paragus, that if you want to get something, you can use force to snatch it. This. Is it possible to take back the home and then kick her parents out? No, should I say, is the home that drives parents out still a home? Young Sakura's mind was a little confused, but she could feel Broly's sincerity. Thank you, but if possible, please don't kick my parents out of the house. Young Sakura did not doubt whether Broly could kick his parents out of the house, so he made a request. If you can be happy, I won't drive them away. Broly agreed seriously. Thank you. Young Sakura thanked him again and gradually fell asleep on the pillow. Broly also yawned. The warm quilt gave him a different experience and he gradually fell asleep. There was no conversation that night, except that the girl frowned in her sleep. She only calmed down after she moved next to the boy and hugged Broly as if he were a warm pillow. In the morning, Fujimura Taiga came to see what was going on. He knocked on the door gently, pushed it open and walked into the room. What he saw were the two little ones sleeping in each other's arms, and there was a quilt on the floor that had not been spread out next to them. The two little ones are so cute when they sleep together. This was the most immediate thought that came to Fujimura Taiga's mind when she saw the two little guys sleeping in the quilt. She did not wake them up, but squatted beside them and watched the two little guys sleeping in the quilt, and gradually developed some fantasies about her future. To put it simply, it is about fantasizing about the future, marrying an unknown Prince Charming, and then having two children with him. A man and a woman, no matter they are brother and sister, it should be a happy thing to appreciate their sleeping posture every day. Well, here now, you can take a photo of a scam tricking an ignorant girl into giving birth to a child. Fujimura Taiga's happiness value is continuing to rise. Broly was awakened by the reminder sound of the Crystal Palace. When he opened his eyes, he saw a smiling girl squatting next to him. Then, he felt something was clinging to his body. When he looked down, he saw a small head resting on his chest. Young Sakura used him as a pillow, with most of her body pressed on him. Fortunately, Broly had a good sleeping posture. Otherwise a serious accident would have happened last night. Killing with my sister in my arms, I would rather kill in my dreams. This strange information emerged in Broly's mind, and he gently pushed the girl who was sleeping on him. Woo! Young Sakura woke up in a daze, and saw a boy's face in front of her. What? She screamed, and when she got up and saw Fujimura Taiga beside her, she realized that she was no longer at the Mata family. At this moment, he felt something furry rubbing against his calf, and when he looked down he saw that it was Broly's tail. Broly was also a little frightened by the reaction of young Sakura. Although there was no frightened reaction on his face, the shaking of his tail highlighted his emotions. He was not as calm as he seemed and was a little uneasy. "I'm sorry I pressed you." Young Sakura quickly apologized. "It's okay, you're not heavy, and your body is soft and warm, just like Baya's tail, although without the fur." "What is Baya?" "Baya is my friend. I like to sleep on it. Sometimes it covers me with its body." Broly explained, and young Sakura seemed to understand, but Fujimura Taiga next to her said that he was not aware of the children's coded communication language. "Why are you here?" Broly looked at Fujimura Taiga and asked. "I came to ask you to have breakfast, but since you were sleeping soundly, I didn't disturb you." When Broly is sleeping, he is generally more alert, but ordinary people in this world are too weak. Using a combat power detector, their combat power may be less than 5 points. For the Saiyans, whose combat power is generally above 3 digits, normal humans in this world are almost no different from ants on the roadside. "Have a meal." Broly was shocked. "I just had dinner yesterday. Can I have dinner again today?" he asked. "Well, if I don't eat, what should I do when I'm hungry?" Fujimura Taiga was also a little surprised. "If I don't train, I won't feel hungry for 2 or 3 days." Broly answered truthfully that he didn't lead a normal life with 3 meals a day. For him, meals were not fixed and he would go hunting when he was hungry. When he is not hungry, he either receives training from his father Paragus or plays with Baya. Fujimura Taiga didn't know what to say. In her understanding, Broly's answer was a wandering life with hunger and fullness. "No wonder you ate so much last night, but it doesn't matter, you will have food every day from now on." Fujimura Taiga felt a little sorry for the boy and gave him this assurance. Hearing this, Broly's favorability towards Fujimura Taiga skyrocketed, but unfortunately, he knew clearly that he would have to go home in 5 days. Even if the second wife is willing to support herself, she will be forced to end this support after 5 days because of separation. Unless he could take her and her food home with him, back to Wampa. Reminder, the host can only take away non-living objects that have direct contact with his skin. If you want to take your wife away, please unlock the internal space of the Crystal Palace before you can do so. Interior space. Currently, the Crystal Palace is at level LV1, with 0/5 official members. After having 5 official members, the Crystal Palace will automatically upgrade to LV2, unlocking the internal space construction function. The host can spend corresponding happiness points to build buildings on the site that he has experienced before. Currently, the host has 0 happiness points. The target to be conquered is Sakura Matu, whose happiness value is 1. The target 2 is Fujimura Taiga, whose happiness value is 31. Crystal Palace provided a lot of information, and Broly felt that his brain was not enough. But he was clear about one thing, that is, he couldn't take away many things from this world. This rice is delicious, give me another bowl. A day's plan begins in the morning, and the breakfast tastes delicious. Knowing that Fujimura Taiga would give him meals for the next 5 days, Broly did not overeat himself, but still finished 5 buckets of rice and 2 pots of vegetables. Fujimura Lehua's eyelids were twitching. Last night someone came to report to him that the child brought home by his granddaughter was a big eater. I just didn't expect him to eat so much. He's even more of a glutton than a rice bucket. I have no idea what his stomach is made of. He can hold so much. He eats the amount of food for more than 10 people in 1 meal and 3 meals a day. At this eating pattern, raising this child is equivalent to raising more than a dozen adult men who eat for free. Even though Fujimura Rega is the big brother of the underworld in Fuyuki City, he felt a headache for a moment. It's not that he couldn't afford to support her, but he felt that the cost-effectiveness was a bit low. In his eyes, Broly is just a kid who can eat, nothing more. I hope this child can have the ability to eat as much as he can in the future. Now that the person has been brought into the house, it is impossible to kick him out. Fujimura Lehua can only hope this way. Considering that my granddaughter's temperament is similar to mine, I may not be able to find someone to get along with in the future. Thinking of Tong Yangfu, the big brother of the underworld in Fuyuki City felt much better. Are you guys going out later? Taiga Fujimura asked. Yes, I'm going to take her home. Broly pointed at young Sakura and told them what to do next. She still has a home. When Fujimura Taikawa asked this question, he realized he had said something wrong. That was not what I meant. She quickly explained to the young Sakura whose face fell. I know that Sister Fujimura means no harm. Young Sakura was a sensible child and understood her explanation. I plan to use force to take back her home. Broly said while clenching his fists. From whose hands? In the hands of her parents. If her parents don't want her anymore, I will beat them until they want her. Fujimura Taiga. She had only seen armed tax collection in history books, but had never seen anyone return home violently. In a sense, this is like having my eyes opened by a little child. I'll go with you. When Broly was about to go out with young Sakura, Fujimura Taiga also came out of the dojo with his tiger bamboo sword, intending to go with them. This kind of violence, ahem, how can we let a poor child who has lost her father do this good deed alone to send the girl home? Of course, she should be the only one to do it. Fujimura Taiga was not very clear about the specific situation of the girl named Sakura, but he knew that she was abandoned by her parents. This kind of thing is problematic. And Fujimura Taikawa will go to the house and give the parents of that girl a good lecture. At the Tusaka residence, a man in priest robes came here. Kaire, you know why I asked you to come here, right? Yes, the teacher said it when he sent the familiar here, it was for the missing little daughter. Although Sakura was adopted by the Mata family and has officially severed ties with the Tosaka family, she is still my daughter. As her biological father, I cannot ignore the fact that she was abducted by an unknown heroic spirit. The man in a red suit said so. He is the current head of the Tusaka family. The Pot King of the Type Moon world, Sakura Mata's biological father, Tosaka Tokiomi. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Stone Gift. Chapter 9, Stone Gift. But as far as I know, the Mata family also participated in this Holy Grail war. Kotomine Kaire said with a frown. I know what you're worried about, but Mata Korea, who joined the war on behalf of the Mata family, is just a guy who gave up the path of magic halfway through. Although the Holy Grail war places more emphasis on the strength of the summoned heroic spirits themselves, if the master is a half-baked magus, then no matter how powerful the summoned servants are, it will be useless because they themselves are weaknesses as the masters. However, you do have to be on guard, which is why I asked you to come here. Kaire, I need you to use the power of your servant assassin to investigate the circumstances here. Regardless of whether this is a conspiracy by the Mata family, or an unknown force really kidnapped Sakura, I hope you can figure out what's going on here. Then bring Sakura back as safely as possible. Got it, Tokiomi-sensei. This is a picture of Sakura. Tosaka Tokiomi took out a photo from his pocket. There were 2 little girls in the photo, who were his 2 lovely daughters. And the younger one, when she was still called Tosaka Sakura, smiled so innocently and happily. What a lovely child, not inferior to Miss Lin at all. Kotomine Kaire said politely with an expressionless face. Sakura's talent is indeed not inferior to Rin's, but unfortunately the Tosaka family only has one magic inheritance. No matter which child inherits the magic inheritance, the other child who cannot inherit the magic inheritance will suffer the misfortune brought by the rare talent. As he spoke, Tosaka Tokiomi sighed. This was also the reason why he did not refuse when the Mata family proposed to adopt a daughter from the Tosaka family as the future successor to the Mata family's magic. Okay, Kaire, hurry up and act. I'm worried about the child's safety. Tosaka Tokiomi picked up the red wine glass and signaled to the disciple next to him that it was time to take action. Is the child lost, Tokiomi? Why don't you come to me for help? After Kotomine Kaire left, a blond man walked in from the balcony. He had a pair of crimson vertical pupils like those of a snake. Who else could he be but Mr. Jin, an enthusiastic citizen of the future Fuyuki city? He looked bored and wanted to find something to do. For the former 5th king of Uruk, searching for his minister's missing daughter was just a way to pass the time. If Tosaka Tokiomi kneeled down and begged him with a pious attitude, Gilgamesh would help him as if he was just doing something he did when he was bored and wanted to satisfy his subjects' request. How dare I ask the great hero king to condescend to me? This is just my own personal matter. In response to the kindness of his servant, Tosaka Tokiomi spoke respectfully. Hey, what a boring guy. Seeing his respectful appearance, Gilgamesh suddenly felt disappointed. His situation was like a tyrant who suddenly wanted to do something good, but his subordinates did not believe that he would do good things. However, due to his noble status, they dared not refute him. Then they had to deal with him by showing the same respectful attitude as Tosaka Tokiomi at the moment, which was impeccable. Tosaka Tokiomi. If this wasn't the arrogant and proud hero king, he would have treated the other party as an ordinary familiar. Although the 2 remaining command seals in his hand could also force the opponent to obey, using the command seals on such a waste of effort would be a waste of effort. How could he fight the Holy Grail war later? Does he have to use gem magic himself to fight against those monstrous heroic spirits head-on? Just as Tosaka Tokiomi responded to the King of Heroes' comments with silence, Kotomine Kaire suddenly walked back from outside the study. Why are you back? Tosaka Tokiomi asked, breaking the silence. Teacher, you don't have to look for your daughter. She is outside. Kotomine Kaire replied with a somewhat subtle expression. He was just about to go out to look for someone with the photo when he ran into 3 people who were about to ring the doorbell at the door. And one of them is the little girl in the photo. Okay. Hearing this, Tosaka Tokiomi was stunned for a moment, and then asked about the specific situation. I didn't ask, but the people who sent your daughter home were two people, one big and one small. The younger one is a boy about the same age as your daughter, and the older one is a girl holding a bamboo sword. The other party looks aggressive, but he is just an ordinary person." Kotomine Kaire explained what he had seen, and followed Saka Tokiomi outside. "Father." When Saka Tokiomi arrived at the entrance outside, he heard his little daughter's surprised cry, but it was just a cry. Young Sakura stood outside the door of the Tusaka family with a hesitant look, not daring to step into the house. "Cherry." Saka Tokiomi's gaze softened, but before he could say anything, he was greeted by the 1988 Type Moon World's version of T0. "You must be the father of this child. I never thought that a rich man living in such a big villa would abandon his young daughter." Fujimura Taiga started cursing as soon as they met, pointing the bamboo sword in her hand at Saka Tokiomi's nose. She was furious when she saw young Sakura shrinking back and not daring to enter the house. What on earth had this child endured in this family that even when he was at the door and it was already open, he still stood outside and didn't dare to go in? "A bastard like you who abandoned his daughter, can you still be considered a man or a father?" The scolded Saka Tokiomi. The corner of Kotomine Kaire's mouth twitched next to him, while Mr. Jin behind him had an expression of watching a show as if he was just watching a spectator show. "Today, she can come in if you want her to, and she will have to come in even if you don't want her to. If you don't want to be kicked out of this house by me with my fists, you'd better be sensible and let her go home." After Fujimura Taiga's opening scolding, Broly also raised his fist and walked forward, making a threatening gesture on the other side of the young Sakura. The two people, one on the left and one on the right, are like street yakuza threatening shops that dare not pay sanitation management fees. However, the two people who did this were a young and beautiful junior high school girl and a little boy who looked like he was in the last year of kindergarten, so the actual effect was Connor's version of the dragon's roar. Saka Tokiomi thought that the disappearance of his little daughter might be a conspiracy of the Matu family in this Holy Grail war. He also thought that there was really a master with other despicable means who was plotting against the Matu and Tozaka families. But he never expected that his little daughter would come to his house with two such people the day after the news of her being kidnapped came. One of them started to curse him and say he was not a good father as soon as they met, and the other one, who was not very old, raised his fist and threatened him. For a moment, Saka Tokiomi had three questions in his life: who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? My daughter was probably abducted from the Matu family, right? After a pause, Saka Tokiomi asked this question to his disciple. If what you said when you informed me with your familiar is correct, it is like this. Kotomine Kaire replied expressionlessly. Who can tell me now what exactly is happening in front of me? Saka Tokiomi asked, but Kotomine Kaire couldn't answer him because he didn't know what the situation was. Foolish minister, why don't you just ask your daughter and you will know the situation clearly? Mr. Jin was like a guiding light at this time and gave his instructions to Saka Tokiomi. Then he walked up to the girl, stood at the entrance a short distance away, and asked, Ying, can you tell Dad what happened? Someone from the Matu family came to see you yesterday and said that you were kidnapped. No one kidnapped me. I was rescued. After arriving at the Matu family, I was thrown into a basement full of bugs by my grandfather. Those bugs were crawling on my body and it was so painful. It was Broly who suddenly appeared and saved me from the pile of bugs. Young Sakura plucked up the courage to tell her father about her experiences in the Matu family. Saka Tokiomi frowned upon hearing this. The Matu family did have the magic to manipulate insect familiars, but he could not understand why his little daughter, who was adopted as the heir to the magic world, was thrown into a basement full of insects. Why did that guy Matazukan throw you into a basement full of bugs? He asks. Grandpa said he wanted to transform my magic attributes. Young Sakura answered honestly. Magic attribute, but isn't the magic attribute of the Matu family water? Could it be? Saka Tokiomi had some guesses, but he didn't express them out loud. Then they are. He turned and asked about the two people next to him. This is Broly, the one who saved me from the bug house. This is Sister Fujimura, who took us in last night when we were homeless. Young Sakura introduced. To Saka Tokiomi. Homeless, what a homeless person. It was so ironic to hear these words coming from the little daughter's mouth. There may be some misunderstandings here. Taking a deep breath, Saka Tokiomi broke the stalemate at the door and spoke. Fujimura Taiga was still thinking about bugs and magicians, and when he heard Saka Tokiomi's misunderstanding, he immediately exploded. There's no misunderstanding. Look, she doesn't even dare to step into her own house. That tells you what an irresponsible father you are. Saka Tokiomi was scolded again, but since the girl in front of him was an ordinary person and had taken in his little daughter, as an elegant gentleman he could not get angry. He could only patiently explain that his daughter was adopted into another family as a foster daughter. Of course. Saka Tokiomi did not mention the inheritance of the magic way, he simply said that the Saka family and the Mata family were old friends. In his mind, he had already regarded the incident of his little daughter being abducted by the heroic spirit as a situation where his daughter could not withstand the transformation of her magical attributes and then ran away from the Mata family, with her helper being the boy named Broly next to her. Then why don't you let her go back to her real home? Broly asked. There's no such thing as not letting you go home. It's just that this involves the inheritance of the family business. After the adoption is completed, we will make a clear division. This is inevitable. When Sakura grows up, if she wants to come back here, there will be no problem. Ah, is this how wealthy families deal with adopted children? Fujimura Taikawa sighed inwardly. From what he had just heard, this tiger of the Eastwood had already imagined in his mind some of the drama about the two wealthy families adopting children. However, Broly did not have such a rich imagination as her, and Saka Tokiomi's words only made him feel confused. He shook his head and asked the man at the entrance, so, can she go home now? Of course. Saka Tokiomi nodded and said. Young Sakura's eyes lit up, but she was still a little hesitant. The previous separation and estrangement were under normal adoption circumstances, but this situation is no longer normal. So, Ying, you are still my child. The elegant gentleman opened his arms to his little daughter. Oh Dosen! Young Sakura couldn't help it, so she ran into the house and threw herself into her father's arms. Whoa! She couldn't help crying, but her father's arms were still so broad. I think if my father knew what happened to me in the Mata family, he would definitely come to take me home. That bad grandfather must have deceived her father and didn't let him know what actually happened to her in the Mata family. That's why her father didn't come. Young Sakura found an excuse for why her father didn't come to save her. With the excuse, she quickly forgave the man who was her father, and continued to regard him as an important person she depended on, gradually gaining a feeling of peace of mind from him. Mata Sakura's happiness value is continuing to rise. Although I have figured out that this is a misunderstanding, I still want to say that you are still an irresponsible and bad father for giving your daughter away to someone who abused her without even knowing the situation of the adoptive family. Fujimura Taiga was still ranting, and Saka Tokiomi had no way to refute this, so he could only say, it was indeed my negligence, but I am grateful to both of you for helping my daughter. After thinking for a while, Saka Tokiomi took out 2 high-quality gems from his pocket. My Tozaka family is in the jewelry business. As he said this, he handed the gem in his hand to the boy and girl in front of him. These 2 gems are not precious. Please accept this thank you gift. Fujimura Taiga wanted to curse a few words, but the man in front of him gave him too much. Broly just took a look and lost interest in the blue stone after realizing it was a stone and not food. Shiny gems are common props for increasing the happiness value of the opposite sex. They are mainly used as gifts. However, The reminder of the crystal palace that appeared in his mind made Broly change his attitude towards gems. For you. He took the sapphire from Saka Tokiomi's hand without any hesitation, then turned around and stuffed it into the hands of the young Sakura next to him. Young Sakura was stunned when a sapphire was stuffed into her mouth, and subconsciously looked up at her father beside her. What does it mean? Saka Tokiomi was a little surprised and asked with a slightly frown. I gave her a stone, do you have any objection? Broly asked bluntly, causing Saka Tokiomi to choke. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, The Elegant Teaching of the Father-in-Law. Chapter 10, The Elegant Teachings of the Old Father-in-Law. Ying, this is a thank you gift for the people who helped you, return it quickly. Saka Tokiomi could only turn around and give instructions to his little daughter beside him. Just after being accepted by her father, young Sakura was still very obedient and wanted to return the sapphire in her hand to Broly. However, Broly did not answer. He just frowned and looked at Saka Tokiomi with a little hostility in his eyes. This person prevented him from increasing the girl's happiness value, which was equivalent to blocking him from obtaining food. He was doomed to death. But the other person is the father of young Sakura. If he kills him, the girl will definitely be sad. This makes Broly hesitant and he doesn't know what to do for a while. This is something for you. I want to make you happier. After thinking about it, Broly could only act like a domineering little savage from planet Vampa and said this to young Sakura in a tough tone. Young Sakura, to Saka Tokiomi, The other people who were watching this scene almost had exclamation marks on their heads. This is where things get interesting. Mr. Jin expressed his opinion on this. He could clearly tell that the boy was telling the truth. When a little boy says something to a little girl in order to make her happier, it is usually just a joke, but now it is confirmed to be true. Isn't it interesting? Of course, part of the fun here is due to Saka Tokiomi. The look of surprise on the face of this serious man at this moment gives people a contrast. Mr. Jin became somewhat interested as he found out that this rigid guy could also show this kind of expression, but he didn't know what other expressions he could show. He is just a child. What he expresses may be different from what I understand. Saying this to himself in his heart, Saka Tokiomi gave a fake smile. You can't say this to women casually, even if they are young. As a man, you should be elegant and behave like a gentleman. Saka Tokiomi began to instill his knowledge of elegance and gentlemanliness into a child. I will only make my wife happier and I won't say this to other people casually. Broly listened humbly, thought about it, and gave an answer. Calling a woman wife is also very impolite and ungentlemanly behavior. Saka Tokiomi said again. But she is my wife. Although he was talking about his wife, what he was thinking about was the food the girl fed him yesterday, including the dazzling insects in the basement. Broly's words were very firm. What do you mean? Saka Tokiomi didn't understand the boy's attitude until the young Sakura tugged at his clothes and said in a rather euphemistic tone that she had agreed to become the wife of the little brother who saved her from the pile of insects, saying that she had no way to repay him for saving her life. Saka Tokiomi was silent at first, then his defense was broken, and then this person said that this was just a joke between children and it didn't count. She gave me food, so she has to be responsible for me. In response to this, Broly's mind popped up these words, and he used them directly. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. Broly's remarks were too new, and everyone had to digest their meaning. Then if I give you food, does that mean I am responsible for you? After a while, Saka Tokiomi asked. You can't be responsible because you can't be my wife. Broly answered the question seriously, and his serious look made Mr. Jin finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Some absurd words, if spoken by an adult, would certainly be extremely absurd, but if spoken by a child, they can be regarded as the child's wild imagination. Mr. Jin likes this kind of imagination. Don't we have sex reassignment surgery in this era? These are some hospital advertisements he saw when he was watching TV when he was bored. Why don't you just go get that surgery, Tokyo-me, and become a woman and become the wife of this child? Mr. Jin directly gave some bad and malicious advice to the subjects of this elegant gentleman in the present world. Of course, if you do not accept the sex change technology of this era, I also have sex change potions in my treasure house that I can give you. Hero King, you are joking. The corners of Saka Tokyo-me's eyes and mouth twitched as he replied to his servant, but in his heart he kept reminding himself to be elegant and maintain the demeanor of a gentleman. If you really want Ying to be your wife, then you still have a long way to go. At least you have to become an extremely outstanding person. From the conversation just now, Saka Tokyo-me also realized that there might be problems with this child's cognition. But he had no intention of correcting the other party's perception, but instead put forward his own criteria for selecting a future son-in-law as a father. There is only one condition, and that is the excellence of the son-in-law. As for the definition of excellence, it is naturally as strict as possible. Excellence means being superior to others and being able to do things that ordinary people cannot do. If this child can really become an outstanding person in the future, then even if I marry my little daughter, I believe it will be something I can accept at that time. Excellent. Broly frowned and remembered the word, but not entirely because of Saka Tokyo-me's words, but because of the hint of the Crystal Palace. Becoming an excellent person is indeed helpful for the host to capture his wife. So how do I become an excellent person? Broly asked. That's up to you to figure out, but my advice is to always be elegant and gentlemanly. Saka Tokyo-me continued to instill his own elegant outlook on life, while the Crystal Palace's reminder was only that there are 1,000 hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people, and excellence is a more subjective view, so let Broly, the host, judge for himself. In this regard, Broly just wants to ask, what is Hamlet and can it be eaten? He always has this habit, when a new noun appears in his mind, he always asks if he can eat it. Usually, he received no response. Hamlet is a tragic story and cannot be eaten. However, this time Crystal Palace responded. After getting the answer, Broly lost interest. His focus returned to how to make himself an outstanding person. Although Crystal Palace asked him to make his own judgment, isn't there someone in front of him who he can ask for advice? What is elegance and what is grace? Saka Tokyo-me did not realize how terrifying Broly was when he was a curious baby. When Broly asked him this, he was a bit of a teacher and gave the boy his own interpretation of elegance and grace. However, when Broly's follow-up questions followed and began to turn into a machine of asking 100,000 whys, even someone as elegant as Saka Tokyo-me could not stand being asked so many questions. Enough! The man roared somewhat ungracefully, but when he realized his own loss of composure, he quickly coughed and regained his previous elegance. I mean, there are still some things going on at home, so it's not convenient for me to continue receiving 2 guests. Saka Tokyo-me found an excuse and sent the 2 of them out respectfully. If I have time in the future, I will invite you 2 to visit the Saka family again. In other words, if you're not invited, it's best not to come. The door was closed, and Fujimura Taiga felt sympathy for Saka Tokyo-me who had driven them away. Broly's constant questioning just now reminded her of what happened in the big bath last night. At that time, she was just like the man just now, trying to explain something to a curious child who was wondering 100,000 questions. The result is a complete failure, and then getting angry and embarrassed and choosing to end the topic. Can you tell me? Broly was still not satisfied and looked at Fujimura Taiga. It's noon, do you want to go eat? Fujimura Taiga changed the subject before the question was asked. When he heard that it was time to eat, Broly put aside some elegant issues that he had not yet figured out. Want? He replied obediently. Who? After seeing Broly off, Saka Tokyo-me let out a long sigh. Thank you so much for your hard work. Mr. Jin felt sympathy for the unfortunate master. If it were him, if he was asked like that, he would definitely not be able to resist taking action. I originally thought that Saka Tokiomi was a boring guy, but now I feel that he does have some good points. At least, Mr. Jin has now given himself recognition for his elegance and demeanor as an adult man. Hearing this, Saka Tokiomi was stunned. He didn't expect that this tyrannical hero king would say such a thing. For a moment, he felt a little ashamed. I still haven't mastered my grace and elegance. I was just broken by a kid. I still need to practice more. After Saka Tokiomi sent his daughter back to her room, Kotomine Kaire walked over and asked, "Teacher Tokiomi, do I need to investigate further about Miss Sakura?" "No need. Sakura's body was not tampered with. She should have taken the opportunity to run away from the Mata family. Although running away from home is a bit naughty, it also made me discover some problems of the Mata family." Saka Tokiomi narrowed his eyes, walked to the side, picked up the receiver on the table, and dialed the number of the Mata family using this old-fashioned phone. "Hey!" After the microphone was connected, a hoarse voice came from the other end. "Sakura has gone home." Saka Tokiomi spoke directly without beating around the bush. As expected of the head of the Tosaka family, you easily took Sakura back from the hands of those who kidnapped her. Matazukan complimented him. "I didn't take her back. She found her on her own and told me some of her experiences in the Mata family." Saka Tokiomi's tone was cold, and no emotion could be heard. "Is it?" In response to this, Matazukan asked back. He didn't quite believe what Saka Tokiomi said. The efficient retrieval speed made him think that this was a play directed and performed by Saka Tokiomi himself. "Master Matu, don't you intend to explain this to me?" Saka Tokiomi asked. "What do you want me to explain?" "Explain why my adopted daughter was thrown into a pile of bugs by you. Explain when the magic heritage of your Mata family changed from water attribute to bug attribute." Saka Tokiomi asked in a calm voice, and now one could tell that he was going to call for an explanation. "The world is changing, and so is the Mata family. The magic that was passed down in the past has caused the bloodline of the Mata family's magicians to decline. In order to pass on the legacy, our Mata family always needs to make some changes. Whether it is to modify the magic attributes of our family, or to get a child with excellent qualifications from your Tosaka family, it is just to allow the magic heritage of my Mata family to continue. This is my answer. I wonder if Master Tosaka is satisfied. The decline of the Mata family is an objective fact. It is understandable that Saka Tokiomi changed the family's magical attributes for the sake of family inheritance, because if it were him, he would do the same. You shouldn't have hidden anything like this from me," Saka Tokiomi said. "Master Tosaka, have you forgotten that our two families are not only allies, but also rivals in the competition for the Holy Grail? Will you reveal all your cards to your rivals?" Matazukan asked back. "Will not." After a moment of silence, Saka Tokiomi answered. "So, are you planning on sending Sakura back to the Mata family, or do you have other plans for this?" Matazukan asked again. Now the choice is in the hands of Saka Tokiomi. If the man does not intend to send his daughter back to the Mata family, then he has to consider finding a child with the qualifications of a magician and returning to the Mata family for transformation. There is no need to turn against each other. Saka Tokiomi is not weak as a magician. Moreover, as a master participating in the Fourth Holy Grail War, he has now summoned a formidable heroic spirit. If he really attacks unreasonably with the heroic spirit, it will be impossible to stop him with the half-baked heroic spirit summoned by Mata Korea. Dong dong dong. Sitting on the sofa, Saka Tokiomi tapped his fingers on the table. If the Holy Grail ceremony had not started so early and could have been delayed for another 4 or 5 years, he would have sought an extra magical inheritance for his little daughter. But unfortunately, there was no such assumption, and Tosaka Tokiomi did not expect that his youngest daughter would have the same high talent as his eldest daughter as a magus. When he knew Sakura's talent, the Holy Grail War was already approaching, and Tosaka Tokiomi no longer had the energy to make arrangements for her. Therefore, when he learned that the Mata family needed a stepson to inherit the family's magic, he felt extremely fortunate. Even now, we already know the properties of the Mata family's magic, which has changed from water to insects. The Mata family, which needs a magic heir, is still the best choice for him to entrust his youngest daughter to. I will let Ying go back, but please be gentle when you transform her magic properties. Tosaka Tokiomi's reply surprised Matazukan. After hanging up the phone, the old man said to himself in a somewhat uncertain voice, could it be that kidnapping Ying was not his plan? Forget it, no matter whether it is true or not, it is a good thing that the boy from the Tosaka family is willing to send his daughter back. Well, we have to call that guy Korea back, lest someone else kidnap important experimental materials from the Mata family. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Barbecue Truth Education. Chapter 11 Barbecue Truth Education. At the barbecue restaurant, Broly was brought by Fujimura Taiga to have lunch. While he was quickly finishing the meat that the girl had grilled and put on his plate, he was looking at a jewelry store opposite through the glass window. Why are you staring at the jewelry store? Are you regretting giving back the sapphire someone gave you as a thank you gift? Fujimura Taikawa followed the boy's gaze and saw the jewelry store across the street, so he couldn't help but ask. The sapphire that Sakura's father gave me is of top quality. If it were converted into money, I'm afraid I could have eaten many meals of this barbecue. No, I don't regret it. Hearing this, Broly shook his head. I gave her that stone just to make her happy. Then why are you staring at the jewelry store? Fujimura Taiga asked curiously. I gave her something, but I didn't give you anything. But I don't have that kind of stone anymore, so I want to go to a place where there are such stones and get some of them back for you. Broly answered this question very seriously, which is why he kept looking at the jewelry store after discovering it. So, you want to buy me some jewelry? Fujimura Taiga put another piece of roasted pork belly on the boy's plate. Hey, do I need money to get that kind of stone? Broly asked with a frown while eating the pork belly. Generally speaking, it is necessary. Taiga Fujimura replied. Unless you can find an unowned gem mine and mine it yourself, this is an exception. She added. Where are the gem mines? Broly questioned. I don't know about that. Fujimura Taiga shook his head and took out the sapphire to look at it. The ocean blue color was really intoxicating. Then can I get this kind of stone by robbing it? Suddenly, Broly pointed at the jewelry store across the street, clenched his fist and asked. It's wrong to steal things. Upon hearing this, Fujimura Taiga began to educate him. Besides, if you want to give it as a gift, no one would want stolen goods, at least I don't want them. Hey, you don't want it? Broly was stunned, looking at the girl who was somewhat obsessed with sapphire, and for a moment he couldn't tell the truth of her words. Of course, I am an honest man. The eldest daughter of the Fujimura family, who has a pure underworld background and whose grandfather had done an arms deal with someone else yesterday, said such words. I'm telling you, you're still young, but don't go astray and become a bad kid. Fujimura Taiga could feel that Broly was just a simple child. Although there are some cognitive problems, I don't want to see the other person go astray because of naivety. What is a bad boy? Bad kids are. When Fujimura Taiga said this, she quickly stopped because she saw the expression of I'm curious on the boy's face. In short, you just need to remember that you can't steal or rob anything casually. Otherwise, I won't be your wife, and I won't give you barbecue to eat. The orange-haired girl said with a straight face, and the concept she instilled in Broly of not stealing or robbing and being an upright and good child was different from the Saiyan concept that Paragus instilled in Broly since he was a child. In the concept instilled by Paragus, anything can be robbed as long as you have the strength to do so, including the king of your own race, the throne under your butt. The difference in concepts made Broly a little confused, but with the help of barbecue, he quickly stood on the side of Fujimura Taiga. To sum it up in one sentence, everything Fujimura Taiga says about his wife, who is now grilling meat for him, is right, and Broly will nod and agree unconditionally. As for the traditional Saiyan concepts that were instilled in him by his father Paragus, under the current circumstances, there is no need to think about them at all. At this moment, Broly's brain belongs to the barbecue sage. What Fujimura Taiga said is like the truth, leaving some traces in his brain along with the delicious barbecue he eats. The meal cost nearly 30,000 yen, and 90% of the meat was eaten by Broly alone. When paying the bill, the owner of the barbecue restaurant was just glad that his restaurant was not opened as a buffet-type store, but he was also sweating profusely. After returning to the Fujimura family, Broly, who was free, suddenly didn't know what to do. When he saw the big tree in the backyard of the Fujimura mansion, the lush green leaves gave him a sense of familiarity, so he climbed up using his hands and feet. Not soft at all. But after he came to the tree canopy and lay down, Broly realized that this thing, which looked the same color as Baya's body, was not comfortable at all to lie on. Go home. Young Sakura's successful return home and the joy she showed on the surface when she returned home still had some impact on young Broly. Now that he had nothing to do, Broly recalled what he used to do whenever he had free time on planet Wampa. He should be lying on Baya's body, looking up at the sky of Vampa, which is mostly blue and cloudless. Although the sky above his head is also blue now, there are some white clouds, which is a very rare sight on Vampa, where there is very little water vapor. That cloud looks like the ice cream I just ate. Broly licked his lips, as if he was savoring the dessert while eating the barbecue. Fortunately, he had just eaten and was not very greedy. That cloud. Time passed while looking at what the clouds were, and Broly gradually fell asleep in the tree canopy. It was not until the evening that I was awakened by the smell of food. He jumped from the treetops without anyone noticing his actions. Following the aroma, Broly came to the kitchen. Looking at the busy chef inside, he thought of Fujimura Taiga who came to call him to eat this morning, and ran out of the kitchen again. He came to the room where Fujimura Taiga told him last night that he could come to her if he had any problems, opened the door and rushed in. There was a low square table in the tatami bedroom. When Broly came in, the orange-haired girl was bending over the table and writing furiously. "What are you doing?" When Broly approached and asked curiously from behind, Fujimura Taiga was so scared that the ballpoint pen slipped out of the square in the exercise book. "Don't sneak up on me and talk suddenly from behind, it'll scare me to death," Fujimura Taiga complained, then took out the correction fluid and began to erase the marks made by the ballpoint pen. "So, what are you doing? Do your homework. I am a student after all." "What is a student?" "You're here again, kid, please stop asking so many questions." As he said that, he grabbed Broly into his arms and started rubbing the boy's head. However, considering the other party's situation, Fujimura Taiga still patiently answered the question. A student is someone who seeks knowledge. If people want to survive in this society, they must learn some knowledge. "Well, Broly, do you want to learn knowledge? Can knowledge be eaten?" "Knowledge is not something you can eat, but if you learn well, you can go to a good school. After graduating from a good school, it will be easier to find a good job. If you find a good job, you can earn more money. With more money, you can buy all kinds of food you like. So, it is not wrong to say that you can eat it. Fujimura Daihi is kind and gentle." That. Broly looked like he was thinking, and suddenly broke away from Fujimura Taiga's arms and knelt down beside the girl. "Wife, I want to learn knowledge." With a pair of small hands supporting himself on the ground and his head lowered with a lost look, Broly said these words. Fujimura Taiga looked at him in amazement, totally confused as to what this kid was suddenly doing. He said he was asking for help, but that didn't seem like a doxa. You don't have to be like this. If you want to go to school, I can just ask Grandpa for help. As soon as Fujimura Taiga finished speaking, Broly responded with an "oh" and stood up quickly. The information in his mind was not deceiving him, and it gave him a practical way to ask for things. Apparently, Azai's broken memory is playing tricks on him again. The famous scene from Slam Dunk is reproduced in the Type Moon world in this way. Unfortunately, probably no one in this world can get this joke. By the way, you came into my room to see me, is there something wrong? Taiga Fujimura asked. I'm here to ask you to have dinner. Broly speaks the truth. Why, you don't dare to eat alone. Fujimura Taiga thought the boy was a little scared and was having dinner in the Fujimura mansion with a group of gangsters in the Fujimura group who didn't look like good people. No, you came to call me for dinner this morning, so I thought I should come and call you for dinner. In response, Broly shook his head and expressed his true thoughts. Fujimura Taiga was stunned, and after a while he hugged the boy. Broly, you are such a foul kid. The girl rubbed her face against the boy's. For an only child like her, this kind of cute little brother with a well-behaved personality is exactly what she wants from a little brother. Although it might be scary and annoying when asking questions, this child would come to his room in the evening and call him to eat while he was studying, just because I woke him up in the morning to eat. This may sound quite normal, but that is for those who have younger brothers and are used to being invited to dinner by their younger brothers. As for her, even if someone came to care about her food problem, they would be burly gangsters, such as the one with the scar on his face who called her. But now, look at this little guy who is being kissed, hugged, and rubbed on the face. Can he compare to the guy with the scar on his face? Fujimura Taiga's happiness value continued to rise as he rubbed his face, and it only reached the daily limit after reaching 55 points. Can we go eat now? Broly asked this at this time. He didn't really understand why the other party was so excited and happy because of his words. Excuse me, I'm going to eat with you now. Fujimura Taiga replied with a smile. He had only known him for a little over a day. But getting along with this child who had no sense of boundaries was like having a well-behaved younger brother around him. Just as the two of them went to the dining hall of the Fujimura mansion to eat, the magician killer Emi Yakiritsugu felt a little depressed at the former Fujimura mansion next door that was just sold yesterday. It seems that being too cautious is not a good thing. Yesterday, at the Fujimura mansion, he met the little girl who was adopted by the Mata family from the Tozaka family, and Emi Yakiritsugu had many associations with this. For this reason, he went to investigate the matter today. As a result, before the matter was figured out, the little girl who was adopted by the Tozaka family to the Mata family was sent directly back to the Tozaka family. Coming to his senses, Emi Yakiritsugu realized that meeting the other person might just be a coincidence, and it was not a situation where he was discovered or there was some conspiracy against him. But because of this overly cautious mentality, I wasted a whole day's rest time. I was already sleep-deprived, and now the situation is even worse. How about we cancel tonight's operation and go get some sleep? Kuonmya advised from the side. No, the Holy Grail War is a race against time. Something must have happened between the Tozaka family and the Mata family. I want to take advantage of the problem between the two families to quickly deal with the monarch of the clock tower. Emi Yakiritsugu rejected Kuonmya's proposal. When he came to Fuyuki City before, he designed a fishing plan and asked his wife Iris Veal to play the role of Saber's master, hoping to lure out the enemy and kill him. As a result, the good news was that an enemy actually took the bait, but the bad news was that almost all the enemies who could come came, and one of them even nonchalantly revealed his true identity. Of course, these are not important things. What is important is the first enemy who took the bait, the Lancer, who is a very capable spearman. His martial arts were so amazing that he actually hurt Saber, the legendary King Arthur, causing his servant's hand to be injured. And because the opponent's noble phantasm spear had a high-level curse on it, it could not be healed. Not only did the fishing fail at the beginning, but the servant was weakened by the curse debuff of the enemy servant, which was a very annoying thing. Therefore, Kenneth L. Meloy Archipelago, the powerful lord of the Clock Tower's mineral department who was considered a tough nut to crack in this Holy Grail war, became a person with a relatively high priority for Kiritsugu Emiya to deal with. Of course, the more important point is that the monarch, who is highly skilled in magic, seems to look down on the methods of ordinary people. After arriving in Fuyuki City, he chose a large hotel in a very high-profile manner, booked the top 2 floors of rooms, and turned it into a magic workshop fortress with extremely strong defensive capabilities. If a normal magician were to use his methods, it would definitely be difficult to attack, but what if an ordinary person were to use his methods? Among the supplies purchased by Emiya Kiritsugu were a large number of detonators and explosives. He wanted to let the monarch of the Clock Tower experience what the deep love of Mother Earth is, gravity. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Get a New Identity. Chapter 12 Get a New Identity. An arson occurred at night in the hotel where Kenneth was staying. The arsonist hit the alarm button in advance, giving people in the hotel enough time to evacuate. "There's a fire down there." Sora answered the call from the hotel staff, and after learning the situation, he looked at Kenneth, who was sitting on the sofa on the other side and watching the news on TV about the inexplicable gas leak and explosion in the Bay Port area of Fuyuki City a few days ago. It was an arson attack and the area was cleared early. "I think it was Saber's master who carried out the attack in order to heal the injury on his servant's left hand. Don't worry about it. I have already set up 24 magic spells on this floor and summoned dozens of demons and monsters to guard it. Let the attackers attack as much as they can and see if they can break through the magic workshop fortress built by me, Kenneth L. Meloy. Lancer, go downstairs and prepare to meet the enemy. I won't allow you to fail this time." The blonde man with the slicked back hair was very confident, and the servant with a teardrop mole next to him bowed and responded, "I will live up to my master's expectations." Mr. Kenneth L. Meloy. In the square far away from the hotel, hotel staff were counting the guests staying in the hotel, worried that there were still guests staying in the burning hotel. When the hotel employee shouted for the third time, a man finally responded. Looking at the other person's native appearance, the hotel employee had a subtle expression, as if saying, "Why the hell do you call yourself this name?" and looked at the man with suspicion. "My wife Sora has gone to a safe place, please don't worry," Emiya Kiritsugu said with a blank expression. "Okay." The hotel staff crossed out the names of Kenneth L. Meloy and Sora Nazilet, thinking that this might be a man who changed his name to a foreign one because he was hooking up with a wealthy foreign woman. Emiya Kiritsugu took the opportunity to look at the list in his hand and found that the names of the evacuees had almost been crossed out. He moved away from the evacuated crowd, took out a folding phone from his pocket, and called his assistant Kyuonmi. After confirming from the other party that Kenneth on the top floor of the hotel did not attempt to escape, the magician killer pressed the detonator. There is no such thing as a secret technique for a head-on confrontation. The real safe tactic is to simply blow up the entire building and let the power of the building's free fall kill the enemy. Even if he is as strong as the monarch of the clock tower, it is impossible to survive a fall of 150 meters. Magician killer Mr. raised a flag, then drove away from the scene without looking back. The other attacker who was supposed to be there was now at the Zenjo family compound in Shenyuan town, next to Fuyuki City, because he needed to escort the teacher's little daughter to the other party's mother. He handed the girl with him to Zenjo Aoi. "Teacher's wife, I have brought Miss Ying here. My mission has been completed. Please inform the teacher." "Thank you. I will tell Tokyo Mi." The woman nodded and hugged her little daughter who rushed towards her. "Mom, I miss you so much." Although her father gave young Sakura a sense of security, her mother's embrace was more gentle. "Ying, Mommy misses you too." Zenjo Aoi's eyes showed love for her little daughter. She hugged the girl and buried her face in her hair. And me. Tusaka-rin was jumping up and down beside her, wanting to be closer to her sister whom she had not seen for half a month. Sister. After young Sakura was put down, she threw herself on young Rin and hugged her sister tightly. The scene of mother and daughter reuniting and sisters hugging each other seemed very harmonious, but Kotomine Kaire knew that this was what his teacher wanted to teach the girl who escaped from the Matu family through his wife, telling her to be strong and brave to face the fate of becoming the stepson of the Matu family. Compared to his harsh preaching, the teacher who gave people the stereotype of a magician was surprisingly gentle to his daughter. Then, Master's wife, I won't bother you anymore. Please help Miss Ying to recover as soon as possible. I will come back when that happens. This was a trivial task that was assigned to him by teacher Tsaka Tokyomi, which made it impossible for him to keep a close eye on the whereabouts of other masters and heroic spirits, especially the man named Emi Yakiritsugu. He suppressed the strange dissatisfaction in his heart, left these words, and then Kotomine Kaire left the Zenjo family. Grandpa, Broly wants to learn. When young Sakura was sent to the Zenjo family and was about to receive encouragement from her mother, at the Fujimura family, Broly, who had just taken a bath, was also brought to Fujimura Rega by Fujimura Taiga, and the girl expressed the boy's request to receive education. Please, Grandpa Fujimura. Broly followed what Fujimura Taiga taught him in the bathroom and imitated the gesture of asking the old man for help. Study? Yes, children need education. Fujimura Lehua nodded. It was okay to be a gangster in the past, but with the development of the times, the old man also realized that in the future, gangsters must have enough culture. So, Grandpa. Before Fujimura Taikawa could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fujimura Lehua. But is this child really ready for an education? He is visibly young, and if he were to go to school now, he would probably go to kindergarten. But what can you learn in kindergarten? It's just a place to play and make friends with other children. Instead of sending him to kindergarten, it is better to keep him in the Fujimura mansion. Influenced by the atmosphere of the Fujimura family, he became a good child with a good family background. The old man said so. Grandpa, please don't lead this child astray. There is no future for him if he gets involved in gangster activities. In response, Fujimura Taiga slammed his hands on the table and roared at his grandfather. If you say there is no future, it's because you two descendants don't want to inherit the family business. In response, Fujimura Lehua also slammed the table and roared. There seemed to be sparks flashing between his eyes as he confronted his granddaughter, like an old tiger confronting its own cub. In the end, seeing that his granddaughter was unwilling to back down on this matter, the elderly Fujimura Lehua took the initiative to back down, but also put forward some conditions. If he really wants to learn knowledge, then let him go to elementary school directly. Since you don't want this child to get involved in gangster activities in the future and you want to use the financial support of your family, then let this child show his talent and value in learning. I need you to ensure that his academic performance can be at an excellent level. Is that okay? No problem. Fujimura Taiga patted her chest and agreed. Broly was a very smart child, and she chose to believe in the boy's learning ability. But what if something goes wrong and you want to cheat? Fujimura Lehua suddenly asked. Impossible. Fujimura Taiga flatly rejected this possibility, but facing his grandfather's questioning look, "You've cheated before," his voice became weaker. Then what do you say, Grandpa? This is not a difficult matter. Grandpa will abdicate directly at that time, and you only need to inherit the family business and become the new leader of the Fujimura group. Fujimura Lehua smiled, but his true intention was revealed when he spoke. Only if you agree to this condition, the Fujimura family will help you sponsor the child. Grandpa, you are so mean. There's nothing we can do about it. Your father doesn't want to inherit the family business, and you look like you don't want to inherit the family business either. So, do you agree or not? If you don't agree, just keep the child at home and raise him. Fujimura Taiga looked back at the clarity in Broly's eyes and decided that he couldn't let this child be led astray by the underworld style of the Fujimura family. He slammed the table again and responded, "Okay, Grandpa, I agree to this condition. Bring the phone here. I'll call the principal of Shenyuan Town's affiliated primary school and arrange for a child to attend their school." Arranging an illegal child to go to school is a troublesome matter for ordinary people, but for the local tyrant Fujimura group entrenched in Fuyuki City, it is just a matter of making a phone call. However, due to the identity of the gangster, it is easy to cause misunderstandings, and the local elementary schools will definitely not be very willing to accept him. But as long as you choose a school in the town near Fuyuki City and keep a low profile, admission will not be a problem. "Master, do you really think the young lady will keep her promise?" the scarred man asked after Fujimura Taiga took Broly away. "This is the first time I've seen her care so much about someone else. The young lady is kind-hearted. She may just feel sorry for the child and therefore show some sympathy for him. Then as long as she continues to pity the child, she can keep her promise and inherit the family business. But what if that child really has good learning ability?" Scarface asked further, meaning whether he wanted to do something to interfere with a child's studies. "If it's good, it will be a good preparation for the White Fuji village group." What my granddaughter said just now is correct. Those who get involved in gangs have no future. Old man, you don't think highly of the underworld business either. It's not a question of whether or not to be optimistic, but that's how the times are developing. Fujimura Lehua sighed. He had experienced the most prosperous era of the underworld, and now he could feel that the underworld was not as prosperous as before. "What if the child has poor learning ability?" Scarface asked again. "Although the world is abandoning us. Where there is light there is shadow. The Fujimura group will continue to exist there. Even if it will not be as great as before, it will not disappear easily. I believe in my granddaughter's ability. As for that child, whether he becomes a good child or a bad child, as long as he has the ability, he can become a helper of the river, just like you. Your idea is great, old man. I will help cultivate that child's loyalty to the Fujimura family and the eldest lady." Broly didn't know what Fujimura Lehua thought of him and what plans he had for him. He only knew that the time he stayed in this world was reduced by 1 day, and he had the identity of a transfer student at Shenyuan Town's affiliated primary school. "Broly, you need to study hard in school and ask your teacher if you don't understand something." This is what Fujimura Taiga told Broly when they parted the next morning. The girl was also wearing a middle school uniform. Today is Monday, but it's a school day. Broly was driven by Scarface to the number 1 primary school in Shenyuan Town to go to school. Along the way, Scarface kept telling him how good the eldest lady was to him and that he should be grateful to the eldest lady and work hard to repay her kindness in the future. At first, Broly would nod his head in agreement. After all, a favor should be repaid with gratitude. But gradually, he began to yawn, simply because Scarface kept repeating these words over and over again, just like hypnosis, making people feel sleepy. This is the child who is going to school. Teacher Kimura should give him a test to see which grade is more suitable for him. The principal of Shenhuo Town's primary school, after seeing the child brought by Scarface, ordered the teacher who had been called over earlier to take Broly to test his academic ability. "You never know until you test it. Once you test it, you will find that this is a completely illiterate child." As expected, Broly was assigned to the first grade. However, less than half a day later, the teacher could no longer bear it. "Principal, this child asks too many questions. I said 1 + 1 = 2, but he actually asked me why 1 + 1 = 2. How should I answer this question? Principal, I feel the same way. This child is quite smart, even smarter than other children, but he asks too many questions. He asked questions the whole class and I answered them. It would be fine if his questions were meaningful, but the problem is that some of his questions are completely meaningless." They are just the behavior of a child who is picky. In one morning, during 4 classes, 4 teachers came to complain. It was not that they did not have the patience to teach the children, but that Broly, the classroom questioning machine, was too terrifying and had seriously affected their teaching of other children. It's understandable that children are curious, but didn't you tell him not to ask meaningless questions? We did that, but it didn't work at all. The child said that his sister had told him when he came here that he should ask the teacher more questions if he encountered any that he didn't understand. The child insisted on this principle. He would ask questions whenever he didn't understand something. Even if he was punished by being made to stand in the corner, he would continue asking questions as if he couldn't understand the air. What's even more terrifying is that I wanted to shut him up by spanking him on the palm of his hand, but he actually stretched out his hand obediently. However, even when I spanked his palm with the cane, he remained expressionless and continued to ask questions. I've been teaching children for so long, but I've never seen such a special child. The teacher who spoke didn't say anything. She felt a little scared when she was looked at by the child who asked the question. It wasn't that the child acted as if he was angry with her, but rather it was because the child was too calm, so calm that people couldn't tell what he was thinking, and then they felt afraid of the unknown beneath this calmness. This sounds mysterious, but this is actually the feeling. After just teaching 1 class, these first-grade elementary school teachers found Broly, the transfer student, difficult to deal with. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, Boiled Green Peppers. Chapter 13, Boiled Green Peppers. Principal, who is that child? It was sent by the Fujimura group. Hey, that's not the underworld, can't you persuade them to quit? When this school was established, the Fujimura group helped a lot. Now they donate a sum of money to the school every year to help us develop our education. The principal didn't say much, but his meaning was very clear and it was difficult to persuade him to quit. How about changing his class? Come on, there are only so many students in the 1st grade of our school. No matter how much you change them, they will still be in the pot. Then how about moving up a grade? Even though that kid's academic ability isn't good enough, the older kids in the grade are more mature and less likely to be influenced by him. After discussing for a while, the teachers in charge of teaching 1st grade students looked at the elementary school principal, hoping that he would make a decision. The principal, who couldn't quite understand why these teachers had such an idea of passing the buck, decided to go and see with his own eyes in the afternoon how powerful the transfer students were. Then, after the 1st class in the afternoon, the elementary school principal realized and understood the difficulties of 1st grade teachers. Teaching Broly does give me an indescribable feeling of terror. The whole class is filled with a depressing atmosphere. Only that child keeps asking various questions, and the teacher on the podium is tired of dealing with the strange questions that keep coming out of his mouth. There is only one reason for this strange scene, that is, Broly subconsciously regarded learning as a sparring match with old Den's father Paragus, and in the process he unconsciously released his own confrontational aura. Although he himself has no hostility, ordinary people cannot stand this kind of aura. It doesn't matter if it's short term, but a class lasts for 40 minutes. Whether it's students or teachers, they will feel inexplicable pressure in their hearts under the continuous coverage of this aura. So, to be precise, these 1st grade elementary school teachers were not overwhelmed by Broly's strange questions. Instead, he used his chi to target her as the main target, which was why she broke down after being asked all kinds of tricky and bizarre questions. Okay, let's try moving that kid up a grade. The principal of Shenyuan Town's No. 1 primary school rubbed his temples and agreed with the 1st grade teacher's idea of passing the buck. Broly thus successfully skipped to become a 2nd grade elementary school student on the 1st day of being a 1st grade elementary school student. Dear students, in the last class this afternoon, our class will welcome a new student, who will study with us in this class. The homeroom teacher of Class 2A had no idea how terrifying Broly was. She was just assigned by the principal to bring a child to class. Okay, come in and introduce yourself. Broly went with the flow. Going to school was a somewhat novel experience for him. He listened to the strange female teacher's words, walked into the classroom, and stood on the podium to introduce himself. My name is Broly, and I'm a Saiyan. Broly introduced himself very honestly, but the second-grade students were a little stunned when they heard his self-introduction. What is a Saiyan? A little boy raised his hand and asked. The new student is so weird. While Broly was earnestly answering the boy's question, a girl sitting in the back row whispered to the girl at the same table. Is it weird? Tusaka-rin felt that boys seemed to be like this. After all, during breaks, some boys played the game of aliens fighting monsters. Okay, everyone is very enthusiastic, but now it's time for class, and we still have to maintain classroom discipline. The female homeroom teacher said this as she prepared to arrange a seat for Broly. Before she made a decision, Broly saw a girl in the back row. Found a target that can be conquered, Tusaka-rin, current happiness value is 0. Note, the happiness value can only be obtained after the host intervenes in the target's life. Teacher, I want to sit there. Broly pointed directly at the seat next to Tusaka-rin and said. Okay, then you can move the empty table and chairs over there. When the principal gave instructions for the arrangements for this child, he also asked me to be more patient. The head teacher did not stop the boy. Back row window seat, the hometown of the king. Broly had just moved the table over and sat down when this piece of information popped up in his mind. He doesn't have any books yet. Tusaka, can you share the textbook with the new student for now? Seeing Broly sitting down, the head teacher said something. Tusaka-rin is considered the class monitor and is more mature and capable than the average kid. Okay, teacher. When she was young, Tusaka-rin was not the most beautiful girl in the future. Now she is cheerful, enthusiastic, and willing to help people around her. All this is thanks to her father's elegant and calm family education, which allowed her to behave like a mature little adult at the age of 7. Hello, my name is Tusaka-rin, you can call me Tusaka. Tusaka-rin pushed the desk over, put the books between the two desks, and then introduced herself to Broly in a low voice. Hello, Tusaka, I'm Broly. Thanks to the gentlemanly knowledge imparted by a man yesterday, Broly did not go as far as to be rude by directly calling the girl wife. You said it before. Just now on the podium, you said that you are a vegetable man of the fighting nation, right? Of course, if you can eat a plate of boiled green peppers without changing your expression, I will believe you. Young Rin made a little joke. Boiled green peppers, is that delicious? Hearing this, Broly's attention was drawn to it and he was very interested in the food. It doesn't taste good. It's bitter. Tusaka-rin answered seriously that her mother had made this for her, and forced her to eat some boiled peppers by saying that mature adults would eat boiled peppers. Broly. He lost interest in boiled green peppers because he didn't like the bitter taste either. Let's review multiplication in this class and see how everyone is doing. The head teacher was speaking at the podium, and Broly raised his hand when he heard it. Teacher, what is multiplication? Haven't you ever learned multiplication? One of the boys turned around and asked him, but Broly shook his head. I just learned addition and subtraction today. He said honestly. Haha, you must be a first-grade student. The boy laughed at him. Zinken, did your teacher teach you to laugh at others? When the head teacher saw this, she immediately scolded the child. Broly has just started studying at our school. It's normal for him to not be able to keep up with the learning progress. The Tusaka next to you is the monitor of our class and also the study committee member. If you have any questions, you can ask her. I can teach you. Tusaka-rin really likes the feeling of being trusted by an adult, and she said this to Broly enthusiastically, as if saying, leave it to me to help the new students catch up with their studies. So what is multiplication? Broly didn't hesitate to ask. Multiplication is the operation of finding the sum of several identical addends. It is not difficult to learn it as long as you know addition. Tusakarin quietly explained the second-grade mathematics knowledge to Broly. Unlike the first graders who asked all kinds of questions and gave off a confrontational aura, Broly sat obediently in the corner and listened to her. The class ended quickly. What do you think, Mr. Kawasaki? That kid is difficult to deal with, right? After school, some first-grade teachers came over and asked about the second-grade teacher. It's not difficult to deal with. The child was very well behaved throughout the whole class. The female head teacher was puzzled by this. Broly behaves well in class. At least, the other person doesn't have the ADHD that some naughty children have. Ah, didn't he ask you any questions? Yes, what's wrong? Can you answer that? After hearing this, she was even more confused. Among the knowledge taught in elementary school, are there any questions that the teacher cannot answer? You didn't answer. She asked cautiously. That child was too difficult to deal with, and some questions were left unanswered. Some first-grade teachers tell it like it is. Well, I didn't actually answer that question either, but I asked my class study committee member, a reliable kid, to help answer that kid's question. The female head teacher thought about it and replied very emotionally intelligently. Hey, is this okay? Upon hearing this, the first-grade teachers looked at each other. Maybe children can understand children better. After some discussion, these first-grade teachers came to a conclusion that could barely be explained. How was your experience at school today? In the evening, after Fujimura Taiga came back from school, he immediately came to Broly and asked him about his feelings about school that day. Very good. I asked the teacher a lot of questions and learned the correct way to write 5 characters, as well as addition, subtraction, and multiplication. It feels like I am growing a brain. Broly answered honestly about what he had learned at school today, and before today, he didn't even know what arithmetic was. Well, that's right. I know you are a smart and good child. Fujimura Taiga is not stingy with his praise. By the way, I also met a new wife. Broly added as he thought of something. Upon hearing this, Fujimura Taiga was shocked, but then he calmed down after realizing what Broly was talking about his wife. Did the new wife you met give you anything to eat? No, she didn't give me anything to eat. Broly shook his head. But she taught me multiplication. He said. The continuous appearance of 3 modal particles highlights the complex changes in Fujimura Taiga's heart. You've found a good wife. You have to get along with her and make friends with her, okay? Finally, she smiled and told Broly this. There is a saying that goes, birds of a feather flock together. If you make friends with people who know how to learn, you will definitely be able to absorb some ink yourself. She treats Broly as her younger brother, but now she seems to have a feeling of being a mother as well, and sincerely hopes that this child can make friends with excellent and studious children. Broly responded, keeping Fujimura Taiga's words in mind. But even if Fujimura Taiga didn't say it, he would get along well with his new wife. In order to brush it on the opponent, you can exchange the happiness points for food in this world after returning to Wampa Star. There were 3 days left before Broly returned to planet Wampa, and that night, the Einsborn castle on the outskirts of Fuyuki City was attacked. The attackers were the caster group, who had been designated as prey by a bounty on their command seals that morning. The priest of the Fuyuki City Cathedral Church, a neutral party in the Holy Grail War, could no longer tolerate the group's wanton kidnapping and murder of children, and made them the first target to be eliminated from the ceremony. To this end, the Templar Church mediated the Holy Grail War. In addition to Castor, the attacker with poor eyesight, the Clock Tower Lord, who survived a high-altitude fall after his building was blown up by Kiritsugu Emiya last night, also reciprocated and followed with his servants to attack the Einsborn castle. That night, the Einsborn castle was filled with the sound of ping-pong. The clock tower lord, Kenneth L. Meloy, was careless and underestimated his enemy, so he was unfortunately hit by Kiritsugu Emiya's origin bullet, destroying most of his magic circuits. During this period, two servants with chivalry appeared. They fought side by side, admired each other, and then each of them tricked their own master. One did not take the opportunity to delay the opponent, causing the opponent's master to be killed by his own master. The other rescued his seriously injured master in time, but did not attack the enemy master who was so close. Compared to the strength of the servants, the masters are fragile. As a despicable magician killer, Emiya Kiritsugu cannot understand the behavior of his own servant Saber, nor can he understand the behavior of the enemy servant Lancer. To put it more directly, this man named Emiya Kiritsugu could not understand the spirit of chivalry that the two heroic spirits of the past era upheld. Next to Fuyuki City, in the Zenjo family villa in Fuyu Town. Ying, do you know that there is a strange child in our class today? Tusaka-rin shared with her sister the interesting things that happened at school today. The girl next to her listened with great interest, sitting on the chair and shaking her two little feet in the air. After returning to her parents, it was obvious that her heart that was hurt in the Mata family was healed. As the saying goes, you only know the value of something after you lose it. Young Sakura now cherishes every minute and every second with her family, and her happiness level is constantly increasing. Broly, who was lying in bed in the guest room of the Fujimura family, fell into a state of incomparable joy just by looking at it. It's like an old stock investor seeing that the stocks he bought not long ago are constantly rising in price. 1 happiness point is equivalent to 100 happiness points. Among the items that can be exchanged in the Crystal Palace, Broly's favorite happy water only costs 2 happiness points. The rapidly rising happiness value of young Sakura made him fall into the wonderful fantasy of being able to achieve happiness and freedom after returning to Wampa Star. Of course, in addition to happy water, Broly also likes cakes, pork chop rice, pudding, barbecue, ice cream. The selling price of these things is only within 30 points, which is completely acceptable. When we get back, I'll let my father taste the food from this world. Broly muttered to himself as he lay in bed. Rin, did you make new friends at school? That's something to be happy about. Come, Mom has peeled some apples, come and eat them. Chan Cheng Kui brought the peeled and cut apples and asked her 2 daughters to come over. This piece of apple flesh is the biggest, Ying, it's yours. The return of her sister made Tusaka-rin cherish her even more and hope that her sister would get the best. Thank you, sister. Young Sakura felt very happy in her heart. Both her father, mother, and sister treated her better after she came back. She had previously suspected that they did not want her to go home, but she was really being overly worried. By the way, Sakura, did you make new friends at the Mata family before, and did you have any happy experiences there? But suddenly, the gentle question asked by her mother froze the expression of young Sakura, who was immersed in happiness. The Mata family's house was a nightmare place. Although there were 2 people who cared about her, Sakura didn't want to think about the tragic experience in the insect warehouse in the basement anymore. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Childhood Rin Boyfriend Power. Chapter 14, Childhood Rin Boyfriend Power. Sakura, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Zenjo Aoi also noticed the strangeness of her little daughter, her heart skipped a beat and she immediately started asking. Wow. Young Ying couldn't hold it in, and half of the apple flesh left in her mouth fell out. She threw herself into her mother's arms and started crying. Then, as if complaining to his father, he also told his mother about his own tragic experience after being sent to the Mata family. Zenjo Aoi listened to her little daughter being pushed into a basement full of bugs, listened to a swarm of bugs crawling all over her body, and listened to the pain and fear she felt during the process. When she learned the truth about what happened to her youngest daughter at the Mata family's place, she immediately covered her mouth, looked at her crying daughter in her arms with heartache, and tears flowed out of her eyes. Ying, don't be afraid. Everything is over. From now on, Mom, Dad and I will protect you. Tusaka-rin clenched her fists as she listened to what happened to her sister. The mature mentality of a little adult made her feel a strong desire to protect her sister even though she was angry. She patted her chest and made the assurance. Really? Young Sakura raised her head from her mother's arms, her little face like a little cat, and looked at her sister and asked. Really, more real than pearls? If you don't believe me, ask Mom. She must mean the same thing. Tusaka-rin answered in a very reliable manner and even asked her mother to act as a guarantor. Mother. Young Sakura looked up, looking at her mother expectantly. Sakura, you're going to be fine. Zenjo Aoi didn't dare to answer her little daughter's question directly. It was her husband's decision to let her little daughter go to the Mata family. As the man's wife, she should be mentally prepared to support him unconditionally. This time Sakura was sent to her side, and her husband, Sakura's biological father, wanted her to persuade him to go back to the Mata family. If she told her about this arrangement at this time, her little daughter would definitely collapse and would not want to believe her as a mother. Zenjo Aoi felt upset and hugged her little daughter tighter, but because of her embrace, young Sakura's emotions gradually calmed down and her happiness value began to rise again. When she was young, Sakura believed that her family would protect her and would not let her end up lying in a pile of insects. Late at night, at the Tusaka residence, Tusaka Tokiomi has not yet gone to bed. Kaire, what's the situation? He sat in front of a phonograph, a magic prop used for communication, which was more secretive and difficult to eavesdrop on than the modern telephone. Castor was repelled by the combined efforts of Saber and Lancer. Lancer's master was seriously injured and was rescued by his own servant. At the Cathedral Church branch in Fuyuki City, Kotomine Kaire also stood in front of the same phonograph and reported the situation. This is the situation in Einsborn Castle tonight. In the evening, Ryder and his master found Castor's magic workshop in the sewer. There was a group of children who had been abducted and disappeared in Fuyuki City. Their internal organs had been hollowed out and made into human musical instruments. And they were in a half-dead state due to the effects of magic. Ryder's master vomited after seeing that scene. At that time, I thought it was an opportunity to assassinate the opponent, so I ordered the assassin who was following them to take action. But unfortunately, Ryder discovered it in advance, and assassin's assassination failed. I'm sorry, teacher, I exposed the fact that assassin is still alive. Don't worry, Kaire. Although it is indeed a great loss that assassin is still alive before Ryder's trump card is revealed. But through this incident, knowing that Ryder's master is a third-rate magician is enough. You continue to monitor other masters and servants, and report to me if there is any movement. After ending the call, Saka Tokiomi leaned back in his chair. The chaotic battle outside was what he had been expecting to see. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. With calmness and elegance, Saka Tokiomi believes that he will win and obtain the final ritual reward, the Holy Grail. The Devil's Way, the Devil's Way. And even he had some yearning fantasies about transcending the world and reaching the root of the problem. But soon, the ringing of the phone outside interrupted his fantasy. Who is it at this late hour? Tusaka Tokiomi frowned and walked out to answer the phone, only to find that it was his wife calling. Aoi, what's wrong? Why are you calling me at this time? Are you here to tell me the good news that you have helped Sakura cheer up again? His wife, Zenjo Aoi, was an extremely outstanding woman. She had already given birth to 2 children with excellent magical talents for the Tosaka family. Tosaka Tokiomi never doubted her qualifications as a wife. Tokiomi, can we not send Sakura away, but let her stay with us, in the Tosaka family? However, what his wife said on the other end of the phone made this elegant gentleman change his expression. What's wrong? Why do you suddenly say such things? Sakura told me tonight what happened to her after she went to the Mata family. It was not something that a child as young as her should endure, so, you don't want to send her away, you want to keep her. Ah! On the other end of the phone, I heard my wife's voice of admission. Owie, you should know that if a child with excellent talent does not have the protection of the magic family, she will suffer many dangers in the future, right? I know, but doesn't Sakura have her sister? Rin is a very good child. She will inherit your magic and become an excellent magician. She should be able to protect Sakura. So, you want to cut off your other daughter's path to magic and let Sakura live as a normal person. Toki, the way Sakura cried tonight really broke my heart. If she can live peacefully and stop crying, I can accept it. Let her stay with me and Rin. On the other end of the phone, Zenjo Aoi said pleadingly. She had already sent her little daughter away once, and now that her little daughter had escaped from the terrified Mata family, she really couldn't bring herself to send her little daughter to that place again. I understand your love for your child because I love our child as much as you do. But you should also know that we are not an ordinary family. Being born in a family of magicians, it is a blessing to have talent. We can't let our children become ordinary people just because we dote on them. We can't stop them from running just because they might fall on the road of magic. The elegant man tried to remain calm and persuade his wife. I already know about the magic of the Mata family. They changed the properties of their magic in order to adapt to the environment. The suffering in that family is actually a transformation for Ying from a cocoon to a butterfly. Although Ying will suffer unimaginable pain at her age, we should believe in the resilience of that child and encourage her to move forward bravely in the face of suffering. Ying is still young, and there are still many things she doesn't understand. As her father, I sincerely hope that she will be able to soar in the sky in the future, rather than staying in the mortal world, or even blame us for making her immortal. Tusaka Tokiomi is very eloquent, which makes Zenjo Aoi, who was originally very distressed because of her little daughter's crying, waver in her decision to keep her daughter. If you really can't let go of Sakura, then let Rin take her place and become the stepson of the Mata family. What? This is a last resort. It is the only way to ensure that our two daughters do not waste their talents and embark on the path of magic together. Tusaka Tokiomi said. I understand. I will encourage Sakura to cheer up, or convince Rin. There was silence on the other end of the phone. It seemed that the person understood that Tusaka Tokiomi would not change his mind. Zenjo Aoi finally accepted the result of this choice. Aoi, you are an excellent wife and a good mother. I am grateful that you are still willing to support my decision. Tusaka Tokiomi said sincerely. It's late at night, you should get some rest. You too. After hanging up the phone, Tusaka Tokiomi sat alone in the room with only a little moonlight. In his heart, he was hesitant about arranging the future of his two daughters in this way, because as a person who had experienced it, he knew how difficult the path of magic was. He couldn't help but feel sorry for his wife's wish to let their little daughter live as an ordinary person, and thought that this might not prevent their little daughter from being happy in the future, although not as a magician, but as an ordinary person. Even if this would make her waste her talent as a magician, even if it would make her lose the qualification to see the world as a magician, as long as she could be happy. It seems that my training is not good enough. I actually have such thoughts that only ordinary people would have. As a child of a magician's family, I should work hard to look forward to a higher path of magic, no matter how many difficulties and obstacles there are, even if it means losing my life. He poured himself a glass of red wine, and while shaking the glass to sober him up, Tusaka Tokiomi reaffirmed his thoughts, believing that he was not wrong. Rin, Sakura. Returning to the room, looking at his two daughters who were already fast asleep in bed, all Zenjo Aoi could do was hug them. Before one of them is gone, try to remember the memories that will embrace them. With more than 2 days left before returning to planet Wampa, Broly was drowsy again and was sent to the No. 1 primary school in Shenyuan town by Scarface. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw his new wife whom he had just met yesterday. Broly walked over and sat down in his seat, then greeted the girl next to him. "Good morning, Tosaka." This is what Fujimura Taiga taught him, that when he gets to school, he should say hello to his friends properly. "Well, good morning to you too, Broly." Tosaka-rin nodded in response, and many classmates in the class greeted her. Her mature and adult-like demeanor makes her the core figure of the class. Many girls of the same age like to revolve around her. Although Broly joined this class only at the last class yesterday, he was greeted by many elementary school students because of Tosaka-rin. However, compared to the kindness of the girls towards him, the boys were not so friendly towards him. The guy who plays with girls has a ponytail on the back of his head. You might as well just be a girl. Second-grade elementary school students already have an awareness of the differences between boys and girls. Boys have their own circles, and girls have their own circles. When seeing that Broly, the new guy, got along well with Tosaka-rin, the core figure in the girls' circle, Shinjo, the king of children who was the core figure in the boys' circle, became a little unhappy and sarcastic. However, boys of this age hate girls not because they hate them, but because they just want to attract girls' attention. So, if the target of bullying is a boy, and the reason is because he gets along well with a girl, it may be simply out of jealousy. I'm telling you, don't even think about becoming friends with us boys. Tosaka-rin is cute, cheerful, and helpful. Who wouldn't like a girl like her? Although she has a strong personality, she always stops boys from bullying others. But in this class, many boys still care about her, even Wang Xingqian, who is an opposing boy. If you don't want to be friends with Broly, then don't be friends with him. Do you really think that you guys are the only ones who can be friends? In response to this man's inexplicable method of ostracizing Broly, Tosaka-rin stood up and stood in front of the boy sitting at the same table and confronted him. Don't worry about this guy Xingqian. If he doesn't want to be friends with you, then I will introduce my friends to you and let them be friends with you. Young Tosaka-rin's boyfriend power is max. She has many female friends, and under her encouragement, Broly soon experiences the little girl version of the feeling of being in love. Before Broly had figured out the details of this class and the circle of elementary school students, he had already passively met many of Tosaka-rin's friends. They were all little girls with rosy lips and white teeth, and their skin was as elastic as a child's. Although there were quite a few of them, none of them got the hint from the Crystal Palace. Obviously, apart from Tosaka-rin herself, there are not many other little girls he just met who can be his wife. However, although he didn't know what happened, Broly was still very happy that he suddenly had a lot of little girl friends who were similar to Bai's relationship. Strange, why didn't Chinyan come? After the first class in the morning, Tosaka-rin frowned a little. Seeing Broly's inquiring look, she pointed to the empty table on the other side and explained to the boy, Koton was the girl who sat here yesterday. She is my best friend, but I don't know why she didn't come today. Oh. Broly nodded to show that he understood, but he didn't actually have much impression of the girl at the next table yesterday. By the way, you don't seem to be able to read. Tosaka-rin asked at this time. I only know 5 words, and I learned them yesterday. Broly did not hide his illiteracy. How about I teach you how to write your name? Tosaka-rin is very enthusiastic. It is good. A morning passed quickly, and Broly was taught to write his name, but in Japanese. However, the writing of Chinese characters appeared in his mind at the same time. It seemed that because of the learning, some text memories hidden deep in his consciousness emerged, and Broly wrote more fonts. Tosaka-rin didn't recognize these words, so she asked, "What is this?" Chinese character. Do you know Chinese characters? I don't know, these things just pop into my head. Broly answered honestly, and Tosaka-rin felt a little impressed by him because he knew something that she didn't. In addition to knowledge of words, some little girls also taught Broly how to play the game of cat's tuck this morning. Broly went from being clumsy in flipping the rope at the beginning to flipping out a 5-pointed star pattern in a realistic manner, which won applause from the little girls. The little boys, led by the child king Shinjo, became even more disdainful of him and even warned other little boys not to talk to Broly. In particular, I warned those boys who were interested in Broly's Saiyan identity yesterday not to hang out with Broly. Broly did not react to this. He was just immersed in the process of playing with his human friends for the first time. This is different from playing with Baya. The friends around him will talk to him and teach him some new knowledge and games. Broly felt the purest feeling of joy that only a child could feel when playing with his friends. To sum it up in one sentence, it is a childhood that has never been experienced before. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 New Adventure Group. Chapter 15 New Adventure Group. But I didn't enjoy such a simple childhood for long. After having a lunch which was better than nothing at noon, my head teacher suddenly brought the news that classes would be suspended in the afternoon. Most primary school students were happy to hear the news that they didn't have to attend classes, but a small number of students were concerned about the reasons why they didn't have to attend classes. Tusaka-rin was one of them. She went to the teacher's office to ask for the reason, but heard discussions inside the office at the door. The teachers were talking about the missing children a few days ago. Because of the actions of King of Conquerors Iskandar yesterday, Castor's magic workshop was destroyed. The noise caused by the destruction attracted the attention of the outside world, and the heinous crime of killing young children was exposed to the public. The missing student from Shenyuan Town affiliated primary school was one of the victims, and I heard that the murderer has not yet been arrested by the police. The murderer's area of activity was in Fuiuki City, and there were many students from Fuiuki City in the school. For the safety of the students, the principal of the first elementary school planned to suspend the afternoon classes after receiving the report of the murderer who abducted children in Fuiuki City. The next few days will surely be filled with uncertainty, and classes may even be suspended until the murderer is caught, or the adverse impact of this incident is forgotten by the public over time. Tusaka-rin was shaking as she listened outside the office. She thought of the girl sitting next to her desk who didn't come to school today, Suzuan, who also lived in Fuiuki City. Rin, who was somewhat worried about her friend's situation, called her friend's home at the pay phone at school. The call was quickly answered, but a woman's anxious voice asked, "Is that Kotone?" "I'm not Kotone. My name is Tusaka-rin. I'm Kotone's classmate. Kotone didn't come to school today, so I wanted to ask her what happened." Tusaka-rin's answer made the people on the other end a little disappointed. "Kainyan is missing. She disappeared yesterday. We are also looking for her. If you have any news about her." After the call ended, Tusaka-rin was a little dazed. As a mature little adult, she preferred to act like an adult and watch some TV news. So, she knew something about the kidnapper who appeared in Fuiuki City, but she didn't expect that such a disappearance would happen to a friend around her. "We don't have classes this afternoon, let's go to the playground and play football together." Back in the classroom, some children who couldn't go home directly were discussing what games to play in the afternoon. Compared to them who were carefree, Tusaka-rin, who was the same age, was full of worries. What happened? Broly noticed the decrease in Tusaka-rin's happiness value through the Crystal Palace, and couldn't help but ask. "Qin Yin, nothing. People who have troubles always want to talk, but if the person they are talking to is someone who thinks that talking will only add to others' troubles, then forget it." Tusaka-rin is more mature in her mentality. In her eyes, Broly is just a little classmate who needs care. There is really no need to say something that would scare him. "Broly. It's nothing." "Then why does the happiness value decrease?" "You know, the disappearance of every point of happiness value is equivalent to the disappearance of some food that has not yet been obtained. How can a foodie who cherishes food not be anxious?" But Tusaka-rin really didn't want to say much, which made Broly a little unsure of what to do. It was not until the school opened and allowed the children who could go home to go back, and after Tusakarin left the school with her small school bag, Broly followed her. Tusakarin decided to go to Fuyuki City to look for her good friend. This was a reckless act, but she couldn't bear the thought that her friends might die. The worried girl didn't notice the little tail following her. She bought a ticket at the ticket office at the tram station, swiped the ticket through the checkpoint, and boarded the tram that just arrived at the station to Fuyuki City. Broly had no money and he didn't buy a ticket, but he used his height advantage to crawl under the railing of the ticket gate and was not discovered by the ticket inspector nearby, but he still got on the same train. After getting on the train, she had more time to think and calm down, and finally Tusakarin felt a little scared. After all, she was just a 7-year-old child. Although she behaves like a little adult in her daily life, her family knows her own business. She may have to face the criminal who kidnapped her friend and is suspected of kidnapping a murderer. How can a child like her? The girl couldn't help but look up when she saw a pair of small shoes at her feet. When she looked up and saw her little classmate next to her, Tusakarin opened her mouth wide. "Why are you here?" she asked directly. "I followed you here." Broly speaks the truth. "Ah, why?" Tusakarin was a little confused. "You're not well. I'm worried about you." Broly was brief and to the point, omitting the crucial element that the happiness value continues to decrease. "Tusakarin." I didn't know what to say, but the panic and nervousness I felt were alleviated a little by the boy who suddenly appeared beside me. Even in front of the little classmate who needed care, she put on her reliable and mature little adult demeanor, put on a stern face and started to lecture Broly. Children should go home directly after school and not wander around outside. It's dangerous. Aren't you a child too? Broly asked back. I'm different. I'm here to find friends, and I'm better. Young Tusakarin blushed and defended herself. Oh. Broly nodded, believing her. However, this gesture of approval made Tusakarin feel a little confused. Aren't you going to refute what I said? Are you lying then? Not at all. Tusakarin puffed out her chest, but her eyes avoided him guiltily. Where do you live? I'll take you back later. She changed the subject. My family lives over there. Broly said while on the train, pointing in the direction of Fujimura's house. So, what's the exact address? Broly didn't answer, but just looked at the girl with a blank look. Don't tell me you don't know the exact address of your home. I can find it myself. Broly didn't remember the address, but he remembered the direction. That distance was not far, not as far as his home on the planet Wampa, which was far from the Wampa spider cave nest. So, you are lost. Tusakarin felt that her head was a little overwhelmed. Her old deskmate disappeared. And her new deskmate followed her and lost her way home. I'm not lost. I can find my way back. Broly emphasized again. But Tusakarin didn't believe a word the boy said. The idea that he could find it back by himself was just the boy's stubbornness of not wanting to lose face. I'm going to look for my friend Kainin. After you get off the bus, go find the police and ask them to help you get home. What is the police? You don't even know the police. It doesn't matter. I can take you there after I get off the bus. Tusakarin suddenly stopped. She thought that at her age, if she was seen by the police, she would most likely be taken back home. Forget it, you should just follow me to find my friends. I will send you home after we find Qin Yin. However, you have to listen to me. If you are in danger, you should run as soon as I tell you to. It's not a good idea to go on an adventure with your friends, but for the young Tusakarin now, this is the only option. After all, she couldn't go to the police and fall into their trap, nor could she leave her new deskmate, who obviously needed care, in a strange place. It is good. Broly nodded obediently, and had no objection to what Rin Tusaka had told him in advance. The young Rin and Broly were about to form a team for the great adventure in Fuyuki City on the train. After getting off the train, Tosaka Rin took Broly and searched the route from the train station to her friend's house. According to Suzun's mother, based on the speculation of the famous detective Tosaka Rin believed that her friend was abducted on her way home. However, she is not a real detective who appears to be a child on the outside but a high school student on the inside. Faced with so many intersecting routes and buildings, Tosaka Rin has no way of judging which area is more likely to be where the kidnapper is. The girl could only use the rather stupid exhaustive method to check, and she used herself as bait. Of course, there is also Broly who follows behind her and helps her in the investigation. I can't find it. I can't find it at all. From the early morning to the setting sun, Tosaka Rin felt the powerlessness of a child. Broly. Just when Tosaka Rin was about to continue her headless search, she discovered that the little tail following her was gone. She became a little nervous. An old desk mate was missing. Was there going to be another new one missing? And would it disappear from her hands? However, when she turned back to the original street, she found that the boy was only attracted by the takoyaki shop on the street and stopped in front of the store. Want to eat? After finding out that Broly was not missing, Tosaka Rin breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the boy's greedy look and walked over to ask. Ah! Broly nodded. The aroma of takoyaki aroused the appetite in his stomach. Then I'll treat you to a meal. Tosaka Rin took out her small wallet and bought 2 servings of takoyaki. After walking so much, she was a little hungry. The two of them entered the store, found a seat and sat down, waiting for the takoyaki to be finished. I'm going to the bathroom, don't follow me. While waiting, Tosaka Rin felt a little urgent, so she got up to go to the bathroom. When she found that Broly wanted to follow her, she blushed and said something. Broly was obedient and sat back down. The sound of flushing water was heard. When Tosaka Rin finished washing her hands and was about to come out, the magic pointer hanging on her chest made a noise. This prop was a birthday gift her father gave her in advance. It could detect all kinds of people or things with magical powers in the world. It was mainly given to her to avoid some hidden dangers in the world, but she didn't expect it to react at this time. Following the guidance of the magic pointer, Rin Tosaka poked her head out of the back door of the takoyaki shop and just happened to see a young man passing by the alley. He was holding the hands of a few children with dull expressions, and was bathed in the sunset with a bright smile. Good kids, follow your big brother. He will take you to play fun games. Ryuna Yusuji, wearing a magic bracelet made for him by his heroic master, which has a hypnotic effect on children, has gathered a group of cute children. After meeting Mr. Bluebeard, Ryuna Yusuji felt that his creative inspiration was bursting out all the time. Due to the police search, he was unaware that his artwork had been destroyed by Ryder. Now he is smiling brightly and thinking about the creation of his next piece of art. He has already made a human-made piano, and it is indeed a work of art. So, the next thing should be furniture, such as a human-shaped handmade piano chair, the kind that when you sit on it, you can hear the beautiful cries of a child. There is something wrong with this person. There is a magical reaction on his body. Tosaka Rin hesitated at the back door, then decided to follow quietly. She had no intention of calling Broly. Rather than following a dangerous guy who might be a kidnapper and murderer, letting her new desk mate stay in the takoyaki shop and eat takoyaki was the responsible way to be with her friends. Your takoyaki. 5 minutes later, the owner of the takoyaki shop brought Broly 2 servings of ready-made takoyaki. Broly looked at the steaming takoyaki and swallowed his saliva, but he felt that Tosaka Rin was so slow. The opponent whose chi was locked seemed to be getting farther and farther away from here, and no one knew when he would come back. And so, it should be okay for me to eat the food my wife feeds me first, right? Broly thought so and reached out to take the takoyaki with a toothpick on it. The round takoyaki tastes hot and fragrant when you put it in your mouth. When you take a bite, the octopus tentacles inside have a chewy texture. To sum it up in one sentence, it's delicious. Looking at some of the other customers pouring sauces, Broly followed suit. While Broly was tasting the takoyaki, Tusaka-rin followed the kidnapped murder suspect and carefully walked down the next staircase. She hid behind a box in the corner of the stairs, and only after the guy who was suspected of kidnapping the murderer went out again did she quietly enter a somewhat deserted underground bar. Here, Tusaka-rin saw some abducted children, among whom was her missing desk mate. Ringtone, ringtone. But no matter how she called the other party, the girl looked dull and dazed. This is hypnosis by magic. After checking, Tusaka-rin guessed her friend's situation. Oh my, where is this child from? Just when Tusaka-rin was about to go out to find help, the way behind her was blocked by Uri Unashuk, who had returned out of nowhere. If it weren't for the master's familiar, I wouldn't have realized that I was being followed. But luckily, the person following me is a cute child like you. So, what are you doing here? I just accidentally took the wrong road. This sudden change made cold sweat break out on Tusaka-rin's forehead. The girl tried to explain herself and run away. Since you're here, why not play with your brother? A party is more fun when there are more people. However, Ryunashuk Yusuji blocked her and reached out to grab her. He thought that with the hypnosis bracelet, subduing a child would be a piece of cake. But as soon as he grabbed the girl's hand, he was caught off guard and let go of her hand. Do you have static electricity? Ryunashuk Yusuji was a little surprised. As he was not a magician, he didn't know that this was a hypnotic magic on the bracelet. After the magic power in the girl's body resisted instinctively, it caused a similar effect to electric shock. Don't climb onto the bar. It would be bad if you fall down and hurt yourself. It's better to have complete creative materials. After some twists and turns, Unashuk finally caught Tusaka-rin again, but as the girl endured the magical attack that made her consciousness dizzy, she used her own magic power to destroy the bracelet in a brutal way, and was blown away. The hypnosis props were destroyed, and the children in the bar woke up and found themselves in a strange place. Immediately, some of them started crying. Rin, what am I doing? There's no time to explain. Follow me now. Everyone else too, escape with me. Under Tusaka-rin's loud commands, the confused children subconsciously obeyed her. When Tusaka-rin opened the door and prepared to escape, a sea monster fell from the sky. Is it a familiar? The sea monster's ferocious appearance frightened the girl so much that her face turned pale and she quickly stepped back. Fortunately, I have help. Ryunashuk Yusuji got up from the ground and said thankfully, then took out a small knife from his pocket. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, all of this is Tusaka Tokyomi's fault. Chapter 16, all of this is Tusaka Tokyomi's fault. You broke the bracelet that Master Bluebeard gave me and caused me so much trouble. Although I don't like to destroy the integrity of materials before creating art, naughty children still need to be taught a lesson. Well, since you are so good at running and jumping, I might as well cut the tendons of your hands and feet first. With the sea devil in front and the kidnapper and murderer making perverted remarks behind, Tusaka-rin was in a desperate situation. Fear could not help showing on her little face, but she still protected the girl at the same table and retreated to the side of the bar. However, it was just a corner and there was a wall behind it, so there was no way to retreat. You have to behave yourself this time and don't resist me again, or I will cut your stomach open. The children hid aside and no one dared to stop Ryunashuk Yusuji, but just after he said this to Rin Tusaka. Bang! The sea monster at the door suddenly exploded. A petite figure fell from the sky and, relying on the force of the fall, stepped on the sea monster to death. The purple blood and broken tentacles splashed directly on the face of Ryunashuk Uriu, who was standing at the door. Do you want to hurt my friends? Broly still had the takoyaki box in his hand, and the takoyaki balls, which had fallen out of the box due to their high falling speed, looked at Ryunosuke Urayu with some hostility and questioned him. "It seems a bit bad." Ryunosuke Urayu wiped the sea demon's blood off his face. Broly's appearance was visibly unusual. He also stepped on the familiar that Master Bluebeard used to protect him. "Don't be so serious, I was just joking with your friend." Ryunosuke Usuji opened his mouth and this explanation made Broly stunned. There is a flaw. He noticed the boy's daze, and the next moment he stabbed the knife in his hand into the boy's temple. "Be careful!" Tusaka Rin shouted too late, and Ryunosuke's knife stabbed her, but it didn't matter because the knife was stuck on the boy's temple and couldn't go any further. The tough texture that came from his hands, as if he was piercing thick leather, was something Ryunosuke had never expected. "What's a joke?" In response, Broly asked curiously, what was his focus. "Actually, this is just a joke." Ryunosuke Usuji explained with an awkward smile and took back the knife. "How is that possible? He wanted to kill you, and he wanted to kill us just now." Tusaka Rin directly refuted his words. "Stinky girl, do you have the right to speak here?" As Ryunosuke Urayu said this, he reached out to grab the head of Rin Tusaka next to him, but before his hand touched the girl, he flew backwards. Click! The wooden bar counter was smashed directly, and his whole body flew onto the wooden box behind him, which was also smashed. "You want to hurt my friend, you should." Before Broly could finish his angry words, he saw the guy he kicked away, his body pierced by a lot of broken wood spikes, hanging on the broken wooden box, looking like he was about to die. "Where am I? Who am I? I am in so much pain." This was the first reaction of Ryunosuke Urayu when he came to his senses. His stomach rotted the moment he was kicked, and the organ that produced adrenaline turned into meat paste before it even had time to produce adrenaline. At this moment, his mind was clear and he could feel the pain. He wanted to wail, but only blood spurted out of his mouth. Is this the feeling of having a ruptured intestine? It turns out the intestine I have been looking for is in my stomach. It hurts so much, but the color is so bright. Ryunosuke Urayu gradually died with an expression that seemed like he was half crying and half laughing, but his face was distorted because of excessive pain. In his lifeless eyes, there was a boy with a confused expression reflected. Broly now had only one feeling, that is, the man fell down before he even used any strength. Should he continue to be angry? Tusaka Rin was a little stunned. From facing a desperate situation to a new deskmate appearing out of nowhere, to the new deskmate being attacked, and then she suddenly kicked the bad guy to death, all these twists and turns happened in less than a minute. "Ling-Ian, don't look, just follow me." After looking at the dead bad guy again, Tusaka Rin's face turned pale because of the other party's tragic death. She called her old deskmate girl and took her to carefully bypass the boy and walked outside. Broly turned his head as she moved, looking at her as if he didn't know what to do next. "You come along too." Therefore, after walking past the boy, Tusaka Rin stopped. He gritted his teeth, took Broly up, and left with this dangerous new classmate. When they got outside, a patrol car passed by. Tusaka Rin asked Suzune to find the police for help, and she took this opportunity to take Broly away. The appearance of the missing child attracted patrolling police cars to gather around, and a cordon was quickly set up around the underground bar. "What happened to you?" After hiding at the alley entrance and watching her friend come down safely, Tusaka Rin finally had time to ask about the boy next to her. "What's going on?" Broly was a little confused. "It was about you suddenly showing up and kicking that kidnapper and murderer to death," Tusaka Rin said. "I was eating takoyaki just now. I finished my portion and when you came back, I noticed that your happiness value suddenly dropped, so I brought your takoyaki to find you." Broly briefly explained his situation and returned his gaze to the takoyaki in his hand. Tusaka Rin could see from the boy's face that he really wanted to eat it. "Well, if you still want to eat, then go ahead. But it's your food. I have no appetite now. Tusaka-rin was telling the truth. The octopus tentacles exposed on the surface of the takoyaki were somewhat similar to the tentacles of the familiar that blocked the way just now. In addition, after seeing the tragic death of Ryuna Shukurayu, which was almost equivalent to being beheaded, it would be strange if she had any appetite to eat. Tusaka, you're a good wife. Broly looked at the girl seriously and suddenly said. Tusaka-rin looked over with wide eyes, and saw Broly eating takoyaki with a look of satisfaction on his face. You are indeed a strange fellow. Broly kicked someone to death, even though the guy who was kicked to death was a kidnapper and murderer. Tusaka-rin was still a little afraid. This is the instinctive fear of people towards beings that can easily kill them. But now, seeing Broly being satisfied with a very ordinary takoyaki, it seems that this fear has gradually disappeared. Strangeness. Broly was a little confused. But before he could figure out the strange meaning, he heard Tusaka-rin continue talking next to him. Thank you so much today. If you weren't here, I might be in danger. Tusaka-rin's happiness value is rising. Broly listened to the prompt sound of the Crystal Palace in his mind and felt that his happiness had returned. If the happy water was regarded as an equivalent exchange for happiness points, he would have hundreds of more bottles of happy water at the moment the girl thanked him. Thank you. Tusaka-rin stretched out her hand to shake hands with Broly, but Broly looked at her hand without responding, which made her a little embarrassed. Give me your hand. What? Will you give it or not? Give. Shake hands, my good friend. This means that from now on, you are my, Tusaka-rin's, best friend. I see. Broly felt like he had learned something new. By the way, you're home. Just as Tusaka-rin was about to ask for help getting home, the magic pointer on her chest responded again. Pat. Another sea monster leaped down from the roof and crashed into the alley behind Broly. Small. Tusaka-rin's face changed, but before she could remind him, a buzzing sound was heard, and a swarm of insects flew past, attacked the sea monster that appeared, and devoured it at an extremely fast speed. Rin, are you okay? A familiar voice came from behind. Uncle Korea. Tusaka-rin shouted in surprise, but when she turned around, she was a little scared. Sorry, I look a little ugly right now. Under the street light, a man pulled up his hood, as if he wanted to use it to cover half of his ugly face. His face was wrinkled like an old man, and there seemed to be something wriggling under his skin, which looked very scary. What's wrong with you? Nothing, just a little sick. But didn't you go to Zenjo's house with your mother? Why are you here in Fuiuki City? I came to visit a friend. Tusaka-rin was a little embarrassed, but she still told this uncle who was very kind to her the reason why she appeared in Fuiuki City at this time. It's very dangerous here. You and your friends need to go back quickly. Mata Korea glanced at Broly, mistaking him for the friend that Tusaka-rin was looking for, and said to the two of them. At around 7 in the evening, after receiving a call from Mata Korea, Zenjo Aoi drove to Fuiuki City. Rin, how could you suddenly run back to Fuiuki City alone? In a nearby park, when Zenjo Aoi arrived, he spoke to his daughter angrily. Mom, my friend is missing and I'm worried that he or she might have been murdered. Tusaka-rin explained quietly. It's good that nothing happened. Zenjo Aoi said this and looked at Mata Korea. Korea, it was you who protected Rin, thank you. She says. And Broly, he protected me too. Tusaka-rin added. Okay. Zenjo Aoi looked in the direction her daughter was pointing and saw a little boy. This is Broly, he's my best friend now. Tusaka-rin and her mother introduced Broly. Wei Wu's legacy. After Broly met Zenjo Aoi, this inexplicable information appeared in his mind. But he couldn't understand the message and quickly put it out of his mind. Zenjo Aoi nodded politely to the boy but said nothing. It would be difficult for her to blame a child and let her daughter do something risky. Apparently, she had some misunderstandings, and Broly took the blame for the girl named Suzuan. Protecting Lin is what I should do. The children were ignored and a conversation began between the adults. Licking a dog is not a house. What are you saying? I'm saying whatever pops into my head. However, children also have their own way of communicating. What is that? Do not know. Broly shook his head, but pointed at Matokuriya over there. But I know he's a dog. So, what exactly is a dog licker? I do not know. Tusaka-rin was speechless, and once again confirmed the fact that Broly was a strange guy. The children's conversation here ended, while the adults' conversation over there became more intense. Mainly because of Matokuriya's participation in the Holy Grail, Zenjo Aoi had a dispute with him. Zenjo Aoi really couldn't understand why her childhood sweetheart suddenly wanted to participate in the deadly Holy Grail war. I didn't do that for. Matokuriya stopped and thought that all other waters would seem dull to him. There was no point in expressing some of the feelings that he had hidden in the past. I can only say that I misjudged Saka Tokiomi back then, otherwise I would definitely not have handed the person in front of me over to him. Why are you doing this? Tell me now. Under Zenjo Aoi's puzzled questioning, Matokuriya could only make up an excuse. I did that for your daughter, to prevent her from becoming like me. What? Don't worry, that guy Matazukan just wants the Holy Grail. As long as I can get the Holy Grail for him, Sakura will be fine. I will let her return to you and Rin. Zenjo Aoi. She seemed to be hesitant to speak. You don't have to worry about me. My servant is the strongest. Seeing Zenjo Aoi's expression, Matokuriya thought that the other party was worried about him, so he immediately spoke. No, I just wanted to say that Sakura has returned and is now living with me and Rin in the Zenjo family's villa. What? She ran away from the Mata family, returned to the Tusaka family, and was sent to me by Toki. Matokuriya. Sakura has already run back home, so why on earth did he pay the heavy price of having less than a month left to live to participate in this Holy Grail war? The expression of Matokuriya now is a bit similar to the two largest cards in a deck of playing cards, but can he blame the white moonlight in front of him, his childhood sweetheart, or can he blame the cute girl who calls him Uncle Korea and smiles peacefully? Since no one can be blamed, then the only one to blame is that guy. Yes, all this is Saka Tokiomi's fault. That's it, that's good. With anger burning in his heart, Matokuriya forced a smile to Zenjo Aoi. After saying this, he turned and left without any hesitation. His body was corroded by the marking worms, and his fate of death was determined the moment he decided to participate in the Holy Grail ceremony. Although he no longer has a goal to strive for, Matokuriya has found a new goal. He wants to crush that bastard Saka Tokiomi in the few remaining years of his life. Matokuriya left, but the conversation with Zenjo Aoi just now made Broly know the news about Mata Sakura. So they are sisters. Well, they are both good wives. They both give me food. As Broly was thinking this, Tusaka-rin came closer. Shall I ask my mother to take you back? No, I can go back by myself. Let's go, Rin, let's go home. Zenjo Aoi called out to her daughter. See you tomorrow. Then, having seen how powerful the boy was, Tusaka-rin had no doubt that he could go home, so she waved goodbye to Broly. After Tusaka-rin and her mother left, Broly also took a deep breath and flew off the ground, flying towards the Fujimura family. The speed was so fast, like a hungry student rushing to the cafeteria, and circles of air waves appeared around him. Fortunately, night had fallen, and even if someone heard the strange noise, it would be difficult to find the boy flying quickly in the darkening sky. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Gildra's Revenge. Chapter 17 Gildra's Revenge. What? Missing? There was some noise in the Fujimura household because Scarface did not pick up the boy from school. Miss, when I went to the school, that's what the school told me. I checked the surveillance at the school gate and found that Broly left the school on his own. Scarface said innocently. In Japan, elementary school students go home by themselves, so when letting children go home from school, Shenyuan town-affiliated primary school will not deliberately stop a child from leaving. This led to a situation where Scarface received a notice from the school to dismiss early, but when he went to pick up Broly at the normal time, he found out that Broly was no longer in school. Scarface couldn't pick up the person, the boy was missing, and there was a kidnapper and murderer wandering around in Fuiuki City, which made Fujimura Taikawa, who was going home from school, a little furious. Didn't the school call and ask you to pick him up early? Fujimura Taiga grabbed the scarred man's collar, looking as if he wanted to tear this bastard apart. Scarface didn't know how to respond. He just thought it would be okay to let the kid stay in school and pick him up at a later time. Daehi, let him go. There's something going on in the group this afternoon, so I asked him to run errands for me. Just when Fujimura Taiga was about to beat someone up, Fujimura Lehua came to the defense of Scarface. Grandfather. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. When problems arise, it is useless to be anxious or to blame others. The most important thing now is how to solve the problem. Fujimura Lehua said to his granddaughter very calmly. What should we do now? Taiga Fujimura asked. There are some surveillance cameras installed on the roads around the school. With the connections of our Fujimura group, we are able to obtain that surveillance information. So, we must first find someone to retrieve the surveillance footage of the surrounding roads to find the whereabouts of the child after he left school. Then hurry up. I've already asked someone to do it, and according to the surveillance footage, the kid got on the train to Fuiuki City West Station without paying the fare. Fujimura Taiga was a little surprised, while Fujimura Lehua had an expression that said this is your grandfather's ability. He was teaching his granddaughter how to remain calm in the face of difficulties. What happens after that? If you were me, Taiga, what would you do? I will find that Broly kid. But what if there is no surveillance? I'll find it myself. Wrong. Your power alone is limited. You need to mobilize the power of the Fujimura group to look for the child. Moreover, it is not just as simple as looking for the child. The biggest danger to children in Fuiuki City right now is the serial kidnapper and murderer. We need to find the trace of the serial kidnapper and murderer as well. At the same time, we need to use our connections to contact the police and ask them to help us find him. Fujimura Lehua's description of how he handled this emergency incident left Fujimura Taiga stunned. After seeing his granddaughter's stunned expression, the old man was very satisfied, and then he continued, these are things that ordinary people can't do. If ordinary people go missing, it will take 48 hours to file a case. And it is often difficult to get a result. But it's different for the Fujimura group. Not only can we mobilize our subordinates to search, but we can also use some connections to contact the police and ask for help. So, Daehi, do you understand the importance of having a force now? Fujimura Taiga. Grandpa, what you said makes sense. I now agree that having a force is a good thing, but this is not the important thing now. I just want to ask, has Broly's child been found? It hasn't been found yet, but there should be news soon. That means there's nothing left. No, I have to go out and look for him too. Sister Fujimura, can we eat now? When Fujimura Taiga asked the boy about the last place he was seen, Broly fell from the sky. He landed in the backyard and saw some people in the house. No one noticed him, so he walked over and asked his sister's wife. How can I have time to eat now? Now, Fujimura Taiga reacted and stopped talking. He turned his head and looked with everyone else at Broly, who suddenly appeared outside the courtyard. Hey, you're back? Scarface asked. Well, I'm back. Broly nodded. Where have you been, little guy? I was so worried when I heard that you suddenly disappeared. Fujimura Taiga rushed over, hugged him and asked. My wife, my desk mate at school, and I went to see another friend who was my desk mate at school. She even treated me to takoyaki during the trip. And at the end, she even gave me her portion of takoyaki, which was delicious. Thinking about his experiences after school, Broly answered Fujimura Taiga's question, but in his answer, the taste of takoyaki and how to eat it with toppings seemed to be the elements worthy of detailed description. As for unimportant things, he simply ignored them. If you go out to play with friends, you must tell the adults, otherwise, others will worry about you. Seeing Broly return safely, Fujimura Taiga was relieved, but he still gave the boy a lecture. Well, I see. Broly took note and nodded obediently. Just remember it. Sister will take you to dinner. After rubbing the boy's head, Fujimura Taiga took him to the cafeteria. Master, this. Don't keep people busy, just come back. Fujimura Lehua waved his hand. Broly's disappearance was an accident, but at least it made his granddaughter realize the benefits of having powerful subordinates. And the boy's safe return was even better. At least she didn't have to waste time looking for his whereabouts. Was this guy hit by a heavy truck? The missing child was found and taken back, but the police still needed to stay here to deal with the body of the suspected criminal. The police officers at the scene of the investigation frowned when they saw the body of the young man embedded in a broken wooden box with almost no intact part of the abdominal cavity. I've seen many death scenes, but this one is a bit outrageous. I have no idea what could have caused the other person to become like this. No matter what, this should be the serious suspect who has committed burglary, murder, child abduction, and child abuse in Fuyaki City recently. You guys take a careful picture of this guy's appearance, and when you go back you need to investigate his identity to see if you can find some substantial evidence. After the police chief in charge of the on-site command finished speaking, he found that no one behind him responded to him. Why aren't you talking? Turning back, he saw his men being entangled by some tentacle monsters around their necks. Hanging in the air, he looked like he was struggling desperately but couldn't get free. Monster! The police inspector widened his eyes and took 2 steps back, but he had nowhere to go because behind him was the corpse with a horrible death. Let my people go! He could only draw his pistol and try to threaten the monsters that had their tentacles wrapped around his men's necks to let go of their tentacles. How could this be? But before he could fire, a voice of surprise and disbelief came from behind the sea monster. It's dangerous here. A strange man in a blue robe ignored the warning of the police captain and walked quickly into the bar. This man had a pair of protruding eyes, which made people think of a bulging-eyed goldfish, but he passed by the sea monster without any obstruction. Uzumura Ryuna shook, my master, I never thought you would die before me. There was sadness in the eyes of Gildary Bluebeard. A master who shared the same language and interests with him appeared before him in the form of a corpse. But you died very artistically. I guess you were sacrificing yourself for art. Since the sea demon didn't stop him, the inspector realized something when this guy came over and talked to the dead body. You are in cahoots with this kidnapping and murder suspect, and you are also the one controlling these monsters. The inspector pointed his gun at the man. Hurry up and tell those monsters to let go of my colleague, or I will shoot. The inspector threatened. Some people were already rolling their eyes, he had to take action. Okay. Bluebeard lowered his head, looked at the policeman who was only as tall as his chest, and asked in return, don't you know that you should not disturb people when they are grieving and mourning the dead? He raised his hand towards the man's head, but did not grab it. He just put it in front of him, but you don't look like you have any artistic talent. I'll forgive you. Bluebeard muttered a curse under his breath. The inspector didn't understand what he was doing, but he shouted, I told you to tell those monsters to put my colleague down. Do you hear me? Dark sacrifice, sea devil summons. The composition of the magic circle and the materials for casting the spell are the police inspector in front of you. What is this? What did you do? The police inspector suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body and his face changed. Tear. Before he could pull the trigger, a sea demon burst out of his body. He died, his flesh and blood being devoured by the monster that emerged from his body. Uzumaki Ryuna shook. God is so unfair that he made you, a great artist in the world, leave the stage early, but it doesn't matter, you still have me here. I, Gildra, swear here that I will make the agent of God's will who made you leave from this stage called the world in the same way. He raised his hand and stabbed into the body of a policeman who was hung by the sea monster next to him, and a fresh heart was pulled out by Bluebeard Gildry. The incantation sounded again, and as the heart exploded as the spell-casting material, the blood in the heart carried the resentment of the dead and was guided in one direction under the effect of magic. Mist? No, this is a phenomenon caused by magic. Through Assassin's vision, Kotomine Kaire, who was on standby at the Fuyuki church, discovered Castor, who was leading a group of sea monsters. That guy still had no intention of hiding his mystery, and even went further, walking on the street with a group of familiars. Along the way, any ordinary people encountered would be killed without any distinction and then used as materials to summon familiars. What a madman! While informing Tokiomi Tsaka of Castor's new move, Kotomine Kaire also had his assassin knock out innocent passers-by in the opponent's path and throw them aside. This is not out of good intentions to save people, but just because I don't want Castor's team of familiars to continue to expand. What? Castor summoned a group of ambassador demons on the street, and now they're parading. When Tusaka Tokiomi received the news, he felt that his blood pressure was about to explode. As the head of the Tusaka family, which was the largest family of magicians in Fuyuki City, he had the obligation and responsibility to maintain the local mystery. Castor's behavior of marching recklessly on the streets with a large group of familiars is simply a face-to-face attack and a challenge to his bottom line as a magician. At this point in the Holy Grail ceremony, can it still be called a mysterious ceremony? Should we hang a loudspeaker on the other party to advertise it to the public? Is Castor's master crazy? He lets his servant do this. Isn't he afraid of being surrounded and killed by many servants? Teacher Shishin, forgive me for being blunt, but that duo is crazy from the beginning of the Holy Grail ceremony until now. Oh, yes, I almost forgot, what is their goal? By making such a big fuss, are they just trying to make themselves the target of public criticism? According to Castor's route, he and his familiars are heading towards the base where Saber's group has changed. For some unknown reason, Castor has been targeting Saber. Teacher, do we need to snipe at Castor's behavior now? After Kotomine Kaire reported Castor's target intention, he began to ask. Are you going to deal with Saber? Then there's no need to snipe him. Let Castor and that crazy group be the pathfinders to test Saber's power. Of course, you have to continue to have assassins clean up the ordinary people on the enemy's route. If too many ordinary people die, it will be difficult to cover up the matter. Tusaka Tokiomi did not stop Castor from taking action, but only asked his disciples to do some follow-up work to better finish the matter and reduce the death of ordinary people. Guided by the blood of hatred, Gildra arrived at the old town of Fuyuki City unhindered with the silent efforts of Kotomine Kaire's servant to eliminate innocent passers-by. Kiritsugu. In the house of their new base, Artoria senses a strange feeling in the air, and rushes into the house to find that her master, Emiya Kiritsugu, has also discovered the strange magic in the air. At this moment, he had already assembled a submachine gun. Emiya Kiritsugu looked at Saber who had barged in, and said to the injured Kuonmi beside him, "Protect Alice, Saber, and I will go out to meet the enemy." Under the moonlight, the streets were filled with fog and dark clouds obscured the moonlight. The moment the moonlight reappeared, Castor and his army of sea demons appeared at the end of the street. There were many more familiars than when they attacked Einsburn Castle before. Evil Deo, how many innocent people have you killed? Looking at the huge number of sea monsters, Artoria only felt anger. Although she was not from this era or this country, the chivalry she adhered to made her angry at those who committed evil acts. Oh, what a coincidence that I can meet the beautiful saint girl again here. I guess fate is arranging for you to return to me. But, saint girl, I, Gildra, am not here to look for you tonight. I am here for revenge. At both Artoria, who came out to the street to meet the enemy, and Emiya Kiritsugu, who had already set up his gun on the roof, made sounds of surprise and doubt. My master, Ryuna Shukyusuji, a great artist in the world, was brutally murdered in an unknown bar. My magic is guiding the arrival of the revenge army. Get out of the way, holy girl. There is no play for you on the stage tonight. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Fighting and Ravage. Chapter 18, Fighting and Ravage. Do you think I will believe you? Altria pointed the shadowless holy sword at Gildred, not believing what the bastard opposite her said at all. Wait, Saber, if Castor isn't here to cause us trouble, then don't confront him. Standing on a high point, Kiritsugu Emiya could see the entire army of sea demons, which densely packed all over the street. There were at least 70 or 80 of them, if not hundreds. With Saber's left hand injured, it would be unwise to fight her, so after hearing Castor's words, the man decided to avoid the fight. Through the connection of magic, he informed the servants below of his thoughts. Master, do you believe what that guy said? Altria immediately frowned and questioned. I don't believe him, but if he's willing to let us withdraw, there's no need to fight him. Although the bounty command spell on Castor is good, the opponent is no ordinary person. They had already experienced how difficult it was to deal with the servants controlled by him yesterday. If Lancer had not intervened and supported Saber with the spirit of chivalry to fight against the evildoer who harmed children, it is possible that Altria, whose left finger was pierced by the cursed spear, would have really fallen to her knees last night. But, Castor clearly looks like he's going to harm others. Only servants can fight against servants. Similarly, the guy who can kill the master behind him must also be a master. The frantic servant wants to seek revenge on the guy who killed his master. There is no need for us to take the knife for an unknown master. While Emiya Kiritsugu and his servants were arguing over their disagreements, Gildra's revenge magic, the blood on his heart, had already passed by Saber and slipped into the outside of the Fujimura family's mansion behind him under the vigilant gaze of Altria. Found it. The enemy who killed my master is right there. Gildra also saw it, and the magic power in his body surged out, revealing his murderous intention towards the person in the mansion without any concealment. Master, do you think there are other masters near the base you chose? Kiritsugu Emiya didn't say anything. There weren't so many coincidences in this world. The target that Castor wanted to seek revenge on was right next to their new base. Looking at the surging sea demon army, he put his finger on the trigger and sounded the battle horn with his sniper rifle. The bullet naturally had no damaging effect on the heroic spirit. Before it entered Gildred's head, it was corroded and corrupted by the black magic power surging from his body. Since you insist on standing in my way of revenge, I, Gildra, will crush you here. Bloom to your full glory, and when your life fades like a flower, I, Gildred, will hold your body in my arms and bind your soul under my spell. By that time, not even God can take you away from me. Wind King Hammer. In response to Castor's operatic aria, Artoria directly cut out a fierce hurricane path. She wanted to drive straight into the army of sea monsters like she did last night, capture the leader first, and take the admiral's head directly. The same move won't work on me, Gildra. Castor chanted a spell and retreated into the army of sea demons. The two closest sea demons wrapped his body, but it melted into a black protective armor with spikes under the spell. The unreleased invisible holy sword was directly bounced off when it hit it, and the spikes fought back against the attacker like a spear. Altria raised her arm in time and used her gauntlet to block the sharp counterattack that was piercing her face, but the next moment, she was kicked in the abdomen by Gildred and flew backwards. "Are you really Castor?" Although she was protected by armor, Artoria was not injured, but the kick she received was so powerful that she doubted the opponent's current occupation. "Saint girl, I didn't expect you to forget even this. But it doesn't matter. I can tell you again that I, Gildra, am your adjutant and a qualified noble swordsman." "Evil, I told you you got the wrong person. Among my adjutants, there is no evil bastard like you." The invisible holy sword slashed and split the surging sea demon into two, but due to the continuous output of Gildra's magic power, the divided body of the sea demon quickly glued together again and recovered as before. "Damn it!" As the sea monsters poured in large numbers, Artoria was in a tough fight. "What sound? St monster!" The gunshots at night woke up many people, and some people from the Fujimura group got up. After hearing the noise outside, he opened the door and went out to check what was going on. "You won't know the result until you see it. The damn seafood octopus has invaded the land world. Hey, don't just stand there and watch, come and help." Standing on the roof, Kiritsugu Emiya, who was providing fire support to his servants with a submachine gun, saw more and more people running out of the Fujimura mansion, and he couldn't help but shout at this group of ordinary people. "Mr. Emiya, what on earth is this?" Fujimura Rega came out wearing a robe and asked Emiya Kiritsugu, who was on the roof next door. "As your people said, they are monsters, monsters from another world. If you don't want to die, pick up your weapons and fight them with me." Fujimura Lehua only thought for a while, and when he saw the sea monster over there breaking into a house on the street and some human screams coming out from inside, he quickly made a decision. "Get your weapons ready, don't let those monsters get over here." Mr. Emiya, we don't have enough hot weapons, can you provide us with some support?" "Those weapons are in the warehouse, go get them yourselves." Emiya Kiritsugu emptied a magazine and replaced it with a new one, replying without even turning his head. Not long after, a group of gangsters armed with weapons climbed onto the roof. Occupying the high ground, under the command of their boss, Fujimura Rega and Emiya Kiritsugu, they provided more powerful fire support to Saber, who was fighting hard over there. Although the sea monster was difficult to be killed by bullets, its progress was temporarily blocked by the high-intensity rain of bullets. Magic power is needed to repair the injuries of the familiar. If Castor's master has really said goodbye to this world, then Castor's own magic power must be tight. Maybe it's struggling just to maintain its own existence, and now it's just gaining some magic power by killing lives to maintain its army of familiars. This was Kiritsugu Emiya's judgment, and the fact that some sea monsters had their bodies broken and never recovered verified the correctness of his judgment. "Damn you, a bunch of buzzing flies that are hindering my revenge." Originally, the focus was on Saber. But after being hit by the rain of bullets, Gildra shifted his attention to the group of humans further back. "Go around and kill them." He commanded a group of sea monsters to go around the house next door. Artoria wanted to stop them but was entangled by the sea monsters around her. "The monster is coming and I'm running out of bullets. What should I do?" Some people started to panic. "Damn it!" Kiritsugu Emiya gritted his teeth and regretted not buying a few heavy machine guns to set up defenses. "Mie, prepare to retreat with Alice Fell," Emiya Kiritsugu said as he jumped off the roof. The current situation was no longer something he could handle. The only solution now was to retreat and use the command seal to transfer Saber out of the battlefield. "Mr. Emiya, where are you going? Each of you should run for your lives. The monsters rushing towards us are beyond our ability to deal with." Emiya Kiritsugu did not hide anything. Although he would do anything to achieve his goal, in his opinion, the Fujimura family was affected by him. Now he made the situation clear so that these ordinary people could escape as many as they could. As for lying and leaving these people to cover their retreat, he was not so despicable as to do that. "Grandpa, what on earth is that? Fujimura Taiga was also awakened by the crackling gunshots. When he came out and saw a group of sea monsters rushing towards him, he was also frightened and asked his grandfather. There are many things in this world that most people don't know. Because I'm in the underworld, I can vaguely understand some unknown information. Those creatures should be monsters from the unknown side of the world. Even you, Mr. Emiya, are from that world, right? Ah. Emiya Kiritsugu nodded. This incident may have been caused by you. Our Fujimura family was implicated because I agreed to a deal with you. I accept this risk, but my granddaughter is just staying here. I don't want her to get into trouble. Can you take her away and send her to a safe place? It will only be more dangerous if you follow me. Under the current circumstances, I don't have any other choice, right? If you agree, I will bring people to hold back those monsters for you. It is good. Fujimura Rega and Emiya Kiritsugu quickly reached a deal and prepared to push their granddaughter into the Emiya family's Hummer. What? Taiga Fujimura hasn't figured out the situation yet, but she knows there is another child at home. Grandpa, Broly is still in the room. She shouted. In a moment of crisis, Fujimura Lehua felt a little overwhelmed when he saw his granddaughter caring about a child, but after all, an adult should not fight with a child. Then go wake him up and take him with you. Fujimura Lehua waved his hand. Time is running out, we have to hurry. Emiya Kiritsugu said this, and continued to use his limited remaining ammunition to attack the sea monster that was circling towards this side. Fujimura Taiga ran into the house and rushed straight towards the guest room. Broly's sleep quality was very good in the past 2 days. The crackling gunshots outside did not wake him up. Even when the girl broke in and pushed his body, he was still able to sleep soundly. Don't sleep anymore, there's meat to eat. Is there meat to eat? It wasn't until Fujimura Taiga said there was meat to eat that Broly suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Fujimura sister, where's the meat? Blinking his sleepy eyes, Broly tried to look for meat in the room. No meat, I just wanted to wake you up. Something happened outside. A monster is attacking. We need to escape. Broly. Fujimura Taiga took his hand and ran out with the boy without even having time to put on his shoes. Grandpa, what will you do if we leave? After stuffing the boy into the car, Fujimura Taiga remembered his grandfather and the other members of the Fujimura group. Don't worry about us, this is the Fujimura group, this is our home, we will defeat all the invading enemies. The gunshots have gradually stopped. Everyone in the Fujimura group has taken out their cold weapons. The women and children living in the house have also got on the family's vehicles and will leave with the Emiya family's vehicle soon. Grandpa, let me stay too. What nonsense are you talking about? Miss, this is a matter between us and the old man's Fujimura group. If you don't plan to inherit the Fujimura group, then the current situation has nothing to do with you. Go to take shelter with the others. I promise to protect the old man. Scarface assured, the scene was tragic. What happened? Broly still didn't understand the situation. He leaned on the car window and looked out, and a hand reached towards him from behind. It's okay, kid, you're going to be okay. Iris Veal said softly that she felt sorry for involving innocent ordinary people in the Holy Grail War, but all she could do now was to comfort the children of the victims' families. Broly turned his head, and the Crystal Palace in his mind gave him the following information. Found the target of the strategy, Iris Veal von Einsborn, current happiness value is 0. Reminder, Fujimura Taiga's happiness value is decreasing. Broly, hey. The reminder of the decrease in happiness value made Broly's sleepy head suddenly wake up. At this time, a sea monster happened to jump over the roof of the former Fujimura house and landed in front of a group of people. It let out a sharp roar from its mouth and waved its tentacles to knock some people from the Fujimura group away. Fujimura Taiga's happiness value also dropped sharply, allowing Broly to directly find the culprit that caused Fujimura Taiga's happiness value to drop. "Stop the monster!" Fujimura Lehua shouted. Bang! A car door flew through the crowd from behind and hit the sea monster, who was still preparing to swing its tentacles to attack. The car door hit the sea monster with terrifying force and sent it flying. With a snap, the sea monster was embedded in the electric pole on the side. In just a moment, it turned into a pile of minced meat. Sigh! Everyone gasped and turned their heads to look, and saw a little boy jumping out of the broken car door at the back, with an angry look on his face. As everyone stared in amazement, he walked forward and kicked the sea monsters that jumped down from the roof one by one into pieces. He looked so relaxed, as if he was not kicking a tough sea monster, but a creature made of tender tofu. The sea monsters had suffered terrible injuries, and their self-healing ability allowed them to demand a large amount of magic power from the people who summoned them. This demand also attracted Gildra's renewed attention. Castor felt strange. Logically speaking, when dealing with some ordinary people, even if the sea monsters sent out were injured, they should not require so much magic power from him. The magic power should almost be enough to summon a new group of sea monsters. But when Gildra looked up into the distance, he saw a child trampling the sea monster he had summoned. His sea monsters were like building blocks in front of the child. They were trampled and kicked into pieces at will, without any ability to resist. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Street Cleaning Master. Chapter 19 Street Cleaning Master. He kicked the sea monster to pieces with another kick, but Broly began to get annoyed. These strange creatures would move no matter how he kicked them, and they would even recover on their own. Just as Broly raised his little hand, aimed at a recovering sea monster, and was ready to use an energy bomb to completely bomb it. Don't worry about these familiars. The person controlling them is over there. You have to kill the controller before you can deal with these guys. Emi Yakiritsugu walked to the side, raised his hand and pointed at Castor over there, and said to this child with terrifying strength. Broly looked in the direction he pointed and saw more sea monsters, so he pointed his little hand in that direction. But Altria was still fighting with the sea monster. She split the body of a sea monster and revealed her fleeting figure. The Crystal Palace in my mind gave a hint, found the target, Altria, current happiness value is 0. This caused Broly to drop his hands. Bang! The cement floor was crushed directly by the bare feet, and the gust of wind caused the man who was close to it to fall to the ground. Damn! Over there, when Artoria was about to swing her sword to chop down a sea monster that was approaching again, a petite figure rushed over first and kicked the sea monster into pieces with a flying kick. After landing, Broly jumped up and delivered another flying knee strike, smashing another sea monster's head into pieces. He raised his hand to block the tentacles of a sea monster, and took advantage of the situation to grab the whole sea monster, dancing it in the air like a tilted windmill. The sound of snapping was endless, and the group of sea monsters around Altria were cleared out in this way. This operation was a bit fancy, but it actually happened in a flash. Artoria thought that a servant had come to support her. After thanking him, she found that the person who fell next to her was just a little boy who was only as tall as her waist. You have my magic aura on you. Are you the one who killed my master, Ryunosuke Yayu? Gildra felt the aura of his magic from Broly and asked directly. Uzumura Ryunosuke. Broly frowned, he had never heard of this name, but if it came to killing someone, then there was indeed a guy other than these strange creatures today, who was kicked to death by him. And the guy who was kicked to death was the bastard who caused the happiness value of his other classmate's wife to decrease. When Broly thought of the loss of his happiness value, Happy Water, he became more and more angry. Combined with the fact that Fujimura Taiga's happiness value had just dropped, he directly raised his little hand towards Gildred who had spoken. What are you doing? Artoria didn't understand the boy's actions, and Gildred didn't quite understand either, but the strength Broly displayed was indeed terrifying. He quickly retreated back to the group of sea monsters, and he quickly cast various strengthening magics on the surrounding sea monsters. "Why do you want to hurt my friends and deprive me of the happiness that belongs to me?" Broly asked. "What?" Gildred did not understand what he meant. "Disappear." Broly answered his doubts with an energy bomb. Gildred, who came for revenge, was instantly turned into ashes by the dazzling energy bomb released by Broly. The little resistance from magic was like a mantis trying to stop a car, which was completely meaningless. The energy bomb continued to move forward, destroying most of the remaining sea demon army and continuing to blast back. Assassin, who was hiding in the shadows of the street, was unlucky. Before he could react, he was hit by the terrifying energy beam and was destroyed. The entire street was cleared, and everywhere within sight was empty, with only the burning air and some sea monsters on the other side of the energy bomb's attack direction. Without magic power to provide their dissipating bodies, there was no way to prove that the disappearing army of sea monsters was not an illusion. Altria was the closest and felt it most clearly. The energy bomb released by Broly gave her a feeling that the power was no weaker than that of his own noble phantasm after it was fully released. The enemy was eliminated, and Broly's anger subsided. He turned his head to look at the Night King next to him. Artoria subconsciously became nervous, however, her vigilance only welcomed the boy's little hand. "Hello, I'm Broly." Broly introduced himself. It was a basic etiquette he learned after coming to the civilized world that one should introduce oneself to people he didn't know. "King Arthur, Altria Pendragon." Broly's non-hostile attitude made Artoria quickly let down her guard. She put down the invisible holy sword and reached out to shake hands with the boy. "Shake hands, good friend. This means that from now on, you will be my best friend." Broly said seriously that this was new knowledge that Tusakarin had just taught him tonight. Broly's words surprised Artoria a little, but seeing the boy's serious look and that he had just helped her out of a predicament, she did not refuse. To be honest, Altria has never had any friends. As a king, she has subordinates and comrades around her, but no friends. "What, you mean Merlin?" "That was her teacher, the one who taught her swordsmanship and statecraft." After getting to know another wife, Broly walked back. Looking at the empty streets and then seeing the boy walking back with a normal look on his face, everyone in the Fujimura group stepped back subconsciously. Those sea monsters are monsters, but the boy who destroyed a large group of sea monsters and cleared the entire street with unknown means, isn't he a monster among monsters? It's normal for people to be afraid of what they don't understand. Only Fujimura Taiga took the initiative to greet Broly after seeing him come back. "Broly, are you such a powerful kid?" The boy just stood up and kicked a small monster, just like in a movie, and when he rushed over there, although no one knew what happened, a strong green light suddenly appeared, and then the monster and the guy controlling the monster disappeared, and even the whole street was clean. It was so cool. Please forgive me, Fujimura Taiga is just a middle school student. He usually fantasizes that he is a Ronin warrior who adheres to the chivalrous way and has superb martial arts. Therefore, after seeing the power beyond the ordinary with his own eyes, he is naturally excited. Of course, she also has the ability to distinguish whether it is dangerous or not. When other people who didn't know Broly retreated, she didn't think Broly would hurt them, so she took the initiative to greet him. She was surprised and liked Broly because Broly saved her grandfather and other members of the Fujimura group. By the way, what was that green light just now? After checking Broly's body and confirming that he was not injured except for some monster blood, Fujimura Taikawa began to ask. "It's an energy bomb." Broly answered honestly. "How did you do it?" Taiga Fujimura asked. "It means to gather your energy and concentrate it in your hands." Broly raised his little hand to show it, and as green light came out of his little hand, a group of people quickly hid away. "Are you kidding? The streets over there are empty as far as the eye can see. No one wants to be like those monsters and evaporate into thin air. It's amazing, can I touch it?" As Fujimura Taiga asked, he reached out his hand, as if he wanted to touch the energy bomb condensed in Broly's hand. You are too weak. You can't touch me. You will get hurt. Broly quickly absorbed the energy from the energy bomb into his body. Even he could now clearly realize how weak the people in this world were. Others don't matter, but people who are good to you cannot be harmed, and among those who cannot be harmed, Fujimura Taiga, who feeds him, clothes him, bathes him, and provides him with bedding to sleep, is ranked number 1. Well, I am indeed too weak. Seeing the boy's prowess, Fujimura Taiga had to admit it. Then, she pinched her nose, looked at Broly with some disgust and said, "You stink. You need to take another shower." Broly sniffed himself and found that it was true. The sea devil's blood, after being left for a while, now had a fishy smell unique to seafood. It was definitely not worse than the body fluids of the Wampa spider, but now Broly had tried to be a clean boy, so he frowned slightly. "I'll take you to take a bath." Fujimura Taiga picked up Broly and was about to walk towards the Fujimura mansion. She was sweating all over after the panic just now. "Wait a minute, I have something else to say." "What?" "Put me down first." Fujimura Taiga put Broly down, and saw the boy run over to someone else's Hummer. Then, under the watchful eyes of a man named Emi Yakuritsugu, he reached out to Iris Veal, who had red eyes and white hair, and said, "Hello, my name is Broly." I'm Alice Fair, what's up?" The artificial female who was created and had only 9 years of actual life experience responded to his self-introduction, reached out her hand and shook his small hand before asking, "You are my best friend now?" After completing the process of getting to know his wife, Broly said this and ran back to Fujimura Taiga. There, only a group of confused people were left. "What happened to that kid?" Iris Veal asked, feeling a bit amused. "Do not know." Emi Yakuritsugu shook his head, not realizing at all that his wife was being targeted. "But one thing is certain, he is not a servant, he has no magic power, and he is not a magician." "What is he, then?" "I don't know, but I think we can use the word monster to describe this kind of existence." "Will he pose a threat to us?" Kiritsugu Emiya did not say anything, because he still did not understand, but he realized one thing, that is, he might have been affected by the other party tonight, after learning about the conversation between Castor and the boy from Altria. "Should we move our base? We don't have a third safe house ready. It's better to stay here than to move randomly. We should stay the same in the face of any changes." After taking a deep look at the boy who was taken back to Fujimura's house by Fujimura Taiga, Emi Yakuritsugu said something and drove the Hummer with half of the door missing back to the original house. "I'm going to see the power of the opponent's move to destroy Castor." After sending Iris Veal back, Emi Yakuritsugu came out again, but he wanted to see what was happening at the end of the street. The distance was as long as 3 kilometers. At the end of the 3-kilometer energy bomb's destructive power, Emi Yakuritsugu saw a mighty man driving a chariot pulled by oxen, and next to him was a young man with delicate features. If not rider and his master, who else could it be? "Master!" Altria walked forward from behind and looked at the rider group warily. "Hey, Night King, good evening." Iskandar greeted. "You made quite a noise tonight," he said. "This is not..." Before Altria could finish her words, she was interrupted by Emi Yakuritsugu. "Castor is causing trouble for us again. We have no choice but to fight back." "That's true, but I didn't expect that the Night King, whose left hand was injured, could still exert such a powerful force. I was a little presumptuous to say that she was just a little girl last night." The King of Conquerors took the initiative to apologize. "Strength does not represent everything, but having strength proves that Altria is not a little girl. Rider, are you here just to tell my servant this, or do you still want to take advantage of the opportunity to attack us?" "Master Saber, although I know you are trying to provoke me into not taking action, my decision not to take action has absolutely nothing to do with your strategy. The battle between kings should be upright, and I have no intention of taking advantage of others' misfortunes." Iskandar said this to Emiya Kiritsugu, then looked at Artoria. "Night King, I look forward to the moment of the decisive battle with you. Also, congratulations on your great victory tonight." After saying this, King of Conquerors Iskandar drove away with his little master, and his reaction gave Kiritsugu Emiya an idea. "What? You want to take the credit for killing Castor?" "No, I disagree. I wasn't the one who killed Castor." Back at the mansion, Artoria directly expressed her denial of the idea proposed by Emiya Kiritsugu. For a knight, claiming the merits of others is simply a slander on his own chivalry. "You know, among the 8 virtues of chivalry, there are integrity and honor." "I know what you mean, but the problem is that the person who killed Castor was neither a master nor a servant. He might not even have anything to do with the Holy Grail ceremony. The bounty on Castor is for masters who participate in the Holy Grail. But this is no reason to take credit for someone else's work." "Listen, Saber, you didn't take credit for anything. Although you weren't the one who killed Castor, you were the only servant who participated in the battle to kill Castor tonight. According to the regulations, we are eligible to get the bounty of the command seal. But this... Don't worry. I will tell the Holy Church the truth about how Castor was dealt with. As for whether the Holy Church acknowledges our crusade against Castor, that is their business. Last night, we were attacked by Castor and his army of sea demons. With the help of our servant Saber, Castor and his army of sea demons were destroyed by a powerful force. Well, this is Saber's master's battle report on last night's battle with Castor. It has been confirmed that Castor has been eliminated, and the terrifying light beam that almost penetrated the old city was also captured by the road surveillance. Even one of the assassins my son sent to observe the situation was caught in the battle and was killed before he could even send a detailed battle report." Kotomine Ri was discussing the situation with Psaka Tokiomi through the magic prop phonograph, mainly discussing whether to give out the bounty command seal. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Broly's cloth is still cloth. Chapter 20 Broly's cloth is still cloth. If they don't give it, their cathedral church will be like blowing a black whistle. Although this is true, there are some things that can only be done and not said. As for giving, Saber's left hand was scratched by Lancer's cursed spear, and even though it was not in perfect condition, she still eliminated Castor, who had made a big fuss and brought a bunch of familiars to cause trouble. The street that was cleared was 3 kilometers long. Giving another command spell to a saber with such terrifying power could be considered as aiding the enemy. This was very confusing. "Give it to me." Tusaka Tokiomi's voice sounded tired. He spent the entire night cleaning up the noisy butts caused by the fight between Castor and Saber, and he didn't sleep the entire night. But if that's the case, Saber's advantage will be too great. There are still 6 groups of masters and servants left. The greater the advantage Saber has, the greater the probability that they will be the priority target for everyone. If the remaining masters can be made hostile to Saber, the cost of a command spell will be nothing. This was the conclusion that Psaka Tokiomi came to after careful consideration. In the mysterious ritual of the Holy Grail War, the more powerful a combination was exposed, the more likely they would be prioritized by everyone to be eliminated. However, when you give out the command seals, you must make it clear to the other masters that the Saber team already has an extra command seal from someone else. I see. As expected of the head of the Tusaka family, you have a thorough understanding of things. Let's do it this way. After giving a word of praise, Kotomine Raisei went to grant Emiya Kiritsugu the command seals, and at the same time summoned the familiars of other masters to spread the news that Castor had been annihilated by Saber, and announced that the Holy Grail War would begin again. "Humph, you want to lead me to target Saber, I'll target you," Toki swear words, "Damn Tusaka Tokiomi, I'll keep my eyes on you." This was the true thought of Berserker's master Matukuriya after receiving the information. Through Matazukan's channel, he knew that the people of the Holy Church and the Tosaka family were in cahoots with each other this time, and he didn't want to target Saber at all, but only Tosaka Tokiomi. King, you must fight uprightly and fairly. This was the thought of Rider, the king of conquerors, Iskandar, and it had not changed much from last night. His master, Waver Velvet, was a little weak and had no way of changing his servant's mind. Ms. Sora, please don't do this. As for Dire Muid on the Lancer's side, he said that his lord, master, was now lying in bed as a useless person, and his lord's fiancée was seducing him. It seemed that the Holy Grail war had been forgotten by this woman, and she only wanted to indulge in his homosexuality and could not extricate herself. A good strategy was shown to a group of abnormal people, but it was useless. It was completely useless. The only useful thing was probably that it lured Kiritsugu Emiya into it. This magician killer was in sync with Tsaka Tokiomi, and he fought a battle of wits and courage with the air. He was well prepared to defend his own base and guard against other masters who would attack him in groups. He even planned to use the power of the terrifying boy from his neighbor Fujimura's family. As a result, no one came at all, and Broly didn't go to school because the school was suspended today. While Fujimura Taiga still had to go to school, he ran to the neighbor's house to see if he could increase the happiness value of the two new wives he met last night. Then, he successfully got lunch at Emiya's house. During the meal, Emiya Kiritsugu extracted a lot of information from the innocent Broly, such as the Saiyans from planet Vampa. If it weren't for the boy's amazing strength and the fact that he cleared the entire street last night, he would have thought that he had been deceived. Of course, Kiritsugu Emiya finally figured out the purpose of Broly's visit. It turned out that the little guy came to find a wife, and one of the wives he was looking for was his wife, which really made the magician killer a little uncomfortable. In response to this, Mrs. Alice Veal chuckled, "I didn't expect that. I am still quite attractive. I was actually favored by this child. But, Broly, I can't be your wife." She said this to Broly. "Why, didn't you shake my hand?" Broly was a little confused and asked while eating. "Because I'm a married woman," Iris Veal explained. "What is a husband?" Broly asked curiously. "If you don't know your husband, then what kind of wife are you looking for?" This made people want to complain, and Kyuonmya actually complained about it. Husband, it is the man's identity corresponding to the woman's wife's identity after forming a husband-wife relationship with someone else. Iris Veal explains to Broly. "Can't you have two husbands?" Broly understood, but started to ask more questions. "Unfortunately, the country I live in is a monogamous country, and Emiya Kiritsugu is my husband." Iris Veal held the man's arm and introduced him to the boy. Broly seemed to be thinking about something, then his face turned conflicted, as if he was in distress. "What's wrong? Did you eat too much?" Seeing this, Iris Veal asked with concern. "No, I'm not full yet." "Then why do you look like this?" "I was just wondering whether I should kill your husband." Broly spoke the truth, and when he said this, everyone at the dinner table was shocked. "Why?" Emiya Kiritsugu asked carefully, sweat on his forehead. "Because only by killing you can I make your wife my wife." Broly gave his answer seriously, and this answer left everyone speechless because the logic was correct. "But you seem to be hesitating and hesitating." Emiya Kiritsugu asked again. "Because you feed me." This is what Broly is struggling with. Everyone was silent. There was something seriously wrong with this kid. "Broly, then why are you so persistent in finding a wife?" Altria broke the silence and asked. A boy of his age didn't look like he would be obsessed with women, and his reaction didn't seem to be because of women. "Find a wife and make her happy. When I return to Vampa, I'll have food. The more wives I find, the happier I will be, and the more food I can exchange for." Broly still spoke the truth, but the people around him were somewhat confused, but they understood the real reason why the boy was looking for a wife. If that's the case, I do have a suggestion. Emi Yakiritsugu suddenly said. What proposal? Broly asked curiously. I can't give you my wife, but my daughter, Ilya, is only 3 years older than you. Kiritsugu. Hearing this, Alice was a little surprised and turned to look at her husband. Emi Yakiritsugu nodded at her, and the eye contact made Alice quickly understand her husband's thoughts. If you are willing, Iris Veal and I are willing to entrust our daughter to you. His wife, Iris Veal, was the little Holy Grail of the Fourth Holy Grail War. The moment the Holy Grail descended, her mission was completed, which meant death. However, he himself may not be able to guarantee that he will survive to the end of this Holy Grail War and become the last person to obtain the Holy Grail. Once he and Iris Veal are dead, who will be able to take care of their daughter Ilya? Will the Einsburn family? Indeed, the Einsburn family might take care of their daughter if their daughter Ilya was useful, but now, they have an additional choice. Although they didn't know much about the boy in front of them, there was no doubt that he was very powerful, as they had seen with their own eyes last night. During the meal, the child's innocence was fully exposed. The boy's simple desire to find a wife gave Kiritsugu Emiya some ideas. Rather than trusting that the Einsburn family would take good care of their daughter Ilya, it would be better to entrust their daughter Ilya to this monstrous boy. Without saying anything else, as long as the other party is willing to support their daughter, it is a success. If their daughter has a fiancé who is as powerful as a servant, then she will be of great value. Even if the couple really died in this Holy Grail War, the Einsburn family would definitely not abandon their daughter easily. Kiritsugu Emiya is also entrusting his son to others and making arrangements for the possibility that he might die in this Holy Grail War. The reason why I didn't make arrangements before was because I didn't have the opportunity or the connections. As for now, he has met Broly, a boy with the strength of a monster. After understanding the other party's thoughts, I then came up with the idea of entrusting my daughter to him. Well, what do you think? Parents' orders, matchmaker's words. Search for new strategy target, Ilya von Einsburn, current happiness value 0. Hint, his parents are willing to entrust him to you. Do you want to invite Ilya von Einsburn to become a formal member of Crystal Palace now? Currently 0/5 formal members of Crystal Palace. Broly was a little dazed, but when he looked at Emiya Kiritsugu and Iris Veal, a message suddenly emerged in his mind, and he subconsciously read it out. Broly, wandering all his life, never met a wise master. At the moment he agreed, Ilya, a girl in Einsburn Castle in Germany, who was thinking about when her parents would come back, suddenly saw a text message in front of her. Your father, Emiya Kiritsugu, and your mother, Iris Veal, are entrusting you to Broly. Broly has accepted and invited you to become a formal member of the Crystal Palace. Ilya von Einsburn, do you want to join the Crystal Palace? Confirm or reject? Ilya didn't quite understand what the Crystal Palace meant, but when she saw that it was the decision made by her parents, she was missing her parents and hesitated for a moment before reaching out to click the confirmation button in front of her, but her finger went straight through the text. However, the meaning of confirmation has been accepted by Crystal Palace. And the prompt information of Crystal Palace continues to change. You have become one of the official members of the Crystal Palace. The current number of official members of the Crystal Palace is 1/5. When you reach 5 official members, the Crystal Palace module will be upgraded. Ilya blinked, and saw a Q-version portrait of a black-haired boy in front of her field of vision. Next to the portrait was written Broy in German, and below it was an entry for the happiness value, and after the entry was the display 30. The perspective turns back to Broly, and a Q-version avatar of a little girl with white hair and red eyes appears in front of him. Next to the avatar is written Ilya von Einsburn in Chinese, and there is also an entry for the happiness value below, and after the entry is 20. There is also a happiness point display in the upper right corner. At this moment, his happiness points are no longer 0, but 200 points. That was the happiness points converted from Ilya's happiness value after she heard the news from her parents. Now, as the happiness value continues to increase, the happiness points also continue to rise, but not by 100 at a time, but by little. In just this moment, it has increased by 2 points. Next to Ilya's avatar, there is a status indicating happiness points are continuously being produced and a slogan, "Please keep your wife happy," including a reminder further down that if your wife feels unhappy, happiness points will stop being produced. Please tell me, how can I make your daughter continue to be happy? Broly was a little surprised, but when he used his consciousness to open the redemption shop on the side and saw the food he had eaten before, his desire to make his wife, whom he had never met, happy was immediately overflowing. What? Iris Veal was a little stunned, and Emi Yakiritsugu was a little overwhelmed. Just after he verbally entrusted his daughter with the task, the boy's eyes lit up and he looked very motivated to make his daughter happy. But the question is, what does it take for my 8-year-old daughter to be happy? Emi Yakiritsugu and Iris Veal looked at each other, and they had the answer in their hearts, but they were not able to say it out loud. Because at first glance at the boy in front of them, they knew that he would really do something for their daughter's happiness. If they said that their daughter would be happy if they stayed with her, Emi Yakiritsugu and Iris Veal suspected that the boy might tie them up and throw them back to their daughter. Happiness is a difficult thing to explain. Everyone has a different definition of happiness. Our daughter Ilya is still young, so we can't infer what her happiness is. You have to wait until you really get to know her and understand it yourself. Okay then. Broly calmed down from his excited state. What about you? Do you want to be my wife? Broly asked Artoria, who was still eating beside him. I have dedicated my life to Britain, only to save the country I once belonged to, not for any so-called romantic feelings. Altria shook her head decisively to refuse. She was the monarch of Britain and would not become someone else's wife. Not to mention, being the wife of a boy who just wants to eat, and one of them. Broly was a little disappointed, because this guy had a happiness value of 7 points. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 The Adoption Contract Signed Again. Chapter 21 The Adoption Contract Signed Again. Last night, because Gildra killed some police officers, the police believed that the serial killer had accomplices. Not only was the alarm alert not cancelled, but it was raised to another level, causing many elementary and even middle schools to suspend classes. It should have been a happy thing for students to know that they didn't have to go to school for the time being, but after hearing the news, Tusaka Rin's face fell a little. Broly saved her yesterday, but because she met Uncle Korea later, there were many things she couldn't tell the boy. She had thought that she would ask him about it after going to school today, but the school directly called to notify her that classes were suspended. Tusaka Rin was a little shocked, but fortunately her mother suggested taking her and her sister to the amusement park, which quickly changed her mood. In the morning, they rode the carousel, the Ferris wheel, and played bumper cars. At noon, they had ice cream, hamburgers, and French fries. After I got home, the good mood I got from playing in the amusement park still lingered in my heart. Mom, let Dad come to the amusement park with us next time, okay? In response to her daughter's expectant question, Zenjo Aoi gave a somewhat forced smile. After a perfunctory okay, she hid in her room to call her husband. Not long after Tusaka Tokiomi lay down on the bed to rest, he was woken up by the ringing of the phone. When he answered it, he found it was his wife calling, so he asked Zenjo Aoi whether she had prepared one of their 2 daughters to be sent to the Mata family. No, Shishin, I haven't done enough ideological work on my daughter yet. It's just that last night, I ran into Mata Korea in Fuyuki City. Wait, you came to Fuyuki City last night? Rin came to Fuyuki City without permission, wanting to look for a friend. Why didn't you take a liking to her? Okay, I don't mean to blame you, as long as you and your daughter are fine. Fatigue reduced Saka Tokiomi's ability to control his emotions. Knowing that he had said something out of turn, he quickly regained his elegance and spoke softly to his wife on the other end of the microphone. "If you have anything to say, just tell me." Tusaka Tokiomi just wanted to end the call quickly and take a rest. "I met Mata Korea, and his health became very bad." Zenjo Aoi continued. "What does he have to do with us?" Tusaka Tokiomi frowned. Hearing his wife mention another man, even an elegant man like him felt a little uncomfortable. He was the one who protected Rin last night. Then I really have to thank him. If I run into him again in the future, I will try my best to save his life. That's not what I meant to say, but he mentioned the magic of the Mata family. He said it was something that eroded life and flesh. Zenjo Aoi did not hide anything and told her husband everything about what she saw with Mata Korea last night. "You continue to work on my daughter's thoughts. I will go to Matazukan to inquire about the situation. If the magic of the Mata family is really as bad as you said, then I will not push my daughter into the fire pit." After Tusaka Tokiomi hung up the phone, he returned to his study, picked up a pen and wrote a letter to Matazukan. He summoned a crow familiar and asked it to deliver the letter to Mata's house. After receiving the letter from Tusaka Tokiomi, Matazukan became furious and walked quickly into the underground insect warehouse with a cane. In the insect warehouse, Mata Korea is being bitten by insects. This is his way of maintaining his magic power as a half-baked magician. "Korea, do you think that if you tell the Tusaka family about your physical condition, they won't send your daughter back to the Mata family?" Matazukan spoke directly to the man in the pile of insects. "What do you mean?" Mata Korea, who was enduring the pain of being bitten by insects, just felt a little confused. "Ha, are you playing dumb? It's okay. I'll tell you, it's useless. The head of the Tusaka family is a rational magician. He has decided to send the children who left the Mata family back to the Mata family." He shook the letter in his hand, and without waiting for Mata Korea to see it clearly, Matazukan put the letter away, turned around and left the worm warehouse. "No, Matazukan, you bastard, explain it to me clearly." The insects increased their force in squeezing his life, and Mata Korea fell directly to the ground, losing consciousness in the intense pain. Tsuruno. The old man who left the insect warehouse found his nominal eldest son. "Father, what do you want?" Mata Tsuruno showed a look of fear, but still walked forward and followed the instructions. "Take Shinji and leave the Mata family. Go hide outside. A dangerous guest is coming tonight." In the letter from Tusaka Tokiomi, the other party agreed to bring his servants to visit the Mata family tonight, and he cannot refuse. Although he thinks Tusaka Tokiomi is unlikely to take action, he still has to be prepared just in case. On the surface, it was to let Mata Tsuruno, an ordinary person, take his grandson and leave the Mata family for refuge, but in fact, his real body would also quietly follow and temporarily stay away from the Mata family. "Excuse me, Master Matu." In the evening, Tusaka Tokiomi, who had recovered, arrived as promised. "Of course not. The head of the Tusaka family is visiting us. Our Mata family welcomes you very much." The old man stood at the door and responded with a polite fake smile. "So, regarding the doubts in my letter, I wonder if Master Matu can give me a response." Tusaka Tokiomi also smiled, but the way he held the jeweled cane made it clear that he would take action if the answer did not satisfy him. "Of course, please follow me." Matazukan didn't seem to notice this, and welcomed Tusaka Tokiomi and Gilgamesh who appeared behind him into the house. "It's such an unpleasant magic." After entering the house, Mr. Jin frowned and made a comment, then went to the wine cabinet of the Mata family, took out a bottle of wine, opened the cap and started drinking. "This wine is better than the wine in your house, and even better than the wine in your disciple's house." Matazukan looked at Gilgamesh and opened the wine he had stored, which his family could use as a reserve fund. The eyelids of his insect-made body couldn't help but twitch twice. "Why, Do you have any objection to me opening your wine? No, how dare I? It is an honor for my wine collection to be praised by the King of Heroes. A group of insects can actually talk. Matazukin's body was a little stiff. He didn't expect that his fake body could be exposed so easily. For the sake of this wine, I will tolerate the slight dirt here. If you have anything to say, you can talk to my subordinates. But if you dare to let the mad dog hiding underground attack my subordinates, don't blame me for being merciless. Gilgamesh stayed in the living room drinking, while Matazukin took Saka Tokiomi into the insect warehouse. Here, Tusaka Tokiomi met Matakuria. Matazukin asked the insects to hold him up and introduce him to the head of the Tusaka family, and the reason why the engraving worms were destroying Matakuria's life. In the final analysis, it was only because my good-for-nothing son suddenly returned to the family to participate in the Holy Grail War that I had no choice but to use such extreme transformation magic on him, so that he could have the ability to fight against excellent magicians. It's a very delicate technique. Although his body and life were severely eroded, the magic circuit activated at the cost of his life also produced a considerable amount of magic power. Tusaka Tokiomi ignored the densely packed insects in the insect warehouse, and after observing the crest bugs activating the magic circuits in Matakuria's body, he gave his unstinting praise to this method. Master Matu, you are indeed an experienced magician. I am still far behind you in the path of a magician. You're overpraising me. These are just some cheap tricks. Then how can I know that you won't use the same method on my daughter? What I want is a successor to the magic way, not a tool like him. Naturally, I will not use such cruel transformation methods on your daughter. If Master Tozaka doesn't believe me, we can sign a magic contract as a guarantee. Perhaps the title of head of the Tusaka family triggered the key words, and Matakuria, who was originally knocked unconscious by the cresting bug, opened his eyes at this time. Tusaka Tokiomi, why are you here? You're awake, Korea. The head of the Tusaka family is here to investigate the magic of the Mata family and discuss sending his daughter to the Mata family again. Damn it! Matakuria was now controlled by the cresting bug, and his consciousness was still not very clear, but he still managed to ask questions with difficulty. Seeing me like this, you still want to send your daughter over here? You are asking for trouble. You want to participate in this Holy Grail ceremony as a half-baked magician, and that's why you ended up like this. But the head of the Mata family has just promised me that he will not use cruel methods to transform my daughter's magic circuits. Saka Tokiomi paused, then thanked Matakuria for helping his wife and daughter last night, and then asked Matazukin, Master Matu, can we sign a new adoption contract now? Of course. Matazukin smiled in a somewhat creepy way, and said that he had the contract provided by the Magic Association ready at home. Ah, Tusaka Tokiomi, you are not worthy of being a father, brr. Matakuria wanted to call on his servants to attack, but Matazukin quickly ordered the crest bugs to subdue him. You will regret this. Before being knocked unconscious by the bugs again, Matakuria uttered his last unwilling words. I am Rin and Sakura's father. How I arrange for my daughters is the Tusaka family's family affair. Outsiders have no right to interfere. In response to this, Saka Tokiomi was just a little disdainful. But he still looked at Matakuria with some pity. As his wife's childhood sweetheart and also his childhood friend, this man really cared about his two daughters. If this person could survive, the daughter sent to the Mata family would have someone who truly cared for and took care of her. He sighed in his heart, but his face remained elegant. He left the worm warehouse together with Matazukin. Matakuria provided the Magician Association's high-level magic contract, and they discussed the details of adopting a daughter again. After making sure that the life of the daughter sent to be the stepson would not be harmed and that the stepson would inherit the Master of Magic, Saka Tokiomi signed his name with magic power. I wonder when Sakura can be sent back. After signing the magic contract, Matazukin asked. My wife seems very reluctant to part with her little daughter. What does Master Tosaka mean? I might send my eldest daughter over here as my stepson. I wonder if Master Mata would mind. Haha, I don't mind. Whether you send our eldest daughter or our youngest daughter, our Mata family just needs an excellent heir to the magic path. Of course, Matazukan didn't mind. All he wanted was a mother with excellent qualifications. If Tosaka Tokiomi sent his eldest daughter, he would be even happier because he could transform her mature uterus earlier and turn it into a mother to give birth to the Mata family's offspring. Tosaka Tokiomi left the Mata family, and after confirming the insect magic of the Mata family, he returned home and called his wife to vouch for the Mata family's magic, but he asked his wife to do ideological work on their daughter as soon as possible. If possible, I mean let Sakura go. Rin is older after all. If something happens to me, she, who is older, can better stabilize the situation of the Tosaka family. But isn't this too cruel for Sakura? Okay, Aoi, I won't interfere with you on who to let go. As their mother, you will make the decision. As long as you can convince one of them to go to the Mata family and continue to be the stepson who inherits the Mata family's magic, it will be fine. Tosaka Tokiomi took a step back on this point, leaving the choice to his wife and hung up the phone. At the Fujimura household, Broly was somewhat relieved that he discovered something very important before being sent back to his own world. That is to convert the happiness value of your wives into happiness points, which requires inviting them to join the Crystal Palace. Broly didn't pay any attention to this at first, until he was entrusted with their daughter by Kiritsugu Emiya and Iris Veil at noon, and the Crystal Palace suddenly had its first official member. After questioning the Crystal Palace, he was specifically introduced to the situation of gaining happiness points. It can be said that if the wife he had never met had not joined the Crystal Palace, he might have returned empty-handed without understanding the Crystal Palace's happiness point acquisition mechanism. But now, after he made a formal invitation to Fujimura Taiga while taking a bath in the evening and Fujimura Taiga agreed, the happiness points in his account skyrocketed to more than 12,000 points. In addition to Fujimura Taiga, who has been converted into happiness points, he has 2 other wives in this world with high happiness values. Broly gets excited when he thinks that his happiness points will continue to soar after he invites them to join the Crystal Palace tomorrow. If he hadn't wasted some time testing the exchange function of the Crystal Palace and it was getting too late, he might have gone over to invite the other 2. I really hope tomorrow will come soon. Why, do you really want to leave your sister? I'm just kidding, but don't forget your sister when you go back. Yes, I won't forget it. Sister Fujimura is the best person to me. Fujimura Taiga hugged the boy. When she used the subsystem module given to official members by the Crystal Palace to exchange for the spider legs of the Wampa spider, a specialty food of the planet Wampa, she tried to take a bite of the sticky yellow-brown meat and almost vomited her stomach. After that, she listened to Broly talking about his simple, outrageous, hunting life on the planet Wampa, and she felt even more pity for the child. The night before their separation, Fujimura Taiga wanted to give the child motherly care. Her body was soft and she smelled sweet. Broly quickly fell asleep in the girl's arms, with her patting his back like a child coaxing him. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, The Monkey May Not Appear on the 7-Colored Cloud. Chapter 22, The Monkey May Not Appear on a Colorful Cloud. He slept very comfortably, and the next day at noon when the sun was high in the sky, oh no, it was cloudy and it looked like it was going to rain heavily, Broly was awakened by the reminder message from the Crystal Palace. Reminder, Mata Sakura's happiness value is decreasing. Reminder, Tosaka Rin's happiness value is decreasing. Reminder, Mata Sakura's happiness value is rising. Reminder, Tosaka Rin's happiness value is decreasing. How does it feel to wake up and see all stocks are in the red? Although there is an upward hint in it, the overall trend is a sharp decline. Sakura Matu, whose happiness index had long been over 3 digits, is now only in her early 20s. Tosaka Rin, whose happiness value reached 70 yesterday after she found her friend, has now dropped to single digits. Broly didn't know what happened here, but he knew clearly what was lost. In an instant, Broly became furious. A tornado blew up in the room, the tatami floor collapsed, the roof was blown away by the strong airflow, and debris flew everywhere. The huge noise attracted the Fujimura family's people, but they didn't dare to approach the room where the door and walls were gradually being taken away. They looked at the boy standing in the center of the terrifying airflow with some horror. "What's wrong, Broly?" It was not until the girl, Fujimura Taiga, who chose to take a leave of absence and stay at home today, came here and asked the boy what happened that the tornado of air currents subsided. The debris fell down with a clatter, Broly's eyes were red, and his voice was full of grievance and discomfort. "Sister Fujimura, my happiness is gone." "What?" Fujimura Taiga was a little puzzled. After approaching and asking some questions, he found out that Sakura, who was originally brought by Broly, and the girl who sat at the same table with Broly at school, were the two reserve members of the Crystal Palace who were recognized as targets for attack by the Crystal Palace and whose happiness values had been raised to very high levels. Their happiness values suddenly plummeted. Knowing clearly what kind of life the boy had lived before and understanding the meaning of happiness points to the boy, that they really were exchanged for food that could lead to a happy, normal life, Fujimura Taikawa suddenly understood why the boy was somewhat collapsed now. "Broly, don't panic. The most important thing when encountering a problem is to stay calm. There is no use in panicking or losing your temper. The most important thing for us now is to think about how to solve this problem." As soon as Fujimura Lehua came over, she heard her granddaughter teaching the boy who made a lot of noise using the words she had taught her the day before. Her expression became subtly complicated. "Well, I see." Broly nodded, trying to calm the anger that was still surging in his body due to the influence of his emotions. "So what should I do now? There is always a reason for the decline in happiness values. We should find the two girls and ask them why their happiness values dropped. Your deskmate lives far away, but isn't Sakura in Fuyuki City? We can go to her house and ask for details." Fujimura Taiga offered an idea, but Broly shook his head. "I heard last night that Sakura and my deskmate are actually sisters. And she is now with her mother." "Well, then let's go to your deskmate's house. I don't know where her home is." "Ah, this." Just when the two, one big and one small, were at a loss, Fujimura Lehua came over and coughed, reminding them, "Dahi, don't forget that our family has connections. I can directly call the principal of that school and ask him to find out where Broly's deskmate lives." Although the old man didn't know what had happened, the destruction of his house made him realize that this matter might be very important to Broly. Although he no longer hopes to recruit Broly as a member of the Fujimura group, it is still important for his granddaughter to maintain a friendly relationship with this child. "Grandpa, your words are so timely." "Thank you, Grandpa. When someone helps you, you should say thank you." Broly looked at the old man and lowered his head to thank him. "It's just a small matter, a small matter." Fujimura Lehua waved his hand and hurried to call the principal of Shenyuan Town's No. 1 primary school. "You must be hungry. Go eat first." The principal didn't go to school today. It will take some time to get to the school to investigate the information. While Broly was eating, someone from the Emiya family came over to inquire about what happened. After learning that it was Broly who caused this situation, they went back. The noise just now scared them and they thought it was a servant attacking them, but it turned out to be a false alarm. After Broly finished his lunch, Tusaka-rin's address was also discovered. Master Broly, please take your seats. I'm about to start the train." Since the day before yesterday, Broly's name in Scarface's mouth has been upgraded from boy to senior. The vehicle was driving on the road and Broly only felt it was slow. He could fly, but he didn't recognize the address, so he could only continue to be patient and let Scarface drive him. Fortunately, Shenyuan town was not far from Fuiuki city. Half an hour later, they arrived at the gate of the Zinken family's villa at a speed. Is anyone here? Fujimura Taiga went over and knocked on the door. Who are you? Someone heard the noise and came to open the door. When he saw the trio outside, especially the man with scar on his face, he frowned. We're here to look for Ms. Zenjo Aoi. Fujimura Taikawa said that after Zenjo Aoi got married, she originally changed her surname to her husband's family, but she came here to seek refuge in order to conceal her identity, so she used her original surname again. What do you want with her? The man at the door was from the Zinken family and knew something about the Holy Grail ceremony. When he heard someone coming to find Zinken Aoi, he became a little alert. My child is friends with her 2 daughters, but they made an appointment to come visit today. Fujimura Taiga made up a reason. The man looked into the distance at the dark and cloudy sky, and came to visit when it was about to rain heavily. I'm sorry, their family never told me about this. And in the morning, her family had already left here. Where did the family go? Sorry, I can't tell you. Well, if you really know each other, you should have a phone number. Why don't you call and ask yourself? It's because we couldn't get through to Ms. Zenjo Aoi on the phone that we came here to ask. If it were possible to get through on the phone, Fujimura Taiga would have done it long ago. Then there's nothing I can do to help. The man shrugged. From the reaction of the girl who knocked on the door, he knew that the other party's words just now were an excuse. Who knew if he was a bad person? Just when he was about to close the door suddenly couldn't be closed. It was Broly who stretched out his little hand and held the door. The man looked at the boy who was holding the door with his hands, and pushed hard in disbelief, but found that he was not as strong as a child. What are you going to do? He questioned. Broly had no patience. He raised his hand and fired an energy bomb at the facade of the mansion. After blowing the facade and the eaves into ashes, he moved his palm towards the man who was pushing the door. Speak or die. The voice was childish, but now that the eaves had disappeared, the man didn't dare to take it as a joke. They went back to Fuiuki city in the morning. A man with a solemn temperament came to pick them up. As for what they went back to Fuiuki city for, I don't know. Please don't hurt me or the Zenjo family. Like beans spilling out of a bamboo tube, the man quickly revealed the whereabouts of the Tosaka family, not daring to hide anything. A married daughter is like spilled water. Zenjo Aoi is married after all, and they take them in temporarily for the sake of being relatives. But if any powerful guy comes to their door, the Zenjo family will not dare to stop him, because they know the horror of the world of magicians. Back in the car, Scarface was ready to start the car, but he noticed the boy was still standing outside the car, so he quickly said, Master Broly, why don't you get in the car and hurry back to Fuiuki city? This is too slow. I plan to fly back. Fly back. Without waiting for Scarface to react, Broly crawled under the car, easily lifted the car with 2 people in it, and flew towards Fuiuki city. Because some parts fell off the car, they had to slow down a bit, but they still returned to Fuiuki city in less than 2 minutes and arrived directly above the Tosaka residence. Falling from the sky and putting the car down on the ground, Broly noticed that the 2 people who got out of the car looked unhappy. Although riding in the flying car was not very bumpy, the strong push on the back gave the 2 people in the car a great fright. Broly, next time you want to take someone flying, remember to tell me in advance. His heart was beating so violently that Fujimura Taiga didn't even exclaim so you can fly. Instead, he started to educate the boy directly. Sorry. Seeing Fujimura Taiga's current unhappy state through the Crystal Palace, the boy realized that he had made a mistake and immediately lowered his head to apologize. It's okay, it's not your fault, it's our fault for experiencing flying in a car for the first time. Fujimura Taiga breathed a sigh of relief and spoke comfortingly. I tried hard to calm myself down and soon I was able to produce again. Come on, ring the doorbell. Fujimura Taiga led the team again and walked towards the entrance of Tosaka's residence. When she rang the doorbell, the Emiya family, who was monitored by Emiya Kiritsugu through modern surveillance, also discovered their traces. No, why did the kid go to the Tosaka family? Alice happened to be nearby, and when she saw the three people in the surveillance video, she was a little surprised. Emiya Kiritsugu recalled that when he first met the boy, he was accompanied by the little daughter of the Tsaka family. Considering the big commotion that just happened next door, Emiya Kiritsugu came to a conclusion that this matter might be related to the youngest daughter of the Tosaka family. It seems like no one is home. After ringing the doorbell for a while, no one from the Tosaka family came out to open the door. Bang! Hearing this, Broly did not hesitate. He kicked the big iron door and broke in. Ah, this is disturbing. Seeing this, Fujimura Taikawa wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He could only say a polite word and hurriedly followed. But before she could get close to Broly, the defensive magic in the front yard of the Tosaka residence was activated, and the gems embedded in the statues lit up, and beams of energy shot towards the intruder. Broly was shot. He took a look at the energy beam that hit his body. It was too weak and did not break his skin, but the clothes that Fujimura Taiga bought for him were burned. He was in a bad mood to begin with, and now he was even angrier. He raised his hand and fired 2 energy bullets to the left and right. With 2 bangs, the front yard of the Tosaka residence was blown away, and the magic defense system set up here was directly annihilated by the terrifying energy explosion. Fujimura Taiga. Should she be glad that she rang the doorbell to come into the house last time, or should she be glad that Broly didn't just break in and blow up the entire yard last time? If there were anyone in this house, they would definitely know about the commotion just now. After searching the Tosaka residence and finding no one there, Scarface said something. But where else can they go if not home when they return to Fuyuki City? Fujimura Daihi frowned. There is another place. Where? The Mata family. Broly thought of the place he had just traveled to. Although he didn't know the way, he remembered the general location. Today is a bad day. This is what young Sakura felt, but it was not because of the bad weather that she felt bad. It was just that today, someone had to go back to that nightmarish insect house. Late last night, her mother suddenly said a lot to her and her sister, and the general content was that her father hoped that she could return to the Mata family, continue to be the Mata family's adopted daughter, and inherit the Mata family's magic. She cried and made a fuss, but it was no use. Her mother cried and said that this was her father's decision and as the daughter of the Tosaka family she had to obey it. Young Sakura was very desperate after hearing the news and began to distrust her family, but she could feel that her mother loved her because her mother wanted to keep her and let her sister take her place as the stepson of the Mata family. Her sister also loved her. Even though she was afraid, she pretended to be strong. When she couldn't change her father's will, she was willing to take her place in the Mata family as a stepson. She therefore felt the warmth from her family. Rin, you are a strong child. Don't run away from the Mata family like your sister did. Tosaka Tokiomi, who was wearing a red suit, said this and tried to touch his eldest daughter's head, but Tosaka Rin dodged him. As much as she admired her father in the past, after learning of her father's decision last night, Tosaka Rin resented this man. Okay, I know you can't understand me now, but you will understand when you grow up. Tosaka Tokiomi sighed. He could understand his eldest daughter's emotions. Then, Master Matu, Rin will. Wait a moment. Before Tosaka Tokiomi could finish the words please, he was interrupted, and the person who interrupted him was his little daughter. Sakura, what's wrong? I've made up my mind. I'll go back to the Mata family and be a stepson. Young Sakura can still remember the pain of having bugs crawling all over her body. When she thought that her sister who was willing to take her place as a stepson in the Mata family would suffer the same fate, she couldn't help but speak at the last moment of handing over her stepson. Sakura, are you sure? Tosaka Tokiomi was a little surprised. Rather than letting his younger daughter, who was a little weak in character, inherit the Tosaka family, he actually hoped that his more mature older daughter would inherit the Tosaka family. Sakura, what nonsense are you talking about? Zenjo Aoi pulled her. Yet, didn't we already agree that it would be my sister's turn to go to the Mata family this time? Tosaka Rin also said. My sister is so kind to me, but I can't let her cry. Compared to my sister, I am actually more used to the feeling of having bugs crawling over my body. She could no longer feel her father's love, but she could feel her mother's love. However, she could also feel that she loved her father more. She only loved her sister. Young Sakura didn't know what impulse was, but she didn't want her sister to lie in the pile of bugs and cry. If she had to cry, she had already cried, and it shouldn't be a big deal if she cried again. The girl had a forced smile on her face. She didn't know why the grandfather next to her was still alive after his head was blown up, but it didn't matter. She endured the fear and walked to him and said, "Grandpa, I'm home. I don't need my sister to come into our house." Sakura, you're stronger now. Matazukan smiled, but it was a smile filled with deep malice. I think I should be more accepting of Grandpa's transformation now. Tosaka Tokiomi didn't hear anything. With an extremely elegant smile on his face, he praised his little daughter who had once again become a thing of the past. Sakura, although you are no longer a child of the Tosaka family, I am still proud of your courage. Young Sakura bit her lip and turned her head away. This time she was no longer ignorant and did not want to pay attention to the man who had once been her father. The sky was gloomy and it looked like it was going to rain heavily. Young Sakura's mood also dropped to the bottom. She thought that no one would come this time. Suddenly, young Sakura opened her eyes wide. What did she see? She saw a car flying towards her at high speed in the cloudy sky. Boom! Amidst the flashes of lightning, Broly descended from the sky carrying a car. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Archer is a long-range job. Chapter 23 Archer is a long-range job. Broly gently put down the car. He was familiar with it. This time, Fujimura Taiga, who was riding in the car, was not frightened. Broly, why are you here, and why are you here in such a strange way? A group of 3 people came over, and Tosaka Rin asked the boy first. I came to see you. I found that you are unhappy and I want to know the reason. Broly stated his purpose very directly. Tosaka Rin is very smart and she got a message from Broly's words. Do you know my sister? Ah. Broly nodded. My dear gentleman, if I remember correctly, the last time we sent your daughter back to your home, we talked about the abuse she suffered in her adopted family, right? While Broly was talking to Tosaka Rin, Fujimura Taiga also came up to Tosaka Tokiomi in a menacing manner and asked the elegant man in a red suit in front of him in a somewhat unfriendly tone. When he arrived at the Mata family and saw the scene of the child handover, combined with the fact that the girl's happiness value had decreased, there was no need to say anything more, and Fujimura Taiga had already imagined the whole picture of the incident. Although this kind of imagination has some deviations, the general direction is consistent, that is, this man wants to send his daughter back to the family that abused her. Tosaka Tokiomi took a step back. The way the boy appeared from the sky carrying the car made him realize that the 2 people who had brought their little daughter home were not ordinary people. He carefully took out his jeweled cane and replied, the misunderstanding has been cleared up. My daughter has not been abused in the Mata family. It's just that the Mata family was a bit strict in her magic training. But as a father, I still thank you for your concern for my daughter. However, I also ask you as outsiders not to interfere in the family affairs of our Tosaka family and Mata family easily. Otherwise. Before Tosaka Tokiomi could finish his words, Broly appeared in front of him and punched him in the side of his face with his little fist. The face of this elegant man was visibly deformed and twisted, and his entire body was sent flying while spinning. With a clang, the whole person smashed against the big iron gate of the Mata family, making a huge noise, and the people around him finally reacted. Our teacher. Father. The first one was from Zenjo Aoi, the second one was from the expressionless Koto Mine Kaire, and the third one was from Tusaka Rin. Although she complained about her father's inhumanity, she still had habitual respect for her father. Your father is still alive. I didn't kill him. Broly explained to the somewhat anxious Tusaka Rin, then walked towards the man who was flying and hitting the iron gate. I let her go home so that she could be happy, but you kicked her out of the house again. Broly pointed at the young Sakura who was watching them nearby, his tone becoming increasingly angry. Most of what Lao Deng's father did to Lao Deng is probably what he deserves to be beaten. I will use my fists to make you, Lao Deng, understand who is the real master of your family. Broly will put into practice what he said to young Sakura in bed before, that he will use violence to get the girl to come home. He will beat her parents until they surrender, or to put it more bluntly, he will help Sakura Mata take away her former home. Tusaka Tokiomi was stunned. He never expected Broly to attack suddenly, and he didn't expect the opponent's attack speed to be so fast and with such great power. Although Broly held back and didn't punch his opponent in the head, his profile was still completely deformed, and he spat out blood from his mouth with several broken teeth. The pain made Tusaka Tokiomi want to faint, but the pride of Amagus made him try to stay awake. He raised his jeweled staff, and as the magic power in his body was mobilized, a fireball was fired from the ruby tip of the staff and shot directly at the approaching boy. Broly looked at the fireball flying towards him slowly and extinguished it with his hand. This scene made the eyes of the people nearby who knew magic twitch. Seeing that his fireball was useless, Tusaka Tokiomi did not hesitate. He quickly took out a few top-quality gems from his arms and threw them in Broly's direction. The Tusaka family's gem magic is very special. As long as they have gems of high enough quality as auxiliary casting materials, they can greatly enhance the power of the magic they perform. 6 Shackles Technique, Heavy Pressure. The magic that Tusaka Tokiomi is performing now is related to gravity. This kind of magic can make people who step into the released area feel multiple times of gravity. The gravity, which was originally several times greater, increased to more than 20 times the planet's gravity with the help of several top-grade gems. A person may be strong on the outside, but his internal organs are fragile. No one's internal organs can withstand an environment with more than 20 times the gravity of the Earth, unless that person originally lived in a gravity environment heavier than 20 times the gravity of the Earth. Broly felt the change in the gravity environment, and it felt like he had returned to the planet Vampa ahead of time. Well, the gravity of planet Vegeta is 10 times that of Dragon Ball Earth, and the gravity of planet Vampa is stronger than that of planet Vegeta. Therefore, Broly did not look uncomfortable at all, except for taking a look when the other party threw the gem at him, and then he easily passed through the gravity area and came in front of Tusaka Tokiomi. How is this possible? Tusaka Tokiomi couldn't believe that his magic was useless, and stared at the boy with wide eyes. Are you ready to be beaten by me? Broly raised his little fist and asked seriously. The next beating would be very difficult. He needed to control his overly powerful strength so as not to kill the old father of the 2 girls in front of him. Before Tusaka Tokiomi could reply, Broly started punching him. His little fists were so fast that they were like an afterimage, knocking the man off the ground. Our teacher. Father. There were 3 more calls, and Tusaka Tokiomi's eyes quickly turned white as Broly's little fists beat him. Don't just yell, go and help your teacher. Zenjo Aoi was extremely anxious and urged Koto Mine Kaire who was beside her. Koto Mine Kaire. When he saw Tusaka Tokiomi being beaten up, he seemed concerned on the surface, but he unexpectedly felt some joy in his heart. At this time, being urged by his nominal master's wife, he could only act like an honest disciple and rush over to help. Stop it, Beiji Beng. Koto Mine Kaire approached the boy's fist shadow and used his Bajiquan boxing skills on the boy. But the next moment, he flew out and rolled more than 10 times on the street facing the door of the Mata family. After getting up, his right arm was twisted and dislocated, and it was seriously fractured. What kind of monster is this? Cold sweat broke out on Koto Mine Kaire's forehead. On the surface, Broly's punch to Tsaka Tokyomi seemed to be just fast, but did not cause any damage. But after actually touching them, Koto Mine Kaire found that they were simply a pair of iron fists with great power. If he hadn't retracted his power quickly and didn't really use his fists to collide with the opponent's fists, he might have lost his hands. However, what is certain is that he used his strength to fight, otherwise teacher Shishin would have been beaten into a pulp long ago. Koto Mine Kaire made a judgment. He looked at the other 2 people who came with the boy, and then looked at Mr. Tsaka Tokyomi who was being beaten but was dancing gracefully. After just a moment's thought, he gave up the dangerous idea of taking the 2 people who followed him as hostages to threaten the boy. Just as Broly raised his fist and aimed it at Tsaka Tokyomi's stomach, preparing to hit him twice more, a long sword suddenly flew over from the side. Unlike Koto Mine Kaire's weak and powerless fist, this sword stopped Broly. Broly turned his head and looked in the direction where the sword was coming from, and Mr. King's figure appeared. You showed me a good show, but Tsaka Tokyomi is my subordinate after all. Sometimes the dignity of a subordinate is also the face of the king. Gilgamesh spoke. Are you trying to say that even when beating a dog, one should look at the owner? Broly thought of this question and asked it out loud. Do you need to look at the owner when beating a dog? Hearing this, Gilgamesh was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yes, that's it. Since you made me laugh, stop now. I won't bother with you, kid. It was somewhat beneath Gilgamesh's dignity to compete with a child. If Tsaka Tokyomi hadn't looked like he was about to be beaten to death, he would not have taken action. You want to help him? Broly asked. You can think so. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of chains was heard, and Broly's body was tied up in midair by the heavenly chains. The little fist he swung towards Gilgamesh was stopped 20 centimeters away from Gilgamesh's face. Gilgamesh could feel a gust of wind coming towards him. You are such an aggressive kid. You attacked me as soon as we disagreed. But considering that you are still a child, I can forgive you for offending me this time. Crash, bang. The chain of the heavenly chain was forcibly pulled out a certain length, and a treasure shield was blocked in front of Gilgamesh in time. Broly's fist hit the shield, causing a huge noise when it collided, and the terrifying force caused the shield to fly backwards. Gilgamesh raised his hand to block the flying shield, but as a demigod, he was pushed back by the shield. There was a crackling sound, and the shield shattered, revealing Gilgamesh behind it. Broly ignored the chains binding his body and rushed over again and kicked it down. Boom! It was not known whether it was the thunder in the sky or the sound of the ground being kicked, but a crater-like pit appeared where Gilgamesh had originally stood. Broly stood in the pit, grabbed the chains that bound his hands and feet, and easily tore them apart. It seems that I can't treat you as a simple child, but as a ferocious beast. On the street lamp, Gilgamesh's face became serious, and his casual clothes turned into golden armor. Broly's 2 attacks made him realize the boy's extraordinary strength. Only those who are not life-threatening can be treated with ease, but if you dare to treat the guy who can endanger life and easily break the chain of heaven with disrespect, then he will become a clown. Ripples of the king's treasure appeared behind Gilgamesh, and one treasure after another emerged from the ripples and aimed at the boy below. Broly frowned and looked at him, confirming that this was someone he could hit with greater strength, so he launched an attack again and kicked the street lamp directly in half. Gilgamesh jumped off the street lamp 1 step ahead of time, and his treasure poured down with the raindrops falling from the sky. A rumbling sound was heard, and the streets were blown into powder and rubble by the noble phantasms, while Broly rushed around in the rain of noble phantasms. He easily knocked away or broke one noble weapon after another, and chased after Gilgamesh, who was trampling on the noble weapons and jumping into the sky. Monster, this is a real monster. The treasure hit the boy, and even if he was not knocked away or broken, it could not cause any effective damage to the opponent. At the same time, Gilgamesh also felt that Broly's speed and strength were increasing rapidly, as if the opponent had not shown his true strength at the beginning and was only starting to show it now. Fortunately, this child's actions were too straightforward, and it was easy to predict the trajectory of his actions. Although ordinary treasures could not cause any damage to him, the impact force could still slow down the opponent's speed. As a shield blocked Broly's vision, Broly smashed the shield with one fist, and a huge, prepared warhammer smashed from behind the broken shield. Broly, who didn't expect there was a hammer behind him, was hit on the head by the huge hammer and was knocked back to the ground from the air. Boom! It hurts. Broly covered his forehead and rolled over in the dent created by the blow. He was caught unprepared for this move and was hurt. If anyone else had been hit by this, even a monster would have been turned into a paste, but he just felt pain. The thought of complaining flashed through his head. Gilgamesh stood on a treasure, kept his hands crossed in the sky, and gave an adult's evaluation of Broly's pursuit just now. You are very powerful, and I must admit that, but your attack method is too direct, just like a wild animal that only knows how to charge forward. And if you only know how to fight in this way, no matter how strong and fast you are, you won't be able to touch me at all. Gilgamesh made a summary, but there were some things he didn't make clear, that is, Broly's defense was too incredible, and even direct bombing with the noble phantasm couldn't break his defense, and he was somewhat helpless against Broly. You're a scoundrel, you only know how to throw things. Broly was very angry. Gilgamesh's way of throwing things was a fighting style he had never seen before. In the past, whether it was hunting or sparring with Lao Deng's father, it was a confrontation of flesh against flesh. And there was no such thing as losing things. Humph, these noble phantasms are my treasures. It is reasonable for me to use my treasures to attack and defend. Besides, I am a heroic spirit who appeared in the world as an archer. What's wrong with using long-range tactics to fight? Gilgamesh retorted, but this retort also proved one thing, that is, he did not want to fight Broly in close combat. Are you kidding? Wouldn't it be courting death to fight this little guy with a monster-like body in close combat? At this moment, Gilgamesh had no intention of doing anything that was inconsistent with his current job. He is an archer. No matter what, an archer is also a long-range profession. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 I'm here to help you get the chapter back home. Chapter 24 I helped you take your home back. Broly became angrier the more he thought about it. How could the other party throw things, but he? An idea suddenly came to Broly's little head, and he suddenly realized that he could actually throw things. He raised his little hand, aimed at the golden hair in the sky above, and took a deep breath. What is he doing? When Gilgamesh had this question, he suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart. He moved his feet and quickly left his original position. The next moment, an energy bomb swept past where he was standing. The weapon used for standing was directly evaporated. Gilgamesh. He quickly looked down. Broly blinked, as if he had discovered a new world, raised his other little hand, and looked up at that moment. The two looked at each other, and Broly gave Gilgamesh an innocent smile that said, "It's my turn to throw things at you now," and green light came out of both of his little hands. Bang bang bang! A series of bombings sounded amid the sound of heavy rain, and the water vapor evaporated into a thick fog in the air. And this world seemed to follow the law of no harm where there is smoke, as a golden-green spaceship rushed out from the fog. Gilgamesh was standing on the spaceship. If he had not reacted quickly enough and summoned a bunch of defensive artifacts to resist, he would have been killed by the energy bomb thrown by the boy. Although he was not killed by the explosion, he looked somewhat embarrassed. He no longer maintained the kingly posture with his arms crossed. The magic barrier on his body that originally blocked the rain had also disappeared, and his head and face were covered with rain. What's worse is that the monster kid took off again, and chased after him with green light on his hands. Just like he had just thrown his treasure at the opponent, now the opponent was also throwing terrifying energy balls at him. The difference is that the treasure he just threw couldn't break the opponent's defense at all, but the energy bombs thrown by the opponent now, as long as multiple ones hit him head-on, he would be finished. Behind the spaceship Vimana, a series of green lights flashed, and terrifying explosions pushed away piles of rain. Below, everyone who had been paying attention to this battle was stunned. It was the heavy rain that concealed most of the noise. The internet in this world had not yet taken off, otherwise this cool explosion in the sky would have definitely been known to ordinary people in a short time. Vimana increased the altitude, and Gilgamesh controlled the spaceship and rushed into the thundercloud. After entering the thundercloud, there were occasional natural lightning flashes around, and the energy cannon behind him was still chasing and bombarding him. Vimana has the ability to avoid lightning. Gilgamesh thought so and looked back. Just at this moment, a bolt of lightning struck Broly. The speed of lightning was so fast that Broly couldn't dodge it and was hit directly. He was covered in smoke and fell down. Although it is a monster, the power of nature is more powerful. Gilgamesh sighed, saying that he had once fought against the natural laws of birth, aging, sickness and death, but had failed in the end. Just after he finished sighing, there was a loud bang and the energy bomb exploded again. Looking back, I saw the boy who had just fallen down in the smoke was now chasing me again with great energy. Broly's body was numb from the electric shock, but it was nothing serious. Seeing this, Gilgamesh felt annoyed, but the situation did not allow him to say anything. We can only continue to lead the other party to the area with dense thunderclouds. Lightning soon reappeared, attracted by the remaining charge on Broly's body. But this time, the lightning failed to paralyze Broly. He put up a green energy barrier in advance, and Broly continued to chase the spaceship in front with natural lightning. Did the mythological era that has long ended leave something behind in this world? This is the question Gilgamesh really wants to ask. Only those terrifying beings that existed in the mythological era could have the power to fight against the forces of nature. Of course, pure lightning is not the most powerful force of nature, but being able to withstand it with the physical body is enough to make people feel frightened. The pursuit and bombing battle continued, and as Broly became more and more accustomed to long-range air combat, Gilgamesh felt more and more pressure. Saka Tokiomi is an excellent magician, but in the process of using his noble phantasms to randomly drive the spaceship Vimana to run around the Saiyans at their maximum speed, his skills are no longer enough. After half an hour of playing dodgeball and hide-and-seek in the air, Gilgamesh had to take out the magic potion from his treasure house and drink it. An hour later, when the rainstorm gradually subsided and lightning rarely appeared, Vimana was forced to an altitude of 10,000 meters by Broly. Wait a moment. When Broly was about to continue firing energy bombs at the spaceship, Gilgamesh called for a stop. If it were any other opponent, they would definitely not stop at this time. But Broly was different. He was curious about what the other party wanted to say, so he really stopped. If we continue to fight like this, we will only waste each other's time. How about deciding the outcome with one move? Gilgamesh suggested. Most of his magic power was consumed in flying, but he was almost out of magic power, while the monster boy opposite him was still as vigorous as ever. If I continue to be chased, failure is only a matter of time. Instead of this, I might as well use my strongest moves to decide the outcome. It is good. Broly agreed after just a moment's thought. He was short on time and had already wasted a lot of time on this guy who could throw a lot of things and fly very fast. It was to his liking that the other party was willing to fight him. First of all, we are not allowed to launch sneak attacks before each other launches his strongest moves, and we are not allowed to dodge each other's strongest attacks after launching the strongest moves. Can you accept such a decisive condition? Can. Okay, it's a deal then. Seeing Broly agreed, Gilgamesh was somewhat relieved. His strongest move was his sword of separation, but in order to launch an attack that was enough to break the monster boy's defense, the sword of separation needed to absorb magic power for a long time to release it. But the boy was chasing him closely and very fast. He had been running all the time. Even if he took out the sword of separation, he had no time to charge the power. Even if he could barely charge the power successfully, the sword of separation might not be able to hit the opponent given his speed. Therefore, Gilgamesh did not pay EA until now, when he was almost forced into a desperate situation, and then he suddenly called a halt and made a move to decide the outcome. Honestly, it was a bit despicable to use this method on a child, even if the child was a real monster. But wisdom is also part of strength. The other party agreed, which can only be attributed to the other party being young, naive, and inexperienced, but it is not his fault. Gilgamesh used the sword of separation to absorb the magical energy in the atmosphere. At the same time, Saka Tokiomi had already woken up. He was covered in wounds, and after waking up, he was told that his servant had fought with the monster boy to the sky. Our Hero King, have you won? No, this is a strong enemy. We agreed to win in one move. Gilgamesh did not reveal the desperate situation he was in. Use all the command spells in your hand. I need a huge amount of magic power to liberate my EA. Ah, this. Saka Tokiomi was a little stunned. If he used up all the command seals, would he still be considered the master? Don't think about that broken cup. If I don't get rid of the guy in front of me, you may not be able to survive. Gilgamesh saw what his master was thinking, snorted coldly and said. Feeling the pain in his body as if it was falling apart, Saka Tokiomi made a decision. In the name of the command seal, Great Hero King, please defeat the enemy before you. Saka Tokiomi repeated these words twice with his somewhat leaky mouth, and the two command seals in his hands disappeared. They turned into huge amounts of magical power and flowed to the heroic spirit on the other end through the contract. The stratosphere is 10,000 meters high. The originally stable airflow here gradually became unstable as the blade of the sword of separation in Gilgamesh's hand rotated. It is not enough for the magic power to be filled by the command spell. Gilgamesh is also using this part of the magic power to pry the magic power of the entire Fuiuki city, making all the magic power floating in the atmosphere gather on his EA. As a result, the dark clouds in the troposphere below that had not yet dissipated began to rotate, affecting a huge area. Abnormal weather has occurred in the coastal areas of Kansai, Japan. Meteorological satellites from various countries flying in orbit have discovered this abnormal weather change. Commander, something big has happened. The United States Bureau of Special Investigation, following the reports from its subordinates, a spy satellite also projected images taken from high above Fuiuki City. OMG, is this something a human can do? Looking at the two people at the center of the abnormal weather in the picture, especially the horrifying picture of Gilgamesh's sword of separation affecting the weather, the staff of the Investigation Bureau exclaimed. That's probably not a person, but a heroic spirit. According to the information from the Intelligence Bureau, 3 famous families in the magic world are in that place, performing a secret ceremony called the Holy Grail Ceremony. Is your mother kidding me? This is also called a secret ritual. The intelligence officer who spoke up about the Holy Grail ceremony was somewhat speechless. The commotion in Fuiuki City was so big that any country with a weather satellite would probably know about it. Get in the car quickly. What's wrong, Ryder? Weber was suddenly carried onto the ox cart by a big man, and he hadn't figured out the situation yet. We have to make a strategic retreat. Iskandar explained. Hey, why? Do you see the clouds above your head? Do you feel the magic in the atmosphere gathering upwards? Iskandar asked, pointing at the hole that appeared above his head. Weber nodded, but he still didn't understand why he had to run. I'm afraid the Hero King up there is serious about this. If he really uses his strongest treasure to smash down, with the situation he's creating now, I'm afraid this city will be destroyed. If I don't run away now, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to escape later. Wait, you said Archer did this? Weber's eyes widened. Of course, I remember his breath. Okay, no time to talk, hold on to me. Go. The ox cart started, and Yiju rode on the dust, running away from Fuyuki City. Don't you need to prepare? The magic power was almost gathered. Gilgamesh looked at Broly on his left, who was doing nothing and seemed to be just floating in the sky looking at him, and couldn't help but ask a question. What should I do? Broly was a little confused, but then he suddenly realized and immediately flew from Gilgamesh's left side to the right side. What are you doing? Gilgamesh asked, frowning. Since ancient times, the left side of the ball has lost, so I want to stand on the right side. Broly responded seriously. Gilgamesh. This answer left him at a loss for words. Aren't you going to prepare your strongest move? He asked. I'm ready, you see. Broly spread out his right hand, revealing a small energy ball that looked like a glass bead. He didn't know what his strongest move was, but he knew that compressed air could condense into energy bombs with greater power. This dark green energy ball the size of a glass bead represents the limit of the air that he can compress with his current control. Gilgamesh. Although judging by the appearance of the explosive energy bomb, it is not very good, but at this moment, the heroic king still feels that he has the victory in his grasp. Oh no, it should be said that the victory is not fair. Look at the big noise made by the gathering of magic power here, and then look at the small glass ball created silently over there. Aren't you going to prepare yourself? I can't compress the air inside anymore. If I compress it more, it will explode. Okay, so, are you ready? All right. In the beginning, when the world was created, the void also congratulated me. The sword of separation tore the world apart. Although you only have one enemy this time, he is a powerful enough enemy to liberate you. Powerful magic power gathered on the sword of separation, and reddish-brown lightning raged. Your name is Broly, right? Ah! Broly, here I come. When Gilgamesh launched his strongest attack, he gave him a special reminder before pointing the sword of separation at him. Enuma Elish. The terrifying reddish-brown energy poured out violently from the sword of Lie. In response, Broly simply threw out the compressed energy bomb in his hand. The moment energy touched energy, the compressed energy bomb the size of a glass bead began to expand. In just a blink of an eye, the violently bombarding reddish-brown energy was swallowed up by the expanding compressed energy bomb. Gilgamesh's eyes widened, and the thought "what if I lose to Bozen's left side" came to his mind, and his body was destroyed by the extreme energy. Broly's compressed energy bomb continued to move forward, giving the Type Moon world's Earth a beautiful middle part before heading towards the universe. Before it really flew away, it brushed past the Type Moon world's moon, taking away 1/10 of the stars. A princess who had been sleeping in the 1,000-year-old city was awakened immediately. She went to the window and looked up at the moon above her head, which was missing a small piece. She felt a pang of fear in her heart. After all, she almost lost her real body. Gilyalu. The fight was over and Broly was hungry. He had condensed too much energy and consumed a lot of his physical strength. Falling from the sky, Broly's clothes were tattered, but no one dared to look down on him. Let's talk about eating later, but the other family's father hasn't finished teaching. Broly raised his little fist and walked towards Tsuka Tokiomi aggressively. No, don't come over here. This was a purely violent education. The seriously injured Tsuka Tokiomi was beaten again. After Broly's wonderful violent persuasion, the matter of adopting a daughter was left unresolved. Of course, the more important reason is that all his servants are gone, and Tsuka Tokiomi has withdrawn from this Holy Grail war. He is not crazy to give his daughter to others under such circumstances. Although Zukanmatu had some ideas, when Broly looked at him with an unfriendly gaze, he quickly smiled and presented the young Sakura to him with both hands. Are you kidding? Who would go against such a horrible monster just for a qualified child? Do you think your life is too long? The sky after the rain was very beautiful. Broly stood in the sunlight that was refracted by the water vapor and said to the young Sakura, I helped you get your home back. You can go home now. Young Sakura was stunned, her happiness level soaring. Finally, she couldn't help it and rushed towards Broly. She hugged the boy's neck and cried, Brother Broly, I don't want to go home. That's not my home. I want to go home with you. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, FZ Postscript, Father and Son on Planet Wampa. Chapter 25, FZ Epilogue, Father and Son on the Planet Wampa. Broly, of course, couldn't bring anyone back to Planet Wampa, but Fujimura Taiga was able to bring the girl back to the Fujimura family, and even brought Tosaka Rin back with her. But Zenjo Aoi, the mother of two girls, did not go with them. She loved her husband more. When Tosaka Tokiomi was seriously injured by Broly, she, together with Kotomine Kaire, who had a broken arm, sent her husband to the cathedral church in Fuyuki City for treatment. However, halfway through, they met Kiritsugu Emiya and Saber. The magician killer had come a long time ago and had been lurking nearby until Broly and Gilgamesh finished the fight, then he jumped out and pointed his gun at the three of them. Under the pressure of Emiya Kiritsugu, Kotomine Kaire used the command seal to order his servant to end his life, which meant that the apprentice was eliminated from the Holy Grail War along with the master. Kiritsugu Emiya did not shoot. Perhaps because Broly took away the two girls from the Tosaka family, he chose to let the three people go. After returning to the Fujimura household, Broly told young Sakura and Tosaka Rin while eating that he was going to be sent back home. Hey, Broly brother, can't you take me home with you? Broly shook his head, and young Sakura had the expression of an abandoned puppy. If you're homeless, Sakura, I can take you in. Fujimura Taiga interrupted at this time, and the young Sakura's eyes regained their luster. I'm about to go back. Before I go back, I want to tell you something. After Broly had eaten and drunk his fill, the time was left until the last 3 minutes. What's up? Young Sakura and Tosaka Rin looked over. I would like to invite you to become a member of my Crystal Palace. Are you willing? Broly asked directly, and the Crystal Palace hint appeared in front of the two girls. I am willing. Young Sakura did not hesitate. She didn't know what crystal was, but she was willing to agree to any request of Broly, so she agreed directly. Broly's happiness points thus reached 30,000. When young Sakura was rescued from despair by a boy carrying a cart, the happiness she felt at that moment was worth more than 150 happiness points. Adding the original happiness value of more than 20 points, the total happiness value is more than 180 points, which converts to more than 18,000 happiness points. Broly wins this time. What is the Crystal Palace? Tosaka Rin did ask, but at her age she also couldn't understand what the Crystal Palace meant. It means to truly become my wife. Broly answered the question according to the statement given by Crystal Palace. Ah, this. Tosaka Rin became a little flustered. Is the topic of wife something that kids of their age can talk about? You do not want it. Broly was more nervous than her. After his violent persuasion of the old man, Tosaka Rin's happiness value now rose back to over 70 points. If the girl was unwilling to join the Crystal Palace, he would suffer a great loss. Not really, but can we talk about this when we grow up? Tosaka Rin blushed and asked. She also had a liking for the boy who came out of nowhere and solved her and her sister's troubles. Even if Broly beat her father up in front of him. No, I want you to promise me now. Broly is anxious. Well, okay then. Tosaka Rin reluctantly agreed. And Broly's happiness points increased by more than 7,000 points. Oh, right, appearing in. Just as Tsusakurin was about to ask about the Q version avatar in front of her, Broly's return time came. Just like when he came, he appeared in the blink of an eye and disappeared in the same blink of an eye. Only the happiness shown by the boy's Q version avatar and the gradual increase in the happiness points in the upper right corner can prove that he has really come to this world. Let me explain to you. The panel that appears in front of you is the subsidiary module of the Crystal Palace. Only those who become official members of the Crystal Palace can obtain it. The 4/5 at the back is the number of existing official members of the Crystal Palace. But there are only 3 of us here. The other one is the daughter of the Emiya family next door, but I haven't met her either. Wait, can a wife have so many? It's too early for you to talk about this topic, kid. Let's continue talking about the exchange shop on the side. It records the things Broly has eaten and used. You can redeem it with the happiness points produced by Broly, but I don't recommend you to redeem the food from his hometown, because it's really unpalatable. Fujimura Taiga introduced the 2 girls how to use the Crystal Palace auxiliary modules, but the current Crystal Palace modules were still very simple and he finished explaining them in just a few sentences. However, she continued to tell the 2 about Broly's simple and hard days of hunting and training on the planet Wampa. And the topic they wanted to discuss later was what they wanted to do, should they live in the Fujimura house together, or only young Sakura would live in the Fujimura house. Gilgamesh's early exit caused huge changes in the 4th Holy Grail War, and the Holy Grail War became increasingly intense in the following days. Kiritsugu Emiya brought Saber to find Sora, who was obsessed with Lancer's homosexuality. Dire Muid got a fair night competition, but was defeated by Altria due to his inferior skills. He returned to Valhalla amid the crying of a woman. The King of Conquerors, who had made a strategic retreat, came before Artoria, who had regained her victory, 2 days later and challenged her to a decisive battle. During this period, Kiritsugu Emiya wanted to kill Weber with a sneak attack, but was discovered by Iskandar in advance. If you want to decide the outcome by killing the master, I don't mind. After all, I have a large army. How about continuing this war with me and directly killing the master without using the heroic spirits? Under this threat, Kiritsugu Emiya decisively gave up attacking the master and left the victory to Altria. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even with all 4 command seals used, the Night King's Sword of Victory was unable to kill the King of Conqueror's powerful army. Altria fell under the weapon, and the winner of the Holy Grail seemed to have been decided, and that was Kenneth's useless student Weber Velvet. But something unbearable happened. When Artoria was dragged into the mind space by Iskandar, Kotomine Kaire, who had lost his qualification as a master, sneaked into the Emiya residence and carried away Iris Veil, the Lesser Holy Grail. The purpose was to attract Kiritsugu Emiya to meet him. As if fate had concluded, the 2 of them had a fight in the People's Hall of Fuyuki City. And before they had finished fighting, black mud fell from the sky. Afterwards, Kiritsugu Emiya learned from the Holy Grail's quiz that the miracle he was expecting did not exist, or rather, if a miracle did exist, it could only be solved by killing in a way that he could understand, that is, only by killing all human beings could the world achieve eternal peace. After painfully killing his wife and daughter who were the phantoms inside the Holy Grail, Kiritsugu Emiya escaped from the pollution of the black mud, and learned that his own servants had been defeated. He wanted to destroy the Holy Grail that was contaminated by the evil of this world, but he no longer had the ability to do so. However, Iskandar is a heroic king, and his master, Weber Velvet, also has the innocence and justice of a young man. Faced with the Holy Grail, which is polluted but can still be reached by wishing, the duo made a decision that no other normal magician would make, to destroy the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail was destroyed, but some of the evil in this world still flowed out through the connection between the Holy Grail and reality. Fuyuki City was forced to encounter an unexpected earthquake, and many people died. A few days later, Emiya Kiritsugu adopted a son who had lost all his memories and identity, and named him Emiya Shiro. Not long after the Holy Grail ceremony ended, Waver brought a burly man cursed with the evil of this world back to the clock tower as a tutor. In order to study the magic to lift the curse, he spent all his time in the library looking for information until Kenneth sent someone to visit him. Because of a mysterious ritual, a magic genius fell, but his disciple stood up and appeared in front of the public as the winner of the Holy Grail War, inheriting El Meloy's position as the monarch of the clock tower. Kenneth made a deal with his former student, exchanging his identity as the Lord of El Meloy, who had greater access to various advanced magic, for the protection of the King of Conquerors, who was cursed by the evil of this world and was incarnated. What? You asked where Matu Korea went? Unfortunately, during the Holy Grail War, when this man ordered his servants to kill Zukin Matu, the dying Zukin detonated the crest bug in his body and took his life. After recovering from his injuries, Tosaka Tokiomi fulfilled his responsibilities as a father by teaching his eldest daughter magic and finding a new magical inheritance for his youngest daughter. Unfortunately, only Tosaka Rin forgave him, while Mata Sakura has been living in the Fujimura family. The elegant man was helpless in this regard and could only pass on the virtual magic inheritance that he had bought at a great price to his youngest daughter through Fujimura Taiga. Fujimura Taiga was introduced to magic in this way. Although he did not have a good talent for magic, he still learned a trick or two from Tosaka Tokiomi and became a second-rate magician, that is, a magician without family inheritance. 1 month after the war, Kiritsugu Emiya went to Germany to visit his biological daughter, but was turned away by the Einsborn family because he did not bring back the Holy Grail. No matter how he explained, it was useless, and it was not realistic to directly attack the android family. Afterwards, Kiritsugu Emiya looked for Broly, his cheap son-in-law, but learned from his neighbors that the boy had returned to his own world. He had no choice but to accept the result of being separated from his daughter. Kotomine Kaire was seriously injured and did not die but was disabled. Kotomine Risei was old and abdicated the position of priest of the Fuyuki City Cathedral Church to his son. At the same time, with the help of the Tosaka family's connections, he took the granddaughter from the monastery and made her a trainee nun to take care of Kotomine Kaire. Fuyuki City has calmed down, but it seems not calm at all, because the duel between Gilgamesh and Broly made the world know the existence of the Holy Grail and the power of the heroic spirits. Although the Holy Grail has been destroyed, human desires still exist, and as long as human desires exist, the omnipotent wishing machine will be something that people yearn for. Countless spies poured into Fuyuki City, both from various countries in the world and from the magic world. Without the old bug in charge of the Mata family, the new head of the family, Mata Tsuruno, generously sold off his family's magic heritage and some knowledge related to the Holy Grail command spell system. The Mata family changed its financial situation, and Mata Shinji became a rich second generation, but he left Japan with his father Mata Tsuruno and settled in a small country in Europe. The travel was a very quick process, and in the blink of an eye, Broly was back on planet Wampa. Looking at the familiar cave house, Broly felt as if he was in another world. The spider eggs he laid before leaving were gone, probably eaten by his father. Thinking of his father Lao Deng whom he hadn't seen for many days, Broly, who had just beaten Lao Deng's father from another world, actually felt a little missed. After walking out of the cave and flying to a wilderness, Broly began to increase his energy, causing a storm nearby. Not long after the storm started, Paragus, carrying a combat power detector, flew over from the distant sky. After seeing the boy in the storm, he suddenly increased his flying speed. Broly, where have you been these days? After arriving here, Paragus asked excitedly. On the planet Wampa, they, father and son, are the most powerful predators, but being the most powerful predator does not mean that they will not be injured or even die during hunting. Just like ordinary humans can kill many wild beasts with their bare hands, but if they want to hunt wild beasts with their bare hands, they cannot guarantee that they will not get hurt. Paragus was very anxious during the days when Broly suddenly disappeared. He was worried that something had happened to his son, so he started searching everywhere on the planet. I went to another world. Looking at Paragus's excitement and being able to feel the other party's concern, Broly felt inexplicably warm in his heart and answered the question honestly. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Just remember to tell me when you go somewhere else in the future. Hearing this, Paragus was speechless, but since his missing son was now safe and sound, he didn't want to bother Broly too much. I did not lie. Broly argued with a frown. You decide. Paragus did not want to argue with his son about this. I really didn't lie. Broly said again. I believe you. Broly got a little angry and punched Paragus. Knew it would be like this. Paragus blocked his son's punch, sighed, and punched his son in the side of the face with his backhand. The Saiyan father and son on planet Wampa started fighting after less than 10 words of each other after they met again. Their fight created a sonic boom and dozens of furrows were plowed into the ground, and it finally ended with Paragus being trampled into the ground by Broly. I told you, I didn't lie. I also said, I believe you. Ah! Only after he crushed his father Paragus into the ground did Broly finally believe what he said. The clothes on his body, which were torn into tatters after being struck by lightning in the Type Moon world, were finally completely destroyed in the fight just now. Father, this is the pork chop rice bowl I earned in another world. Try it. Broly exchanged a pork chop rice bowl from the Crystal Palace and handed it to Paragus, who got up from the ground. Paragus' eyes widened when he smelled the aroma of pork chop rice. He didn't see clearly where Broly took out this fragrant thing from. Son, what you just said, is it true? Broly. As expected, after eating, Paragus was beaten by his own son again. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Traveling Again. Chapter 26 Traveling Again. With Broly's return, good times have come to Wampa. The food was so delicious that Paragus ate it with tears in his eyes. Damn you Wampa spider, never show up in my recipes again. Paragus was so excited that he even threw the spider he had hunted with great effort into the distant sky. The happy days passed quickly, and soon more than half a month had passed. After Broly discovered that he only had 20,000 happiness points left, Paragus realized the seriousness of the matter. Broly, how long will it take before you can go to another world to find a wife? Paragus asked as he sipped his happy water. According to the Crystal Palace, it will take 5 years to collect the space-time energy. Broly answered truthfully. 5 years? Isn't there a better way? Yes, I can speed up the process of collecting energy by charging while moving. Every time I travel a distance of 1 light year, the space-time energy can increase by 1 year. This is what the Crystal Palace said. A light year. Hearing this, Paragus was stunned. Can I ride in a spaceship? He asks. No, you have to use your body to directly contact the changing space outside. Broly replied. Paragus was speechless. It was only because they didn't have a spaceship, otherwise they would be even more disappointed. Father, is 1 light year very far? Broly asked. He could also feel the speed at which his happiness points were decreasing. The Saiyan's appetite far exceeds that of normal humans. Even if the points used to exchange for food are not many, it is still enough to withstand the unlimited consumption of 2 Saiyans. 1 light year is a long way. If you run without a spaceship and only rely on your body, no Saiyan can travel such a long distance in his lifetime. The most powerful Saiyan Paragus knows is King Vegeta, but can King Vegeta move a distance of 1 light year relying solely on his body? Obviously, it is impossible. Although they are Saiyans, they are also human beings, and as human beings, there are limits. Faced with a distance measured in light years, even though they are Saiyans, they are extremely small. Crystal Palace said that this function can be upgraded with happiness points, and each upgrade will have the distance required to move and recharge. Because of Paragas's words, the Crystal Palace gave an interpretation of the module moving can accelerate the charging of space-time energy, and Broly also said it according to the information that emerged in his mind. Hey, it can be halved. Paragas was delighted, but then he calmed down when he remembered that the original distance was light years. It's useless. Cutting it in half is still a long way off. After halving, it can be upgraded again, and after upgrading, it can be halved again. Broly continued. Ah, is this the halving method? Paragas stroked his chin and asked, so how do you calculate the points for leveling up? The first time is 1 happiness point, the second time is 10, the third time is 100, the fourth time 10 to the n1th power. Your current happiness points can only be upgraded 5 times at most, which means that the distance of 1 light year is reduced to 1/16 of the distance. It doesn't sound so far-fetched anymore, but it's still a terrifying distance. Paragas thought for a moment, then said to his son, Broly, upgrade this function. If we cannot leave Vampa in the future, your Crystal Palace is our hope for a happy life on Vampa. The sooner this function is upgraded, the greater the benefits. Broly's math ability was not very good, but he felt that running a shorter distance would speed up the collection of space-time energy, which was definitely a correct thing. So he followed Paragas's advice and consumed half of his remaining 20,000 happiness points to upgrade the Crystal Palace's mobile charging function. Mobile charging, run, host, time flies. When your speed is fast enough, you will be able to catch up with time. Currently, every 16th of a light year of distance traveled can charge the space-time energy tank with 1 year's worth of space-time energy. The current energy collection progress is 0/5. Note, it is not necessary to travel a 16th of a light year to complete the calculation. As long as you physically move in space, you can accelerate the absorption of space-time energy. Tomorrow, I'll get some Baya blood. You can use the Baya blood and the Wampa spider to exchange for spider eggs. Paragas suddenly said. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. This is the current situation, and they, father and son, have to change their current overly luxurious life of eating normal food in large mouthfuls. Of course, you can eat the food you exchanged from now on. Paragas added that he was a little afraid of his son's temper. Let's eat together. However, Broly did not lose his temper. He finished half of the pork chop rice in his hand and handed the lunch box to Paragas. I'm going to recharge. After saying this, the boy ran out and flew towards the distant sky. Inside the cave, Paragas felt touched as he looked at the half-eaten rice box left by his son. He felt a bit complicated. The family ties among Saiyans were not actually solid, barbarism, selfishness, and snatching of spoils were common, and sharing good things was a rare occurrence, even among family members. Paragas suddenly felt fortunate that his son had been a thoughtful person since he was young, and did not become a normal Saiyan child just because he received his traditional Saiyan education when he was younger. Paragas, the traditional Saiyan father, felt the so-called family love at this moment. He almost beat his son to death 2 years ago, but now it doesn't seem so scary. On the planet Vampa, as long as there is no sandstorm, you can see a very beautiful and clean night sky. The starlight is not blocked in any way and is scattered freely on this desolate planet. In such a beautiful night scene, Broly moves his distance with his explosive energy. He didn't know how long he had been flying. After gradually feeling tired and hungry, he stopped on a mountain to rest. Just at this moment, a blue track passed across the sky curtain at dawn. The spaceship carrying the Saiyan child named Kakarot passed by the planet Vampa and headed towards the Earth of this world. In the following days, Broly lived a simple daily life of trading spider eggs, moving to recharge after eating and drinking, and returning to the cave to rest when he was tired. The taste of the Wampa spider eggs was as bad as ever, and occasionally exchanging them for normal food and sharing them with his father became what Broly looked forward to most. As for why he didn't eat alone, Broly didn't think about it carefully. He just felt that it was the right thing to do. Just like when he went to the Type Moon world and encountered food that his wife was willing to give him, he was also happy to share food with people around him. Time soon came to the year 739 of the Age of Ages. At the edge of the atmosphere of the planet Vampa, there was a green figure flying around the entire planet. The speed of this figure was extremely terrifying. In a short period of time, it circled the planet again and again. The space-time energy is full, do you want to travel now? As the Crystal Palace, which had been silent for 2 years, showed a prompt message again, the green figure stopped. The 7-year-old Broly was half a head taller than when he was 5 years old. He had a green skirt made of Bayamon's hair hanging around his waist, and he had turned back into a little savage. Hey! Gasping on the edge of the thin atmosphere, a hint of golden color faded from the depths of the boy's pupils. During these 2 years, he worked frantically to make himself faster, breaking his own speed limit every day. After working hard for more than 2 years, nearly 3 years, he finally filled up the space-time energy of the Crystal Palace. Looking at the 18 happiness points that his wife was left with and were slowly giving him in a happy state, Broly felt tears welling up in his eyes. Finally, he can set off to another world again and earn happiness points. However, before leaving, he had to say something to his father. Broly quickly descended in altitude. He had come to such a high place in order to increase his speed. Soon, he found his father Paragus at the edge of the pit where Bayamon usually stayed. The Saiyan father was weaving clothes for his son using Bayamon's hair. Life on Vampa was hard, and Paragus was reluctant to let his son spend his happiness points on things other than food, so things like clothes had to be made using local materials. In 7 years, this Saiyan father learned the skill of weaving fur clothing without any instruction. Although the things he weave are not very sturdy, they are already a good local specialty of the planet Wampa, handmade fur products. Hey, Broly, are you planning on taking a break today? After noticing his son's arrival, Paragus asked curiously. It's not a break, it's enough. Because Broly spent a lot of time flying and moving to recharge, he rarely spoke in more than 2 years. Now, his pronunciation seems a little unskilled. Enough. Paragus was stunned at first, then surprised. With a little force, the fur clothing that had not yet been woven was torn apart. Clothing! Broly reminded him, but Paragus waved his hand. Who cares about clothes now, Broly? You are traveling to another world this time, so you must find a good wife in that other world. The more wives you find, the better. But don't forget to increase their happiness values. All enemies who dare to stand in your way of finding a wife and increasing her happiness value, don't hesitate, just kill them all. God knows how long Paragus has been waiting for this moment, but during this time of waiting, he has been constantly helping his son figure out a plan to maximize his happiness points. Broly, you have to remember, after you meet a wife, don't rush to pull them into the Crystal Palace. You have to raise the happiness value of the wives you meet to the extreme. And then invite them into the palace when the deadline comes back. Ah! Broly listened to his father's instructions and nodded to take note of them one by one. Of course, if you encounter some powerful enemies that you cannot defeat, the most important thing is to save your own life. The worst that can happen is that you can return to Wampa Star and gnaw on spider legs for a few more years. Traveling to a different world, who knows what is there? Paragus passed on to Broly his past experience of visiting some dangerous and unfamiliar planets. The core of this experience is that the Saiyans are flexible and can run away if they encounter a strong enemy they cannot deal with. This is not a shameful thing. Understood. Broly agreed on the surface, but in his heart he didn't want to chew on the spider's legs. No matter how strong the enemy is, you must fight to the end. With this thought in mind, Broly chose to travel through time after using his remaining happiness points to leave a complete pork chop rice bowl for Paragus. At the edge of the Gyfunera sea tree forest, imperial soldiers drove a group of children purchased from slave traders off a transport vehicle. After handing each of the children a knife, a man who looked like an officer walked up to a platform made of wooden boxes and shouted to the skinny children below, "Do you want to have enough food? Do you want to live? You can get all these here. See the forest over there? As long as you can survive through the forest and reach the clearing in the middle of the forest, you will be able to eat and survive." The children looked in the direction the officer pointed. It was broad daylight, but the forest seemed a little dark. The occasional roars of beasts made many children look frightened, and some even burst into tears. Most of those crying were children who were sent here directly without having received many whips from the slave traders. "Now, you can go in." The officer ignored all this and gave the order directly. "No, that's the sound of a dangerous species. I've heard it before. I'm not going in. I want to go home." An older boy was terrified and ran away from the forest. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot rang out, a flower of blood appeared behind the escaping boy, and he fell straight to the ground. The boy was howling but was not dead yet. The officer who had fired the shot jumped off the stage and walked towards this side. "How foolish! Entering the forest, we can try our luck in not encountering any dangerous creatures." The officer drew the knife from his waist and without hesitation, chopped off the boy's head. "I'll give you a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, if there is still someone here, we will kill him." "Elder sister." In the crowd, a little girl snuggled up to a bigger girl, looking a little scared. "Don't be afraid, Hey Tong, sister will protect you." Holding her sister's hand, Akaji said something to comfort her, then followed the crowd into the forest. Not long after they walked, a dangerous snake descended from a tree and bit the child in front of them. The children who were traveling together screamed and ran for their lives, and soon they were separated in the Jifunula tree forest where dangerous species were active. Akame held her sister tightly and ran as far as she could towards a place that looked safe. In the middle of the forest, the imperial soldiers were clearing the bodies of some dangerous species. On the high cliff nearby, a bald man looked at the forest where the roars of beasts were becoming more frequent. He suddenly asked the man lying on the stone behind him, "Gotzi, how many children do you think will pass this time?" "Who knows? But with hundreds of kids thrown in, there will definitely be some with enough potential and good luck who can come out of it." The long-haired man held a blade of grass in his mouth, looking like he didn't really care. And he really didn't care, those children were consumables. "By the way, Goziki, how many children can you train at most?" "Let me think about it. Well, I can train at most 7. "Okay, then I'll leave the 7 best students to you, and as for the other students who can run away, I'll take them all." "Bill, do you really think that training a group of kids for assassination now will be useful in the future?" Goziki suddenly asked. "Now the empire is like a hayfield, with smoke rising everywhere. We want to put out the fire, but people's hearts are divided and we can't tell who is the enemy. However, I think as long as we train assassins for firefighting, it will still be of some use." The bald man replied. "However, considering the age of those children, it will take at least 7 or 8 years to train them to a level where they can be put to use. By then, it is not certain whether the empire will still exist." "Haha, Goziki, I think your worries are unnecessary. No matter how corrupt it is, the empire has existed for 1,000 years. It's impossible for it to collapse in just a few years, right?" "Hope so." Spitting out the grass leaves in his mouth, Goziki drew his sword and turned around. A dangerous bird swooped down from the sky and mistook him for prey, but was chopped into 2 pieces by the magic sword in his hand, including its claws and body. As expected of someone who is one of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. Seeing this, Bill praised him. End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Sisters with Double Pupils. Chapter 27, Sisters with Double Pupils. Click. Cheap wooden boots stepped over dead branches, and two petite figures ran quickly in the forest full of obstacles with well-developed tree roots. Sister, I can't run anymore. The little girl was even younger, and since she got on the slave trader's car, she had only a little food to eat every day, barely enough to survive. After entering the forest, she encountered various dangerous beasts. In the process of trying to escape, her physical strength had been severely depleted, and now she can hardly run. Come on, Hey Tong, don't give up. Akahim encouraged her sister, but the roar of the beast behind her was getting closer and closer. Ah! The little girl was exhausted and her steps were unsteady. She was accidentally tripped by the vines on the ground. Black eyes. The girl running in front stopped immediately. Don't worry about me, sister, run away. Hey Tong was lying on the ground, his eyes red from the pain and fear from the fall, but he shouted to the older girl in front of him. Seeing this, the dangerous wolf species that was chasing them from behind and draining their strength immediately pounced on the fallen girl. Don't try to hurt my sister. Akahim simply pulled out the only weapon in his hand, a small knife, and shouted as he rushed towards the dangerous wolf species that was almost the same size as himself. Akahide was very agile and dodged the bite of the dangerous wolf species and stabbed the beast in the neck. But unfortunately, the angle was wrong and the force was too light, so it only made a cut on the wolf's neck, and the dangerous species was soon thrown away by the shaking of its head. An injured beast is dangerous. This dangerous wolf species shifted its hatred, and its eyes were fixed on the girl who was injured and thrown out and fell to the ground in a daze. It roared and rushed over, ready to bite to death the prey that injured it first. Don't hurt my sister. Just when it was about to bite Red Eye, Black Eye had already climbed up from the ground. The little girl seemed to have unleashed her physical potential and stabbed the knife into its abdomen. With the inertia of the sprint, the knife cut open the belly of the dangerous wolf. The dangerous wolf wanted to fight back, but Akito also got up and rushed over, pressing the dagger that was still in its neck into it. With a roar, this dangerous wolf species the size of a calf let out its last wail, and was thus killed by the two sisters named Shuang Tong. Hey Tong, are you okay? It's okay, where's my sister? I'm fine too. We survived. The two girls collapsed on the wolf's corpse, both feeling like they had survived a disaster. But this feeling did not last long, as low growls were heard from the surrounding woods. The final wolf howl brought together the dangerous wolves that were scattered around hunting prey that had entered their territory. Black Pupil. Akahim pulled the little girl behind him, pulled the bloody knife out of the wolf's neck, and pointed it at the three newly appeared dangerous wolf species. Elder sister. Hey Tong also tightly grasped the blood-stained knife and leaned against the older girl. They were surrounded by this group of dangerous wolves. I'll hold them back, and you just run back. Akahiko said in a low voice. I won't leave. I want to fight with my sister. Hey Tong shook her head. She didn't want to abandon her sister. Idiot, I can only escape if you, who have poor physical strength, run away. Elder sister. Don't cry, Mom and Dad are dead, but we must live on. Well, I will. Before Hey Tong could finish his words, he was interrupted by a questioning voice. Excuse me, is this for me to eat? As soon as Broly came through, he met two girls who were identified as possible to be conquered by the Crystal Palace. Red Eyes, current happiness value is 0. Black Pupil, current happiness value 0. Next to them, there was a fresh corpse of prey. Broly exchanged the last rice bowl for his father. He had no idea where his next meal was, so he asked the two wives he met directly after traveling through time. Okay. The boy who suddenly appeared next to them startled the two sisters. Where did you come from? Akitomi pulled her sister aside and asked him warily. Me? I just traveled through time. Broly confessed honestly. Crossing. Before the two of them could figure out what time travel meant, one of the dangerous wolves that were surrounding them could no longer hold back and moved. Careful! Akahim hurriedly warned the boy of the danger behind him, but the next moment her voice stopped abruptly. Because the wolf bit the boy's head, the blood splattered not on the boy, but on the giant wolf that bit his head, and its sharp teeth were directly broken by the reaction force. Don't make my head sticky. Broly didn't like the sticky feeling, it reminded him of the Wampa spider, so he raised his foot and kicked the dangerous wolf that was biting his head. He didn't use much force, but it made the dangerous wolf species open its eyes wide, arch its back, and its spine protrude from its back, and a large amount of blood spurted out. However, this brutal scene did not make the other two dangerous wolf species retreat. On the contrary, the splattering blood of their own kind further stimulated their nerves. The eyes of these two slightly smaller dangerous wolf species turned red, and a red light appeared on their bodies. They rushed over from the left and right like canines suffering from rabies. But there were only two bangs, and Broly's wolf heads were blown off. The headless bodies fell to the ground, adding some meat to the food reserves of the Saiyans who had just arrived in this world. Blood doesn't taste good. Broly was a little thirsty, so he just picked up the headless wolf corpse and drank its body fluids from the severed end. After drinking 2 sips, he stuck out his red tongue. However, his taste buds had become somewhat spoiled by normal food. When he first traveled through time, he thought the imprinted worms were delicious. But when he traveled through time for the second time and drank the first mouthful of body fluids of the food from the new world, he found it unpalatable. Of course, because it is blood, and the blood of a dangerous species. Chi Tong complained, but soon pulled her sister back, because the boy who looked like a savage who ate raw meat and drank blood handed the headless wolf corpse in his hand towards them. Would you like a drink? I can treat you. Kai Tong. Why would you offer us something you find unpalatable? Hei Tong asked directly. Because I don't want to drink blood, but I don't want to waste it. Broly said honestly. Sisters with double pupils. There's nothing wrong with this logic. Anyway. Thank you for saving me and my sister. Akame thanked him sincerely. If it weren't for the boy who suddenly appeared, she and her sister might have died here, just like the other children who had been killed by the dangerous species. You're welcome. It's my duty to help you. Broly said happily that the prompt message from the Crystal Palace was reminding him that the happiness values of the two wives and girls in front of him were continuing to rise. In just a short while, the red eyes increased to 12 points, and the black eyes of his sister also increased to 9 points. My wife's happiness is my happiness. Broly couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he thought about the 21 happiness points and the food that could be exchanged for the happiness points after they became official members of the Crystal Palace. But according to the instructions of his father Paragus, he had to raise the happiness value of the wives he found to the highest level, no higher, before he could invite them, otherwise he would lose a lot of happiness points. Wife. Akaji was a little confused. It means best friend. Broly explained. I want to be best friends with you guys. As he said this, he extended his hand towards the two of them. What are you going to do? Thinking of the scene where the boy had just blown a wolf's head apart with one punch, both red-eyed and black-eyed subconsciously stepped back again. Of course I'll shake your hands. This is the way to make friends, find a wife, that one of my best friends taught me. The sisters with double pupils looked at each other and felt that the boy meant no harm, so they let down their guard, stretched out their little hands, and shook hands with Broly. Shake hands, good friends. From today on, you two are my, Broly's, two best friends in the world. Do you want some meat? The topic jumped a little quickly, but Broly's words were not surprising. He was always more interested in food. Moreover, when he had dinner with Fujimura Taiga in the past, his happiness value also increased rapidly. That's right, Broly has already used what he thinks is the first method to increase his happiness value. Invite your wife to have dinner with you. After her parents died, Akahim became more mature than people of her age because she had to take care of her younger sister. It's very dangerous here, let's go eat somewhere safe. But this maturity does not affect her idea that she is really hungry and really wants to eat. Okay. Broly didn't think there was anything dangerous here, but he didn't refute his best friend's words. He simply pulled a few vines and packed up the bodies of the 4 dangerous wolf species on the ground and carried them up. These were the food for him and his 2 best friends. Help! Help! Not long after they walked, Broly and the sisters with double pupils came across a patch of man-trapping flowers. This was a dangerous plant that normally would not move, but if prey approached, it would immediately use its huge petals to bite the prey, trapping it in the flower buds and turning it into food. In the past, in the Jifunola sea tree forest, these man-trapping plants survived by preying on insects, flies, and animals and photosynthesis. But now, suddenly some children who were traveling through the forest broke into their territory, and these terrifying big flowers naturally used their large petals to swallow the children who strayed in. The one asking for help now was a little girl whose half-body was already in the mouth of a trapping carnivorous plant. Her little face was filled with fear, but the children passing by did not try to save her. Instead, they fearfully walked around the dangerous bushes. The officer outside who drove them into the forest said that they could only survive if they crossed the forest and reached the open space in the center of the forest. Therefore, after entering this dangerous forest, most children only think about one thing, which is to go to a safe place. Akame felt the same way on this point, but just as she was about to go around the bush of carnivorous plants, she saw the boy next to her put down the wolf corpse on his back. Wait, what are you going to do? She's asking for help. She looks like she really wants to get out. I'm going to help her out. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Hunting Transport Team Assembles. Chapter 28 Hunting Transport Team Assembles. In the Jifunera sea tree forest, which is full of dangerous species, the fact that the piranha plants can prey on wild beasts and even dangerous species proves that the bite force of their petals is not weak. But no matter how powerful one is, it still depends on who he is compared with. Broly easily pulled apart the petals of the carnivorous plant that was biting the girl who was asking for help and rescued the swallowed girl. The girl fell to the ground, and rolled and crawled to the edge of the flowers next to the sisters with double pupils, looking frightened. I do good deeds without leaving my name, please call me Red Scarf. With this information in his mind, Broly jumped down from the petals of the piranha plant, but before he landed on the ground, the piranha plant behind him, whose prey he had snatched away, opened its big mouth with petals and swallowed him whole. After Broly was swallowed, the bud of the piranha plant trembled a little, but only for a moment, and there was no movement inside. That fool! Chi Tong waited at the edge of the flowers for a while, but when she didn't see the boy come out, she couldn't help but curse. Hey Tong, you stay here. Sister, what do you want to do? I'm going to save him. Akahim said. What does he care about? Hey Tong pulled Chi Tong back, she didn't want her sister to take risks. He saved us, and I want to return the favor. Then I will go with you to rescue him. Akaji was unable to convince her sister to stay in a safe place, so she had no choice but to take her with her. However, trapping the piranha plant is only dangerous when it is not eating. When it is eating, it will not pay attention to any creatures passing by. The piranha plant that devoured Broly was on the periphery. The surrounding piranha plants had something in their mouths. The 2 sisters did not encounter any danger and came to the side of the terrifying big flower. However, they couldn't learn from Broly to pry open the flower's mouth, so they could only use a knife to chop at the roots of the piranha plant. Plants cannot feel pain, and although they are dangerous plants, they did not react to this. The 2 sisters spent some effort to cut off the upper part of the carnivorous plant. Then, they continued to poke the thick petals with a knife, and after struggling for a while, they finally opened a small window on the petals. Are you okay? Chi Tong poked his head out of the small window and shouted. It's all right. Broly responded from inside. It's okay, then what are you doing in there, why don't you come out? Hei Tong also stood on tiptoe and leaned close to the small window and asked. I'm drinking. I'm almost done. I'll be out soon. It was said that it happened immediately, and it was indeed immediately. The big flower bud was stretched open from the inside by Broly. What do you drink? Seeing that he was okay, Kai Tong breathed a sigh of relief, while Hai Tong asked. I don't know, but I saved some for you. It's sweet and has a nice aroma. It's delicious. You can try it. Broly held a soft inner petal leaf in his hand, which contained some crystal liquid that smelled like flowers. This is the nectar that lures the man-eating plant. Normally, this plant relies on its own nectar to attract creatures that want to drink the nectar. Powerful creatures can get the benefits for free, while weak creatures will be lured and eaten by the piranha plant as prey. It is a bit like a combination of a pitcher plant and a Venus flytrap. Sisters with double pupils. The two of them were thinking about saving people, while the people being saved were drinking inside. Sweet, sister, this tastes good. Hei Tong was young and couldn't help but take a bite. Don't drink anything carelessly, what if it's poisonous? Chi Tong scolded, but also tasted it. The sisters were also foodies and quickly shared the nectar that Broly brought out of the flower bud. The rescued girl was stunned by this scene, but she quickly came to her senses. Can you help rescue my sister? She was eaten by the flowers next to her. She requested. Red Eye and Black Eye looked at each other. They had already discovered that the dangerous flowers around them would not attack people when they were eating. Just when they were about to agree to help, Broly was one step faster than them. He directly pulled down the trapping man-eating flower next to him and used brute force to pry open its big mouth of petals. He reached out and grabbed a foot from inside and pulled the girl out directly, but the girl was no longer breathing at this time. Elder sister. The rescued girl ran over and hugged the girl on the ground crying. Akame walked over and said, I've seen people drowning. She might have been suffocated by the things in the flower bud. Can you save my sister? I don't know, but I can try. Akaji thought about the way she had seen adults save drowning people before, so she performed some first aid on the girl who was not breathing. Cough cough. After Broly drank up all the nectar in a piranha plant and squeezed it out of the bud, the girl's sister was actually saved. There are others. Broly prefers sweet things, and since he can drink nectar and save people at the same time, he didn't refuse. Therefore, the trapped man-eating plant here was in trouble. The food it had just eaten was now forcibly taken away. There were 7 children in total who were rescued. Except for the girl who was unlucky enough to fall headfirst into the nectar and almost drowned, the others were still alive when they were rescued. Broly harvested 5 more piranha plants with delicious liquid, but he didn't drink it directly. Instead, he removed the flower buds with some nectar in the center and packed them up to take away. Originally Broly wanted to pack more flower buds, but after opening a bud of the piranha plant that still had undigested beast bones in it and smelling the unpleasant odor of the nectar inside, he gave up on continuing to open the prizes. The nectar that traps the man-eating plant is essentially a digestive fluid. When digesting things, it is corrosive, smells bad, and tastes bad. How are you going to carry so many things by yourself? Chi Tong looked at the boy's big and small breasts, and how he wanted to take everything with him, so she couldn't help but ask. Broly did have some troubles, the bits and pieces weren't heavy, but they were quite large. There is. But Broly soon came up with an idea and directly handed the basin-sized flower buds to the rescued children. Help me get the things and follow me. I can give you some food later. The 3 boys and 4 girls looked at each other. They had no objections as they were rescued from the mouth of the piranha plant by Broly. Wait, where are you going? Isn't that the direction of the middle of the forest? However, the direction Broly was walking seemed a little strange, so Akame asked about it. I heard some noises. There must be prey there. The delicious nectar triggered Broly's hunting instinct, and he planned to look for new prey. He didn't know where the prey was, as there were too many different kinds of complicated air in the forest. However, he had ears and a keen sense of hearing, so he could hear some movements in the forest. In this way, Broly took a group of children of similar age to start the unparalleled hunting mode in the Gifnora Sea forest, which was full of dangerous species. Of course, he was the only one responsible for hunting, and the others were there to help get the food. Save. Crack. Help me get something, I can give you something to eat later. In the process, the children who were targeted by dangerous species were also saved because the dangerous species that were chasing them were hunted by Broly. Then, he also became the food porter for this strange hunting team. Compared to heading into a dangerous forest, following the powerful Broly is obviously safer, not to mention that the other party also said that he would share food with them. The Gifnora Sea tree forest is very large. Even if hundreds of children were thrown into it, it would be like throwing stones into a lake. It couldn't create any waves at all. A large number of children here died not long after entering the forest. Those who can survive until now are those who have good skills and luck. What's going on? Why hasn't anyone come out yet? As evening approached, Bill felt a little anxious in the clearing in the middle of the forest. Don't worry. Although there are no very strong dangerous species in this forest, the density of low-level dangerous species is very high. It is a bit difficult to eliminate those children who rely purely on luck. It is normal that no one comes out now. Let's wait a little longer. Goziki said this and waited until it got dark before a few children finally came through the woods and arrived here. End of this chapter. Chapter 29, External Wife. Chapter 29, External Wife. Damn it, the bastard in charge of purchasing the child actually dared to embezzle this money. By nightfall, only 6 children came out, 2 of whom had broken limbs. They escaped relying on their desire to survive and willpower. Bald Man Bill was furious. He said they had carefully selected good seedlings, but this is the result? The only explanation is that the money that should have been spent was embezzled by the logistics officer responsible for purchasing the children. Of course, embezzlement is just a common thing in today's corrupt empire, and high-ranking officials and nobles enjoy the filial piety of low-ranking officials and nobles. In this empire where corruption is rampant, if one wants to make progress, it is not enough to rely on ability alone, but one must have money to pay tribute to his superiors. Similarly, if one wants to live a good life, the clearest way is to squeeze money from the common people and to take bribes and embezzle money in various official matters. However, it is precisely because of this situation that the empire has become so doomed. Various groups of people have frequently launched rebellions in various places, and some people who are dissatisfied with the current situation of the empire have fanned the flames with the intention of overthrowing the empire. In this situation, the intelligence agency plans to form an assassination team to suppress the chaos in various places and kill those ambitious people hiding in the dark. When selecting suitable children, they even encountered corruption within the empire itself. How could Bill, who was in charge of this matter, not be angry? They dare to take any money. Why don't they sell the ropes to hang themselves to the enemies of the empire? Master Bill, someone really sold it. Not only ropes, but also weapons and protective gear. Have you forgotten that the guy who sold military supplies a while ago was hanged by us in the square in Carter City? The adjutant next to him reminded him. Bill's face froze. He glared at the adjutant fiercely and said angrily, "Bring the communication device over. I want the logistics department to chop off the heads of the anti-imperialists who dared to embezzle money." The adjutant quickly brought the communicator and Bill dialed the number. The imperial officer who received the call outside the forest changed his expression and immediately went to a tent. Inside the tent, the young officer who had chopped off the boy's head during the day was pressing on a girl with lifeless eyes. When he saw his superior coming, he invited her to join in. Then, with a bang, a bullet hole appeared on the guy's forehead. Go and raid this guy's house. He deserves to die for embezzling the money from the intelligence agency. The imperial officer said viciously, and shot the girl under the corpse. It doesn't matter what the truth of the matter is. What matters is that the matter of placing the child was not handled properly. Someone has to stand up and bear the wrath of Lord Bill. It was not appropriate for him, as a superior, to carry the burden, but he was reluctant to ask his confidants to help carry it. It just so happens that a guy from a declining aristocratic family has recently joined the army. Although this guy is quite capable and very respectful to him, isn't there anything that can be done? The imperial officer now only hopes that there are still some nails in this poor man's house, and the money he extorts can be used to appease Lord Bill's anger. Now, do you want those 6 kids? In the middle of the forest, Bill vented some of his anger, and after calming down, he asked Gotzi. You asked me to be your instructor, you don't want me to train some lechers, right? Gotzi asked back. He had already seen the children who had escaped. Apart from the 2 with injured or broken limbs, the remaining 4 intact ones did not look like they had high qualifications as assassins. Although they were already pretty good compared to ordinary people, what he wanted here were the elites. Then we can only wait until the next batch of children are purchased and put in. How long will it take? It will definitely take 10 days or half a month. Then shall we just keep waiting in this forest? The forest is more dangerous at night. If you want to go back, you can wait until tomorrow to take a dangerous flight. It can only be this way. Goziki looked unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. Hey, you over there, go spread the mixed blood of dangerous species around. I don't want to get up at night and fight with the dangerous species that attack me. A large amount of blood of different kinds of dangerous species was sprayed around the open space cleared in the middle of the forest. The mixed smell of blood could make dangerous species with higher intelligence than ordinary beasts feel afraid, and they would not easily come to this area. Because the mixed smell of blood means only one thing in the eyes of dangerous species, that is, in the area with this smell, one or more omnivorous top predators may appear. For example, now, in the southwest of the Jifunola Sea Tree Forest, an open space was blown out by an energy bomb. Here, near the river, there are a pile of corpses of dangerous species that have become food. The complex bloody smell they emit makes many dangerous species that act at night dare not approach easily. Of course, there are also some foolish and daring dangerous species that come over and want to eat something, but the end result is that they also fall down and become part of the food. Everyone cut the meat into pieces so it will be easier to roast. Broly had gathered more than 70 children. After they arrived at the resting place created by others, they quickly helped Broly prepare the food. Some were looking for branches, some were making fire, some were cutting meat, some were looking for wild vegetables, and some people even picked some mushrooms. The logistics officer in charge of purchasing these children did not engage in corruption, and these children who were forced to participate in the assassin audition did have their own abilities. Brother Broly, your meat. A boy named Nahesu, after grilling a lizard skewer, was so hungry that he did not choose to eat it himself. Instead, he came to Broly with the grilled meat on a branch and handed the skewer to the boy. During his days as an orphan, Nahaxia would occasionally join other homeless children in a group to survive. Such a group was no different from a wolf pack in the wild. The leader always had to eat the first bite of meat to prove his leadership. Nahaxia didn't understand this when he first started wandering, but after being beaten, he understood the reason. Although Broly did not show any intention of becoming their leader, the rescued children did regard him as the backbone of this hastily assembled team because of his powerful strength and ability to kill dangerous species easily. You are a good person. Broly was a little surprised when Nahasha suddenly fed him food, but he did not refuse. He gave the other party a good guy card and took the barbecue from his hand without hesitation. With the example set by Nahesu, the other children seemed to have some awareness and came over to line up to hand over the things they had baked. This is my grilled venison. This is the tail of a two-headed snake that I grilled. This is the wild vegetable and swamp crab soup I cooked. This is a raw roasted bear paw made with mud-wrapped chicken. These are the mushrooms I picked. They are colorful and beautiful. They must be delicious. There was something strange mixed in with it. Stupid, those are poisonous mushrooms, don't give your brother weird food. The girl named Bonnie had the string of poisonous mushrooms in her hand thrown away directly. My mushrooms. The girl raised her hand and looked at the poisonous mushrooms that fell into the river when she flew out, with an expression that said, if Big Brother doesn't want to eat them, I can eat them myself. This person has a good ability to resist poison, which may be related to the fact that she has been finding strange and weird fungi to eat since she was a child, but she has never eaten herself to death. You are all good people. Broly didn't expect that there were so many good people in this world. One by one, they came to hand him food. Although most of this was roasted meat from the prey he hunted, the meat processed by others did not belong to him. Because he said that he would share food with those who helped to carry the things, so, that things should belong to them, but these people were willing to share their own food with themselves. Broly was very touched. Even though only Akame and Kurom were the wives recognized by the Crystal Palace as possible, he was now willing to treat these people who fed him food as his external wives in this world. You know, handing over the first bite of food is the rule for us to pay homage to the Big Brother. After paying homage to the Big Brother, you will be protected by the Big Brother. Those who want to snatch the restaurant's food scraps from us cannot snatch food from us unless they pay homage to other Big Brothers. I see. No wonder I couldn't compete with others in the city before. The child, who used to be a wanderer alone, looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Then Luosang, have you ever worshipped Big Brother before? Another child asked. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't be so chubby. The child who was clamoring for his elder brother lifted up his clothes, revealing a shriveled belly. Compared to other skinnier kids, he was fat. So you're here, where's your former big brother? Died. When we were playing in the city, my eldest brother accidentally bumped into a passing noble and was whipped to death by the noble's guards. After my eldest brother died, we couldn't compete with others, so I sold myself to a slave trader. I wanted to make a living, but I didn't expect to be sold to a place like this and be used as food by dangerous species. The fat man had a bitter look on his face as he spoke. But he actually had extraordinary strength. The roasted bear paws cooked in mud-wrapped chicken style were given to Broly by him. At the same time, he was the main person who carried the body of the wild bear killed by Broly and walked here. However, I now have a new big brother. Big Brother Broly looks very powerful. He easily dealt with those dangerous species. I think even the nobles in the city can't kill him easily. If I follow him, I will definitely be able to eat my fill. The little fat boy Lozang looked at Broly who was sitting by the campfire on the other side, with an expression that if he met a good big brother, he would follow him. The children around him said that they also wanted to follow a good big brother who could take care of them and feed them. A group of children were chewing meat and talking to people of similar age who were also sold here. After learning about each other's difficult lives in the past, their recognition of the newly appointed eldest brother increased sharply. This was due to the fact that they were rescued, but also because the other party was willing to share food with them and let them eat meat. They fed Broly, but Broly also fed them. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Stay Time. Chapter 30 Stay Time. Give. Akahim was chewing the barbecue, but before she had swallowed the first bite of the meat, she suddenly spat out the barbecue in her mouth. She also snatched the barbecue skewers from her sister's hand and handed the 2 skewers that had just touched her mouth to the boy next to her. Don't you want to eat? Broly was a little confused. We'll eat, but you eat first. I have plenty here. On the large leaf in front of Broly, there was a lot of the first bite of meat given to him by others. We also want you to be our big brother. Akahim said seriously that wandering life with her sister was too hard and she also wanted to have someone to rely on. Obviously, she heard the words of the fat boy not far away, "Dear brother." After thinking carefully, before the meat was about to enter her stomach, Akahim's rationality overcame her hungry instinct, and she chose to give the first bite of meat that she had not eaten to Broly, along with a piece for her sister Kurohime. Black pupil happiness value is decreasing. You are already my best friends, you don't have to give me meat. Red eyes happiness value is decreasing. Black pupil happiness value is rising. Broly paused, then handed over the barbecue he was eating. How about this, I eat your meat, you eat my meat, and we exchange meat together. Red eyes happiness value increases. Black pupil happiness value increases. Akame agreed, as if signing some kind of inexplicable contract, in exchange for Broly's barbecue. Not caring much about the boy's saliva on the barbecue, Akame started to chew on the meat. Hei Tong became happy when he saw the barbecue coming back. Like a little squirrel, he grabbed the branches on both sides of the skewer and started to gnaw on it. Although the two sisters have different ways of eating, they eat at relatively synchronized speeds and are both very fast. In a short while, the big skewer of meat was eaten up. Hugging my knees, waiting for the new skewers of meat to be roasted by the campfire. How about you eat mine first? Broly said that he actually ate meat faster than all of them combined. But he had so much meat that people kept sending him new skewers. Why is this so embarrassing? Akaji was more reserved. 2 minutes later. Who roasted this meat? It's delicious, with a sweet taste. I grilled it. Before grilling, I soaked the meat in nectar for a while. Tsukushi raised her hand. Before her family was killed by bandits, she often watched her mother prepare meat. She was one of the few girls who had mastered some cooking skills before becoming a homeless child. Did I do something wrong? She asked a little worriedly. No, you are making things difficult for her. Hearing that the other party's meat was delicious, Broly directly bit off the part of the barbecue that Akame had not finished eating. The taste, which was better than other barbecue, brought new information to his mind. What is this? Before Tsukushi could figure out what was going on, a boy rushed over and stuffed a bunch of kebabs into his hands. Let's exchange. In return, Broly took her barbecue. The barbecue lasted until late at night and the other children had already eaten their fill. But Broly was not full, so he cleaned up the remaining food by himself. 2 years. He hasn't eaten like this for 2 years. We have to rest here tonight, but it's dangerous here. We'll take turns. Before Nahasha could finish his words about taking turns to keep watch, Broly, who had eaten and drunk his fill, fired a volley of cannons at a giant tree not far away. The reason why the Jifunola sea tree forest is called the sea tree forest is because there are countless trees here and they are all very tall. Based on Broly's experience as a caveman on the planet Wampa, living in a higher place can avoid many dangers. The dense tree canopy was annihilated by the energy bomb. Broly returned to the ground and said to everyone, "You can sleep up there with me. Very good and powerful, this big brother is very reliable and directly solved the problem of sleeping. Of course, the tree may not be safe, but it is much safer than the rustling sounds that always sound under the tree and the deep animal eyes that can occasionally be seen in the distance. It's so high, I don't have the confidence to climb it." However, the terrifying height of the giant tree whose crown was blown off also made some children with poor climbing skills afraid to climb it. "Can't you fly?" Broly scratched his head. "You make it sound like it's normal for people to be able to fly." No one said anything, but it was as if everyone was speaking out the complaints in their hearts at the same time. "Okay, I'll take you up there." After seeing everyone's reactions, Broly remembered that people from other worlds usually cannot fly. He has been flying on the planet Wampa for more than 2 years. After flying for so long, his brain has become a little crazy. All he thinks about every day is speeding up, and speeding up again. He grabbed 2 strong vines and had people hold on to them. Broly went up and down 4 times before he managed to get a total of 73 children onto the big tree. The cross-section of the giant tree is very wide. Although it is not very flat, the center of the tree is unexpectedly soft, feeling like a mattress. Without a torch, the bright moon in the sky above the tallest tree nearby could provide enough light. Broly thought about it, picked some big leaves from the nearby tree, and threw them to the children of these wives in the external position to use as blankets. It was impossible for a night without any conversation. These children had suffered a lot when they were in the hands of slave traders. Before becoming commodities that could be traded, their origins were different. Some were sold to slave traders by their parents, some were orphaned due to accidents and wandered around begging, and some were abducted. The sobbing sounds from the trees and the occasional sounds of families comforting each other made Broly unable to sleep. He didn't understand the situation of these people who were about the same age as him, but they all seemed to want to have a home or go home. So, this isn't home? Broly thought. No one gave him an answer. I thought about it for a while, but couldn't come to a conclusion. So Broly started to pay attention to the Crystal Palace. This time, the time he can stay in this world is 62 days, 06 hours, 30 minutes, and 22 seconds. Hey, why so many? Tip: because this world does not have a world wall that subjectively excludes outsiders, this Crystal Palace does not need to spend extra space-time energy to counter it. Note: because the passive repulsion of each world is different. The time you can stay in the other world after traveling through different worlds is also different, but the more space-time energy you have, the longer you can stay. It was very good news to be able to stay in this world for more time, and Broly fell asleep contentedly. The next morning, Broly was awakened by a commotion. It turned out that an early bird, a dangerous species, discovered them in the tree. Dangerous bird species do not judge danger by their sense of smell, so they took the initiative to attack them. Fortunately, Nohesu, who was a light sleeper, discovered it in advance and scared the not-so-big dangerous bird species with his loud shouting, which also woke up the other children sleeping in the trees. When Broly got up, some of the more capable children were struggling with the large bird that had landed on the tree. One of the children was the fat boy Luosang, who had spoken about his loyalty to the big brother last night. He was strong and powerful, so he was at the front line. However, he was unlucky and was targeted by the big bird first. Luosang. The big bird grabbed him with one claw, and he held it back with his hands and feet. The children around him, who had just met him last night, were calling his name. Children rushed to help, but their knives could not cut through the thick feathers of the dangerous bird that had flown into the tree. As for the thorns on the bird's claws, the layers of cuticle were as hard as a thick piece of wood. With the strength of these children, they could only pierce the surface and could not pierce any further. Broly walked over yawning. He thought that this new world was a nice place. Food came to his door right after he woke up. Get out of my way, I'm going to start showing off. Broly casually said what suddenly popped into his mind, and walked in front of the big bird as the other children made way for him. The big bird looked at him approaching. Just now, it had been using the fat boy under its claws to fish, wanting to peck at the children who came to rescue them, and now was no exception. But Broly was faster and grabbed its bird's claws in one go, then lifted it up with a humane look of "what's the use of this" in its big eyes. Broly swung the big bird directly, smashing it into the cross-section of the surrounding giant trees. After just 2 or 3 hits, the big bird twitched and turned into a dead bird. Eat it in the morning. Pointing at the dead bird, Broly said to the children around him, and the children cheered. Although they had witnessed Broly hunting dangerous species yesterday, they were still full of admiration for Broly when they saw it again today. At first glance, people know that following such a powerful big brother, they will never go hungry in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, The Imperial Intelligence Agency arrives. Chapter 31, the Imperial Intelligence Agency arrives. One bird alone cannot fill the stomachs of the Saiyans and 73 children. After taking the man down with the vines, Broly took off his Byaman fur clothes. It dived naked into the big river nearby. Compared with the prey in the big forest, the prey in the river seemed to be stupider. After seeing him fall into the water, some big fish swam over and opened their huge mouths with sharp teeth, as if they wanted to eat him. It was impossible to eat them, as Broly knocked the big fishes away one after another. It was only because Broly said he wanted to hunt before going into the river that he asked the children to pay attention to the river surface, otherwise they would definitely be knocked out of the water and hit by the big fishes that fell into the river. After catching about a dozen fish, Broly felt that it was enough, so he chased after a dangerous species that looked like a big crocodile passing by, and dragged up this river beach overlord-level creature, which was obviously more intelligent and realized that Broly was a dangerous predator, so it stayed away from him. The giant crocodile is more than 10 meters in size, but it is Broly's own food. As he gets older, his appetite becomes bigger than before. The big crocodile struggled for a while, but found that it was no match for the boy in the water. After being punched and dragged to the river bank, it quickly pretended to be unconscious. But it can also be said that he was biding his time and conserving his energy to see if there was a chance to escape from this terrifying upright ape creature next to him. Originally it didn't have this opportunity, but someone created this opportunity for it. Last night, when Broly was clearing the space and blowing up the tree, he made quite a noise, which was heard by Gotzi, who was in the middle of the forest. If an ordinary person heard such a loud noise, in a forest full of dangerous species, they would definitely not come over to check out the situation. But Goziki is not an ordinary person. He is a powerful man born from the 4 Rakshasa ghosts of Huangchuan Temple. He was already a little unhappy that he had waited for the child in vain. And last night, he was even woken up by the noise in the forest. This caused him to temporarily change his return route after embarking on a dangerous flight this morning, and prepare to go to the place where the big noise happened last night. Is this necessary? It's just the noise of a fight between dangerous species. Bill couldn't quite understand what Gozaiza was thinking. It's hard to sleep when you're middle-aged. I lost my hair this morning. It must be because I was woken up last night. I'm going to chop off the thing that caused my hair loss. Goziki cherishes his hair very much and he takes good care of it every day, but he doesn't know if it's due to stress, but he has been losing hair in recent years. There are quite a few dangerous flying species lurking in the Jifunera sea tree forest. Although they are not very strong, it would be troublesome if they entangled you in the air. I'm just going to take a look. If I can't find the culprit, I won't waste my time. That's good. As he said this, Bill subconsciously touched his bald head. Suddenly I felt that I had foresight. I knew that the intelligence agencies were under a lot of pressure. So I balled my hair in advance. This is a sad story. Hey, what is that? As the smoke from roasting fish and birds rose, Gozaiza and others, who were standing on the backs of the Empire's domesticated flying species, also saw the smell of fireworks coming in that direction. There was nothing to say, so Goziki ordered the soldiers who were piloting the flying species to fly in the direction where the smoke was rising. After arriving here, the first thing Gozaiza saw was a giant tree with a horrific cross-section that had been blown off from the upper layer. Soon, near the broken giant tree, in the abrupt open space beside the river, a group of ragged children were seen roasting fish and birds by the fire. Gozaiza. Bill's mouth twitched and he looked at the man on the back of the other flying dangerous creature. Well, those should be the children we dropped into the forest. Gozaiza confirmed this, but he didn't know how these children ran to the northwest area of the big forest, which had nothing to do with the central area of the forest. However, looking at the fish they grilled and the piles of dangerous corpses beside the open space, the talents of these children may be far beyond what he and others imagined. The children they ordered to be purchased were basically under 10 years old and were easier to brainwash. Children under 10 years old could hunt dangerous species, and even hunting in groups was a remarkable thing. It seems that I have wrongly blamed the logistics team. I will have to go over and give them a reward later. Bill said with a smile. Go down first. Children who can survive in the Jiffa Sea tree forest may not be easily recruited by us. Strong power always brings more variables. If the helpless children want to survive in the Jiffa Sea tree forest, they have to run across the forest and into the arms of the Empire. But when they can survive in this forest full of dangerous species by working together, the Empire may not be the only choice. But, after all, they are just a group of children. If we use gentle means, we should be able to easily subdue them. Under the alert and nervous gazes of the children, Goziki and Bill, along with the members of the intelligence agency, jumped off the back of the landing aircraft. My dear children, I didn't expect you to lose the right path in the forest. As your potential adoptive father in the future, I am here to pick you up. It's the Empire. They are in league with the group that drove us into this dangerous forest. None of the children were willing to approach this person who suddenly appeared. Okay, come with us and go to where you should go. There you will have delicious food, warm beds, and good medical care. You will find the meaning of your existence, becoming a killing machine, and obtain your happiness. Don't lie. I heard from the slave traders that if you weren't collecting children, we wouldn't have been kidnapped by them. When some children were feeling a little overwhelmed by Gozai's words, a big boy wearing glasses started to make an angry accusation. With the leader taking the lead, the other children also looked at the newcomers with hostility. Although not all of them were kidnapped by slave traders, it did not prevent them from attributing the misfortunes they encountered when being sent here to the group of Imperial personnel who suddenly appeared here. It's really troublesome. Can't those slave traders just say that they were sold by their parents? Goziki rubbed his brows, suddenly flashed in front of the boy who took the lead in creating the resistance atmosphere, and kicked the boy away like a ball. As a group of unwanted wild children, you lack education. Hey, Goziki, beating them like this won't be good for you when you select the elite ones for specialized training later, right? Bill reminded them that if they wanted to educate these uneducated wild kids, they could just let their subordinates do it. It doesn't matter. I have to establish the image of a strict father anyway. I can also select the best among these children. Before Gotsi could finish his words, Broly kicked him away in the same way he kicked the boy away. The boy was just kicked away by him and lay on the ground vomiting stomach water, but he didn't die, so Goziki was only kicked lightly. But even though Broly intentionally restrained his strength in his kick, Gotsi still flew out and hit a tree trunk in the distance. Click! The whole person smashed a hole in the tree trunk, but his hair stood up and stuck to the trunk, and the hanging part acted as a cushion. But after his hair softened and fell to the ground, Goziki still lay on the ground and retched. The severe abdominal cramps made him seem to be in sync with the boy who was also retching over there. I see. I'm not surprised why you guys came here and hunted so many dangerous species. As one of the 4 former Rakshasas, Goziki, who has trained his body to the extreme, has a relatively fast recovery ability. It's because of you. It's hard to believe that a kid your age could kick me away. Even if it was a sneak attack, it's still an amazing feat. Gotsi was not angry about being kicked away. On the contrary, he looked at Broly with a burning gaze, as if he had seen some rare treasure. Come and be my child. Gotsi extended his hand towards Broly, making a direct invitation. I can make you stronger, and the Empire will be able to give you what you want. Old man, there is no ship that can carry you in the new era. Broly shook off the strange information that appeared in his mind, and said to Gozaiza seriously, I have a father, his name is Paragus, he is stronger than you, and I am stronger than him. Gozaiza was not too surprised to be rejected. Give me your knife. He came to an intelligence agent and asked him to hand over the long knife to him, then continued, Boy, you don't think that just because you kicked me away with a sneak attack, you are really qualified to bargain with me, right? Gozuki doesn't use his own sword because his sword is an imperial weapon, which has the ability to curse the injured person to death if he is touched by it. Since you are unwilling to follow me obediently, I can only use rough means to take you away. Bill, with the medical methods of the Empire, the injuries are just the tendons of the limbs that have been cut. They should be able to be reattached, right? Don't worry, with Dr. Fashion's God's hand, even if you cut off all his hands and feet, as long as they are properly preserved, Dr. Fashion can help reattach them intact. That's it, then I'll be relieved. The corner of Gozuki's mouth curled up. The wild child who didn't know the rules should be taught a lesson. Gozuki stepped away, leaned over, held the knife, moved his body, and went forward. The violent education began. He wanted to let the child know how powerful adults are. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 I'm ready to take you to find happiness. Chapter 32 I'm ready to take you to find happiness. Gozuki went up, Gozuki drew his sword, Gozuki, he flew out. Following the same trajectory, it hit the tree pit again. Oh, I was careless. I thought it was just a child, so I didn't use my full strength. Facing Bill's surprised gaze, Gotsi jumped out of the tree pit. He rubbed his aching abdomen, forced a small smile, and explained the defeat. Well, this time, I will go all out. Bang! He climbed up again and flew back to the original tree pit. My abdomen hurts so much that I can't exert any strength. I'll take a break. Bang! I didn't eat this morning. I'm a little hungry and have no energy. Broly took the fish kebab handed to him, silently watched the man opposite him explain the reason for his failure, and then ate some dry food. In general, he believes that hungry people have no strength. I'm full and have more energy. This time I will definitely. Bang! Bang bang bang! After rushing forward again and being kicked back into the tree pit by the boy opposite again and again, Gozuki finally realized the fact. That is, as one of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, he has a body that has been tempered beyond the limits of normal humans. He has gone through countless battles and has rich combat experience. However, there is an absolute gap in hard power between him and the child opposite him who looks about the same age as his daughter. This is a huge gap in strength, which is reflected in the pure speed and power. Wanting to cut off the opponent's hands and feet is as ridiculous as a fool's dream. After several attempts, his abdomen was almost kicked into the shape of the opponent's feet. Gozuki finally threw away his ordinary long sword and drew out his own imperial weapon Murasame. Aren't you going to try to bring it back? Bill asked carefully. Do you think I can still take him back under these circumstances? Gozuki had a dark face and exuded a dangerous aura. You can't even beat that kid. You said something that made your face swollen. Of course you can't take him back. The bald man didn't say what was in his mind, but asked, so what are your plans now? The establishment of our assassination team is to clear obstacles for the Empire. Now someone is hindering the establishment of the assassination team. That person is an obstacle, and I, Gozuki, will clear this obstacle for the Empire. This child's fighting ability is amazing. Shouldn't we try to bring him into the arms of the Empire? Broly is visibly strong, which makes Bill also feel attracted to his talent. Although he is not a warrior, he also wants to have a boy. After all, powerful materials are also helpful for drug enhancement experiments. He is too strong. Trying to master a power that is beyond our control will only hurt us. Gozui's eyes were cold. It was definitely not because the boy opposite him wanted to embarrass him. He was afraid of the boy's monstrous strength and potential, so he wanted to kill him. Are you sure? My imperial weapon Murasame has the ability to curse someone to death by just scratching him. I may not be sure of killing him with ordinary weapons, but if I just let him get scratched by Murasame. Gozuki didn't say anything else, but his meaning was very clear, and he was very confident. Brother Broly, the bird kebabs are freshly grilled. Nahasha came over with the bird meat skewers. The one who got kicked, is he okay? Taking the bird meat skewer handed over by Nahashu, Broly asked about the wife of the boy who was kicked out of the outer position. Green is fine, but his stomach is a little swollen. That's good. Tell him that I will also make the person who kicked him have a swollen stomach. Broly was a little angry that his wife in the external position was kicked out. If it wasn't for Gaza Ice's appearance and saying words that would make people happy, the guy would probably die with the first kick because Broly would kick with more force. Now not only is he not dead, he's also a bit clingy, rushing towards me again and again to let me kick him. Even a Vampa spider would run away after being hurt, but the other party did not, which made Broly wonder if he used too little strength. Broly thought about it carefully and found that it might be true. Then, use more strength. Looking at Gotzi who was rushing towards him again, Broly thought so and raised his foot. Then, he noticed that the person rushing towards him suddenly shook his hair. Gotzi's long hair seemed to come alive, expanding rapidly and blocking Broly's vision. This move, called the messy hair technique, can make the hair become as hard as steel needles. However, now it is just used to disrupt the vision. The real killer move is on the lowered blade. Hidden behind the hair, in a different direction from the movement trajectory of the hair, it is a physical technique of visual dislocation. Goziki had used this move to kill many powerful enemies, and this time would be no exception. Broly didn't quite understand what this man was doing. Just as he was about to kick the steel needle-like head, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind him. Looking back, Broly discovered that the big crocodile that he had knocked unconscious actually escaped into the water at this time. My breakfast. He looked back without warning. Succeeded. The demon sword swung and cut on the side of the neck. The next moment, Broly dropped what was happening here and rushed towards the fleeing crocodile. The little feet stepped into the mud, and the reaction force kicked up the mud and hit Goziki in the face. Before the demon sword assassin could react, he was hit on the head by a large piece of mud. His consciousness went dark and he passed out. The demon sword also flew out of his hand and the man flew out directly. After rolling on the ground for several times, he rolled to Bald Bill's side, where he was stopped by two intelligence agents. Master Bill, Master Goziki has been hit hard and has fainted. The person squatted down to check the injured and reported the situation. What should we do? Another person asked. What else can I do? Run away. The boy who severely injured Gotzi was just going to catch a crocodile, he was not dead. Bill was not a fool. Even a warrior like Gotzi, who was born into the 4 Rakshasa demons, was defeated. As the head of the drug enhancement department, would he go up and fight with that monster boy? And where is Lord Gozai's knife? Bill glanced at the knife and said, it's all broken, what's the point of using it? Take the people and let's go. What's the use of a broken imperial weapon? And they might be in danger if they stay here for one more second. A group of people hurriedly took the unconscious Goziki and mounted their mounts. Following a roar from the flying danger species, the Imperial Intelligence Agency personnel quickly evacuated. He came and went in a hurry, waving his sleeves and leaving without taking a single child with him. Underwater, the big crocodile used the death roll to stir up the mud in the river, trying to hide its own tracks in this way. Broly fired an energy cannon, blowing up the entire river, and the cunning crocodile came back ashore. What about people? After Broly came out of the water, he didn't see Gotzi and the others, and was a little confused. Brother Broly, the group escaped, riding dangerous flying creatures, heading in that direction. Nahasha pointed in the direction where the intelligence agency fled and said. Broly remembered the direction, but had no intention of chasing it. Now there is something more important, he has to prepare his own breakfast. The skin is so hard that the knife can't penetrate it. A group of children helped to deal with the big crocodile, but they found that the weapons in their hands were useless against the crocodile's skin. Try this. Just when Broly was about to tear it with his hands, Akame brought a broken sword. Although the demon sword Murasame broke when it cut Broly's neck, it was a weapon made of super dangerous materials, as well as rare metals such as orichalcum. The skin of a large B-level dangerous species crocodile was not enough to stop it from cutting. This knife is sharp, hey Tong, be careful. When Akame saw her sister holding the broken blade and wanted to help cut the crocodile meat, she quickly reminded her. Brother Broly, are you okay? A girl came over to ask, and Broly remembered her name was Cornelia. What can happen to me? Broly was a little confused by the other party's question. You were just cut by that knife. Hearing this, the children around reacted and looked over at once. Broly touched the place where he was cut by the knife. There was no wound, not even a white mark. Maybe that person didn't have enough food and didn't have much strength. Children around. Is this a matter of not having enough food to eat? Forget it, forget it. In short, the big brother is mighty and awesome. The crocodile meat is ready. Hang chi chi. Broly was eating and the other kids were watching him. This is delicious, would you like some? Broly noticed everyone's gaze and raised his head to ask. No, I'm full. Nahesu waved his hands. After eating so much fish and bird meat, how could he eat any more? However, Akame, the fat boy Lozang, Cornelia who just came over to ask if Broly was okay, and the mushroom girl Bonnie who picked poisonous mushrooms and roasted them last night and didn't seem very smart, came over to eat. And those who come to eat have one thing in common, which is that the strength they possess is obviously beyond what children of this age should have. Of course, Broly should be excluded. Among them, the fat boy Lozang, who can almost lift a bear, is the one with the biggest appetite. The second is Cornelia, but she is older, so it is normal for her to eat a lot. Then it is Bonnie, and finally it is Akame's turn. A grilled crocodile, Broly ate most of it, the others ate a small portion, and a small portion was left. Just think of it as food for the journey. Broly said this and prepared to set off. Hey, where are we going? A child asked. I am ready to take you to find happiness. Broly pointed to the direction that Nahashu had just pointed out where the Imperial Intelligence Agency and others had left and said. Gotzi is a clown, but he provided Broly with important information, which is the direction of happiness. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Blisters and Shoes. Chapter 33 Blisters and Shoes. What is happiness and how do we find it? The kids don't know, and Broly isn't very clear either. But it doesn't matter, the direction is already there, just follow it. Led by Broly, everyone headed in the direction the Imperial Intelligence Agency personnel left. On the way, they encountered many dangerous species, but the dangerous species were not dangerous because there were Saiyans in their team who were more dangerous than the dangerous species. All the dangerous species that came to attack were turned into food for a new day by Broly. Compared with the dangers brought by dangerous species, the biggest dangers came from the snakes and insects that were hidden under the fallen leaves and between the vines and were more difficult to guard against. Fortunately, there are children in the team who have lived in a forest environment before. Although the poisons in the Jifunola sea tree forest are different, the methods of detoxification and prevention are partially similar. After finding some slightly toxic grass plants, lighting them, and tying them with branches to smoke the road ahead, many snakes and insects were driven away in advance. Does it have to be this way? Broly asked as he started coughing from the smoke. We can't help it. We are not like you, big brother, who is not afraid of snake bites. Said Riverina, who is said to be a Western alien race living in a tribe in the mangroves of the water. This method of driving away snakes, rats, mosquitoes and insects was discovered by her by tasting plants in the forest. She has experience surviving in the forest, but unfortunately most of the species here are dangerous. If Broly hadn't rescued her yesterday, she might have been eaten by the dangerous creature. I have a better way. Broly thought for a moment and said, "Any solution?" The children looked at him curiously. Broly asked Riverina to extinguish the poisonous smoke, raised his hand and aimed at the forest in front, and as a green energy beam was emitted and bombarded the forest in front, a smooth road appeared in front of everyone. "This is how I do it." Broly clapped his hands as if he had done something trivial. Children! This was a road they had never thought of. The dense forest in front of them, which was originally filled with numerous giant trees, was now completely destroyed. Not to mention snakes and insects, even those dangerous species that originally existed would probably have turned into ashes by now. The atmosphere became quiet. Nahashu, being an older kid with a lot of experience, realized that the atmosphere was not right, so he quickly led the applause. "Big Brother is so powerful, Big Brother is so great, everyone, let's applaud and cheer for Big Brother, thank you for opening such a road in the forest for us." Strong power inspires awe, but too much power may make people feel fear, which is a normal human nature that is difficult to control. However, with Nahashu's timely intervention and guidance, the children's instinctive fear gradually turned into greater respect. "Brother Broly, you are so awesome! How did you do that?" Swoosh, the forest is gone. Led by Akame, Tsukushi, Bonnie, and other girls with more nervousness, this team composed mostly of innocent children quickly became lively again. Only a few older children with more experience looked at Broly with complicated eyes. "Monster." Maybe they didn't say it out loud, but this was definitely what they meant when they looked at Broly. There was fear, but they held it in. Although he's not perfect, Broly is not a careful person. I gradually lost myself as the children around me called me Big Brother. Of course, it can also be said that he experienced the fun of being the center of attention for kids of similar age, and enjoyed it somewhat. Just hold the air in your hands, then, whoosh, bang. Broly demonstrated again and blew up a tree. Throwing energy bombs is something he can share besides his skills in the game of catapult. Still no. A group of children imitated his movements, trying hard to imagine what the air breathing was, and tried it out on the big trees around them. The result was that no one learned it, but this was understandable, as the energy in these children's bodies was not yet sufficient for them to take it out and transform it into energy bombs. However, this world has dangerous species, as well as various strange secret techniques and biological transformation technologies, so it is probably possible to make people go crazy. After staying there for a while, the people who had failed to launch the attack set off again. This time they had a smooth road to walk on, so they were much faster. The only troublesome thing was that Broly's sudden noise scared the creatures in the Gifnora Sea forest. The forest, which was originally full of various noises, seemed particularly quiet in the area near the Tandu Avenue. On the rest of the journey, the group encountered no more dangerous species, nor were they disturbed by snakes or insects, but on the other hand, there were no more prey that came to their door automatically. As night fell, the children prepared for camping in the wild by the stream in the forest. It's better to go through the forest. Broly sighed that after he blasted a path through it, his prey no longer came to find him. I don't think so. It's much easier to walk on flat ground. Akahim retorted and lifted her little feet to show the boy. At least I didn't get more blisters on my feet after taking a long walk today. As Akaji said this, he took a thin wooden thorn and helped his sister treat the blisters on her feet. Broly looked down at his feet. He had never grown these. But seeing that everyone seemed to be doing the blister popping thing, he felt a little envious. So how can I get a blister? He asks. What do you want this thing for? Because you all have them. Chi Tong was speechless. This isn't a good thing. Yeah, it grows on your feet, and it hurts when you step on it. Hei Tong also said something. If I could, I wouldn't want to have this thing. The other children echoed. Hey, is there any way to make it shorter? Hearing that it was not a good thing, Broly changed his mind and asked again. Blisters are not a big deal. Just pop them and take a short rest. Cornelia said. I think if I had a pair of soft shoes, I wouldn't get blisters on my feet, said a blonde girl named Nadira. The shoes the slave traders gave us were too hard. You still have shoes? The slave trader who sold me here didn't even give me shoes. These kids are talking to each other. I didn't have any shoes on, but I didn't have any blisters on my feet. Hey, you have such thick soles. Broly listened nearby and came to the conclusion that most people needed a pair of soft shoes. But how to get such shoes? Broly thought of his old father on the planet Vampa, who was proficient in handicrafts. He once made shoes for himself, but he thought the shoes were stuffy so he never wore them. But they are really soft, after all, they are made of baya hair. When Broly thought of this, he had an idea. Just before he blew up the road today, he hunted a group of soft creatures with long hair. Broly walked to the corpse of a long-haired deer, pulled some hair from it, and began to braid it. But after someone processed the meat of the shaggy deer, he did not braid the soft hair into the shape of a foot. What are you doing? Akame came over and asked. Making shoes. Broly replied. Can you make shoes out of wool alone? Akaji didn't quite understand. My father made shoes out of wool. Really? I've never worn them before, otherwise I'd let you see how soft those shoes are. Even though he had only worn shoes a few times on planet Wampa, Broly could say these words to the girl with such confidence. Using the same fur as the clothes you are wearing. Correct. Akahim reached out and touched Broly's fur coat, and it was indeed very soft. But it is more like some kind of plant fiber than hair. Who among you knows how to knit shoes? Chi Tong thought about it and asked the other children. I can. One child raised his hand. My father was a shoemaker, but he got addicted to gambling and lost a lot of money, so I was sold. This kind of handicraft is nothing to me. Can you braid this hair in? It should be okay. The child who could weave shoes thought about it and nodded. His hands were much more dexterous than Broly's. He first found some vines, scraped off the bark with a knife, and then cut off the thorns, and it became a simple material for weaving shoes. After curling and twisting, and piling up, the vine bark soon became the shape of slippers in his hands. I used to weave with hay, which is more durable and softer. I haven't tried using rattan, but if I add hair, it should be softer. As he spoke, he quickly knitted the shoes. Just as the barbecue was about to be cooked, a pair of crudely made vine fur shoes were made by the boy. Akahim tried them on and felt they were pretty good, except that they were a little too big. These shoes were much better than the wooden shoes she was wearing. We need more vines and animal hair to weave more shoes. Broly said so. I can't make shoes for everyone by myself. The shoe-weaving boy shook his head and said, there are more than 70 people here. Then let's do it together. You just need to teach us how to weave shoes. Tsukushi and some other children who were more dexterous with their hands said at this time. A group of children gradually gathered together to discuss shoe weaving. Before that, it's better to eat first. The main course for tonight is shaggy deer and some long giant bugs. The shaggy deer tastes a bit pungent after being roasted, but the giant bugs have a fruity aroma after being roasted. They taste like rubber bands and are a bit hard to chew, but the more you chew, the more fragrant they become. On the redemption page of the Crystal Palace, this thing is called Heesan Big Worm Barbecue, and the redemption price is about the same as a pork chop rice bowl. The soup was fish soup, made from small fish that someone had caught in the forest stream and cooked in yesterday's swamp crab shells. The little fish has no name. But after it is cooked, the soup is full of flavor even without adding salt. While the soup was cooking, Bonnie suggested adding some mushrooms to add some color to the soup, but everyone unanimously rejected the idea. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, Tumbleweed Shoes, the Birth of the Pendulum, and the Direction to the South. Chapter 34, Tumbleweed Shoes, the Birth of the Pendulum, and the direction to the south. After eating and drinking, everyone started learning how to make shoes, and Broly also learned how to make them. But his craftsmanship was a bit poor, and the vines and hair would always turn into a ball in his hands. Just put your feet in there, and it should be wearable. Hei Tong commented on the shoes he made. Broly tried them on and found that they were indeed wearable, but he was probably the only one who could wear such round shoes and move freely. Do you need help? Looking at the tumbleweed shoes on Broly's feet, even the youngest child would find it difficult to say that he needed help against his will. Brother Broly, I think it's better for me to make my own shoes. Well, if you need my help, you can call me. Broly was a little disappointed. Maybe he shouldn't have made the shoes so early. Do you need help? Cornelia could see that he just wanted to find something to do, so she said, if possible, Broly, can you help me scrape the vine bark? No one is skilled in making shoes, and if some vine barks are woven incorrectly, they basically have to use new ones to weave them again. No problem. Broly picked up a knife and helped scrape the bark of the tree vines. This kind of collective handicraft work gave him the feeling of playing cat's tuck. In this kind of game, even if he just played a part, he could feel happy. After experiencing a brief elementary school life in the Type Moon world, Broly occasionally feels a feeling called loneliness on planet Wampa. Although he rarely expresses it, the feeling is there, and is now manifesting itself in a desire to feel more involved in group events. So, he scraped a lot of vines, but in the end only a few were used, and the rest had to be burned as firewood. You were knocked over by the wild kids that were purchased for selection. There shouldn't be anything wrong with my ears, right? Mr. Nishimiya, there is a very powerful guy in there, with monstrous strength. Stop, I'm not interested in how you were defeated. I only know that Minister Ernest gave you an order to set up an assassination department. I have already complied with this order and sent you all the people, money and food that should be given to you, but you have brought bad news. My lack of strength has led to my ineffective work. I beg your excellency, Assistant Zigong, to forgive me, but I still hope to get some support to wash away this shame. Gotsi, you are also one of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. If you can't even deal with this guy, then I think ordinary support is useless, right? If possible, I would like to ask you to ask Minister Ernest for help on my behalf and ask him to send the other 4 Rakshasa ghosts for support. Goziki said, with gauze tied on his forehead. Gotsi, if you said that the rebels attacked you and hindered the establishment of the assassination department, I would mobilize the local army to support you without hesitation. But you said that it was because of a purchased child that caused your failure. That's a monster. His strength is terrifying. I can guarantee this with my life. Okay, even if what you said is true, then what is the identity of the other party? Is he a rebel? No. If that's not the case, then why would you ask me to help you get help? It doesn't matter if you embarrass yourself, but don't let me follow you and embarrass myself in front of Minister Ernest. Now the Empire needs people everywhere, and this time the 4 Rakshasa ghosts are responsible for the security and protection of the minister. So, no one has time to help you regain the face you lost on a child, do you understand? But that monster intercepted the assassin we had selected. The Empire doesn't keep useless people. I don't want to hear you complain about your difficulties. If there are any difficulties, just overcome them. To me, the result is always more important than the process. Similarly, what Minister Ernest wants is only the result of successfully forming an assassination team. After being driven out of the palace, Goziki's face looked a little ugly. If he had the ability to overcome difficulties alone, why would he come here with a smug look on his face to ask for help? That guy probably thinks we're here to make money, Bill said. A miser only cares about money. Goziki cursed. Forget it. This is the Empire. The more serious people are about their work, the more they will suffer. What are you going to do? I'm going to use death row prisoners for drug enhancement experiments and hypnosis manipulation. What about you? Are you still going to go find that monster? Gotzi remained silent. Even after cutting off the Imperial weapon, he still couldn't hurt the other party. What could he do by looking for him again? He sighed. Just like you, I will train the 6 little brats first. The big guys above don't care, so I don't need to care too much. If you fail to complete the mission in the future, you will die. Bill reminded. It's just a rotten life after all. As an assassin, Goziki knew very well the fate of assassins. It was almost impossible to die of old age in a turbulent era. Dying in a mission was a reality. Fortunately, it takes time to train an assassin. Even if he performs badly, he can still have a few years of leisure. We will see then. As for the little monster that made his face swollen, the Empire is not worried about it, so what is he worried about? As soon as I think about it, I suddenly feel that the world is vast. A generation of demon sword assassin, because he encountered a monster, he reported it to his superiors, but his superiors didn't care, so he became a waste. My strength is not top-notch, but it is also first-rate. Even my full strength cannot harm this monster in the slightest. What will happen if it grows up? If such a monster is won over by the rebels, what will happen to the Empire? Haha. Goziki thought about it and invited the bald man next to him. Would you like to go drink together? No time, you're injured, drink less. The bald man Bill said something and turned and left. After the vine shoes were made, the road became much easier to walk on, but perhaps the direction they wanted to go out was different from the place they came in from. A group of people stayed in the Jifunola Sea Tree Forest, walking along a road created by energy cannons for 3 days before they reached the edge of the forest. This is the western border of the Empire, close to the Western Kingdom, separated by a dangerous swamp and mangrove area. The brown-skinned girl showed a surprised expression after seeing the mangroves. This is the hometown of Riverina. I used to live in a place like this. She was caught by a slave-catching team. Unexpectedly, she followed the team through the forest and returned to a familiar place. Of course, this place is not her home yet, but with a reference, she knows the direction of her home. My father said that the red forest borders a giant tree forest to the north. There are many terrifying and dangerous species in that forest that we should not get close to. If this is the giant tree forest, then Riverina's home should be a little further south. Seeing the girl's excitement, Broly said, then let's go south again. Oh! The children agreed with him. The journey in the past few days had allowed their makeshift team to get used to each other, and everyone had faith in him as their big brother. Idiot, you're going the wrong direction. That's east. Following Tsukushi's reminder, a group of children who had been led astray came back. One more time, we'll head south. Somewhat awkwardly, Broly returned to the starting point and shouted again. This time, the direction is right. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Fire, Branches, and Weighted Flight. Chapter 35, Fire, Branches, and Weighted Flight. There are some ferocious fish in the mangrove water, and some will spit water at creatures on the mangroves, but as long as you are mentally prepared and hold on to the vines around you so as not to fall into the water, there will be no danger. There are always some mimicking creatures in the mangroves, such as dead branch snakes. They will pretend to be a dead branch and prey on small animals or insects passing by, but they will not actively attack creatures larger than themselves. Riverina was talking about the things that needed attention in the mangroves, and Broly stuck his head out from underwater. He had fish hanging on his body. He went ashore, shook his hands, and then threw the fish into a basket woven from vines. Although there are no dangerous species here, the fish under the water are even dumber. Broly just swims into the water, and the fish will swim over on their own and take the bait without him even having to catch them. Broly swung his tail and threw the fish that was biting his tail into the vine basket. Of course, if you have a body as strong as my brother, you can also go into the water to catch fish like this. Otherwise, the usual way to catch fish is to slap the water surface to attract the fish to swim over, and then use a sharpened fork to pierce the fish in the water. As she spoke, Riverina began to demonstrate. She used a sharpened branch to poke a fish in the water and then pulled up the fish, which was as thick as her forearm. Puff puff. The fish struggled on the branch and spit 3 times at the girl. This is a water-spitting fish. The bigger the water-spitting fish is, the more powerful the water it spits out is. After shaking off the fish water on his face, Riverina said, "Hey!" The other children followed suit and used the sharpened branches in their hands to hook fish. The result was that only a few succeeded, while most failed. One even fell into the water. Fortunately, Broly was right next to them and jumped over to pull the person out. The actual distance of underwater creatures is a little deeper than what we see on the surface of the water. If you want to stab a fish, it's best to go further down. The children who stabbed the fish shared their experiences with other children who had not. After learning the skills, these children with good skills quickly mastered the technique of stabbing fish. These branches are too wet to start a fire. When they stopped to eat at noon, everyone was troubled by the difficulty in making a fire in the humid environment. On the way out of the Jifunola Sea Tree Forest, the children who already had experience in surviving in the wild told others the importance of eating cooked food. If you don't want to have diarrhea, both water and food should be cooked before eating. In addition, some plant ingredients contain toxins that can be removed by cooking. If we can't make a fire, we'll just have to eat sashimi. Will there be parasites? What are you talking about? By the way, the worms on these fish taste pretty good. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw their eldest brother pulling something that was obviously a parasite off a fish and eating it. There is no need to answer the previous question. There are indeed parasites on the fish. As for the taste, it even received good comments from my brother. Don't worry. The bugs are no big deal, my tribesmen and I used to eat sashimi all the time. After eating sashimi, we also eat some water leaves to drive away the worms, so that the worms will not stay in our stomach for a long time and will be excreted. Riverina doesn't mind eating raw fish. Children, imagine the scene of pulling a worm. Sister, I don't want to pull worms. Hey Tong tugged at Chi Tong's sleeve. I don't want to either, but if you don't want to be hungry, you have to eat. Akahim's acceptance level is quite good. Compared to pooping bugs, she thinks being hungry is a more terrifying thing. Let me try to light the fire again. It's no use. The branches here are too wet to start a fire. Should we have brought some dry branches? Brother Broly, do you have any good ideas? The kids were at their wits' end, but someone thought of him. Broly thought about it, then pointed his hand at the branches used for making fire. Bang! In just a moment, the branches were blown away. It seems that there is nothing Big Brother can do. Just like making shoes, Big Brother also has his limits. The others looked at the tumbleweeds on Broly's feet and agreed with Nadara, who said this. Looking at the disappointed looks of the people around him, Broly thought about it again. I will try again. As he spoke, he adjusted the output of his chi and gathered the weak chi on one finger. Then, he aimed at the mangrove branches next to him and lit it. Zi! Smoke rose from where the mangrove branches were lit. Seeing this, all the children stared over with a nervous look on their faces. Fire! Fire must start! Perhaps because Broly heard the children's voices, the branches that Broly touched were quickly dried up. As the last bit of water vapor evaporated, the next moment, a small flame appeared on the branch. Fire! Yet! Brother Broly, you are awesome! Seeing the flames, the children shouted with joy, which meant they didn't have to eat sashimi or poop worms. Broly was also very happy, for he had learned the trick of using gas to light a fire. However, as he became more happy, the gas at his fingertips became stronger due to his high emotions, and instantly turned into a beam of energy, which pierced through the branches of the mangrove tree and turned them into ashes. The flame had no fuel to burn, and quickly went out. As the flames went out, the children's cheers stopped abruptly and they all looked at Broly eagerly. "I'll light another one." Broly scratched his head and pulled out a new mahogany vine. This time he did not let his ki get out of control and turn into a penetrating beam, and the flames rose successfully. The fish grilled on redwood branches has a different flavor than the fish grilled in the big forest. A little spicy. That's the smell of redwood trees. Is it poisonous? It's slightly toxic. It's a toxin secreted by the redwood tree itself to prevent insects. Don't worry, it'll be fine as long as you don't eat too much. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. "Hey, why are you chewing the twigs together?" Just then, Hei Tong's voice came from the other side. "This thing tastes good when you chew it, and it's numbing." When everyone looked in the direction of the sound, they found that Broly was chewing a redwood branch in his mouth. "Brother Broly, this branch is poisonous." A group of people hurried over to remind them. "Poison." Broly smacked his lips and nodded to the person who ran over. "The poison tastes delicious, would you like to try it too?" Broly said this and threw the chewed branch behind him. When everyone looked, they found that there was a pile of wood chips behind him. "Are you okay? What can happen to me?" Picking up a skewer of grilled fish, whole, bones included, Broly began chewing the branch he used to skewer the fish. Some worried children ran over and looked at each other, and finally could only attribute it to the fact that their eldest brother's physique was different from theirs and he could eat many things that they could not eat. The roasted mahogany branches tasted a bit like spicy cinnamon, which made Broly feel a little intoxicated when chewing them, but after chewing them too much, he felt a little nauseous. During the afternoon's journey, Broly kept sticking out his tongue. It felt like he had eaten the essence of the Vampa spider's body fluids. His entire mouth was bitter, and even rinsing his mouth was of no use. The poison didn't kill him, but it made him sick. It tastes terrible. After the Wampa spider series and other foods, the redwood tree branches from the mangrove forest have become Broly's second most disliked food. It is worth mentioning that boiled green peppers that Broly heard from Tusakarin in the previous world were his third most disliked food, although Broly had never eaten boiled green peppers. "Riverina, hasn't your tribe arrived yet? The swamp area is very large. If you keep walking south until evening, you can still see patches of mangroves in the distance." Large tracts of mangroves formed pieces of land on the swamps, and they walked through at least 100 pieces of mangrove land like this today. "It should be in this direction, but I don't see the mark of our tribe." Standing in the tree, Riverina looked around but saw nothing. "Maybe we're going in the wrong direction." "Possible. But if we're looking for a tribe with inhabitants..." Nahashu looked at Broly, who was floating in the air beside him, looking a little listless. "Brother Broly, you can fly. Can you fly to a higher place and see where there are people?" Broly was a little out of form, but he agreed and flew high into the sky. From a bird's eye view, we soon discovered that 7 or 8 kilometers to the right, there were some people active on a large mangrove land. As soon as Broly came down and told him what he saw, Riverina pounced on him and hugged his neck. The girl asked Broly to take her upstairs to see. "That's my tribe." Although it was very far away and it was almost dusk, Riverina still recognized it. She had seen the shape of the mangrove forest where her tribe lived from afar before. It looked like a large leaf. "It's not realistic to travel at night. We probably won't get there until noon tomorrow." After confirming the approximate distance, Nahashu estimated the specific arrival time based on the speed at which they were moving through the mangroves. "Tomorrow." Riverina felt a little lost and was eager to return home. "Actually, you don't have to wait until tomorrow. I can fly you there," Broly suddenly said. Hearing this, a group of children reacted. "But Broly, can you fly so far with someone?" "Probably no problem," Broly had no idea either, as he had never tried flying with such a heavy load. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Eat Less Poisonous Mushrooms. Chapter 36 Eat Less Poisonous Mushrooms. We're about to take off, are you ready? We are ready, but what are you doing in the redwood forest, brother? Everyone was puzzled as to why Broly went into the mangroves, until the mangroves they were standing on began to shake and were pulled out of the water by a huge force. After flying high into the sky, the child hurriedly grabbed something stable nearby while being shaken, and only then did he understand what Broly meant by being prepared. Looking at the vines tied around their waists, the children were speechless. Luckily I didn't fall. The little fat boy Lozang grabbed a wet tree root in time, and the vine around his waist broke, but he almost rolled off the taking off mangrove. Broly didn't fly very fast. He absorbed the experience of flying with Fujimura Taiga in the Type Moon world 2 years ago, and made the flying mangrove move smoothly in the sky, like a small floating island. After getting over the initial panic, the children calmed down and were somewhat immersed in the beautiful scenery formed by the setting sun and the sunset glow in the distant sky. In the past, most of them were hungry and cold, and struggled to survive every day. Some of them fell into the hands of slave traders and were even imprisoned in prisons. They did not have the leisure and qualifications to appreciate and experience scenery like this. Sister, you are so beautiful. Hei Tong sat on the vine and pulled the girl next to him and said. Ah! Akame responded softly, agreeing with her sister. If it weren't for Broly, we would never have seen such a sight, right? This is about watching the sunset in the sky, but it is also about the other party saving them and feeding them. After all, if you don't have enough to eat, you won't have the leisure to appreciate the beautiful scenery. I seem to see my elder brother in the sunset. Boom! Bonnie got hit on the head. Sister Ker, why did you hit me? I asked you to throw away those poisonous mushrooms you picked, but you still carried them with you and ate them. I didn't. Bonnie was a little flustered and quickly covered his right pocket. I've seen hallucinations, and you still say no. Bang! The girl was hit on the head by the iron fist of the girl next to her. Brother is flying us in the woods, he's not dead yet. Cornelia threw the poisonous mushroom out with great force in a parabolic trajectory. My mushrooms! Under the setting sun, above the flying mangroves, everyone looked at Bonnie with dark faces. Bonnie knelt on the mangrove vines in a frustrated forward bend. He raised his right hand, reluctant to let go of the poisonous mushrooms that flew away. Chief, a red mangrove forest has flown down from the sky. While the children in the sky were enjoying the beauty of the sunset, the tribes on the ground became nervous when they discovered that the mangroves flying in the sky were approaching their tribe. In the perception of people in this world, the only creatures that can soar in the sky are dangerous flying species, and the bigger the creature is, the more dangerous it tends to be. With such a large mangrove forest flying in the sky, the creature hiding in it must be very scary. Lipalip, call all the warriors in the tribe. If the monsters in the flying mangroves want to attack our tribe, we will fight back and protect the tribe. The chief of the Red Leaf tribe, Riddle, gave the order. He now only hoped that the unknown existence that made the mangroves fly into the sky was just passing through their tribe. Chief, the mangroves flying in the sky seem to be falling towards us. But things always took a turn for the worse, and Riddle's heart sank. Be ready for battle. The man cut his palm with a knife and smeared 4 bloody marks on his face with blood. In their nation, this means fighting to the death. When the other warriors saw their leader do this, they all followed suit. The weapons of this group of people were not sophisticated, but they all had the courage to protect their tribe from powerful enemies. And this courage lasted until a familiar voice came from the fallen mangroves. Dad, Daddy! That was the voice of his daughter who had been missing for 3 months. Rivalina, is that you? Riddler shouted. Without anyone having to reply, the mangroves had already descended to a height where the people above could be clearly seen. Riverina jumped down from the mangroves before he had landed completely, ran toward the tribal warriors who were waiting for battle, and threw himself directly into his father's arms. "Rivalina, where have you been during the days you disappeared?" There was surprise and astonishment on the man's face. He actually thought his daughter was dead. "I was captured by the imperial slavers and they sold me to the giant tree forest, Gifhonora Sea Tree Forest, but I ran back," the girl explained. "So sister, where are those people?" Repalip asked. There were many children on the mangroves that fell back into the water. "Brother, they were sold into the giant tree forest by slave traders like me. They are now my important companions." "Wait, how did I become the second brother?" "Because I have a big brother." Repalip, "Then how did you come down from the sky?" "We didn't come down from the sky. Big Brother brought us here. It was Big Brother who saved me and everyone else, and brought us out of the giant tree forest." Riverina pointed in the direction they came from, trying to describe Broly's power to her father. The Red Leaf tribe leader listened and felt that his brain was not enough. Whether it was blasting a smooth road in the giant tree forest or flying over with a mangrove forest, it was all too outrageous. If he had not seen mangrove flying in the sky with his own eyes, he might have thought that his lost and found daughter was talking nonsense. "You." After bringing people over, Broly flew out of the woods with some retching. There were some sawdust and sap of redwood trees on his hands. It was the smell of these sawdust and sap that made him unbearable, and the bitterness in his mouth seemed to worsen. "This is Broly." Riverina happily introduced the boy to his father. "What happened to him?" Riddle was a little surprised that the eldest brother his daughter was talking about was also a child, and after seeing Broly retching, he frowned and asked. "Brother Broly chewed a lot of redwood tree branches at noon, and then he became like this." "Didn't you tell him that the branches of the redwood tree are poisonous?" "Yes, but Big Brother said the poison tastes good." Riddle. His impression of Broly changed from a terrifying character who could move freely in the giant tree forest and fly in the sky with a mangrove forest in his daughter's words, to a little guy who might have some problems with his brain. "Take him back to the tribe. I'll get some herbs to detoxify him." Perhaps because the mangroves that flew over were all filled with children, and his daughter gave a general account of the situation, Riddler wiped the blood off his face that represented a fatal battle, and asked his son to arrange to entertain the group of companions his daughter had made outside in the empty area of the tribe. The Red Leaf tribe was not large, with a population of just over 1,000. The influx of more than 70 children still attracted the attention of many tribal members. "Repalip, where did these children come from? Are they going to join our tribe?" someone asked. "This is the companion my sister brought back." Repalip replied muffledly. "Your sister? Riverina, isn't she dead?" Bang! The person who said this was knocked down by Repalip's punch. "My sister is back, she's back safely, she's not dead." End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Red Leaf Tribe. Chapter 37 Red Leaf Tribe. Our tribe also uses redwood tree branches as seasoning, but we usually rinse and soak them in running water for a long time to reduce the toxins before using them. However, even so, poisoning sometimes occurs. When poisoned by the redwood tree, a person's senses will be paralyzed from the sense of taste, and they will gradually lose the ability to move. Having said this, Riddle stopped, because the boy behind him could walk and fly, and except for a bitter face, he didn't seem to have any symptoms of being poisoned by the redwood tree. The way our tribe detoxifies this poison is to pick the green leaves of the redwood tree that have not yet grown and turned red, grind them into juice and use it to detoxify. As he spoke, the Red Leaf tribe leader handed over the green leaf juice he had ground in his hand, and did not forget to state in advance, "It is very effective in detoxifying the redwood tree, but I don't know if it will work for your bitter mouth." Broly took the leaf water. As long as it could reduce the bitter taste in his mouth, he didn't care what he drank and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking it, Broly smacked his lips twice, and the bitterness in his mouth was much less, and his eyes lit up. "Can I have another drink?" "Of course, but can you tell me about how you saved my daughter?" Riddle took the clay cup and asked Broly about it. He wanted to get the answer from the boy who saved his daughter. Hearing this, Broly became a little distressed. Riddle was just a child he rescued by chance. There were 71 other children he rescued by chance like this. The other party suddenly asked him to describe the details of the rescue. Broly couldn't remember anything. He could only say, "There was some kind of prey that big chasing her from behind, and then I went up and kicked it like this, and the prey chasing Reverina fell down with a thud." Writer. Who can tell him what kind of prey it is, and what about the boy who raised his leg and made a kicking motion with a strange dubbing from his mouth, and then lay on the ground with his tongue sticking out and his head tilted? Does it mean that the dangerous prey that was chasing his daughter was killed by him? The general plot: as the chief of a tribe living in the mangroves, Riddle can still be understood, but even this abstract and vivid description with gestures and movements does not feel as exciting as the one told by his daughter with simple words. "Thank you for saving my daughter. You will be a friend of our Red Leaf tribe. Our tribe always gives warm hospitality to friends." After helping Broly get rid of the bitterness in his mouth, Chief Riddle treated him as a benefactor and asked the tribe to prepare a lot of food to entertain Broly and the other children. This meal was much more delicious than the barbecue they had in the forest. After all, it contained a lot more seasonings, such as the important salt. "Everyone, feel free to eat. If it's not enough, we can make more." "What's wrong with the clan leader? I'm glad that his missing daughter is back." "You mean Reverina? Isn't she dead?" "He's not dead. I heard he was captured by slave traders from the Empire and sold to the giant tree forest in the north. But he was helped by someone and managed to escape back. So, these kids are the ones who helped her." "Ah. No wonder." After private communication, the people of the Red Leaf tribe understood why their clan leader used the tribe's food to entertain outsiders. Although some people complained a bit, in the end no one said anything weird overtly. People here generally believed that one should repay a favor. Nothing happened that night, and the children had a good sleep in the vine space arranged for them by the Red Leaf tribe. When they woke up the next day, the tribe had prepared food for them. The children were a little confused. They found that they didn't seem to have to do anything while waiting for others. "I couldn't help but look at Broly. No pain, no gain. Let's help with the hunting." It is said to be hunting, but in fact it is fishing. The only difference is that the places in this mangrove forest where fish gather easily are occupied by the people of the Red Leaf tribe. Although they did not explicitly exclude them, they also expressed that it was inconvenient for these outsiders to catch fish near the fish ponds that they had worked hard to build. Fortunately, when Broly came here yesterday, he brought another mangrove forest with him, and there was no one in the waters of that place. Reverina came over to catch fish with them, so there was no need to rush to other places, and the day passed leisurely. Originally they thought the outsiders were a group of freeloaders, but unexpectedly they brought a lot of fish at night. In this regard, some people in the Red Leaf tribe accepted these outsiders, but some people thought that the outsiders had robbed their tribe's mangrove resources and said some strange things. "The place where we fish is not your mangrove forest, but the mangrove forest that Brother Broly brought us to. We didn't steal your fish. You're just bragging. How can mangroves fly? You just stole the fish from our tribe." Some children had disputes with other children in the Red Leaf tribe and even started fighting with them. The children of the Red Leaf tribe were very tough and had strong fighting skills, but the children from the Jifunola Sea Tree Forest were potential assassins with even stronger hands-on abilities, and they won with a small advantage. The adults of the Red Leaf tribe felt a little embarrassed and wanted to intervene, but were stopped by the tribe leader. Children's affairs are theirs, why should adults interfere? Not only words but also fists and feet can be used for communication. The group of children who came with his daughter are very good, and Riddle wants to absorb them into his own tribe. The best way to absorb is to let the children mingle among themselves and naturally complete the process of accepting each other. As Riddle expected, the initial rejection was a natural phenomenon. After the children got along well with each other, they gradually accepted playing with children from other places. The biggest catalyst here is actually related to Broly flying to the Gifnora Sea forest, hunting some dangerous species and bringing them back. After seeing this scene with their own eyes, the children of the Red Leaf tribe were directly assimilated by the foreign children. Thinking that Reverina could also worship such a powerful big brother, they took the initiative to express that they also wanted to worship a powerful big brother. With a common object of worship, everyone has a common language, and friction will naturally be reduced. In a word, as long as you think Big Brother is awesome and are willing to admire him with us, then you are our best friend. Less than 5 days after arriving at the Hongyi tribe, children under the age of 10 were already playing together. There has been a huge change from originally this was the mangrove forest of our tribe, Big Brother, and you outsiders, tribe, were not allowed to catch fish here, to now this is our mangrove forest and you can come and catch fish as you please, and even see which side catches more fish. The attitude of the tribal children also affected the adults. More importantly, with an additional connected mangrove forest, the tribe could get more fish every day. Broly, I challenge you. As the trend of foreign children integrating into the tribe was going on, Riverina's eldest brother Repalip suddenly challenged Broly. The reason was that Repalip couldn't stand the situation where he was gradually being called the second brother in the tribe. Originally, whether it was his sister or the children from other tribes, they would affectionately call him Brother Rip when they met him, but after Broly came to the tribe, he was demoted. Now, Lipalip has to use his strength to regain his status as the big brother in the eyes of his sister and the children of the tribe. Broly, I know you are very powerful, so I will not hold back just because you are younger than me. I will go all out and let everyone know who is the real boss of the Red Leaf tribe. This is a struggle for status among the children. Although Repalip is 15 years old and not yet an adult, he can still get close to the children. Forget it, Brother Rip, you have never hunted a dangerous species, how can you have the nerve to compete with Brother Broly? The children said words that undermined confidence, and most of those who said these words were children from within the tribe. Stop talking nonsense. I have never hunted dangerous species. That's just because there are few dangerous species near our mangrove forest. In terms of strength, I am able to collect pearls from more than 20 freshwater clams in one go in deep water, so I am not inferior to anyone. The boy lay on the wooden stake, intending to compete with Broly through arm wrestling. Then, best of 3, he lost all of them as expected. Strength is nothing, let's compete in speed, but no flying. The speed was compared, which restricted Broly's flight, but Broly still easily outran him. Let's compete in lung capacity. Repalip buried his face in the water and held his breath for 30 minutes. He raised his head only when he could hold it no longer. How about my lung capacity? Brother Broly hasn't gotten up yet. Don't even mention Broly, even Red Eye and Black Eye are still holding their breath. In the subsequent competitions, Repalip was defeated in all the matches, and even some of the kids who joined the competition midway performed better than him. I lost, bro. After a day of competition, Repalip failed to regain his status as the eldest brother. Instead, he willingly acknowledged the boy younger than himself as his eldest brother. It was also on this day that Broly, through various competitions that seemed like games to him, became the only big brother in the eyes of all the children of the Red Leaf tribe. Of course, Broly, as the big brother, doesn't care. The experience of playing games with everyone is what makes him happy. The happiness values of Akame and Kurom also increased a lot during the competition game. Unfortunately, so many days have passed, and Broly still hasn't met another wife who can be recognized by the Crystal Palace. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Parting. Chapter 38 Parting. On the 9th day of arriving in the Red Leaf tribe, Broly was invited by the tribe leader to go to the deep water area to participate in the collection of freshwater shell pearls. We use fermented fish balls with a strong fishy smell to attract dangerous fish that swim in deep waters. After attracting away the dangerous fish, the diving experts in the tribe will take the opportunity to dive into the deep water. There are some large freshwater clams underneath. You can lure them to open their shells with a whole piece of fresh fish meat. When they open their shells, you can use the branches you bring down to pick out the pearls in their mouths. A pea-sized pearl could be exchanged for 6 or 7 bags of flour. If one could dig up a pearl larger than a pea, a good quality one could even be exchanged for half a month's food supply for the tribe, or some iron utensils. But be careful not to harm the big shells, so that they can produce new pearls again in a few years. On the boat, Riddle told Broly about the work that the Red Leaf tribe did to supplement their family income. They were a pearl-collecting tribe in the mangroves, and they made money by diving into dangerous deep-water swamp areas and collecting freshwater shell pearls from the bottom of the water. Broly, you are very powerful. If you are willing to join the Red Leaf tribe, I can give you the position of the tribe leader. After introducing the Red Leaf tribe's money-making activities, Riddle directly invited Broly. These days, he has been silently observing the boy's situation and knows that Broly has a good character, attaches great importance to his companions, and more importantly, possesses terrifying strength. If he were the chief of the Red Leaf tribe, he would definitely be able to ignore the situation where the water area was separated by a mangrove land and develop the Red Leaf tribe. So, after discovering that the boy seemed to be preparing to leave the tribe with some children who did not want to stay in the tribe, Riddle came up with the idea of asking him out for a talk. As the tribesmen were not very civilized, Riddler, as the tribe leader, did not have so many twists and turns in his mind, and directly showed the utmost sincerity in the invitation. Stay here. The Red Leaf tribe can be your home with the other children. To be honest, Riddler was very sincere. He was even willing to give up the position of patriarch to a child from outside. But no matter how sincere he is, it will be useless, because even if Broly agrees, the Crystal Palace will forcibly send him back to his original world after his stay is over. I can't stay. Broly shook his head. Other people who have no home can stay if they want to, but for those who want to go home, I'm going to send them back. Although the children who stayed in the Red Leaf tribe and followed him out of the big forest all lived a stable life, some of the children still did not feel a sense of belonging here. They envied Riverina for being able to return home, and they also wanted to return to their real home. Do you know where their home is? Riddle asked. The person who wanted to go home told me where he lived before, but I don't know the way. Broly speaks the truth. You don't know the way, how are you going to send them back? I didn't know the way here, but I still brought them here. Broly didn't think it was difficult to send people home, as he had done so in the previous world. The road to the Empire is not easy, but with your strength, it should be no problem. Riddle sighed, knowing that he couldn't keep Broly, so he gave up. Can you help me get some pearls? Broly nodded. In one day, he brought up more pearls from the deep water than anyone else. Have you cleared all the freshwater mussels in this area? Seeing the pile of pearls on the boat, Riddle smiled bitterly. The boy was too efficient. It was estimated that he would not need to go to this deep water area for 1 or 2 years. At night, after returning to the Red Leaf tribe, Broly discussed leaving with other children, and some children already knew about it. I'm sorry, Broly, I plan to stay here. This is what most homeless children think. They finally have a place to stay and don't want to live a wandering life anymore. I want to go back. I don't believe that my parents sold me. That must be a lie told by the slave traders. I want to go back and find out the truth. This is the idea of a child who wants to go home, while the others who want to go home all have homes, but at their age they don't know the exact location of their homes, and only remember a simple name of the area where they used to live. We need a map. Nahashu said that he had no home, but he wanted to leave with Broly. "Where's the map?" Broly asked, and the children who were willing to leave with him looked at each other. They had almost just gone with the flow before. "I have a map, although it's not very accurate." At this time, Riddler walked in from outside and said, holding a parchment roll and a package in his hands. "This is the map that my father, the former chief of the Red Leaf tribe, exchanged from a merchant. My father once wanted to take the pearls collected by our tribe to the Empire and sell them for a good price. But we failed. The people of the Empire were very hostile to foreign races. Not only did thieves target us, but even some lords and nobles targeted us. We suffered heavy losses, and the map was shelved within the tribe. It is of no use to our tribe now, but it may be useful to you if you wish to return to the Empire." As Riddler spoke, he handed over the parchment map. It was a document from more than 10 years ago, but it was well preserved, and the patterns and text on it were clear. Although Broly could not understand the map, Nahasha could. He was a learned man and seemed to have received a good education and even etiquette training in the past. "It's a very old thing. It is indeed a map of the Empire. Green's home is probably here." Nahasha found Green's home from above. Of course, it was only the approximate location on the map. The exact location could only be figured out after he got close to it. "If you are not in a hurry to leave, you can wait in the tribe for 2 months. There will be ship merchants passing by nearby. They can take you back to the Empire. I will help pay for it." "I don't have that much time." Broly shook his head. He only had 49 days left in this world. "But if you don't need me to take you home, you can stay here," Broly said to the children who were about to go home, but no one wanted to stay. "After all, Big Brother is very powerful and you can see it with your own eyes. If you follow Big Brother, even in a forest full of dangerous species, you can walk out as if you were taking a stroll. Therefore, it is safer to be taken home by my elder brother. Since you are all leaving, this is the farewell gift I prepared for you." Riddle seemed to have anticipated this situation and put down the package in his hand. When the package was opened, the pearls were revealed. "Once you arrive at the Empire, unlike here, there are many places where you need money. Our tribe does not have the money of the Empire, but we have pearls that can be exchanged for money. The money you get from these pearls can make your journey easier. Of course, having money can easily lead to trouble, but Riddle looked at Broly and thought that with this powerful kid around, there should be no problem. "Thank you, Chief Riddler." "You're welcome. You've helped our tribe a lot, not to mention helping Reverina return home. You also brought in a mangrove forest. With that adjacent mangrove forest, our Red Leaf tribe will be able to expand into a larger tribe in the future. In swamp areas, the area of mangroves determines the size of the tribes living on them. The larger the mangroves, the more people they can support." "Hey, you need those things." Broly tilted his head. "Then shall I move some more for you?" Riddle opened his mouth but didn't say no. "If I may, I'd trouble you." In half a night, Broly moved a bunch of mangroves from other places in the swamp area. If Chief Riddler had not stopped him halfway, he might have been able to move all the surrounding mangroves. "We have to keep some as transit points." The mangrove area of his own family expanded nearly 10 times, which made Chief Riddler feel ashamed. He received so much reward for just a map and a bag of pearls. The next day, Chief Riddle gave Broly and the child who were leaving with him the largest ship of the Red Leaf tribe. Broly originally had 73 friends with him, but now there are only 14 left. The other children are at the new border of the Red Leaf tribe, seeing them off with red eyes. After going through the journey of sharing joys and sorrows, this group of helpless children have already established a sincere friendship. We have to say goodbye now and may never see each other again in the future, so it is naturally very sad. Nahash, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said you were a child of a noble family. It doesn't matter. After all, what you said is not wrong. Pawnee, stop picking poisonous mushrooms. They are really inedible. But that one is really delicious. Boom. Cornelia knocked her head and said to her companions on the shore, I will watch over her. Tsukushi, we will always remember your barbecue. I'll come back and cook for you guys if I have the chance. Red Eye and Black Eye, stop stealing Big Brother's meat. We didn't steal it. He gave it to us on his own initiative. The sisters with double pupils felt that they were being slandered. Brother Broly, we will always remember you. Finally, everyone shouted. The parting words touched Broly a little, and he seemed to experience a feeling of reluctance. At the same time, I also missed the other world and Fujimura Takewa who was so kind to me. I will try to remember you too. Broly responded to them, and the reason he used effort was because he didn't remember everyone's name and appearance. After all, more than 70 people are too many, and they are not wives recognized by Crystal Palace. The boat sailed away from the Red Leaf tribe. The sadness of parting gradually subsided, and Green suddenly asked Niheisu. Are you really a noble? It's just a bastard. I've become a slave. It's just a useless status. This is a simple question and answer between two friends who have changed their minds. But after Broly changed his mood, he thought, I can find a wife somewhere else. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Simple Folk Customs. Chapter 39 Simple Folk Customs. In the western border of the empire, the people are simple and honest. As soon as Broly, Akito, Kurotome and others left the water area, a passing caravan took the initiative to accept them. Although the caravan chose to attack them the next night because of the package of pearls, they also sent them a lot of food, transportation, and other commodities. Afterwards, on the way to the border town on the map, they encountered two slave hunting teams. When the slave hunting teams saw that the caravan was led by a group of children, they not only wanted the caravan's goods, but also wanted to capture Broly and others as slaves. The result was that the entire slave hunting team was defeated, the slaves they had captured with great effort were liberated, those who could go home went home by themselves, and the slaves who could not go home or were homeless joined the Big Brother caravan headed by Broly and became helpers. Afterwards, near the main road, probably because they were a caravan, they were attacked by 8 different gangs of thieves. 5 of the groups attacked and injured the caravan members without any warning, but were vaporized by the annoyed Bro using energy bombs in the ambush area. The remaining 3 groups just wanted to collect tolls and were considered to be relatively law-abiding groups. Thanks to the friendly communication before the robbery, they successfully found a job as guards in the Big Brother's caravan to make a living. Please spare our lives, sir. We became bandits only because we couldn't survive on the heavy taxes. Since our debut, we have only robbed people of their money and not their lives. We just want to survive. Please have mercy on us and spare us this time. The process of applying for the caravan guard position was roughly the same as above. Fortunately, these skinny and pale guys knelt down quickly so they were not directly killed by Broly. Sitting in the carriage and chewing on the sweet purple thorn berries, Broly felt that the people in the western border of the empire were too enthusiastic. Before he even reached the first city marked on the map, many people had already brought all kinds of supplies and manpower. It would be great if there were someone like this on the planet Wampa who could send him all kinds of supplies. Unfortunately, there are no such kind people on the planet Wampa. The caravan vehicle stopped suddenly. What's going on? Is there another good guy coming? Broly asked, sticking his head out of the car. We are not bandits, but we have arrived at the border checkpoint and are now queuing to pass through. Niheisu explained. He was wearing a well-tailored suit of a former caravan leader, a single-rimmed glasses frame on his right eye, and had a tan skin, giving him the demeanor of a young steward. His appearance age seems to be at least 4 or 5 years older than his actual age. Isn't it a good person coming to the door? Broly was a little disappointed. Since the person who came was not a good person, he got back into the car and continued to eat the fruit inside. The inspection for entering the city at the border checkpoint was not very strict because 3 years ago, the military pay of the Western Frontier Guard was withheld by the central government of the empire, in order to maintain the border troops and prevent them from mutiny. The commander of the armed forces here started to collect tolls. Now, as long as the tolls are high enough, the soldiers guarding the checkpoints will not even open the vehicles transporting supplies for inspection. This situation also made this border town prosperous. Some of the original smugglers no longer took dangerous private trade routes to sneak across the border. Instead, they all flocked to this border town where customs inspections were not strict and one could enter and leave the empire as long as they paid enough money. However, this also makes the population structure of this city very complicated. There are all kinds of people, such as bandits like me, or visitors from the West, and foreign ethnic groups from the wild areas. The bandit leader who was recaptured by Broly with force introduced the situation of this border city. It can be roughly regarded as a large goods trading market where the Eastern Empire, Western kingdoms, and some foreign ethnic groups gather together. Inside the city, there is a peaceful appearance with border troops maintaining order, but outside the city, it is a place where everyone shows off their skills and the simple style of the western border is revealed. Everyone is a traveling merchant, but everyone can also become a robber. The main camps are roughly divided into 3 parties. The most powerful of them is the Western Merchant Corps formed by the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, followed by the Foreign Merchant Corps formed by the Chambers of Commerce from various Western kingdoms to fight against the Western Merchant Corps, and finally the foreign ethnic groups who are regarded as uncivilized savages. Usually the first 2 will fight each other, but they will work together to suppress the caravans of other ethnic groups in order to obtain cheaper goods. However, some powerful foreign ethnic groups are not easy to deal with. They are the real border robbers who not only rob people of their money but also kill them. Of course, when others rob and kill people, they usually put the blame on the foreigners. After all, it is possible that uncivilized barbarians could do anything. Therefore, although they are the weaker group among the 3 parties, the reputation of the ethnic minorities is the worst. Even in this border town, not many people welcome the caravans of the ethnic minorities. No wonder Chief Hong Yi can't come here to do business. The lack of unity among ethnic groups in different places is one reason, and the tacit suppression of ethnic groups by Eastern and Western chambers of commerce is another reason. Does this steward need to move goods? We have good laborers here at a cheap price. No need, our caravan has its own laborers. After sending away the broker who came looking for business, Nahas returned to the car. Brother Broly, go eat first. I'll take care of the goods in the caravan. Can't you just give it to someone else? I don't feel safe leaving it to others, so I'd better stay and keep an eye on it. The others only joined in forced or halfway, and who knows if anyone will run away with the money. Nahaxiu felt that he needed to help his eldest brother keep an eye on these riches. We'll bring you food. Some people chose to stay and help, except for the foodie. If any of you hurt them, I will beat you to death. Broly said seriously to the recovered bandits. Don't dare. This group of people quickly waved their hands. Most of them were people who had seen Broly use his power to make some bandits who attacked without even saying a word disappear from the face of the earth. The horrifying scene where even the terrain was changed made them feel awe for this seemingly harmless boy. They were afraid because of the terrifying power, but they also felt respect for the other party because the other party did not kill them as they were also robbers, and gave them a chance to survive. In the bustling border town, Broly smelled all kinds of smells on the street, and finally walked into a noodle shop with a group of children. The noodle shop was bustling with people. The aroma of the thick soup made from bones of unknown animals with added spices spread almost halfway down the street. What a delicious smell! Boss, give us 100 bowls of noodles first. Okay, wait, 100 bowls of noodles, can you kids eat that much? The money is here. If you can't eat it, you still have to pay the bill. Excuse me, noodles, I'll be right there. When seeing the money, the noodle shop owner no longer cares whether the customers can eat the food or not. As long as he can pay the bill, I'd even smash his noodle shop. In addition to noodles, the noodle shop also sells other foods. I have to say, even though it is the same barbecue, the results will be completely different if you use spices and don't use spices. Good to eat. Broly devoured the food, and so did the other children. Everyone at the table was satisfied by the delicious food. But where there are satisfied children, there are also dissatisfied children, and they are the homeless children in this border city. They stood on street corners and in alleys, looking envious at those who had the money to eat in restaurants. There was longing in his eyes, hoping that the guests sitting at the tables outside would eat some of the leftovers. That was one of the few places where these homeless people could get decent food. As for the hotel, they didn't dare to go in because they would be beaten by the hotel staff. The leftovers in there were the kitchen scraps that the children in the group fought over. "Boss, check out." As the customer sitting at the table outside the steamed bun shop said this, several pairs of hungry eyes looked over. When they saw the leftover steamed bun skins on the other party's plate, the homeless children sitting on the street corner couldn't help but swallow their saliva. But they didn't dare to go over, like stray cats, afraid that they might upset the person and get hurt. Even if children like them were beaten to death, the people who beat them to death might only need to pay some street cleaning fees to the local street sheriff. But even among stray cats, there are differences, for example, those that are just hungry but not starving to death, and those that are about to starve to death. "Excuse me, sir, could you give me the unwanted bun skins on the plate?" The girl wrapped in a dirty scarf showed a lovely smile. She came to the customer who was about to pay the bill and asked cautiously from a distance of 2 meters. Her stomach was rumbling, Maine hadn't eaten for 2 days. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, The Homeless Child and Mine. Chapter 40, The Homeless Child and Mine. "If you want it, forget it. I'll just give you a big meat bun." "Boss, give this kid a big meat bun and put it on my account." The girl's smile was cute and pitiful, which moved the middle-aged customer, and he said this to the bun shop owner. "Thank you, uncle, and thank you, boss." Marin was extremely happy to receive the hot buns, but she didn't dare to let the headscarf fall off. The bun was very hot, but she held it tightly in her hand and ate it impatiently. After paying the bill, the guest seemed to have something to do and left. Seeing this, Marin hurriedly followed. The homeless children on the street corner stared at her unwillingly, but there was nothing they could do. They were afraid that if they tried to snatch the food, they would anger the adult who gave them the buns. Whew! Only after eating all the buns did Maine breathe a sigh of relief. She had lived for another day. In front, the middle-aged man noticed her and turned around to look at her. Marin smiled again, bowed politely to thank the other party, but did not dare to continue. Adults are dangerous. If you are not careful and completely trust someone's kindness, you may get hurt after your true identity is exposed. Maine turned into the alley next to her. She learned to beg during her wandering life, but she never begged from the same person multiple times. This was to protect herself and not get too close to anyone who might hurt her. "Hey, you're so arrogant." However, just because Maine doesn't get close to people who might hurt her doesn't mean that those who can hurt her won't get close to her. "I didn't do anything." Marin took a step back, but there were other homeless children blocking her from behind. "Everyone else is waiting for the bun skin, but you are the only one who can eat the big meat bun," the child in front said somewhat angrily. "That was given to me by the guest." "Humph, you're obviously a mixed-blood bastard, but you always manage to get food from adults by pretending to be cute. You can do the same," Mayan said, but her words made the child who was blocking her even angrier. "If we could do it, we would have done it a long time ago. Don't say so much useless things. Tear off her headscarf and see if she can beg for food in the future." "No, this is something my mother left for me." Maine quickly took off her headscarf and held it in her arms. Without the headscarf covering her head, the pink hair on her head revealed that she was a child of a foreign ethnicity. "Give it to me." The homeless children didn't care whether the headscarf was left to them by their mother or not. They were just jealous that the mixed-race girl was doing better than them. "She is clearly a pink-haired freak, and clearly has a dirty foreign ethnic bloodline." Maine was beaten and rushed out from the children surrounding her holding her headscarf, but these homeless children chased her relentlessly. They seemed to have reached a consensus on attacking this freak of foreign blood. After all, Maine was just a little girl, and she was alone. She was soon surrounded again by a group of homeless children. "Damn it, it took us so long to chase you." The stray kids chasing the girl were panting. "I won't be active here anymore, can you please let me go?" Maine begged. "Of course not. There may be sympathy among the weak. But such sympathy will not be given to notorious foreign ethnic groups. Even if Maine is a mixed-race girl, and her father, who provided her with foreign blood, was from a foreign tribe that had long been destroyed, it would still not work. Kill this alien!" Homeless children rushed forward and the adults on the street were watching the show. Maine tried to ask for help from the adults around her, but to no avail. Because not many people here like the ethnic minority who have a reputation as bandits, and there is no unity among ethnic minorities. No one would come to help her, just like before, but it was not her fault that she had a different ethnicity. Maine thought of her own mother, who was abducted by foreigners but was still willing to treat her child, who was born by accident, gently after returning. She recalled the experience of being driven out of the village and becoming a homeless child after her mother passed away. "The life I once lived under my mother's care seemed like a dream. But now, others were actually trying to take away from her the only thing she could hold on to and dream about. Please, don't take it away." Maine, who was being beaten, made a weak request. But it was no use, the headscarf in her arms was still pulled out bit by bit. "I got it." She valued the headscarf so much, "We tore it off." "Do not want." Just as the two boys each grabbed one side and were about to tear off the dirty headscarf. Bang! Both of them were punched on the head. "It hurts, why did you hit us?" If it was an adult who did it, they wouldn't argue. But the ones taking action now are children just like them. "Because you are bullying people. It's just a mixed-race bastard of a foreign nationality." Bang! "It is precisely because they are a foreign race that we took action." The two men were punched on the head again. It was Broly and others who intervened. They came out of the noodle shop after eating and drinking, and before they walked 2 blocks away, they saw the commotion here. They had no intention of intervening in the private fights between the city's homeless children, but Broly and the others stopped short after hearing what the aliens said. The reason is simple. They are acquainted with other ethnic groups like the Red Leaf tribe, and they don't think that all other ethnic groups are bad. Therefore, we cannot tolerate the unfair bullying of another child by this group of homeless children using the excuse of being of different nationality. "Damn it, are you guys an accomplice of this bastard?" The boy who was punched again questioned. "If we say yes, then what?" Akaji, Haitong, and the others have already clenched their fists. They are not afraid of a group fight with homeless children who are also children. After all, with the powerful Big Brother Broly as their support, even dangerous species will be turned into food by the campfire. It's just that enemies like stray children can be left to them to deal with. "Damn it, beat these guys to death." A gang fight started, but it ended quickly, and a group of ordinary homeless children were beaten down. "You guys remember this for me." The boy who gave the order to start the battle left a harsh remark and prepared to retreat with the others. "Give it back." But he was stopped by Broly, who stretched out his hand to ask for what he had in his hand. "I'll tear this broken headscarf apart. If you tear it, I will beat you to death before you tear it open." Broly clenched his fists and said this to him seriously. "Found a target that can be conquered, mine, current happiness value is 0. Without a subjective purpose, Broly rarely actively thinks of killing other creatures, but there is one exception, that is, someone wants to hurt a friend he recognizes. Although Main is a girl that Broly has just met, her status as a wife that can be conquered and recognized by the Crystal Palace naturally gives Broly a bonus in terms of favorability. If his friends hadn't come to his aid and told him not to do anything, something bloody might have happened. Because Broly doesn't mind killing a life that has nothing to do with him for the sake of his newly met wife, meal ticket. The boy was not afraid of Broly, but he was afraid of the other children behind Broly who were eyeing him hungrily. Damn it, if you want this broken headscarf, I'll give it to you. I don't want this broken thing. In the end, the guy didn't dare to tear the turban in his hand. He threw it at Broly and ran away. Back to you. Broly grabbed the headscarf and walked to Main's side, returning the thing to her. Thank you. Main's happiness value is rising. After Main held the dirty headscarf in her arms and felt somewhat relieved, she fell into a coma. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 You Are All My Wings. Chapter 41 You Are All My Wings. You're awake. The strange voice startled Marin. She sat up suddenly, but let out a groan and felt a pain in her body. Here it is. A strange room, a soft bed, white sheets on the body, and even the injuries seemed to have been treated by someone. This is a room in the hotel. We are renting this place now. You are seriously injured. Gilyalu. Mayan's stomach growled, causing her face to turn red. You must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat. Chi Tong didn't care and walked out. Would you like to wipe your face? Hei Tong twisted a wet towel and gave it to her, and the girl was assigned to their room. Main looked at the girl beside the bed and gradually recalled what happened before she fell into a coma. She must have been rescued by someone. Oh, my headscarf. Main thought of her mother's belongings and immediately looked around for them. Your headscarf is in your hand. You have been pulling at it since you passed out. Hai Tong reminded. I took my hand out from under the quilt and found that the headscarf my mother left for me was indeed in my hand. Perhaps because my arm was numb or because I had just woken up, I didn't notice it just now. Main breathed a sigh of relief, held the headscarf in her arms as if it were a treasure, and then said thank you to Hei Tong beside her. No need to thank me. It was Broly who stopped that man and helped you get your turban back. If you want to thank someone, thank Broly. Ah! Marin responded softly. She had remembered that before she fell into a coma, a boy did approach her and returned her headscarf. Hey, are you going to wipe your face or not? Hai Tong had been standing by the bed with a towel in his hand for a while. Seeing the girl on the bed in a daze, he couldn't help but urge her and asked. Oh, damn! Ma Yin reacted and realized that Hei Tong was unhappy, so she quickly followed up with his words. But in fact, when she was unconscious, Hei Tong and Chi Tong helped her wipe it. Not only the face, but also the body, all the bruises and swellings were rubbed with the purchased medicated oil. Therefore, Marin only felt a slight soreness now, instead of being in so much pain that she could hardly get up. This was all thanks to the medicated oil. The people in the western border of the empire are simple and honest. Although large-scale fighting is prohibited in the city, brawls are common. Therefore, the doctors and medicines here are more effective than those in other places. The doctor we asked to come over said that you have been malnourished for a long time and have some gastrointestinal problems, so we asked you to eat some lighter food. This is the old hen we bought, which was freshly slaughtered in the hotel kitchen. Our companion Chikushi made the chicken porridge. She said it is good for the body and tastes great. You should try it. Not long after, Chi Tong brought a casserole on a plate. The aroma that wafted out after the lid of the casserole was opened made Marin swallow her saliva. Do you need me to feed you? Akihiko asked. I can eat by myself. Although the person who saved her should be a good person, after wandering for so long, Marin is still somewhat uncomfortable with other people's overly close behavior. But when she raised her hands, she found her forearms were sore and weak. In order to protect the headscarf left by her mother, Main's forearms were kicked many times, and now she couldn't lift them at all. "I'll feed you." Chi Tong sat on the edge of the bed, picked up the soup spoon and scooped up the meat porridge, blew on the steaming porridge to cool it down a little before handing it to the girl's mouth on the bed. "Thank you." Ma Yun's face turned red, and she thanked him without refusing such kindness. In less than 20 minutes, Chi Tong had fed the girl the entire casserole of meat porridge. "More? We cooked a lot." Akihiko asked. "That's enough. I'm full." Mine quickly shook her head, her belly was round from eating so much. This was probably the fullest meal she had ever had in her life. "Since you are full, then." Kuroyan ran to call Broly, and Broly quickly came to the room. Under Main's somewhat uneasy gaze, he extended his hand to her. "I want to be best friends with you, are you willing?" Broly asked this question seriously, while Mine was somewhat at a loss as to what to do. She was suddenly rescued, her important things were suddenly taken back, she was suddenly treated gently, and now, suddenly, a boy who was supposed to be the leader of the group who saved her asked her to be best friends with him. This made Marin's mind a little confused. "Why?" Finally, Mine asked her doubts. "Because Crystal Palace recognizes you." Broly spoke the truth, while Akame and Kurome beside him understood that the girl on the bed was probably the same type of person as them, and might have special meaning to the eldest brother Broly. Before, Akame and Kurome could feel it, and even the other children could feel it, that Broly was taking special care of them. But no one has ever asked the reason behind this, not even Akame and Kurome asked, so no one knows the reason. Now, because the rescued girl, Mine, asked questions, they got the answer about the Crystal Palace from Broly. "The Crystal Palace recognized me, but who is the Crystal Palace?" Marin was very sure that she didn't know anyone named Crystal Palace. "The Crystal Palace is a module compensated to me by the system." That's what the Crystal Palace said, and its function is to help me find attackable targets in different worlds. And I will capture the target object that appears, so that people like you can obtain the greatest happiness, and finally accept my invitation, join my Crystal Palace, and become my wife. Broly answered Mine's questions in detail, leaving the other two girls in the room with their mouths open. "So, Broly, you want to marry me and my sister as your wives?" Hai Tong suddenly realized. "Isn't this possible?" Broly was a little worried and asked directly. "It's not impossible." Akagi thought about it and replied that she really didn't want to be separated from her sister. "That's good." Broly felt relieved. If one of the red eyes or the black eyes was unwilling, he would be heartbroken for a long time. The happiness values of the two sisters are currently above 300, and Akame is almost reaching. "You are all my wings." With these words in his mind, Broly said them seriously and opened his arms. Akame and Kurome looked at him with some confusion, and Broly also looked at them with some confusion. He just subconsciously opened his arms, and this seemed to be just a corresponding action to the words that just popped up in his mind. Akame was a little confused, but her mind was working fast. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. As if she had thought of something, and she leaned towards Broly's arm. When Hai Tong saw her sister's actions, she suddenly realized what was going on and followed suit by moving to Broly's other arm. Then, these three people formed an artistic picture of a rock spreading its wings in front of Yu Mayan in the room. Broly was seen with his arms raised high, while Akame and Kurome were clinging to one of his arms, trying to make a sideways posture, and then their bodies were shaking like wings, trying to imitate the movement of a big bird flapping its wings. The picture was too abstract, yet also extremely vivid, and made Marin wonder if she should get out of bed right now, crawl behind the boy, and act as the tail feather of the art illustration of a rock spreading its wings. However, imagining using her small hands to support her entire body to do an angled shaking pose was something that was simply impossible for her to do, so Marin wisely gave up the idea of participating in this special artistic act. "How about you become my wings?" Broly asked as he kept his arms raised to hold up the two girls. "I don't think I can hold your arm as tightly as they can." "It doesn't matter, I just need to hold you tight." Broly put Akame and Kurome down, and the two girls' faces turned red as they performed difficult imitations of a large bird flapping its wings, which was caused by the effort. "You just need to give me your hand, I will protect you and won't let you get hurt again. I will try my best to make you happy." Broly extended his hand to mine again. Mine looked at Broly, at the sisters with double pupils, and then at the headscarf that was almost stolen. "My name is Mayan. If you don't mind that I have a different ethnic background, I'd like to be your wife." Mine put her hand in Broly's and said, "I have no way to repay you for taking back the relics, but the target, mine, is ready to pledge herself to you and is asking to become a formal member of your Crystal Palace. Do you want to agree now? You can't be my wife yet. We have to start as best friends." "Well, I have to make you happy first." Broly refused Main's offer to join now. He wanted to wait until her happiness value was raised to a very high level before inviting her to join the Crystal Palace. Main was a little surprised, but accepted it happily. Meeting Broly brought her wandering life to an abrupt end. Afterwards, when the caravan members learned about this, they had no reaction. After all, since they had already absorbed the bandits and slaves into the caravan, they wouldn't care about having another mixed-race girl. Set off. After resting in the border town for 2 days, the eldest brother's caravan set out again, using the money from the sale of goods to buy some more popular commodities further south. Mine's injury was no longer serious, and she could chat and laugh with other children while sitting in the carriage. The headscarf her mother left her was washed and tied to her hair, but it was no longer used to cover her ethnic hair color, but as a rubber band to tie her hair. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Rumors. Chapter 42 Rumors. As soon as the eldest brother's caravan left the border town, a large caravan followed. Nahaxiu knew the manager of the caravan that followed, but they were the ones who bought the original goods of the eldest brother's caravan at a high price. Not only that, the other party was also very enthusiastic and introduced Nahaxiu to the hot-selling commodities in the south and provided important business information for the purchase of goods for the eldest brother's caravan. "We are also going south. Let's travel together so that we can look after each other on the road and avoid being attacked by bandits." Nahaxiu agreed to this proposal, and the night before the two caravans arrived at the first big city, they miraculously merged into one caravan. The western border of the empire is so simple and honest that when someone buys goods at a high price, they will not only help transport them for free, but will also take the initiative to return the goods to the original owner after arriving in a big city where they can exchange the goods for money. I didn't expect to be targeted like this. Luckily we have Big Brother Broly. The unlucky caravan picked the wrong prey and ended up buried in the wilderness. The Big Brother caravan won a great victory and made a fortune by using the goods that returned to the new city. Once you have money, it becomes not too difficult to find out some specific addresses. When a child from the big forest was sent home, she learned that her parents did not sell her, but kidnapped and deceived her by slave traders. The girl named Sira was very happy and returned to her parents. In this regard, the other friends were happy that she was able to return home successfully, and Broly even gave the girl a farewell gift, which was enough money to change the difficult situation of a poor family. "I hope you can live a happy life in the future and have enough food to eat every day." Broly wished sincerely. "Thank you, Broly." Sira's eyes were red, and her parents were grateful profusely. "If you also want to go home, I can also give you some money so that you can go home." After leaving, Broly noticed that some people in the convoy looked envious, so he said, "Really, Lord Broly? Most of the bandits who were captured became bandits and left their homes simply because they could not survive. It would be a lie to say that they did not want to go home. Of course. We have no home to return to, but we want to start over somewhere else and build a new home. Lord Broly, can we get money for this as well? Broly thought about it and nodded. Nahasha wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. The Big Brother caravan disbanded directly after 2 successful trades, and most of the money earned was distributed to the caravan members who wanted to go home or build a new home. Everyone received a generous farewell gift, which was enough for everyone to restart their life. Some people chose to go home, while others chose to build a new home. In this way, a team that had expanded to hundreds of people was reduced to only 21 people after this disbandment. Among them, only 11 people simply followed Broly, and the rest wanted to go home, but were unable to do so due to their own limitations and had to wait for Broly to send them back. Brother Broly, we don't have much money left. After dividing the caravan's money, Nahasha began to worry about the funding for the next journey. Don't worry, there are a lot of good people here. After being robbed by various good guys, Broly felt that he had mastered the way to make a lot of money in this world. However, Broly overlooked the possibility that the caravan members who were leaving might spread his story. Have you heard that the Red Devil thieves and the Casio caravan were destroyed by a small and unknown caravan? I've heard about this a long time ago, but it must be a rumor. How could one person defeat an entire gang of thieves with just one move? As for the Casio caravan, I've followed their caravan before, and the guards there are extremely powerful. I think that's true. A while ago, a caravan came from the border town. According to them, the Red Devil Thieves group that was entrenched in the Hongling district has now disappeared. In addition, someone found the bodies of the members of Casio's caravan outside the city of Nosa. In the pub, all kinds of gossip were spreading. The most popular thing recently is the mysterious caravan that destroyed several bandit gangs and 2 large caravans. Some people said that it was a caravan led by a great noble for fishing, but others said that it was actually a team controlled by a terrifying humanoid super dangerous species. They disguise themselves as ordinary caravans and specifically lure others to attack them, and then the hidden super dangerous humanoid species will jump out and eat the attacking humans. Of course, there is another saying that the team is regarded as a mysterious volunteer army that specifically attacks unjust groups and distributes ill-gotten gains to the working people. It is said that some poor people who had not returned home for a long time suddenly returned with money, and that money was given by the rebel army. There are many different opinions on this news, and it gets more and more bizarre as it spreads, but one thing that everyone agrees on is that if you see a group of children or dwarfs outside, don't approach or attack them easily. Because many thieves groups and some guest thieves groups have already attacked. Really? Those people out there are so bored that they actually believe in such outrageous things as super dangerous humanoid species. Ms. Maillard, after all, these are just some outrageous rumors spread by people who have never seen the world. Maillard Oberg, the future leader of the Assassins Society who is currently training, complained about the outrageous news that the maid had recently heard from outside. Although it's most likely a rumor, if I have the chance, I'd really look for it to broaden my horizons. By the way, Cassandra, I asked you to help me sign up for the martial arts competition, have you done it for me? Miss, do you really want to participate in the martial arts competition held by the merchant group? Why not? But we are assassins. It would be terrible if our identities were exposed. It's okay. I will disguise myself and use an alias when I participate. Besides, weapons are not allowed in that martial arts tournament. As long as I don't use assassin skills and Oberg's signature technique of manipulating dangerous insects, it's almost impossible for anyone to guess my true identity. If Lady Barbara knew, she would definitely scold me. Then are you willing to take the risk of being scolded for me? The scantily clad assassin girl raised the maid's chin and asked in a slightly seductive tone. As her fingertips stimulated her, Cassandra couldn't help herself and bit her lips with a red face. "Miss Maillard, you know I would do anything for you. A super dangerous humanoid? If such a thing really exists in the world, it would make me want to hunt it down." At the gate of Daxi City, a girl with long ice blue hair was queuing to enter the city, carrying a small cylindrical package. She was muttering to herself about some gossip she had heard the day before. However, there is no rush to find out the truth of the rumors. Esteth came to Daxi City to participate in the Merchant Group Martial Arts Conference. "I want to see the strong people in the Western Territory and earn some money for the journey." End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Eligibility. Chapter 43 Eligibility. Brother Broly, I have inquired about it. The Western Martial Arts Tournament is a competition jointly organized by the Western Merchant Group and the Foreign Merchant Group. It is held once a year and each time attracts many top players to participate. There is no age or gender restriction. As long as you pay the registration fee of 10,000 imperial coins, you can participate. The competition starts with the auditions, and as long as you can make it into the top 10, you will immediately get a bonus of 160. For the top, and top, the bonus for each promotion will be doubled. In other words, if you win the championship, you can get a bonus of million. In addition, there are gambling houses run by business groups outside the event. If we bet the remaining money we have now and win all the way there, we will definitely make a lot of money. After Nahashua finished speaking, the children in the room cheered. No one doubted Broly's strength. They all thought that as long as their eldest brother participated in the competition, he would easily win the championship. Ever since the caravan was disbanded, their reputation has been spread by the departing caravan members. Because of his reputation, gradually no one came to him to be a good person. Broly is the type who loves to eat. After he had eaten a lot, and then sent 5 people back home, with resettlement fees, the team's funds became a little tight. Until they moved towards the next target city, passing by the most prosperous capital of the Western Territory, Great Western City, and saw the promotional posters of the Western Martial Arts Conference hanging on the walls everywhere in the city, the 16-member team temporarily settled here. "What are you waiting for? Take me to sign up." Broly said happily that he couldn't wait to make a lot of money. To be honest, if Fujimura Taiga hadn't taught him not to steal or rob in the previous world, Broly would have long been influenced by the simple customs of the people in the Great Western Territory of this world empire and become a great thief who has fully integrated into the environment. He would never have been short of money. "Don't worry, big brother. There is still one day left before the registration deadline. We can still register tomorrow. I want to collect information about the gambling houses now, but it might be a little dangerous for me to go alone, so I want you to go with me." "Understood. Let's go find some good people." Broly liked to rob the good people, so he and Nahashua hurried out, and the others did not follow them. With more people, it would be easier for the good people to take the bait. Unfortunately, after visiting various major gambling houses and finding out the gambling rules for the upcoming Western Martial Arts Tournament, no one caught up. Broly sighed. It seemed that good guys nowadays were becoming more and more shrewd, and today's expenses would have to be paid from his own team's emptied wallet. It doesn't matter. Although we don't have much money left, as long as Big Brother participates in the competition, I believe we can fill our wallets. Back at the hotel, Bonnie was there to comfort him while they were eating in the hotel dining hall. Broly nodded, and turned his frustration at not meeting any good people today into eating, quickly finishing the large plate of grilled meat in front of him. "Ha ha ha! A bunch of kids who are not as tall as my legs are bragging without thinking. Do you think the Western Martial Arts Tournament is a place for you kids to play house?" When the diners nearby heard this, one of them burst into laughter. This man was tall and strong, with bandages tied around his hands. He was dressed like a martial artist and it was obvious that he had also come for the Western Martial Arts Conference. "Hey, isn't that a competition that anyone can participate in if they pay the registration fee? At this time, Na Haxiu, as the team's communication staff, took the initiative to ask. Those guys who paid the registration fee are just first-round contestants who came to experience the atmosphere of the tournament. The real contestants should be powerful warriors like me, who can get the qualification to participate from the organizers just by relying on their strength. As the big man spoke, he puffed up his arms, which were almost strong enough for horse running, and showed the muscular arms to a group of children. Hey, this guy looks familiar. I think he's familiar, too. Wait, if you don't look at the beard, isn't he Samba Sang? So it's him. He made it to the quarterfinals when he first participated 5 years ago, and he almost won the championship 3 years ago. However, he hasn't participated in the competition for 2 years. Why is he participating again? The people around heard the commotion here, and after seeing the bearded man, they started talking. Samba Sang listened to the discussions of the people around him and showed a smug expression. As a martial artist, hearing others talk about his prowess gave him great satisfaction in his vanity. However, some people also complained that he made the other party lose money. Samba Sang's face became a little serious and he stood up suddenly. What are you going to do? The person who was complaining was startled by his action and thought that this bad-tempered guy was going to hit him. I'm sorry, I wasn't strong enough back then. Unexpectedly, Samba Sang apologized on his own initiative, but then Samba Sang spoke loudly to the people in the restaurant. However, I have been practicing hard in the Jifu Nora Sea tree forest for the past 2 years. It was my friend, the manager of the Degas Chamber of Commerce, who came to me and asked me to come out and fight on behalf of their caravan. The Degas Merchants Guild sells the best dust-proof cloaks in the western part of the empire. This year, I will wear their caravan's latest cloak and stand on the stage of the martial arts tournament champion. If you want to make money, please support me, Samba Sang, support the Degas Chamber of Commerce, and buy my Samba Sang victory. So it was the Degas Chamber of Commerce who invited him. No wonder he came out to compete again. Hiss, the Jifunola Sea tree forest is a dangerous place full of dangerous species. Samba Sang was able to practice hard in such a place for 2 years. Wouldn't his strength be much greater than before? Well, this year's martial arts tournament is going to be interesting. Not only will last year's rookie champion participate, but there will also be powerful veterans who have made it to the quarterfinals many times in the past. Samba Sang, we believe in you, don't let us down this time. Ha ha ha, no problem, just leave it to me, Samba Sang. The sturdy man slapped his chest so hard that it hurt the ears of those who were close to him. After making an advertising statement for his sponsor that he had won the championship in the bustling cafeteria, Samba Sang sat down again. He looked at the children at the table next to him and grinned, "You kids, if you want to earn some pocket money, remember to buy me, Samba Sam, to win. If I lose, will you pay for it?" Hey Tong asked out of curiosity. Ahem, of course you're on your own risk, but do you really think I, Samba Sang, will lose? A group of children curled their lips. They didn't know how powerful this guy was, but they knew how strong their eldest brother was. Uncle Samba Sang, can I ask how to get the qualification to participate directly from the organizer? However, Nahesa was still very polite and asked this strong man who had many competition experiences about some things. In fact, martial arts tournaments are a matter for participating martial artists as well as for the major business groups that organize them. They sponsor the holding of martial arts tournaments to attract public attention, and they also privately invite some contestants to represent their own chambers of commerce in the competition. As long as the selected contestants are shortlisted for the top 16 and are able to step onto the big stage, it will greatly increase the reputation of their own chamber of commerce and prove that the strength of their own chamber of commerce is as strong as the contestants on the stage. Therefore, there are players like Samba Sang who are invited to play as substitutes. Not only do they not have to pay to register, but they can also get paid to participate in the competition. Of course, ordinary contestants would not be in the eyes of those chambers of commerce. Only those with strong strength would be qualified. Moreover, this strength cannot be reflected in weapons, because the Western martial arts tournament does not allow contestants to use weapons. Even protective gear is limited to gloves and bandages. This is a competition between each contestant's pure physical and hand-to-hand combat skills. Nahasha wrote down this information and went to inquire the next day whether there was any chamber of commerce willing to sponsor the contestants to compete. But after running for half a day, all the interested chambers of commerce, after hearing that the contestant was a newcomer and still a child, said to let the kids play in the mud. Damn it, they are just a bunch of guys who don't recognize the real big brother. The few kids who followed along to run around were all cursing. Maybe we should let Broly show them some skills. Mine suggested. Forget it. It's just a qualification to participate in the competition. That little money is not even enough for our daily meal expenses. As for the sponsorship fees for new participants, the quotations from those chambers of commerce are almost the same as nothing. We don't need this little money. The only ones Nohesu and his friends could get in touch with were small chambers of commerce. They had no connections at all to the big chambers of commerce. In the fiercely competitive martial arts tournament, the small chambers of commerce did not expect their sponsored players to make it to the top 16, they only aimed to have them stand out on a small stage in the later stages of the auditions, so they could not afford to pay. It's just a small amount. Probably enough for their big brother's meal money for a day. So they let their big brother show off his skills just for a day's meal money? Even if Broly himself doesn't care, Nahasha still feels a little insulted and needs to stay for at least a few more days. Hey, are you really that confident in your big brother? Just when Nahasha was about to help Broly sign up, an old man with a white beard and a suit stopped them. Of course, our eldest brother is better than anyone else. Who are you, old man? I am the manager of the Western Region branch of the Jitud Chamber of Commerce. You can call me President Norsen. It just so happens that our Chamber of Commerce is short of a player to participate in the competition. Would you like to accept our Chamber of Commerce's funding? Our eldest brother is very powerful, and his price is not cheap. If you only plan to give a little money, forget it. Nahasha reminded. Haha, it's a good thing to be confident. How about this, as long as your eldest brother can make the cut, our Chamber of Commerce will give him the prize money for the corresponding event. The top 16 will get 100,000, the top 8 will get 200,000, and if your eldest brother can win the championship, he will get 1.6 million, how about that? Hearing this, Nahasa's eyes lit up. This offer was not low. Okay, but we have to sign a contract. It's really rigorous. Northern smiled, didn't refuse, and agreed. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Auditions begin. Chapter 44 Auditions begin. Master Northern, do you really think that the big brother those kids are talking about can get a rank? Oh, how is that possible? I just thought that the places we have are useless, so I just gave them to those kids. The ISCO Chamber of Commerce is such a jerk. We rushed to send them so many supplies, but in the end they gave us a useless qualification to participate in the martial arts competition. Our Jitud Chamber of Commerce is coming to the west to expand the market. It is normal to encounter resistance. I guess some people from the Western Merchant Group noticed this and put pressure on the ISCO Chamber of Commerce. In the end, they only gave us the qualification to participate in the martial arts conference they held. If we had known this would happen, we should have summoned experts from the southern border. There are still many martial arts masters in the Western Territory. We are not prepared this time, so we can only wait until the next martial arts conference to make our Chamber of Commerce famous. Manager Northern chatted with the old servant beside him for a few words and then left, not paying attention to the competition spot given by his own Chamber of Commerce. Even the spies from the Western Merchant Corps who were responsible for following their actions, after learning that the group of children sponsored by the other party were just soliciting sponsorship for a certain older brother who was also a child, smiled indifferently. After all, if the children participated in this kind of martial arts competition for all ages, they would only be able to go through the one round. "Excuse me, is this the place to register for the Western Martial Arts Tournament?" "Yes, little sister, what can I do for you?" the registrar at the workstation asked when she saw that the person coming over to ask questions was a young girl. "I'm here to sign up for the competition." "Okay, please pay the registration fee of 10,000 first." "I do not have money." "Then do you have a recommendation from the Chamber of Commerce for the qualification to participate?" the registrar lady who had just received a group of children asked. "Neither do I, but I have this." "What?" The registrar let out a scream, and was startled by the leather with some blood and flesh on it placed on the counter. "This is the skin of a ground dragon. I sold the same skin for more than 11,000 yuan in the last city. This is a new ground dragon I hunted. I just skinned it less than an hour ago. Can I use this to pay off my debt?" Esteth asked. She arrived in Daxi City yesterday, but the competition had not started yet and was only in the registration stage. After learning that registration costs money and that she doesn't have enough money, Esteth ran out of the city again to look for traces of dangerous species. She just came back today after hunting down a ground dragon. "I was just worried that the registration period would have passed, so I had no place to sell my items, so I came directly to the registration office, hoping to pay with something in exchange for the goods." "Let me ask." The registrar went to ask, and soon someone from the Chamber of Commerce who had heard the news came over and inquired about the girl with long ice blue hair. After knowing that Esteth was from the Northern Party's tribe, a Chamber of Commerce specializing in dangerous species materials purchased the dangerous species materials she hunted, and also gave her an order to fight on her behalf in a martial arts tournament. "As long as you make it to the top 16 and are willing to represent our Chamber of Commerce, we will pay you 300,000 yuan, and the payment will double with each level you advance." "It is good." Esteth agreed. Since this did not conflict with her purpose and could earn her more money, she had no reason to refuse. "Ms. Maillard, your disguised identity is the heir of a southern martial arts family's judo boxing, and your alias is Mimi. On the other hand, the future leader of the Assassin Society Orberg and his men also helped her to report the name of the disguised identity. Brother Broly, please report yourself. This is the number of your first opponent." "Hey, are the opponents arranged directly during registration?" "I don't know, but after we registered, the registrar at the registration office did tell us the opponent's number directly. This is actually a common practice in the Western Martial Arts Conference. They will try their best to divide the strong contestants into different promotion groups during the auditions. This will prevent some strong players from being eliminated directly before the round of 16 qualifiers begin because of the early encounter." In other words, Broly was treated as a rookie and thrown into a promotion group that already had seeded players, so he was immediately assigned an opponent. However, the kids on Broly's side don't care who their eldest brother's opponent is. They are more concerned about the gambling part now. The betting in the Western martial arts competition is divided into banker and bet. Banker means that some business groups set the odds to attract gamblers to buy. However, this will only be done for some famous players, and no bets will be set for new players. Betting is different. For every competition during the auditions, no matter whether the two contestants are new contestants or experienced contestants, a corresponding gambling game will be set up. There are no fixed odds. It only depends on the amount of money bet by the gamblers who buy the victory or defeat of both sides, and the odds are calculated according to the time when the last bet is closed. Before the play-in round, this was the only bet we could buy, and there were 3 casinos that offered this type of bet. As Broly is an underdog, there are certainly not many people who would bet on him to win. Even those who want to bet on a dark horse probably won't bet on him in the first game. So, we have to place our bets first. Before the game starts, we will divide into 3 groups and take money to the gambling houses run by the 3 chambers of commerce to place our bets. As long as we raise the odds of betting on our opponent to win, we can attract other gamblers to bet on the other side and form a bet against us. Nahashu didn't understand gambling before, but that didn't stop him from understanding the rules, which was not a difficult thing. Of course, except for the idiots and foodies who don't want to use their brains. Akame, Kurom, Bonnie, Lozan, and Broly standing together form this combination. After we put our money down and no one buys, we'll spread the rumor that there's a rich idiot trying to bet on a dark horse and is betting a lot of money on a new kid. This was Nahasho's simple plan. Time quickly came to the next day, and the Western Martial Arts Tournament auditions officially began. A group of ticketed spectators walked into the small separated venue. The qualifying round is for the top 16, so there are 16 promotion groups. Each group has powerful masters. In addition, there is also a group of rookies who are just running along. Ha, my opponent is actually a child. This is really lucky. Broly's opponent is a tall and thin young man. After seeing Broly coming on the stage, he seemed to think that he was very lucky. Hey, kid on the other side, when the game starts, just admit defeat. I don't want to bully the weak and make a child cry. In response, Broly thought that he was a good person, so after the game started, he used his strength to throw the man out of the field. Group 7, 24th round of auditions, contestant number 48, Broly wins. The referee was stunned for a while before reading out the results. It was mainly because the fight ended too quickly and some people were slow to react. What the hell, is that number 47 a bamboo pole? Why was it thrown down so quickly? Fuck, you can't even match the strength of a child, why don't you just die? You're participating in the martial arts tournament with this level of ability? That's right. Watching noobs make a fool of themselves is why I come to the auditions every year, and your failure was indeed beyond my expectations. I was happy, but this time I bet on you to win, but you made me lose so miserably. RNM, give me back my money. It was obvious that the audience members who were cursing had placed bets, hoping to win some money for drinks. However, in less than a second, the guy they bet on to win was thrown out of the field and eliminated. The tickets in their hands turned into blank pieces of paper. They felt an unspeakable anger in their hearts. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Special Training Required. Chapter 45 Special Training Required. There was a commotion in the 7th group's small venue. If it weren't for a group of burly men maintaining order, someone in the audience might have jumped in and beat up the tall and thin young contestant who was still in a daze. It was just that the other party lost so easily to a child, which was a bit outrageous. Great! Different from this group of angry spectators, the children in Nahashou clenched their fists and looked happy. In the first game alone, they won enough money for more than 20 days of food. Everyone, split up into teams and go get the money, and then prepare to buy into Big Brother's second game. Nahasou serves as the commander of the gambling, while Akito, Haitu, and others are divided into teams to carry out the task of betting on the Big Brother's victory. Before the gambling house closes the betting, they spread the rumor that there are suckers betting on the dark horse, so that more people will bet on the Big Brother's opponent. After waiting for half an hour, in the 7th group of 24 to 12, Broly still easily defeated his opponent, who was a young man wearing red boxing gloves. You could hear the whirring sound of his fists when he punched. Unfortunately, Broly easily blocked his punch, grabbed him and threw him out of the ring, eliminating him directly, which caused a burst of wailing and cursing in the 7th group's small meeting hall. Damn it, why is it like this again? Asshole, I just don't believe that a little kid can get through the auditions unhindered. Wait, that little guy number 48, isn't he really a dark horse? Another half an hour passed, and as the 12-6 match began, Broly once again defeated an opponent who was not underestimated but whose strength gap was too big. Some people looked at him differently. Especially in the first and fifth venues, some seeded players that the merchant group favored were sent in. After they were eliminated by the other two children during the auditions, the audience in the seventh venue looked at Broly, who was sitting on the ground at the edge of the venue, to rest with eager eyes, thinking that he was the dark horse of the seventh venue. Oh no, Broly! Broly was sitting at the edge of the venue, boredly waiting for the next one-move-second match, when he suddenly heard Nahashu's voice coming from behind. What's wrong? What happened? Broly turned his head and asked. Everyone thinks you are the dark horse. No one is betting that your opponent will win. Nahashu said with a bitter face. What's the problem? Broly hasn't turned the corner yet. We can't make food money anymore. Nahashu said simply and to the point. What? Broly's eyes suddenly widened, and he felt that his happiness disappeared at that moment. Brother, it's okay. I have a solution. At this time, Cornelia said. Any solution? Come closer, I'll tell you quietly. After all, it's a conference venue, and everyone is in the open, so some things can't be said loudly. Broly jumped onto the audience stand and lay on the edge, listening to Cornelia's advice. This is this, brother, do you understand? Cornelia whispered in Broly's ear and asked after he finished speaking his mind. Yeah, I understand. Broly thought about it and nodded. Cornelia's idea was similar to luring a good person into a trap. In the 6-3 match, Broly's opponent was a scarred man with a wild and tough aura. Judging from the old wounds exposed on his chest and arms, he was a man with rich combat experience. The man did not underestimate Broly just because his opponent was a child. In fact, those who could enter the fourth round of the auditions had basically eliminated the lucky players. This time, Broly did not easily defeat his opponent with a single throw like he did the previous 3 times, but instead had a hard time dealing with his opponent. Yes, it is very difficult for Broly to deal with the opponent in front of him, because he has to control the strength and show that he has tried his best. This is really a difficult task for him who has terrifying strength. The man threw a punch and Broly tried to block it, but the man's fist was easily blocked by him. But after a pause, Broly flew backwards, rolled several times on the ground, and finally stopped at the edge of the ring. After getting up, the young Saiyan said with full of energy, "What a powerful punch! I couldn't block it. I almost fell off the ring and was eliminated." In the audience, mine. This acting is too bad. As expected of Broly, he can block such a powerful punch. A group of children nearby shouted. No, what are you doing? How can anyone believe it? Marin lowered her voice and said that she really couldn't stand this fake and exaggerated acting. Fuck, it turns out he's not a dark horse, but he faced weak opponents in the previous 3 times. It's a pity that I bet on him to win this time. However, some audience members around her actually cursed out loud, which made Ma Yin dumbfounded. No, you really believed this kind of exaggerated acting? The expression on Ma Yin's face was almost as if this sentence had been written on it. Come on, Broly! Hei Tong shouted, and her shout immediately cheered up the boy on the ring. After being knocked down 3 times and standing up again 3 times, the audience around him became somewhat aroused and gradually shouted the slogan, "We must defeat the opponent." Then Broly struggled to swing a punch and knocked his opponent out of the ring. Ah, this was a really wonderful fight. Although contestant number 48 was a little weaker, he relied on his tenacious resilience and willpower to defeat contestant number 7. Let us congratulate contestant number 48 for his victory. Broly looked out of breath, but there was no sweat on his forehead. If he wasn't covered in dirt and had footprints on them, no one would believe that he had just gone through a difficult battle. The 3-1 competition will be tomorrow. Have a good night's rest and try to qualify tomorrow. The referee saw Broly's miserable appearance and knew how strong the other two opponents who would compete for the qualifying spots tomorrow were. Although he was not optimistic about this kid who made it to the 5th round by luck and a little strength, he still encouraged Broly. "Okay, I will definitely be shortlisted." Broly said with certainty that apart from some footprints and a dirty appearance, he had no injuries at all. This is normal, after all, they are Saiyans. "Well, everyone, I'm pretty good at showing weakness, right?" Broly asked after they walked out of the venue and reunited with the other children. "It's amazing, Broly. Especially when you were knocked down for the 3rd time, I saw people in the audience tearing up the ticket that you won. However, after you, Broly, finally defeated your opponent, that person was a bit embarrassed and bent over on the ground to look for the bill he had torn off." The children laughed. Anyone who dared to look down on their eldest brother deserved to be in such a mess. "Brother Broly, you showed weakness in the 4th match. There won't be many people betting on you to win the 2 matches that will decide the promotion match tomorrow. If you continue to show weakness, we will definitely make more money," Cornelia said. "Unfortunately, in the 4th bet today, a lot of people bet on you to win, big brother. We put all our money on it, but we still didn't win as much as we did in the previous games. It's a pity for Nahesu. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, we've lost so many times, and those who placed bets aren't stupid." In the 3rd game, Akame discovered that other people no longer believed that there were any suckers betting on the dark horse. Instead, they believed that Broly was the real dark horse, and the tendency to bet on Broly shifted from the opponent to him himself. "I feel that if you really plan to use the same exaggerated acting skills you showed in the last game today tomorrow, others will definitely see through it." Ma Yin held her forehead. Although there were many innocent audience members in the audience who believed their exaggerated performance, she still noticed that some other audience members had disdainful expressions on their faces and twitching mouth corners. It was obvious that those people could see that this was a trick. Of course, maybe they are not sure now, but they will be sure after 1 or 2 more times, and the real big bet is actually after reaching the qualifying round. "What should I do?" As soon as Main told them what she had figured out from observing people's words and expressions, Akaji, Haitu, and the others couldn't remain calm anymore. Whether they could win more money would determine the quality of their future lives, so they asked Main directly. During their time together, they all knew that Main was a girl with resources. "It's simple. We need to improve our acting skills, especially Big Brother's." Marin said this with her hands on her hips, then raised her hand and pointed at Broly. "When you showed weakness just now, whether it was the way you flew out or the words you said when you stood up again, it was all too fake. But the opponent is really weak. If I hadn't rolled out by myself, he wouldn't have been able to knock me away." Broly defended himself. "That's why you need special training to make your weak appearance look more real." As a mixed-race person, Main once learned acting skills by herself in order to survive. Maybe she's not a professional, but at least she's better than the kids here and Broly. "Let's have special training tonight," she said. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 The Birth of the Ape. Chapter 46 The Birth of the Ape. At the Western Martial Arts Tournament, other contestants are thinking about how to win and how to get a better ranking, but Broly is different. He doesn't need to think about how to win. He only needs to think about how to make his odds higher if he wins. This is a technical job. That night, everyone gathered in a large room to listen to Teacher Marin's lecture. After listening to the theoretical acting course, everyone ran outside to find an empty space to help Brother Broly with special acting training for match fixing. A normal person would be kicked like this, but being punched would be like this. After being hit in different parts of the body, there will be different forms of pain. The facial expression is one aspect, but the more important thing is the instinctive reaction of the body. Main taught the theory, while Nahashu and others put it into practice. They really kicked and really hit, just to better show Broly the reaction of the person being beaten, what it should look like and what kind of body language it should express. Broly did not dare to be negligent. He carefully observed the various expressions and instinctive movements of his friends in the fight, and tried hard to imitate the same expressions and movements. After observing various possible attacks, it was his turn to practice. Children with better skills, such as Akame and Kurome, were responsible for being his imaginary opponents and began to beat him using various means. Broly has to respond promptly to the different blows with a painful expression and body movements. It has to be said that Broly is very talented in learning body movements. Before midnight, he had learned all kinds of fake fighting techniques. I saw that Akame kicked him swiftly towards his right cheek. The moment the leg and face touched, Broly's head tilted and he flew out. Of course, Akahima's strength is definitely not that great, but if this is the opponent he encounters in the fourth game today, this flying posture is very normal. Immediately afterwards, Bonnie rushed over and kicked him again. When the sole of his foot just touched his abdomen, Broly arched his waist due to Bonnie's force, and opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of saliva, as if he had been kicked. After Bonnie retracted his foot, Broly staggered back 2 steps before falling to his knees, covering his abdomen and groaning weakly in pain. At this moment, Broly is no longer a Saiyan, but an actor with solid action skills. He has mastered the essence of realistic fighting scenes at an extremely fast speed. After Main said it was okay, the group of children finally collapsed in exhaustion. On the contrary, Broly, who was being beaten and trying hard to learn how to react, suddenly recovered from his nearly unable to get up state. On the second day of the Western Martial Arts Tournament, the auditions for each group were held to decide who would advance to the top 16. The 7th group had an odd number of contestants, so there was one bye. Unfortunately, Broly did not have a bye and still had to play 2 games, but there was also one more bet. In his first promotion match, he used the exquisite hitting skills he learned in special training last night to defeat his opponent in front of everyone with great difficulty. During the halftime break, Main noticed the problem again. So she quickly ran outside to buy some bandages, applied some mercurochrome, and put them on Broly's body and face. The reason was that it was too strange that Broly, who had only won with great difficulty after being beaten so badly, had no injuries at all. There's no way. Although Broly has mastered the fighting skills, his physique is too strong. No matter how hard he falls, he will not be hurt. Fortunately, after the second promotion match ended with difficulty, when the referee lifted up the hand of the exhausted Broly and announced his advancement, from the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, Main could be sure that Broly was not exposed. Today is another day of making money by betting. Although I didn't make as much as on the first day, it's still 2/3 of what I made on the first day. This is all thanks to my big brother's superb acting skills. In the cafeteria, the group of children did not dare to celebrate loudly for the match fixing. They could only quietly praise their big brother's amazing acting skills and then toast and drink juice. Don't be careless. We still need to go to the makeup store and buy some powder to highlight the injuries. Mine reminded that some problems were exposed today. The biggest flaw was that Broly screamed in pain but was not injured. The qualifying round is different from the auditions. The auditions are held in a small venue with thousands of people watching, while the qualifying round for the top 16 is held in a large venue with tens of thousands of people watching. If the organizer finds out that they are fixing the match, there will definitely be some problems. Hey, kid, how's it going? You were eliminated and got beaten up, right? Suddenly, the strong man Sambasang who was met the night before came over. He saw the gauze on Broly's face and asked jokingly. What do you mean by eliminated? Our eldest brother has advanced. Immediately, some children started to refute. Advanced. Hearing this, Sambasang was startled, but asked, are you from the first group or the fifth group? What do you mean by group 1 or group 5? Our eldest brother is in group 7. It's from group 7. That's fine. Sambasang felt relieved, as there were indeed some monstrous newcomers in this Western Martial Arts Conference. I heard that in the promotion match, someone advanced by defeating his opponent faster than him, and they were all kids. However, those two monster newcomers are in the 1st and 5th groups. As for the 7th group, although there were also kids who advanced, it was because the game was too difficult. I heard that they were lucky enough to advance because their opponents underestimated them. Sambasang doesn't take opponents like this seriously at all. Of course, after knowing that the young player who advanced from the 7th group was Broly, Sambasang still had a higher opinion of the boy. At this age, he has the strength to enter the top 16 of the Western Martial Arts Tournament. He will surely be even more powerful in the future. However, if the opponent was in Group 7, he would have to be grouped together with the other two monster newcomers, which made Sambasang sigh. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so good, but your good luck probably ends here. If you are in the 7th group, according to the rules of the qualifying round, you will be assigned to the first 8 groups to play against each other. In the first 8 groups, there are 2 monster rookies who are stronger than you and are also children. If you hope to win another game, you will encounter the monsters in the 5th group. I hope you will be defeated by then, and not be hit by the real genius. I will win. Broly said, he didn't doubt it. It's a good thing that you have confidence. Anyway, keep going. Sambasang kindly reminded that this child is very talented, but because of this, he is more likely to suffer a blow and become mediocre after meeting a more powerful genius. Uncle Sambasang, what about you? Did you advance? The group of children could feel the kindness that Sambasang released. Bonnie looked at him and suddenly asked. Ha ha ha, with your question, could I, Sambasang, be eliminated in the audition? Sambasang laughed loudly and immediately said that he was the 3rd player to advance, and he was also the strongest seeded player in Group 15. It would be easy for him to win the promotion match. What he was most afraid of were the 2 monster newcomers who advanced faster than him. I heard from the people at the Degas Chamber of Commerce that the first group of qualifiers is a girl from a minority ethnic group in the north of the empire who makes a living by hunting dangerous species. Her fighting style is mainly fierce and swift. Her opponent, one of the top 8 contestants in the last martial arts tournament, only managed to hold on for 2 minutes before being kicked off the stage. Afterwards, it seemed that his hand bones and ribs were broken. He is a guy who should not be underestimated. Nahesu was a man who knew how to deal with things. He invited Sambasang to have a meal together. After Sambasang drank some wine, he also talked about the first 8 players in tomorrow's game. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Vomiting Blood Training. Chapter 47 Vomiting Blood Training. Of course, the other players were not in Sambasang's eyes. He mainly said what he heard from the person in charge of collecting intelligence on the players at the Degas Chamber of Commerce, who said there were 2 monster newcomers who dealt with their opponents in the qualifying round faster than him. As for the 5th group of people who advanced, they don't have any support from the Chamber of Commerce and they are low-key, so there is relatively little intelligence about them. But from the description, she should be an expert in acupuncture. Those defeated by her were paralyzed and then kicked off the ring by her. Sambasang gulped down another large glass of malt beer, then looked at Broly and said, if you can beat your opponent tomorrow, the guys in Group 5 will be your formidable rivals. That's all my information. I'll pay for 2 glasses of wine for you guys. I'm leaving now, little guys. After saying this, Sambasang left. I didn't expect that other chambers of commerce were also collecting intelligence on the contestants. It's normal to do this because the organizers of the top 16 qualifying matches will also run large-scale betting bureaus. The organizers themselves are the bankers and need to constantly adjust the odds for each player based on the strength shown by the players. As for why they don't allow gamblers to bet against each other and only make a commission on the turnover, it is mainly because they can make more money by being the banker themselves. Often, the profits that can be earned from a large-scale betting bureau in the top 16 qualifying round of a martial arts tournament are close to the money that can be earned from a single business trip. Tomorrow we'll see which Chamber of Commerce gambling house offers Big Brother the highest odds, and that's where we'll buy. Nahasho said. Do you still want to see the odds of the bet? Akihiko asked. Also see, we'll buy whichever side is higher. These kids have full confidence in Broly and aren't worried at all about the possibility of him losing. The only thing to worry about is a situation where the performance is too good, which may cause the odds to drop wildly. In preparation for tomorrow's competition, after eating and drinking, a group of friends went to buy cosmetics. While passing by a snack stand, I saw someone eating a kind of exploding candy. Inspiration struck Marin, so she ran over to ask the stall owner, "Excuse me, can I put some other fluids in these candies?" "What other fluids are you going to pack, sir?" the candy stall owner asked curiously. "I want to put some fresh blood in there, is that okay?" Mayan asked. "What?" The candy stall owner widened his eyes, thinking she was here to cause trouble. He was about to chase her away when he heard that she could pay more. "Well, as long as the money is in place, let alone blood, even if the customer wants to pour shit into it, he can help do it and ensure that before the candy is bitten open, it will only taste like candy. Can you make a few samples first?" "Where can I find blood now?" "Colored water would be fine, too." "Then let's use the red heart fruit. The juice produced by mixing it with water looks not much different from blood." Marin paid the money, and the candy vendor gave her a few large-sized explosive gummy candies on the spot and delivered the goods. "Brother Broly, try putting it in your mouth and biting it open." Main handed the large exploding candy to the boy, and Broly did as he was told without hesitation. In just a moment, red juice spurted out of his mouth. "Yes, that's it." Marin was very excited. "Boss, can you thicken the juice inside so that it looks more like blood? You guys are really good at making things difficult for others." "We'll add money. No problem. If it's just fake blood, it's easy enough." "But, are you still going to let me make candies filled with real blood? If there is a substitute, there is no need to use real blood." Marin once tasted the taste of blood, which came from being beaten. It tastes fishy and is not something that tastes good. She didn't want Broly to taste that flavor if it wasn't necessary. After all, Broly was very nice to her. After some adjustments, a thicker and more viscous gummy candy is here. This is delicious. Broly's mouth was red, like a vampire, sucking the red heart juice that was about to spray out. "This is not for you to eat, but for you to spit out. You have to simulate the posture of spitting out blood." Mine held Broly's face and rubbed it hard, disrupting his sucking behavior and said, "It is shameful to waste food." Broly said seriously, and despite the distraction of Main rubbing his face, he finished the juice in his mouth. It tasted sweet, and he liked it. "If we raise the odds, we can make more money. With more money, we can buy more things, including food, and the cost is just the juice of 1 or 2 exploding candies. Now, do you still think this is a waste? Can I spit real blood?" Broly thought about it and then asked. "Hey, you can spit out real blood?" The children looked over curiously. They had no idea that their eldest brother had such a skill. "Yes, as long as you really hurt yourself." Broly raised his little fist, indicating that he could hurt himself. "No." As soon as he finished speaking, the children rejected his proposal. With everyone's unanimous insistence, Broly's proposal to turn his fake into real was directly rejected. They didn't want to waste food as they used to not have enough to eat, but would it really hurt the eldest brother? Waste, must be wasted severely. Broly's position in the hearts of his friends is obviously above food. That night, Main bought cosmetics and exploding candies. While several children with some talent in painting were trying to put on injured makeup on the faces of children without any talent in painting, Broly was also using the exploding candies to train his blood-spitting skills. This took longer than last night's training session, and Broly finally overcame the urge to suck the blood he spat out back into his mouth and eat it. He spat out a mouthful of juice and blood, and an expression of extreme pain appeared on his face. The mental pressure brought by wasting food made his facial expression of pain more vivid. This is the effect of emotional substitution. On the third day of the Western Martial Arts Tournament, the venue for the qualifying rounds was packed with people and the atmosphere was extremely lively. The 16 contestants who entered the finals walked onto the stage in the center of the venue from different competition gates, introduced loudly by the host through a microphone. The first contestant is from the Parties tribe in the north of the empire. Speaking of the Parties tribe, perhaps not many people know about them, but if we talk about a minority group that hunts dangerous species, I'm sure you all know how powerful this tribe is. That's right, she is the contestant supported by the Gourmet Chamber of Commerce, which mainly deals in dangerous materials. She is a fighter from the north who advanced at a speed that broke through the previous martial arts tournament's death. The girl with long ice blue hair had a calm expression. She was draped with the flag of her financial sponsor, the Gourmet Chamber of Commerce. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, she was the first to walk into the conference hall. She jumped onto the stage with the flag of the Chamber of Commerce fluttering behind her. This is the publicity privilege that the sponsoring Chamber of Commerce has as the contestant who advances fastest. As soon as Esteth left with the Chamber of Commerce flag, she directly earned 300,000 yuan, which made her feel that it was easy to make money in the Western Territory, at least much easier than other places she had visited before. The second person to appear was Maillard, who advanced to the second place. Her alias was Mimi, the successor of Southern Jiu-Jitsu. However, because she had no sponsors behind her, she was summarized by the host in just a few words. She had no commercial value, and the host just praised her a few words to let people know who she was. Maillard. Although she had known for a long time that the Western Martial Arts Tournament was full of commercial attributes, she still felt a little angry about being ignored. However, her attention was soon attracted to Esteth, who ranked first in the promotion speed. The girl had beautiful long sky blue hair and a cross-stitched headscarf on her head. She wore a loose short-sleeved robe on her upper body and tight stretch pants on her lower body. Her eyes were calm but with an imperceptible sharpness. When their eyes met, Maillard felt as if he had become a prey, being targeted by the hunter. She looks like a very strong guy. Although she is a pretty little beauty, she doesn't seem to be my type. While Maillard was thinking this, Esteth on the other side also gave her some comments in her heart for being the second fastest in promotion. She's wearing very revealing clothes, with her lower abdomen and back completely exposed. If she were in the northern tundra, it would definitely be cold. Maillard's smooth hair was tied into a bun on her head. Her upper body was covered with only 2 strips of cloth connected to the collar, covering her undeveloped chest, revealing a large area of healthy and firm wheat-colored skin. Her lower body was covered with loose martial arts pants. This is the opposite of Esteth's outfit, but there is no doubt that she is an oriental beauty with teardrop moles at the corners of her eyes. While the two were observing each other and giving their initial evaluations in their hearts, Samba Sang, who advanced as the third place, also came over to the side, showing off his muscular arms and wearing a dust cape with the Degas Chamber of Commerce logo. As the third fastest contestant to advance, he also attracted a glance from the other two. Esteth had a look of looking at prey, while Murad looked a little disgusted. She didn't like men, especially the strong type with excessive male hormones. The 4th, 5th, 7th, more contestants came on stage one after another. The host introduced the identities and backgrounds of these contestants one by one, so that the audience could have a basic understanding of these contestants, and at the same time promoted the sponsors behind each contestant. The 1st to 15th contestants, whose order of appearance was determined by their speed of advancement, were all normal. They all behaved in a very conventional manner in promoting the financial sponsors behind them or showing off their own strength, except for Murad. But when Broly, who was ranked 16th, came out, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly became quiet. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Go All Out? Chapter 48 Go All Out? Broly from the 7th group is the youngest contestant in this martial arts tournament, but he relied on his tenacious will to defeat his opponent and advance to the qualifying round. The Chamber of Commerce that supports him is the Jitud Chamber of Commerce from the south of the empire. Their silk fabrics are very good. Broly, you are in this state, do you really want to continue to participate in the competition? At the end of the introduction, the host of the competition still asked the question on behalf of the audience, not for any other reason, but simply because the boy was the only one with a bruised face and walked into the venue in a limping manner. Broly was holding a wooden stick in his hand, which he picked up from the roadside, and tied to the top of the stick was a piece of white cloth with a rabbit head hand-painted on the cloth. That was the logo of the rabbit collecting guild that gave them the qualification to participate in the competition. However, this thing is now in Broly's hands, and with his bruised face and limping movements, he looks like a leading zombie for a large wave of zombies. Compared to other contestants who were confident enough to pretend to be healthy and show their strongest side even if they were injured, his current appearance could be described as a super debris flow since the Western Martial Arts Tournament was launched. I'm fine. These are just superficial injuries that look serious but are actually not a big deal. I have to keep fighting for my family. If I don't fight, we'll starve. So, I'll keep fighting. Broly said these words with difficulty, and except for the superficial injuries, everything else was true. The audience was silent. Fighting for family, this was the first time they had heard such a reason in the martial arts tournament that had been held for so long. The other contestants all looked at him, with different expressions, but it was certain that most of them were somewhat disapproving. As for martial artists, most of them respect the strong. Broly's miserable appearance can be said to be the embodiment of weakness. It's okay to sympathize with him, but it's simply impossible to lose to him because of this. At such a young age, he has made it to the top 16. Although this is a very watered martial arts tournament, if we recruit this kid to Albergri for training, he might become a good assassin. Maillard thought so. As the future successor to the leader of the Assassins' Society, it was necessary to gather a group of assassins loyal to him around him. Although she didn't like men, if it was just to train subordinates, she could still accept the boy who fought for his family. Survival of the fittest, only the strong survive. I hope he can go further. Esteth thought of her mother who was eaten by dangerous species, and her father who was killed by northern aliens when the village was invaded. Their deaths could all be attributed to their own weakness, which was the survival concept her father taught her since she was a child. There is no need to regret the death of the weak. Making oneself stronger and better able to survive in this cruel world is what the living should consider. She did not sympathize with the boy, nor did she laugh at his embarrassment. She just hoped that he could struggle and become a strong man. Found the strategy target, Esteth. Current happiness value is 0. The reminder from the Crystal Palace made Broly look at Esteth a few more times, but he was currently playing the role of a contestant who was in danger and had no chance of winning, so it was not appropriate for him to go over and talk to the girl who was making her first appearance. Who I am? Where am I? Didn't our Chamber of Commerce have a contestant on stage just now? As for the organizer of the merchant group, Steward Northern of the Jitud Chamber of Commerce was in a state of confusion. He never thought that this competition would have anything to do with his own Chamber of Commerce. As a result, a contestant inexplicably came up on stage, holding a flag with the logo of his own Chamber of Commerce in a very shabby manner. Yes, sir. The old servant next to him answered him. Who is that? It's not those martial artists we invited temporarily. So, this is the eldest brother of those kids. Perhaps. The old servant was also a little bit unbelievable, but the facts were right in front of him. Pity. Steward Northern calmed down from his excitement. It's a pity indeed. The old servant also echoed. If they had known earlier that someone would make it to the top 16, they would have helped prepare the flag made by their rabbit chamber of commerce. Instead, the opponent used a broken branch and a hand-painted rabbit head pattern on the white cloth, and the wrong text of the Chamber of Commerce below was crossed out, and then a rabbit word was rewritten next to it, and he went onto the stage in such a shabby condition. As for why they felt sorry, it was because Broly's performance did not seem like he could make it out of today's 16-8 qualifying round. In that kind of embarrassing situation, how weak a contestant would have to be defeated by that kid. Steward Northern and the old servant beside him thought not. Not only did they think not, but the vast majority of the audience in the conference hall also believed that the child did not have the ability to continue to advance. The odds on Big Brother have risen to 1-11 in the gambling house. Okay, but don't rush to buy in. What are the odds from the organizer? It's 1-16. It seems that there are more people who buy lottery tickets for the organizer, which has caused the odds of Big Brother to be adjusted so high. Well, let's wait until the second match is over before buying and see if the odds of Big Brother can go up a little bit more. The competition at the conference venue has already begun, and the children such as Nahashu have also begun to take action. They are staring at Broly's odds at various betting points, preparing to go to the betting point with the highest odds and bet all in on their eldest brother's victory when the third game begins. On the field, the fight was quite exciting, but what we are talking about is the second round, which has already begun. As for the first round, Group 1 of Asdeath fought against Group 2 of qualified contestants. Group 2 of contestants only lasted 3 minutes before they were kicked off the ring by the northern fighter girl who had an extremely fierce fighting style. If the occasion was not inappropriate, Broly would have wanted to stand up at the contestants' stand and cheer for this unknown wife of his, to boost the happiness value of this newly discovered wife. Well, if cheering and cheering worked. In the second round, the two martial arts noobs fought each other for half an hour before it finally ended with one of them being hit on the back of the head and falling unconscious. The third game began, and the fifth group of qualified contestant, Maillard, came on stage. Relying on her flexible body movements and exquisite acupuncture techniques, she easily defeated her somewhat clumsy opponent in 7 minutes. Hey, little guy, you have to fight with all your strength. If you perform well, I can consider taking you and your family in. When he came back and passed by Broly, who was about to go on stage, Maillard suddenly said these words to him. Broly. I turned around and looked at the back of the girl with the bun hair who had walked away. Let him fight with all his might? Does this person want him to destroy the world? End of this chapter. Chapter 49, 5 more minutes. Chapter 49, 5 more minutes. It was impossible to fight with all his strength. Broly had no intention of destroying the world, and his opponent could not withstand even a slightly stronger attack from him. However, it is still possible to use the acting skills acquired through the special training in the past 2 days to the best of your ability and show that you have given your all. After the match started, Broly satisfied the majority of the audience in the venue's judgment that he was weak, and he fell into a disadvantage as soon as the fight started. The contestants in the 8th group were struggling to hold on against the ferocious boxing skills they had developed in the wilderness after defeating many dangerous species. Little Ghost, I admit that you are resilient, but in this martial arts tournament, resilience alone is not enough. You need strength to move forward. Give up. If you jump off the stage now, you won't have to suffer this kind of physical pain. After a series of beatings, Alec took a breath to recover his strength, and then he tried to persuade Broly, who had been knocked away. But the truth was that he was a little tired. He had consumed a lot of physical strength after the continuous attacks. During this period, he also wanted to knock Broly off the ring directly, or beat him so hard that he could not get up again. The result was that no matter how he displayed his martial arts, the kid on the opposite side was like taffy, sticking to the ring tightly. No matter how hard he hit, he could just about defend himself and not fall down. No matter how hard he kicked, he was always some distance away from the edge of the ring. I won't give up, because I have a family behind me who need to eat, and I have to beat you here." Broly said this with some difficulty. The sweetness in his mouth made him want to suck the juice and blood back, but with so many people watching, he couldn't do something that would reveal his identity. "In that case, I will not hold back on you any longer. 5 minutes. If I cannot knock you down within 5 minutes, I will admit defeat." Alex said this as he felt his strength decreasing. "Just 5 minutes." Hearing this, Broly was stunned and couldn't help but look relieved. It was great that he only had to perform for 5 more minutes before his opponent gave in. "There is a flaw." Seeing the boy relax for a moment, Alex's eyes lit up and he attacked him without any moral axe to grind. Broly could defend, but he didn't, the message of reciprocity running through his mind. "The opponent in front of me is a good person, so just let him act for another 5 minutes." Then he naturally had to give his opponent a chance to show off his fists and feet in the last 5 minutes. Alec rushed in front of Broly, and when the boy seemed unprepared, he punched the boy in the stomach. Broly cooperated by arching his body, and his body floated in the air. The next moment, a fierce elbow hit his temple. Broly's defense was breached, and he was knocked away by Alex. However, Alex still had no intention of letting him go and continued to chase him. A whip kick to the waist, a flying knee to the stomach, and a powerful punch to the face of Broly. Broly raised his head and bled again. He seemed to have lost his ability to fight and fell down. Oh no, he stood up again. This strong boy stood up again, but he couldn't stand steadily. "Broly, do you admit defeat? If you admit defeat..." The referee who was commentating on the fight hadn't finished speaking when Team 8 contestant Alec kicked Broly again, sending him flying. "Player Alec, player Broly seems to be unable to fight any longer. Can you stop and let him admit defeat?" "Ha, let him admit defeat, are you kidding me? This little bastard didn't admit defeat earlier, but wasted so much of my energy here. Now that he can't beat me, you want me to make him give up easily?" Alec grinned. "There are not so many good things in the world. I'm going to cripple him now." Alec is not a broad-minded person. He asked Broly to admit defeat just now only because the opponent's defensive ability was sufficient, and he felt that the fight would be a protracted war of attrition, so he didn't care and just wanted to win. But now that the opponent's defense has been broken by him, and he is about to win with his real ability, how could he let the opponent admit defeat so easily? Such a talented child, his talent in martial arts is really enviable, but he wants to destroy such a talented little guy. Contestant Alec made a statement that he wanted to destroy contestant Broly. The host referee exclaimed, and his voice was heard through the microphone by the audience watching the game in the conference hall. "What? That guy has already won, but he still wants to destroy that kid." Most of the audience were relatively empathetic, especially after hearing Broly say on stage that he continued to compete for his family. Now they began to denounce the 8th group of contestants. Even some of the spectators who bet on him to win felt that it was too cruel to attack a child who had no power to fight back. The martial artists participating in the competition also frowned. Victory was victory, and there was really no need to ruin a child with good martial arts talent. "Alec, you bastard, you have to destroy that kid. If I meet you next time, I will destroy you." Sambasang was also a little angry and shouted towards the ring in the contestant area. "Humph, Sambasang, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Acrylic didn't care about Sambasang's threat. He and Sambasang were both participants in the martial arts competition, and he was more skilled in the last fight. Not far away, Maillard's face darkened. The good seedling she had chosen to be her subordinate was going to be wasted now? That bastard named Alex, if I meet him tomorrow, I must kill him. Maillard was not angry about Broly being crippled, he just thought that Alec from Group 8 had provoked him. If an assassin is provoked, he should take the life of the provocateur to defend the dignity of the name of Olberg's god of death. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Broly counted the time in the Crystal Palace while getting beaten, and after 5 minutes had passed, he immediately pretended to raise his head with difficulty. To Alex, who was catching his breath after another fight, he reminded him in a weak voice, 5 minutes are up. It's time for you to admit defeat. Alex thought that the boy who let him beat him should have completely lost consciousness by now, but he didn't expect that the other party suddenly looked up and said that 5 minutes were up and it was time for him to admit defeat. Alec, who was already wantonly ravaging the boy against the audience's wishes and experiencing the pleasure of rebelling against the masses, immediately laughed at him. Ha! Give up, what nonsense are you talking about? Hey, isn't that what you just said? Broly asked with some confusion. That's just a trick for kids. I didn't expect you to actually believe it. But you're right, you're just a stupid kid. Did you lie to me? Broly's eyes widened. Of course, I just didn't expect that you were still conscious after being beaten like this by me. But it's good this way, so that everyone can hear your moans next time. Alex said this with a grin, not noticing that Broly, who had been deceived, had already dug his little hands into the ground over there. The hard-fighting arena seemed like just a large piece of tofu in his small hands. To be honest, beating you just now was like beating a corpse. I didn't have any passion at all. Alec was still beeping, mainly because he was really tired. And, going against the public opinion gives him a sense of satisfaction in his brain. Let him continue to talk nonsense. You guy! The stone was easily crushed into powder by the little hands, and Broly got up from the ground. Alex's deception made the naive man angry. Do you really want to be killed by me? These words naturally emerged in the angry Broly's mind, along with various strange memory fragments of cruelly killing others. It was a CG from some bloody movie or game. Finally, the scattered memory fragments froze on the scene where the predator brutally dealt with the corpse of his prey. Just when Broly was about to act out the bloody scene in his mind, he saw Akame and Kurome in the audience not far away, shouting at him to kill their opponent. The bastard on the ring was too arrogant. Even though they knew that Broly couldn't possibly lose and that being weak and getting beaten was just an act, it still made the kids like Akame and Kurome very angry. They no longer wanted to manipulate the odds and just wanted their big brother to kill that arrogant bastard. Well, if they hadn't shouted, Broly might have really torn the guy to pieces out of his anger, but now that he saw them, Broly quickly calmed down. He came here to make money. If he really killed the guy on the opposite side in seconds, how could they make big money from betting afterwards? What, you said you want to kill me? Ha ha ha, have I beaten you to the point of losing your mind? Broly looks really miserable now. All the exploding gummies in his mouth have been bitten through, and his mouth and chest are covered with juice and blood. Moreover, because he fell to the ground and was kicked many times, his whole body was dirty, and with the injured makeup he had put on when he came here, no one would suspect him even if he fell down now. I will defeat you. In response, Broly shouted this in a low voice, then staggered towards his opponent. I'm right here, come on. Beat me if you can. Alex just felt that he was extremely happy. The feeling of destroying a genius in public was simply amazing. Crack! The next moment, he arched his body, covered his bursting crotch, and fell down. When Broly got close, he suddenly threw a punch so fast that he couldn't expect it and couldn't react in time. Of course, he has reacted now and realized that Broly was not a simple person to deliver that punch, but it was too late. He fainted from the pain without saying a word. At the same time, Broly also collapsed to the ground, as if that blow had exhausted all his strength. It's really shocking. Broly actually fought back and defeated Alex. Alex was careless. After the lightning reversal, there was a brief silence in the venue. After a while, the referee finally reacted and announced loudly, Broly wins the fourth game of the 16-8 qualifying round. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, Making Friends with Strength. Chapter 50, Making Friends with Strength. Fuck, you can lose with such a big advantage. I don't know why, I bet on Alec to win, but now that guy is on his knees, I feel so comfortable. Good job, Broly. The audience in the conference hall became noisy after the referee announced the result of the fourth game. Some people were congratulating the winning boy, while others were yelling at Alec for being an idiot. There is no doubt that what Alex did just now angered everyone. Now his sudden failure made countless people happy. Of course, there is also a group of gamblers who are desperate to lose money. They do not think that Alex's loss was caused by the strength of his opponent Broly, but they think it was because Alex himself was reckless, so he gave up the victory that was sure to win. Rather than hating the boy who won by luck, they hated that idiot Alec more. It was a pity that they were in a martial arts tournament now, otherwise someone might take a knife and kill Alec, who was unconscious due to a crotch explosion. It is a big taboo for martial artists to be careless and underestimate the enemy. Alec is really an idiot. In the contestant area, the contestants who saw the reversal just now gave sharp comments on it. Is it really because of carelessness and underestimation of the enemy? Esteth frowned and couldn't help but think that she had seen the speed at which the boy suddenly burst out with his final fatal blow. Although Esteth could not be completely sure of the specific circumstances of the attack due to the distance and angle, her intuition made her feel that something was unusual, but she couldn't tell what was unusual. Not far away, Maillard did not have any such unusual feeling. She just thought that this was the boy's final burst of potential. Things like this kind of explosive potential are quite common in the training of assassins. After all, even rabbits will bite when they are anxious. Broly was carried off the ring by the staff on a stretcher, and he was lying prone when he was carried down. Maine said that he had no injuries, and that it was best for him to avoid being observed closely by others regarding his physical condition. After Broly was carried to the medical room of the martial arts tournament, Maine immediately rushed in with a group of friends as a family and friends group. They refused the doctor who was assigned to the martial arts tournament venue to examine and treat Broly, saying that they knew a miracle doctor. Then the group of children carried their eldest brother away. What the hell, they don't believe us, but believe those quack doctors out there. The doctors at the martial arts tournament felt insulted, but there was nothing they could do since the contestants themselves were unwilling to receive treatment. Apart from saying a few words, could they force others to stay for treatment? Dong dong dong. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and a girl with long ice blue hair walked in. Esteth looked around after entering, but didn't find the person she was looking for, so she asked, "Where is the player who was carried in just now?" "He has been picked up by his relatives and friends. They said they knew a miracle doctor outside and took him there for treatment," the doctor explained. "It seems that I am late." Esteth turned her head and saw Murad standing next to the door in scantily clad clothes. "Why? Are you interested in him too?" Maillard asked Esteth while playing with the hair by her ear. "There are just some things I want to confirm," Esteth said. "What about you? Do you want to find out the details of tomorrow's opponent in advance?" she asked rhetorically. "No, I just admire him a little bit and want him to be mine," Maillard replied. "Unfortunately, he has been taken away." "I know." The two of them said nothing more, and Esteth walked past Maillard. She returned to the contestant area of the conference venue and continued to watch the 16-8 match. She wanted to see if there were any other opponents who could surprise her. But unfortunately, after the 8th game, Esteth still hadn't found a third opponent that she cared about. The first person that caught her attention was Maillard from the 5th group, who also easily defeated her opponent. She was also a 12-year-old contestant and a female. The second one was the younger Broly. Although his performance was a bit poor, the speed of his fatal chicken attack at the end made her a little concerned. Esteth thought about it and walked out of the conference hall. After leaving the conference hall and turning into an alley, she suddenly stopped. "Who?" As she asked this, she tilted her head at a 45-degree angle and looked behind her. "It's me. I'm Broly from Team 7. Broly appeared here with bandages wrapped around his body. He came here specifically to find Esteth. Is it you who can move freely so soon? Esteth asked curiously. Thanks to a miracle doctor we know. Broly avoided Esteth's gaze and told the lie given by mine. You're a liar. Suddenly, Esteth said. You don't smell of blood. And with the injuries you received in the ring, it's impossible not to smell of fresh blood, unless you don't have any wounds on your body. Esteth came closer as she said this. In order to make sure that she had not made a mistake, she took the initiative to get close to Broly and smell his scent. Apart from the smell of herbs and a hint of soap, there is no smell of blood on your body. You are not injured at all. Your embarrassment in the ring was all an act. Am I right? Esteth asked. Broly had already taken a shower, and when he came out he was wearing makeup to show his injuries, but he didn't expect to be stared at by his new wife at first sight. I didn't mean to cheat you. I just did this so that I could get higher odds at the gambling house. My partner and I are making money from this. Broly explained. So you guys are manipulating the odds. It doesn't matter. I don't care about that. I just want to ask, you should be very capable, right? Esteth asked. Ah. Broly nodded. Since he came to this world, he has never met an opponent. You are blocking me here. Are you planning to deal with me, your competitor, right now? Esteth leaned forward, ready for battle. She didn't care where she fought or who she fought with. She only cares about whether her opponent is strong enough. No, I'm here to make friends with you. But faced with her revealed fighting spirit, Broly scratched his head and revealed his true purpose. Make friends. Esteth's momentum faltered, she didn't expect this answer. Can you be my friend? Esteth looked at the hand the boy stretched out to her, then at the look on the boy's face that showed he really wanted to make friends with her, and her desire to fight him faded a little. We can be friends, but I never make friends with the weak, because weak friends are always prone to die on their own. After Esteth finished speaking, she paused before continuing, if you really want to be friends with me, wait until you defeat me tomorrow. It is good. Broly agreed, but after thinking about it, he added, by the way, when I say we can be friends, I mean I'll make you my wife in the end. Esteth was stunned when she heard this, but after she came to her senses, she didn't care. If you can really beat me, then I will be your prey. You can do whatever you want with me then. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, Maillard's Offensive. Chapter 51, Maillard's Offensive. Broly went back happily. The condition proposed by his newfound wife Esteth, that she be willing to be friends with him, was not a difficult thing to do. Moreover, just by meeting and talking for a few words, the other party's happiness value rose sharply. After Broly returned to the inn, the price did not stop rising until 23 p.m. It was obvious at a glance that she was a good wife, high-quality meal ticket stock. At night, Steward Northern of the Jitud Chamber of Commerce came over with his old servant. Although they felt that Broly might be defeated tomorrow, they still had to do some formal publicity for their Chamber of Commerce on the ring before the defeat. The money is ready. As long as you can get a good ranking, you can transfer the money directly. In addition, this is the flag and competition uniform that our Chamber of Commerce made this afternoon. I hope you can wear this uniform and hold this new flag on stage tomorrow. The silk clothes were soft and comfortable to the touch, and the Chamber of Commerce flag brought by Steward Northern was also very well made, completely different from a flag hand-painted on a random piece of white cloth. In response to this, Nahaxiu agreed in full on behalf of his eldest brother, but he also expressed the desire of their people to help promote the Rabbit Chamber of Commerce. Well, to put it more bluntly, they want to get good clothes for free. Up to now, most of their team's money has been spent on food and drink. As for the clothes, they were delivered to their door by some good people, and then they cut and modified them themselves with a knife. Gozuki's broken imperial sword can not only be used as a kitchen knife, but also as a tool for cutting clothes, which helps a lot. No problem. I can also give you some extra gifts from our Chamber of Commerce, such as shoes and backpacks. Even though they were going to lose tomorrow, Manager Northern still agreed. It was a pleasant surprise that the eldest brother of these children could make it to the quarterfinals. They were just some commodities. Even if good materials were used, they would only cost a little over 10,000 yuan. It was nothing. Well, mainly because he is optimistic about Broly's potential. Even if he stops in the quarterfinals this time, after a few years, he may become the signature martial artist spokesperson of their Chamber of Commerce in the Great Western Territory. Thank you, Steward Northon. The generosity of the Rabbit Chamber of Commerce greatly increased the children's favorability towards this financial sponsor. On the 5th day of the martial arts tournament, 6 matches will be held at the venue, including 8-4 and 4-2. The first match was again played by Esteth, and her opponent was the 4th group of players who won the second match yesterday. The script was the same as yesterday. The 4th group of contestants were quickly defeated by Esteth's fierce attack and were kicked out without any novelty. The second pair to appear were Murad and Broly. When Esteth returned to the contestant area and passed by the two, she said to them, "You better do your best. I look forward to fighting against either of you." Esteth's words made Maillard stunned. After reacting, the future leader of the Assassins' Society asked with a smile, "Why, do you think I might lose to him? If you want to underestimate your opponent today, that's your business. But if you lose, I hope you won't think it's because of your carelessness." Esteth just wanted to fight with a strong guy. She didn't want her opponent to win by luck, so she reminded Murad not to underestimate Broly. Although this seems a bit unfair to Broly, who is pretending to be weak, a strong person should overcome all disadvantages that are unfavorable to himself. "Okay, I'll try my best." Broly took Esteth's encouragement seriously. Maillard looked at him, narrowed his eyes, and said nothing. The two men entered the ring, and the outcome would prove everything. Maillard clasped her fists towards him. Broly was stunned for a moment, and also clasped his fists towards her. "How about if you lose, you become mine?" Maillard took a stance and asked. "Hey, do you want to be friends with me too?" Broly was a little confused and imitated her stance and took a defensive stance. "Make friends? No, I just want to take you in as my subordinate." Maillard attacked. "What is a subordinate?" Broly asked, blocking the girl's punch, jumping up and avoiding the opponent's kick. "It's just a subordinate, a loyal follower." Maillard answered and punched Broly as fast as the wind, a bit like a Wing Chun combo. It's just that she didn't use too much force, and her A-cup ointment boxing method has not been used yet. "Well, if you agree, I will provide you and your family with food and lodging." Broly was still thinking about what his subordinates and followers meant, but he didn't expect to hear this. "I think that even if I win, I can still work for you. Saiyans will never surrender unless they are provided with food and shelter." "Win? Ha, you're overthinking this, because I also want to fight with that guy with long ice blue hair. I can't let you win this match." Murad kicked Broly away and changed her stance, preparing to use acupuncture punches. Rather than saying it is a form of boxing, it is more accurate to say that this is a killing technique developed by the assassin based on his understanding of the human body structure. A light blow can paralyze a person, a heavy blow can make a person unable to get up, or even cause sudden death. If combined with needle weapons and highly toxic poisons, it would be an extremely terrifying assassination. "I also have reasons to win, but if I win, will you still provide us with food and lodging?" Broly asked. Although he would leave this world, would others still be in this world? It would be great if there was someone willing to provide long-term meal tickets to his companions. "Oh, that's impossible, but if you can really beat me, it's not impossible to consider it." Maillard was very confident. Even if she couldn't use her best insect manipulation skills and weapons, she didn't think she would lose to the boy in front of her. Let's finish it, paralysis fist. Murad rushed over and punched Broly at various acupoints on his body with his punches full of penetrating force. But after the fight, Murad immediately jumped away, avoiding Broly's backhand punch, and stood on the other side of the ring, looking over with some doubt. She asked in surprise, "Are you okay? Your fist is relatively light, I think I should be fine." Although Broly was acting as a monkey, he could still tell which punches would make him look seriously injured and which punches could not be overacted. His acting skills have been mastered these days. I've heard before that some people's acupuncture points are different from those of ordinary people. I guess you are one of them. Of course, Maillard didn't believe that her punch was too weak. She just thought that there was a problem with the unclear positioning of Broly's acupuncture points. But this is a bit troublesome. In yesterday's game, Maillard saw that Broly is the kind of player who is tough and durable. Without weapons and acupressure techniques, it was still a bit difficult for her to defeat the opponent. However, it was only a little difficult. Continuous heavy blows to the neck could make a person faint. Thinking of this, she started to hit Broly's neck. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 10 minutes passed. After being hit on the neck for more than 100 times, his hands were a little sore from the recoil, but the boy still looked full of energy. Broly's performance today was very different, mainly because Murad was also a young girl and didn't look like she had much strength. Therefore, he only showed a disadvantage and was beaten, but he was not in an absolute adversity and he could barely fight back with the opponent. "What's wrong with you? You got hit on the back of your neck so many times, don't you feel dizzy?" Maillard finally couldn't help it and asked while rubbing the side of his right hand. "I was born with a thick neck." Broly answered her question seriously. "Maillard. God damn, I was born with a thick neck, and it doesn't look thick at all. There's nothing I can do." "If that's the case." Murad rushed forward again, jumped to avoid Broly's punch, supported his right hand on the boy's arm and turned his body, and the next moment he landed on Broly's shoulder. Murad's body was like a python. His left leg went around Broly's neck and passed through his right leg. His right leg was completely hooked behind Broly's back. His ankle was hooked by his right arm, and he used his legs to form a naked choke. His flexible calves squeezed and pressed Broly's neck. Broly subconsciously raised his hand to grab the legs wrapped around his neck, but after he reacted, he didn't use too much strength, but began to act out an uncomfortable struggle. "What? If you admit defeat now, I can let you go." Murad doesn't like physical contact with men, and there's nothing she can do about Broly, but after actual contact, she felt pretty good. Maybe it was because the boy was young, or maybe it was because of the fluffy hair of the other person pressed against her abdomen, which looked a bit like her pet. "I don't give up," Broly said with difficulty. "In that case, I can only strangle you to death." As Maillard spoke, his legs began to tighten, forming a loop with his lower abdomen that locked his neck. "Before you were strangled to death, you could have slapped my leg to show that you gave up." She said this and stopped talking. It was wonderful. After a series of attacks and defenses, Mimi used a leg technique that she had never used before. She used her legs to form a rear naked choke on Broly, who was struggling but seemed unable to break free. It seems that the second match is about to come to the time to decide the winner. Can the tenacious Broly break free from Mime's leg stranglehold? Let us wait and see. During the waiting period, let us introduce the G2 trading company behind Broly. The quality of the silk fabrics of G2 Chamber of Commerce is just like that of Broly. Even though he was entangled by Mimi's legs, he still didn't give up easily. End of this chapter. Chapter 52. Is there any more? Chapter 52. Is there any more? After the hardcore advertisement was inserted, the view returned to the competition field again. Broly was choked naked for a minute. He felt that the time was almost up, so he bit open the exploding gummy in his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood directly ignited the atmosphere of the arena. The host referee shouted, "Broly is vomiting blood. He can't hold on any longer." However, Maillard was a little confused. This was a naked choke. How could a naked choke make blood flow? Before she could figure it out, she heard the boy who was being strangled naked by her suddenly scream. Then, a huge force came from the hand that was holding her leg, which instantly broke through her leg naked choke and threw her out. Before Maillard landed, the boy rushed over with his arms open, ready to grab her. Maillard tried to dodge, but was a step too late. Broly threw her to the ground, and during the fight on the ground, Murad's neck was wrapped by Broly's left arm. The girl was on top and the boy was on the bottom. Broly, who was like an octopus, used his feet to firmly wrap around the inside of Maillard's thighs as she struggled, and a naked arm choke was formed directly on the ground. It was amazing. Broly used his brute force to break free from Mim's leg naked choke, and after throwing Mim away, he quickly pounced on Mim. The two of them had a fierce fight on the ground, and Broly in turn used an arm naked choke on Mim. The referee quickly introduced the situation on the field, and this kind of reversal match where it is hard to tell who will win or lose is the most exciting. If you admit defeat and provide me with food and lodging, I can let you go. Broly whispered to Murad on his body. Don't even think about making me admit defeat. Maillard knew that the naked choke was powerful in unarmed combat, but she also knew how to counter it. As long as she had a strong enough grip, she could break the naked choke by pinching the arm bones of the choker holder and crushing them. This is what Murad thought and did, but after her fingers that could crush rocks pinched Broly's forearm, she realized that she was wrong. The arm that was strangling her neck was harder than rock or steel. Even if she wanted to tear open the boy's flesh and cut the tendons with her fingernails, she could not break the skin's defense, it was too tough. In that case, I can only strangle you until you pass out. Broly's arms began to tighten as he spoke Murad's lines. Maillard first felt a moment of suffocation, and then the blood vessels in his neck were compressed by external force, which prevented the blood in his body from delivering oxygen to the brain. The brain began to feel dizzy due to lack of oxygen, and this is the principle of why a naked choke causes a person to lose consciousness. Murad wanted to admit defeat, but Broly acted too quickly. She lay on Broly with her mouth wide open, like a fish short of oxygen. Her whole body was tense at first, and then relaxed as tears flowed out. Less than half a minute after being choked by Broly, Maillard was knocked unconscious and fell limp on Broly's body. Broly loosened his hand, got up from the ground, and looked at Murad with some regret. A high-quality long-term meal ticket was gone just like that. Of course, Murad was not dead, she was just strangled unconscious. However, Broly felt that since she was defeated by him, she would not accept them as his subordinates and provide them with food and lodging. In the second match of the top 8 to top 4, Mimi faced Broly, and Broly won. After the referee confirmed that the girl on the stage was unconscious, he announced the result of the second game, and the venue was filled with warm cheers and applause. Experts see the details, while laymen see the excitement. To these spectators, this was a very exciting match. First, there was the continuous attack and defense between the two. The fight between Maillard and Broly when they were chatting at the beginning was entertaining in the nature of a performance, and then there was the subsequent grappling. The two men performed a naked choke on each other. Although there were no exciting fist and kick fights, it was like a tug-of-war in which both men tried their best and struggled hard with each other. And there is another more important reason to ensure that the event looks exciting, that is, Maillard is also a child. Although she looks a little weak because she is a girl, her age compared to Broly just makes up for this apparent disadvantage. A battle between two evenly matched opponents is undoubtedly exciting. Perhaps some people have wondered why Murad's acupuncture boxing is useless against Broly. But most of the audience didn't care about this. They only knew that they saw two young martial artists presenting a wonderful duel to everyone on the stage of the Western Martial Arts Tournament. Murad was carried away by the staff, and Broly walked towards the contestant area after leaving the ring. When he passed by Esteth, he was stopped by Esteth, who whispered to him that naked choke will not cause people to vomit blood. Not unless she breaks your neck. Esteth said this and suddenly reached out her hand, but Broly did not dodge. She wiped a little blood from the corner of his mouth and put it in front of her nose to smell it. You used the juice of the red heart fruit as blood? Esteth asked, sucking the juice and blood off her index finger before evaluating it. It's sweet and delicious. Any more? Esteth looked at the boy's red lips and asked this question. Yeah, there's more. Broly nodded in response, then took out some exploding gummy candies from his pocket and handed them to Esteth. Thank you. Esteth ate without hesitation, and the two of them gathered together to continue watching the game. The contestants from the 10th and 12th groups have already come on stage. Apart from Esteth and Broly, the only ones left in the waiting area are Sambasun and his opponent. Sambasang glanced over here secretly and found that the two little guys were chewing on red fruit bursting gummy candies, making their mouths bleed. The corners of Sambasang's mouth twitched. He had misjudged him. This guy was not a little fellow who could be eliminated at any time, but a sinister little bastard who had strong strength but was always pretending to be weak. The third match lasted for 40 minutes and then it was Sambasang's turn. The bearded man defeated his opponent in just 20 minutes. During the intermission, performance troops invited by the organizing Chamber of Commerce came out one by one with the Chamber of Commerce's logo and advertising, and the belly dance of the Western dance troupe was the most attractive. That dance is so white and so big. Maylad wakes up, with Cassandra taking care of her. After realizing he had lost, Maillard became strangely angry. She was played by someone, a little jerk who hid her true strength. But this is not the point, because without weapons, she is indeed no match for the other party. It's no wonder that we can't win. But because the opponent was acting, she misjudged his strength, which resulted in her failure to admit defeat in time when she was choked. Damn it, I must take revenge for this humiliation. Ms. Maillard, that's not the case. You just lost a competition that was not in your favor. How could it be that? That guy made me pee my pants. What? If a person exerts force while suffocating, it is very likely to cause incontinence. Apparently, Maillard was incontinent. Although it was just minor incontinence, it was embarrassing to be made like this by a man, even a boy younger than me. It was also a great humiliation for her. End of this chapter. Chapter 53, Tips for Brushing Happiness Values. Chapter 53, Tips for Brushing Happiness Values, Battle Maniacs Only. With a sense of shame, Maillard changed his pants, wiped the disguise off his face, and returned to the conference venue. However, he was no longer in the contestant area, but in the audience seats. She wanted to see how the guy who reminded her would fight with the guy who played her. During the halftime break, it's time to eat, drink, and spend some money. In the afternoon, the second half of the 4-2 match began. The first match of the top 4 semi-finals will be between Esteth from the Galapa Chamber of Commerce and Broly from the Rabbit Chamber of Commerce. After the usual product placement, the host and referee left the audience in suspense and shouted, "Who will make it to the finals? Let's wait and see. Does what you said yesterday still count?" Broly asked. After he joined the competition, he encountered 2 scams, which made him a little worried. Which one is that? Esteth stretched her body, crossed her hands behind her back and raised them up, then raised her head and asked. "If I beat you, you will be my friend and the one who is willing to be my wife." Broly said. "Of course it counts. I never lie." Esteth nodded. Hearing this, Broly felt relieved. He was afraid that he would beat the girl but she would not admit it. "Won't you move your body?" Esteth asked. "Why?" Broly was a little confused. If you don't warm up, your movements will be slow. Esteth explained to him. Don't worry, I'm very fast. Broly is very confident about this. In order to speed up the charging of the Crystal Palace, his movement speed is the strongest among his overall qualities. I won't hold back. Esteth reminded again. Don't hold back, just do whatever you want. Broly looked at the message Esteth's happiness value is continuing to rise displayed on the Crystal Palace and said this to Esteth happily. As I please. Esteth laughed. She didn't know if Broly was arrogant, but her fighting spirit was indeed rising. Game start. As the host and referee finished speaking, Esteth's figure moved from stillness to movement. In the blink of an eye, she crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and came in front of the boy, swinging her fist towards the right side of the boy's face. And Broly reacted just as he said and easily blocked her punch without making any irresistible show of weakness. The battle became intense from the very beginning. Esteth had no intention of holding back and launched an all-out attack as soon as the fight started. Her attacks are not only fast, but also incredibly powerful. If others have a gentle breeze and drizzle, then hers is a violent storm. Of course, whether it is a drizzle or a violent storm, it doesn't make much difference to Broly, because the difference in basic physical qualities is too big, and he can't break the defense. Even Broly was worried that if he resisted, Esteth might hurt him, so he tried his best not to confront the opponent with strength. This created a strange sight as Broly swayed like willow catkins under Esteth's violent attack. It's a very high purity force dissipation. Broly actually used the ultimate force dissipation technique. Esteth's violent attack seemed to have no effect on him. Broly blocked all the attacks, he was not hurt at all. But how is this possible? Is it possible? The host and referee's voice trembled, and he expressed the thoughts of all the spectators who saw the fierce offensive and defensive battle on the field. Could it be that Broly has been hiding his strength all along, and was only forced to reveal his true strength after meeting a powerful player like Esteth? Now, it seems that this is the only explanation for what happened on the ring. After more than 10 minutes, Esteth's attack gradually weakened. After all, she was still a human being, and a 12-year-old girl who had not fully developed. Even though she had amazing endurance, she still felt tired after attacking with all her strength for more than 10 minutes. Is the gap between us really that big? Before the fight, Esteth thought Broly was an opponent worthy of a fight, but after the fight, Broly's perfect defense made her feel like she was facing a thick ice wall. No matter how hard she attacked, she couldn't get through, and her attacks didn't cause any injuries to the boy. Of course, I'm talking about real injuries here. How do you make a genius feel frustrated? It's simple, just let her meet someone who is even more talented. Esteth is now in a situation where she feels frustrated when she encounters someone more talented. This was the first time in her 12 years of life that she experienced the gap between people. The boy was much stronger than her. This kind of impeccable strength even made Esteth, who launched a violent attack, feel powerless. Esteth's happiness value is decreasing. However, although Esteth's punches and kicks did not have any effect on Broly, the sudden drop in her happiness value, which was originally rising, caused great damage to Broly. Looking at Esteth's falling happiness value, Broly became a little anxious. He hurriedly looked towards Esteth, and met a pair of somewhat lonely eyes, and immediately he realized something. Once upon a time, before the age of 3, he also felt sad because he couldn't beat his father, and he immediately said, "No, the gap between us is not that big, I am actually hurt." "You're lying again. My attack just now didn't make you move your feet at all." Esteth obviously didn't believe him, and Broly wanted to spit out blood to prove it, but he had already shared the exploding gummy candies with Esteth before. After thinking for a while, Broly had a quick wit. He quietly crushed the ground of the ring under his feet, and condensed his energy on his hands to emit some green light. He raised his hand and said to Esteth, "I'm not lying. Look, my hand is a little bruised. That's because I blocked your attack. In the bright sunlight, Esteth actually saw a hint of blue on Broly's hand, but before she could see it clearly, Broly withdrew his hand and refused to let her see it. Then, Broly pointed to the ground and said, "As for why I didn't move, it's because you are too powerful. Under your attack just now, my feet were stuck in the ground. So, it's not that I don't want to move, but I can't move." Esteth looked at the pair of footprints that appeared on the ring after Broly raised his feet, and for a moment she doubted whether she was really too powerful and that was why the other party couldn't move. "With all the evidence, do you still doubt your own strength?" Broly questioned loudly. "Remove the impossible factors, and what remains is the truth no matter how much you don't want to believe it." At this moment, what came to Broly's mind was the famous quote from the first chapter of The Sign of Four in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Esteth was stunned. Yes, did she still have to doubt her own strength? He hunted so many dangerous species, and even after his parents and tribesmen died, he still managed to survive. In this cruel world, only the strong survive, and those who can survive should not be weak. She must believe in her own strength. But, looking at the boy who encouraged me and made me believe in myself, why did I feel so strange, as if I was being fooled? Just now I was attacking and you were defending. This time it's your turn to attack and I'll defend. Come on, Broly, if you want to get me, attack me with all your might." Esteth was not so easily fooled, so she decided to verify the difference in strength between them by defending against the boy's attack. Broly was in a bit of a dilemma. If he really attacked with all his strength, his wife would be gone, without even a trace left. After thinking about it, Broly decided to tell a lie. At worst, he could just kneel down and apologize to the other party later. In that case, it's my turn to attack with all my strength. Are you ready? Broly thought back to the Type Moon world, and the full effort of a certain enthusiastic Fuuki city citizen, and he also showed the same behavior. After Esteth nodded, Broly rushed forward. He was very fast, but he was obviously paying attention to the girl's reaction. After making sure that Esteth could react, he threw a punch, which was blocked by Esteth. He controlled the strength, pressed the opponent's hand to the side of her face and then retracted it. Broly didn't give Esteth much time to react. He quickly changed his moves and kicked her in the abdomen. Then, with similar micromaneuvers, Esteth began to struggle to resist his swift attack. This is amazing. After Broly showed his superb force-dissipating skills, he now displays a terrifyingly fast attack. Under his attack, Esteth has fallen into a huge disadvantage. Esteth's happiness value is rising. After resisting Broly's attack, Esteth's happiness value, which had been declining, rebounded and soared again. While controlling the rhythm of his attacks, Broly was also paying attention to the growth of Esteth's happiness value, and he adjusted the rhythm of his attacks at any time according to the growth of her happiness value. Then, Broly discovered the technique to increase Esteth's happiness value. The more dangerous the attack, the more Esteth's happiness value would increase. However, the easier the attack was to defend, the more difficult it was to increase Esteth's happiness value. After discovering this, Broly's attack method changed again. He used his strength to kick Esteth away, and the next moment he jumped high and stepped down to the place where the girl fell. Esteth rolled over to dodge, but Broly had no intention of chasing her and simply stepped on empty air. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded right under his feet, and Broly crushed the ground of the ring, causing the gravel to fly and creating a deep pit. Esteth got up and looked at the deep pit on the ground over there. Her heart was beating violently and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Dodging extremely dangerous attacks made her concentrate to the extreme, her adrenaline was bursting and her body was trembling. But Esteth's current state is similar to that of ordinary people who experience pendulum swing or bungee jumping, and her happiness level is soaring rapidly. She recalled the time when she was a child and her father took her to hunt on the ice field, and they encountered a super dangerous species that caused a blizzard. The current situation is somewhat similar to that time, both making her feel insignificant, and the sense of danger lingering around her makes her very excited, as if she is born to be a person who likes danger and excitement. End of this chapter. Chapter 54. Are there any masters? Chapter 54. Are there any masters? There is nothing much to say about what happens next. After Broly discovers a technique to quickly increase Asthetha's happiness value, he launches various dangerous attacks. What is considered a dangerous attack can be reflected in the effect of the attack, but it is impossible for Broly to really kill Asthetha, so the object that reflects the effect of the dangerous attack becomes the venue and arena of the martial arts tournament. The sound of bangs was endless and the ground was shaking. The host and referee who was commenting on the fight no longer knew how to explain it. The weakest player who was originally being beaten suddenly turned into a demolition maniac. With just a kick or a punch, he could create gullies and deep pits on the ring. How can this be explained? Is this something a human can do? The audience also fell silent, and they had such doubts in their hearts. Watching the hard ground of the ring crumble under the boy's attack, and watching the girl hastily dodge under the boy's terrifying attack, no one now thinks that Asthetha, who had a great chance of winning at the beginning, will still be the boy's opponent. Yin, so fucking yin. Some gamblers who bet on Asthetha to win cursed out loud, but not many people agreed. Just kidding, the earthquake on the ring hasn't stopped yet. If they were hit by just one punch or kick from that monstrous boy, they would probably be smashed to pieces. Ms. Maillard, you didn't deserve to lose. If you don't want revenge, forget it. Cassandra persuaded the lady next to her. Maillard bit his nails, not knowing what he was thinking. Compared to others who were shocked by the scene of Broly demolishing the ring with his bare hands, Akame, Kurome, Nahashi and other friends were much better. They had already known how powerful Broly was, and what was happening before their eyes was just a small scene. Aren't you all shocked? Only mine was a little surprised because she arrived late and did not see the scene where Broly's energy bomb bombarded the forest and changed the terrain. Ha, this is just a small scene. Broly is much more capable than that. Haitong raised his head, looking very proud. This is just a small scene, what is the big scene? Marin was a little confused, but she didn't ask. As Asthetha's physical strength was squeezed to the limit, Broly's dangerous attack was coming to an end. He regained his breath and stopped his fist in front of Asthetha. The wind from the fist ruffled Asthetha's hair, and the cross-printed headscarf tied on the girl's head was blown away and fell into the deep pit behind her. Asthetha slumped down, her body feeling somewhat weak, breathing heavily, her face flushed from the extreme exercise. I won this game. Broly said breathlessly. Well, from now on, I am your property. Asthetha also accepted this result. You are very strong. I tried my best to defeat you. Broly said again. You don't have to comfort me. I'm not that fragile. All your moves just now missed the target. Don't think I don't know. Asthetha is not a fool. After the dangerous attack began, she had fully understood the difference in strength between herself and Broly. With such a huge gap in strength, how could the opponent's attacks always deflect? Just think about it and you will know that it is impossible. That humanoid super dangerous species rumored to be you, right? Asthetha suddenly thought of something and asked. What is that? Broly was a little confused. Do not you know? Should I know? Forget it, I'm a little weak, can you give me a hand? Asthetha asked. She was completely powerless now. During the dodging just now, her body had exceeded its original limit and reached its limit again. Hearing this, Broly immediately extended a hand to her. Asthetha held his hand and was pulled up by Broly. I lost. Asthetha raised her other hand with some difficulty and made the announcement to the silent meeting place. Contestant Broly wins. The host and referee realized the situation belatedly and announced the result of the game. Ha! The silent conference hall suddenly became noisy. Broly displayed a powerful demolition force that shocked everyone, but also excited the audience who were now reacting. There were gamblers who bet on his victory, as well as ordinary audiences who admired him simply because of his strength. As for the boy pretending to be weak and deceiving all of them, don't joke, this is the arena of the Western martial arts tournament, those who have strength are destined to be applauded in the arena. Playing the role of weak? No, that is a tactical display of weakness and a manifestation of wisdom. It is the stage for the strong, and as long as you win with absolute strength, there will be people to help explain any of your actions. Of course, some people have guessed that Broly might be manipulating the odds, but what does it matter if they know it? Do those who lose money dare to find trouble with him? As for the Chamber of Commerce that runs the gambling bureau, they only make money when gamblers lose, so they will not come to trouble Broly. The enthusiastic cheers were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the arena in the conference hall, which had already reached its limit, to collapse. Broly picked up Asteth's headscarf that was blown by the wind, and returned to the contestant area with his arm around his wife who had just won the game. "Brother Broly, you are really good at hiding." Sambasang came to greet him and spoke from the bottom of his heart. "I actually tried my best." Broly habitually plays the weak one. "Really?" Sambasang had some difficulty denying this. "But whether it's true or not, I will defeat you tomorrow." Next to him, Sambasang's opponent looked at him in shock, almost asking him how much the hell he drank. After all, with the arena in the grand venue already broken, who would still think they could beat this monster boy? "Uncle Sambasang, are you strong?" Hearing this, Broly looked at him and asked seriously. "Just kidding, I'm super strong." Sambasang looked confident. "Am I feeling wrong?" Asteth was a little confused. Her intuition was quite sharp, but she did not feel any danger or pressure from the bearded man. The ring was damaged, but it was not a big deal as the venue was still there. A group of staff ran in and cleared away some small pieces of rubble, and then the second match of 4-2 continued. However, with the extraordinary battle scene between Broly and Asteth in front, the scene where Sambasang only took 3 minutes to defeat his opponent who had no fighting spirit made people feel boring, and most of the audience in the audience were discussing the previous game. Bang! It was not until Sambasang grabbed a large rock from the ground and smashed it with one punch that everyone looked over. "Everyone, I'm not bragging, I can also destroy the venue, but I don't need to do it." Because someone who would do such a thing only means that he lacks control over his body, which causes his own strength to leak out. I admit that my opponent tomorrow is very strong, but after watching his match today, I confirmed my victory. To be able to destroy the venue like this, Broly must have used some secret technique that put a huge strain on the body, but I, Sambasang, am intact. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Sambasang, hereby declare that tomorrow I will defeat my last opponent, wear the best dust cape in the West, and stand on the champion's stage to receive the award. Sambasang declared victory. Some people believed his analysis and his words, but more people thought he was bragging. After all, Sambasang is a veteran player. If he had such ability before, how could he not have shown it? In any case, today's martial arts tournament ended with a lot of discussion, and Asteth was taken back to the inn by Broly. End of this chapter. Chapter 55 Sambasang, I will definitely win. Chapter 55 Sambasang, I will definitely win. There was nothing surprising about Asteth's arrival, as Broly had already told his friends about it before. He will not act in the semi-finals, he will defeat Asteth and bring her back. Nahashu and others held a welcome party for the new member. This is the first time that Asteth has been accepted by a group since she embarked on her journey after her village was destroyed. Of course, she had the opportunity to integrate into some groups before, but she herself did not accept it and continued to travel in order to become stronger. It only stopped after being defeated by Broly and officially becoming his property. But Esteth was still a little uncomfortable with the enthusiasm of this group. "Thank you." Esteth took the juice from Akame and thanked him. Then she leaned close to Broly's ear and asked, "Are all your companions as strong as you?" This is the issue she cares more about. "Ha, Broly is the most powerful. How can we possibly be as strong as him?" Before Broly could answer, the fat boy Lawson answered the question. "Then how did you get together with him?" Esteth asked curiously. "We were children sold by slave traders. We accidentally met Big Brother in the Jifa Nora Sea Tree Forest. After being rescued by Big Brother, we followed him." Nahashu explained that since Esteth was a companion brought back by Brother Broly himself, there was no need to hide it. "They followed before, and I was helped to join later. I was a homeless child before. My name is Mayan, nice to meet you. I'm Akame, and this is my sister Kurome. We're both going to be wings just like you and mine." "What are wings?" "Another name for my wife. Esteth." Just at this moment, Broly was gnawing on chicken wings nearby. "This is Bonnie, I'm Cornelia. Are you also wings?" "No, there are only Akame, Kurome, mine, and you." Speaking of this, Cornelia felt a little lost. Although they all followed Broly, Broly was closest to Akame and Kurome at the beginning. Even mine, who came later, was the one who was taken care of by Broly. "By the way, if Bonnie gives you mushrooms, you must not eat them." Beside him, Tsukushi gave a reminder. "Mushroom?" Esteth looked at the girl whose head was being pressed. "I've already told you that I bought these mushrooms at a street stall this time. They are definitely not poisonous." Bonnie admitted that the mushrooms he had picked in the past had problems, but this time he bought dried goods from a street stall in the city, so it was unlikely that other people's mushrooms also had problems. As she said that, she took out the mushrooms from her pocket. Esteth took a look and pointed at the one in the middle and said, "This one has a mild hallucinogenic toxin, but you can use it as a painkiller when you're injured." Everyone looked at Esteth in surprise.